Hello there and welcome back to another edition of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. This time we're taking a look at the 1998 Opel Vectra i500 2.5 V6. Now, you may be curious, what is an Opel Vectra i500? I don't remember this car from GT2. Well, I'll tell you. In the GT2 Plus mod, the Opel Vectra GSI is replaced with this i500 because the Opel Vectra GSI isn't a real car. I didn't know this, which I guess means that all of the Opels in this game are actually based on the Vauxhall equivalents, which is interesting. Something that I had suspected before, but yeah, that means, yeah, they're all technically Vauxhalls, because you can sort of see as well, on the back of this, there's sort of a long written word with Vectra, whereas obviously Opel's very sort of short, Vauxhall is a lot longer of a word, so yeah, but no, the GSI didn't exist. So, PES2K added the Vectra i500, which I think is infinitely more interesting. So this is an IMSA model, I believe, of the 2.5 V6 Vectra. Obviously, sort of very similar looking. You got that sort of cool body kit. So it comes with some really nice wheels, these sort of BBS looking wheels, which I do think look fantastic. Dare I say it, I'm not a Vectra person, I'm not a Vauxhall person. As you know, it's my least favourite car brand, and I hate the Vectra. But this is quite a good looking bit of kit, really, isn't it? With the sort of, again, the body kit and the wheels, it does look quite cool. This is easily my favourite generation of the Vectra. Easily the best Vectra, because the one that came after this was complete trash. And I think the facelift, now that I'm sort of older, looks a little bit weird, but this one, the original, this kit, it does look quite cool, dare I say it. So other than the fact that this isn't a GSI, it is entirely, other than that, identical to the Vauxhall Vectra GSI, which we have had go around the course, and it was begrudgingly fast. So, be interested to see if this can follow. Obviously no racing modification on this one, because I wanted to preserve the cool i500 look, and obviously, unfortunately, I think if the race mod had i500 written on it, I might use it, or if it's a different one, but it is just sort of BTCC livery in a different colour. Admittedly, it comes in green, which I think is better than the Vauxhall version that comes in like a sort of tainted blue. Obviously, we used the classic red, so yeah. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 326 horsepower, 1,227 kilos. Pretty good statistics for one of these sort of front-wheel drive touring car-esque sedans. To find out how the Opel Vectra i500 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version, which had a time of 26.540. Of course, the Opel Vectra i500 is not going to be beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, the Voki Vectra in it sits with a 30.486, slightly quicker than a Civic Ferio. So that's where that sits. I'm suspecting, because this hasn't got race mod, it is front wheel drive. This is kind of powerful for a front wheel drive car. I'm going to say this is going to be about 0.2 slower than that, I think, but I'm not too sure. I think I really outdrove that Vectra as well, to be honest with you, to get it into a really good spot. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how we do here. That second lap was all sorts of bad. Other cars that sort of compete with this, Ford Mondeo 30.8, Nissan Primera Wagon 30.8, Renault Laguna 30.6. Yeah, these sort of, again, the touring car saloons, it appears the Vectra is the one, which isn't too surprising. Obviously, that's not counting the Audi A4, which is significantly quicker than it because it's four-wheel drive, which is sort of how it was in real life as well, to be fair, until they, like, nerfed it. And it was front-wheel drive for a year as well, and then it left, which was interesting. But no. The Vectra is pretty good. I mean, to drive, yeah, it's good. It is a decent enough handling front-wheel drive car with a good turn of speed. That's just set at 30.350, and everything I said previously is completely irrelevant. Jesus Christ. What is it with Opals in this track, and Vauxhalls as well? You know, this still isn't the quickest Vauxhall, apart from, like, obviously the ice race cars and stuff. The quickest Vauxhall is still that Astra, which was, like, dangerously close to getting into the under 30 club. So, yeah, I hate saying this because it makes every part of my body hurt. But you really shouldn't sleep on the Opals and the Vauxhalls, because as it turns out, they're pretty bloody good. They really are pretty bloody good. Oh, man. This is... wow, I've just had a quick glance over to the leaderboard, because this lap was kind of boo-boo. And I've just seen some of the stuff this has beaten. Yeah, I'll take my L. Again, admittedly, out of all of the Opals in this game, this one is easily my favourite, so I'll take that as a bit of solace. Also, this is the last Opal we ever have to drive, so no Opal, apart from the race cars, got into the under 30 club, so we can laugh about that over some coffee. But, yeah. Wow, that is one of the first times I think I've ever done that. So Sector 2, this car is so good, I set identical Sector 2 times in it. Yeah, I have no words for that. It's just good. It is just an honestly good car to drive. It really is, which is really painful to say, but through gritted teeth, I add. Yeah, good car. A 30.350 will place the Opel Vectra i500 into 197th. Goes in between the BMW 323 Ti Compact and the BMW 528i. It beats that, it beats the Mitsubishi FTO GPX, beats the Audi A3, beats the Toyota Altezza 280T, beats the Civic Ferio EK. It's quicker than a Ford Puma and a Lotus Esprit and a Toyota Supra RZ. Yeah, I mean, where else was it going to go? It is slower than a Fiat Punto, which I will take solace in. And the Audi A4 is still the quickest of the sort of touring cars, but yeah, that got dangerously close to the A4. It's just, it is a good car to drive, like, there's no beating around the bush. It's just super consistent. You know what it's going to do. It is the best drive, I think, because it's perhaps lighter, because it's not very well built. Compared to the other sort of touring car saloons, it does better in that regard. I should also point out that means it is also quicker than the Accord SIR, which I believe was the quickest of the front-wheel drive touring car derived saloons. So there you go. Fortunately, we've got one more Accord and no more Vectras, so it ain't getting any better than this. The 1998 Mazda RX-7 Type R. Nope, not that Type R. It's the Mazda type of Type R. The RX-7, a car which is, of course, legendary in this game and in this series because they drive far better than they probably should do. I do like an RX-7. This is the post-facelift RX-7 and our first 1998 RX-7 to take on the course. There are 3 of them in this game. There is the Type R, the Type RB, and the Type RS. The Type R is pulling the short straw and not running the race mod, while the RB and RS are. In terms of what's different between all of them, the RB doesn't have a wing, and the RS is the best one when it's upgraded. The Type R is sort of a weird middle child between those two, and as a result, statistically it isn't quite as good as the RS. However, it is still pretty bloody powerful, so I'm curious to how this is going to go. The Type RS scares me because that's more like 670 horsepower. This is only 619. As we have seen in this series, the earlier RX-7s have actually tended to be a little bit quicker because they haven't got so much power, whereas these later ones aren't quite as quick. So it'll be interesting to see whether this spins all its power away or not. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 619 horsepower, 1,121 kilos. That is a lot of ones for the Type R. So here we go. In case you're wondering, this is probably my favourite looking of all of the RX-7s in this game. Because, you know, RX-7s, in my opinion, need a wing, which is the mistake Forza made, because they didn't have a good one with a wing. And I suppose this post-facelift is more my style than the pre-facelift. Anyways, in terms of this car, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and notice at the best time it possibly can. Currently, it is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Type R is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, I think pretty much most RX-7s have ran race mod around here. The only one that I remember not running race mod was the Type RSR from 97, which had about 500 horsepower, and that is... I've got to really fact check that, I can't at the moment. But anyways, that one set a time of like a 30.2, but that was one of the very first ones to go around, so I am suspecting this is going to be quicker. Straight away, obviously it is uber powerful, which is to be expected, but this has still got the RX-7 trait of being really... I was like tap accelerating at first. I just realised I can just floor the throttle and it just spins its wheels and then it gets over itself and just goes. Yeah, it's really nice to drive. These always are. Because you can just stick the power down so reliably. You know, they barely... Like there, I really sort of... To make it drift there, I had to break traction in it. By putting my sort of foot down at a wrong time. And that's sort of the only way you can really, you know, shake these RX-7s. Because other than that, they are supremely well controlled for what they are. Because again, you know, Supras, 300ZXs, even Skylines don't drive as nice as these RX-7s do. Despite the fact that they are rear-wheel drive. I'm going to have a quick look here. Type RB and the Type RSR ran non-race mod. I can't remember where the Type RB is, to be perfectly honest. But, with all that being said, I still think this is not as quick as the other RX-7s because, while it is really good with getting the power down, it's still a little bit too... It's overpowered. You don't need this much power. It doesn't really help. It's just spinning the rear wheels, really. You know, all that time that you spend spinning the rear wheels, realistically, you could be going, you know. Admittedly, I didn't nail that last corner either, but I suppose if I tried to cut the grass, I mean, we've seen it before, RX-7s can just sort of let go, which is a bit of a shame when it does happen, but it does happen. Where is the Type RSR? I'm trying to see if I can see it on here. I can see the Type RB 29.982. So, yeah, a little bit quicker. I think this could have been quicker, absolutely. I think there is at least 0.1, if not 0.2 in there. Maybe race mod would help. I think race mod will help these cars out, and it has done, because, you know, it's rear-wheel drive. It's still going to help. A little bit of downforce, at least. Should help, but yeah, it's a really nice car to drive, don't get me wrong, and it is quite an easy car to sort of find the limits of as well. As you saw there, you sort of had to act really stupid to try and push it, but I think at this point, you know, you don't need 619 horsepower. If this had not 400, I won't go that far, but if this had like just 500 raw flat number, I mean the A-Spec did, which is actually the quickest RX-7 without race mod, which is good that I've caught myself in that in the comment section. You don't have to tell me. That's at a 29.586, and that only had like literally 500 horsepower, and that was absolutely spot on. So, yeah, an interesting dichotomy. Anyways, 29.817 will place this into 138th. Goes in between the Roof BTR Type 1 and the Peugeot 206. It is slightly slower than the 97 Mazda RX-7 Type RZ, and slightly quicker than the 96 Mazda RX-7 Type RZ. It's quicker than the 97 Mazda RX-7 Type RS. Yeah, it's the quickest Type R around this track, I believe, because that would be the Honda Integra Type R. So it is sort of King Type R at the moment, other than maybe the Subaru actually might be King Type R. But yeah, no, it's a good car. It's just a bit overpowered for what it is. Let's now take a look at the 1999 Ford Cougar 2.5i 24 valve. This is the most powerful front-wheel drive car in all of Gran Turismo 2. Between this and its cousin, the Mercury Cougar, which we have already had go around. Yeah, 520 horsepower through the front wheels is insane. And that's what this car has. Even though it has the same engine as the Mondeo, for whatever reason the Mondeo does not get 520 horsepower, this does. It's this and the Dodge Intrepid, and then after that I think it's the Mitsubishi Eclipse, but that only makes a putrid 440 horsepower, while this is full-on 520, which is more than a lot of cars in this game. So if you want a front-wheel drive car that's probably quite quick in a straight line, Cougar's a good shout. In terms of how it's going to actually handle, I have less faith in it. Admittedly, it is a new edge Ford, which usually means it handles quite well, but it is 520 horsepower. I do like the Ford Cougar. I remember when you used to see these around quite a lot. These and Probes, and they've all just gone. Interestingly enough, the Ford Cougar is actually literally a rebadged version of the Mercury Cougar. It's not the other way around. This is built in Michigan. It was built for Americans, and then Ford brought it over to the UK because they sort of wanted a sister car to the Puma, and the naming sort of worked out. So yeah, so there's your fun fact. The Mercury came before this, and then it got rebadged into a Ford. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 520 horsepower. I can't stop saying it. 1,237 kilos. As mentioned, Mercury's already gone round, and that was not massively quick. So it'll be interesting to see how this gets along. Anyways, the Ford Cougar is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It is already an absolute handful to drive. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version, set time at 26.540. Now, if this was controllable, I'm not saying that the Cultus would be in danger, but definitely the title for quickest front-wheel drive car. As it stands, I think that's probably safe today, but we'll see. The Mercury Cougar set a time of a 30.9. It ran an absolute age ago. That was, I think, one of the very first requests I got, actually, was a Mercury Cougar, and I just did it straight away because I was like, well, there's always the Ford Cougar, which we can use later. But no, I remember these being around. I was never, like, they're kind of cool. I was never huge fans of them. Obviously, you know me, I'm much more a fan of the smaller Puma, which I've already talked your ear off about the Puma in the Puma episode. But the Cougar's quite sort of alright. And again, you do not see these. I can't tell you the last time I saw a Cougar. I can tell you it was silver, because that was sort of, all of these came in dreary colours, which is why I'm quite happy to spice things up with this Atlantic blue on this one. But yeah, these cars are, wow, 30.3. These cars are all but extinct now. Rust killed a lot of them, as it did kill pretty much all the good Fords, while all the bad Fords continue to live. You know, you never see rust on a Ford. Actually, I quite like the Cougar. The modern Cougar, not the new one, but like the old one. They had a 2.5 turbo in them. Like, you get a Focus ST as a SUV, which is quite cool. But yeah, you know, you don't see it. I'm trying to think of bad Fords. You know, modern Capris. You know, 10 years time, mind you. Unlike Cougars, they've got to actually sell some of those modern Capris before they start rusting. And as of right now, they're not selling any of them. But no, Cougar's cool. It's just weird to see it. Remember that there was a time where Ford was making a coupe. I mean, this was partly a response to the Calibra as well, which obviously by the time this came out, they stopped selling because it didn't sell. But no, it's hard to remember a time where all these sort of mainstream manufacturers actually made coupes. Like coupe versions of modern cars, because this is essentially a contour Mondeo underneath. But yeah, interesting times. To the line, 30.215. Not half bad, actually, considering how much of a handful that was to drive. That ain't half bad. I think that could go quicker as well. I don't know if it would be pushing under 30. I really don't think it would be that quick. But, I mean, hell, if this had a race mod, maybe. I think there was a race mod in the beta builds of this game, actually. They didn't, like, model it or anything, but I swear that was, like, a thing that was planned. But yeah, quick. Actually quite quick. Surprisingly quick, again, considering... Again, another sector matched. Wow. That last lap was apparently absolutely spot on, but again, I do genuinely think there is probably 0.1 in there if you can keep it under control. Which is the difficult part, because it is a very gnarly car to drive, but yeah, nonetheless, a good showing from the Cougar. A 30.215 will place it into 182nd place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi Legnum and the Honda Civic SIR. It is quicker than a R31 Skyline, quicker than the Honda S2000, quicker than the quickest Nissan Fairlady we've had, Evo 2, Lexus GS400. It's 0.1 up on the Ford Puma, which admittedly has a lot less power than this. It's quicker than the Mitsubishi Eclipse, which is sort of right around here for quickest front-wheel, or most powerful front-wheel drive car. Interestingly enough, still loses out to the Mazda Familia Interplay, though, which is interesting. I mean, in terms of like quickest front-wheel drive cars, there's not much quicker than this, but it's not the quickest. The quickest is still sort of non-race car, is the Peugeot 206 S16 with a 29.828. So it's still 0.4 off of that, but yeah, really good time from the Cougar. The 1988 Toyota Celica GT4 rally car, the ST165. This is another one of the arcade mode rally cars that, thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, has been built into Gran Turismo mode, where you can win them from the rally events, and they are identical to the standard cars when fully upgraded, apart from they can't have stage 3 weight reduction. So this is, for all intents and purposes, the race modded version of the ST165, which is a car that went round quite a long time ago and was really bad, actually. Four-wheel drive, 351 horsepower, 1,192 kilos. You'd expect this to be sort of troubling the under 30 squad. But as it turns out, the standard version of this car sits in 348th place with a 31.297. Just slightly slower than a Supra GT Turbo. So, be interested to see how this does. I'm imagining this is going to be a little bit quicker. The slowest arcade mode only rally car we've had up to this point, I believe, is... well, it's the Renault Megane rally car, but that literally couldn't have weight reduction. Other than that is the Daihatsu Storia X4 rally car, so that's going to be our target for today. But it's a bit of a shame about this car because it's actually quite cool looking. I like this livery. I suppose this is like a Marlboro livery, I'm gathering by sort of the triangle on the hood. But yeah, no, cool looking livery. I do prefer the later Toyota rallying Castrol liveries. But this one definitely ain't half bad. We've read through the statistics already, so I won't do that again. And we're heading off to the Motorsports Land track, where this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and also the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version, set a time on 26.540. Obviously, this Celica is not going to be troubling that, because I've just told you about it. The Storia X4... 330th place, 31.185. I think that's doable in the Celica. It'd be nice to get one of these classic Celicas to actually do well, because so far, the only good Celica we've had is the sort of standard 99 car and the GT4. We've still got the GT4 rally car to go around, the ST205. That's going to come later on, because that's the second to last Celica we've got left, and interestingly enough, I'll speak about it in that video. But for whatever reason, the ST205 can actually get stage 3 weight reduction, so that is shaping up to be a very, very quick car indeed. So be interested to see how that does. But in terms of this, 31.205 on its first flyer. I don't really know what the issue with this car. It is understeery. There's no getting around that, but that's just sort of a thing with Celica's. We saw it with the ST205 as well. That's a very understeer prone car. And this one's no real different. The race mod should actually help this over the standard car, because it should reduce the understeer, although with it being this understeery in this guise, I dread to think how understeery it was in its previous guise. But yeah, that should help it a little bit. It's also, I'll be honest, this is 354 horsepower. It does not feel like 354 horsepower. As we discussed in the Sylvia Spec S Aero video that I did a couple of days ago, you know, that is essentially the quintessential average car of GT2, and that felt significantly quicker than this does with its 351 horsepower, I believe that was. So, yeah, for this to not really get close to that is, yeah, it just doesn't feel very quick. It really doesn't. It does. I mean, I am still overcome with the thoughts that I had about this car before, which is it's a disappointment. It really is a very disappointing vehicle to drive. It's just not really very quick or particularly nice to drive. It's not all that powerful. It's not all that fast. This is definitely one of the very few base rally cars, because base rally cars are usually fantastic cars to build cars out of, because they do offer, you know, four-wheel drive, good amounts of grip. They're just great all-rounders. This is one of the few of them that you should absolutely sleep on, because this is not a great car. 31.024. Did manage to coax a lap time out of it, but yeah, it's still not all, even with that, I mean, it's still not all that quick. It looks good, which definitely goes in its favour. It does look fantastic, but, you know, looking good and doing good, I mean, they're two different things, and Toyota's found that out time and time again when it comes to this course. Bit of time in there, I don't think it's as much as that implies there is. It definitely doesn't feel like there's another 0.1 to come out of this. I think you could maybe crack it into under 31 seconds, but you'd have to really just keep going around and round and round and really learn the car to do that. So, yeah, I don't think that's all that possible, to be perfectly honest, but nevertheless, that's what the game's saying. A 31.024 finds this car into 307th place. It does beat that Storia that we was talking about, goes in between the Skyline GTS 25 Type S R32 and the Honda NSX90 with the 4-speed automatic gearbox. It is quicker than a Peugeot a Peugeot 106 and a Mercedes-Benz CLK, quicker than the Honda Logo, quicker than the Camaro Z28. There's a decent, to be honest with you, they sound like good names, but they were kind of disappointing cars in and of themselves. I mean, it's slower than a front-wheel drive Focus. It's slower than an NSX with a proper gearbox. It's slower than the Mazda Demio Good Luck, which really tells you everything you need to know. So, in fact, I think this is, yeah, it's slower than the Mazda Demio GLX Special. And I think the only Demio it beats is that one with the little 1.3 litre engine, so there you go. The 1997 Daihatsu Move SRXX two-wheel drive. A radical car, this Daihatsu Move. It even comes with a racing modification. And just sink in that racing modification. What a fantastic looking thing this is. The Daihatsu Move. There are 5 of them in this game, if you can believe that. And this is the 4th one to take on our course. And the second one to ever have its racing modification. Didn't run racing mod on the 4-wheel drive because I knew it had to go on the 2-wheel drive. And GT2 Plus fixes an issue with this vehicle that I'm sure many players have experienced over the years, and that is, of course, the fact that this had the weight of the 4-wheel drive model, while the 4-wheel drive Move had the weight of the 2-wheel drive. So, in the base game, the 4-wheel drive is clearly superior, but in this GT2 Plus, it's been rebalanced, and so that's why this is running race mod, because it is the lightest a move can be. It's just 642 kilos. It'll blow away in the wind, or it'll blow itself onto its side, because to be honest with you, if it only weighs that much, only so much of the weight can be towards the bottom of the car, so probably quite top heavy, but I guess we'll find that out as we go around the course. Currently the quickest move we've had is this car's four-wheel drive sister. That didn't run race mod as mentioned, so this should in theory be quicker, because four-wheel drive can only help so much when it comes to these key cars, but I guess we'll find out. Front engine, front wheel drive, 193 horsepower, 642 kilos. It's actually, as far as key cars go, this is, you know, pretty quick, to be honest, in terms of out-and-out power. The Daihatsu Move SRXX two-wheel drive is going to be getting 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. And while if there was such thing as the Daihatsu Move Pikes Peak version, it may be threatened, it is obviously not going to be threatened by this particular Daihatsu Move. As mentioned, quickest one is the 97 four-wheel drive model, which had a time of a 32.157, so that is the target time in the old Daihatsu Move SRX two-wheel drive. I'm going to stick with third gear, to be honest with you, because I think this is pretty reasonably geared. Yeah, second gear is a little bit too short. This is a 5-speed. Is this a manual? Manual Daihatsu Move key car. I mean, if it was in the UK, obviously, we did get these for a brief time. In fact, we even got a completely unrelated car called the Daihatsu Grand Move, which was, as you can expect, very grand. But yeah, I don't think we got these with the key engines. I swear we got these with like 0.8 litre engines from something else, probably like a Toyota or something. But no, we did get these. I really wanted one as the first car from what I remember, because you don't see them and they're cool, you know. And well, maybe you don't want one of these, because let's be honest, someone's, you know, you take this to like college or whatever, someone's going to sit in the car park and they're just going to like roll it onto its side because it's funny. It's like cow tipping, move tipping. I'm sure that is a term that is used in Malaysia where these things are actually sold. But so far it is lighting up the track, as you can see. 32.103 does mean this is quicker than its four-wheel drive model. Got to the line. 31.760. Wow. To be honest with you, after this we've only got one more move, the Aero Down Custom, and I thought that was going to be the one that's really in contention for quickest key car. Quickest key car, I think, is the Subaru Clio, that sits at a 31.694. I can't believe we're getting oversteer out of that corner. I have no idea why it's oversteering out of that corner, but it is oversteering out of that corner. You can get oversteer in a Daihatsu Move SRX two-wheel drive. Now you know. Something to watch out for. It's bitten every legendary Gran Turismo player in the past, the lift-off oversteer of the SRX two-wheel drive that you've got to be so careful for. I heard they still worry about it today in the Gran Turismo World Championships, which I obviously don't watch, because no one does. Could have been slightly quicker on that lap, to be fair, just lost the rear end again. You know, that pesky rear end that, again, cost so many Gran Turismo players the world record of GT2. God, this looks amazing as it goes around the track. I love it. I do, you know, I'm obviously making fun of it, but in truth, I love it. I adore it. This, you know, I don't care about, oh, this version of the Porsche 911 is not in Gran Turismo. No, I'm sorry. Gran Turismo is that. That is Gran Turismo to me. Yeah, could have been quicker on that final lap. Definitely could have been. Don't think it would have been by a lot, admittedly. I think it would have been a 0.7 something, but yeah. Not quite troubling the quickest key cars. Quickest key car is the Subaru Clio at a 31.694, so we're only about 0.1 off of that. Yeah, cool. A 31.760 will place this into 406. Goes in between the Toyota Celica XX2800 GT and the Toyota XYR concept car. It is quicker than a Mazda Demio LXG package, quicker than the Ford car, quicker than a Shelby GT500 and a Plymouth Roadrunner and a Nissan Stagia. God, I love this series. Slightly slower than the Dodge Charger. Family really did overpower this one. A Peugeot 306, the Suzuki AutoWorks RSZ and the Clio. Slightly slower than Dodge Avenger. How cool would it have been for this to beat Dodge Avenger? Yeah. Well, either way, the Move Aero Down Custom will eventually come around to avenge itself, but until then, this is the quickest Daihatsu move. And it's the quickest wardrobe, because the Suzuki Wagon-Rs aren't even close to this. Although, again, we haven't had all of those either. The 1999 Peugeot 206 Rally Car. This is the Peugeot special model for this game, and of course it is based on the iconic 206 WRC car. This, the 99, was the first year of the 206 rally car, and it's a bit of a genius creation, this, really, because Peugeot looked at the WRC rules and realised the car had to be, I believe it was 4,100 millimeters. And so that's the reason why you saw Subaru with the Imprezas and Mitsubishi with the Evo. Peugeot looked at that and went, we could use a bigger car, or we could use the 206, extend the bumpers a little bit, sell a special edition of it to homologate it called the 206 GT, which if you look it up, yes, does have the ridiculous bumpers on it and isn't even that quick, and then they used it. 99, not a successful year for Peugeot, but of course, by 2000, the year after this, they'd go on to dominate WRC with Marcus Gronholm. And then took a year off of domination in 01, and then went back to dominating in 2002. And then in 03, they brought out the best version of the 206 with the Marlboro livery. This one has my second favourite of the 206 liveries, this sort of white-purple Esso colour, which I quite like. It's very simple, because ultimately it is just the Peugeot badge stretched over the car and the word 206, but I really like it. I like this colour scheme, this sort of soft purple, I think really suits it. I'm not a big fan of the later Total cars, sort of the one that was actually used for dominating. I get it, it does look kind of cool, but, you know, I'm not a big fan of silver, and I think silver race cars, you know, some look cool, and then some don't, and I think the 206 sort of falls into don't. Anyways, in terms of performance, four-wheel drive, 467 horsepower, 1,230 kilos. Yes, that is quite heavy. Oh, that is Apricot Hill Speedway. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsportsland track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 26.540. The 206 unlikely to beat that. As I mentioned, quite heavy, 1,230 kilos, but that is sort of the norm for rally cars in this game. And realistically, as we've been doing this series, we found out there's 2 tiers of rally cars. There are the sort of more hopeless ones, the Ford Escort and the 1997 Corolla rally car, which sit around a 29.4, 29.5. And then there's the sort of other tier of rally cars, which sits around 28.9. So I'm not quite sure which camp the 206 is going to fit into. The one thing that concerns me with this car is it does have a very short wheelbase. We did have that with the Focus, and the Focus wasn't great to drive because of the wheelbase, I think, and obviously it was very sort of rolly, as rally cars are. But rally cars are pretty well set up for this track. So yeah, 28.9 sort of what we're aiming for in this one. Straight away, driving this, I can tell you I can feel the weight in it, absolutely. Oh, there's also the other tier of rally cars, which is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, which is basically the quickest rally car of them all, apparently. Both the 5 and the 6. But yeah, straight away, it is a little bit, you can feel the weight, let's put it that way. You can also feel the lean through the corners. You sort of have to try and almost use that to your advantage, using the inertia to basically turn the car into the corners to the line. 28.951. So it will do a 28. It's just getting it through that first sector. Sort of anything where it involves doing like a quick left-right complex, the 206 does seem to sort of struggle with quite a bit. There's also a bit of sliding on the end out of that corner, which we see a lot with the rally cars. They seem to exhibit through that corner a bit of rear bias. I'm not quite sure what the power split is on these. I don't think it's 50-50 though. I'd say it's probably more like 40-60. Final lap. I will say I pretty much nailed that final corner on this sort of first lap with this, so trying to do that again, not quite. It's not bad, it's alright. It goes pretty much where all the other rally cars are, in fairness to it, so it doesn't do too bad, but I think for me personally I prefer the way the Citroen Zara rally car drives, which is a lot lighter. Yes, it has 100 less horsepower, but it is lighter. I sort of, on preference as well, I don't know if I'd particularly choose the 206 over, say, the Focus or something of that sort, but, you know, it is still very sort of rally car to drive, if you will. Wow. The splits on that. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of time in there. I think I could probably drag a 28.8 out of there if you sort of kept going round and round and round, but, yeah, it's not bad. It's just not... I don't know. I don't really like driving it, to be perfectly honest. I would much rather... You know, the Evo, obviously, is sort of the clear choice. But I think from a handling perspective, I would rather have the Zara. Anyway, speaking of the Zara, a 28.951 will place this into 72nd place. It beats the Zara by a fraction. It's quicker than the Nissan Silvia LM Edition, the Castrol Mugen GT500 NSX, the Lotus Elise GT1. It is slightly slower than the Subaru Impreza rally car and the Ford Focus rally car. Obviously, a lot slower than the Evos by well over a second. I'm trying to see if there's anything else sort of relevant to this. Obviously, it beats out the likes of the Escort, the Corolla, and the Lancia Delta S4 rally car. So, yeah. As far as rally cars go, it's definitely in the mid-tier of them, which is sort of what I expected. But yeah, no, at least it looked kind of cool. I do have to admit, I'm not a 206 person, but with the wide stance and the wing and the livery, it does look quite cool. The 1998 Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 5. This is our second to last Impreza Coupe to take on the course. We've had 4 of them now, including this one. The 22B, the standard one, the version 4, the version 5, and the version 6 is yet to come. Usually I don't run race mod on the version 5s because the version 6s are just better, but I realised there's been a lot of red Imprezas lately and I could only find this in red, so I've decided, because also the Impreza Coupe should technically be the quickest Imprezas, I thought, sod it, I'll put a racing livery on this, and I've gone with the Falcon, which is one of 2 options that you can get for the 97 to 99 series Imprezas. So the version 6 is going to be running race mod as well. That'll run the alternative colour scheme, the white and the green, which I sort of tend to prefer. But the Falcon does look quite cool, quite classic. Yep, it's an Impreza Coupe. Should be pretty quick. There is a clear goal for this car, the sedan version 5, which incidentally also ran race mod because I couldn't find an interesting colour. That is currently the quickest non-22B Impreza, so it'll be interesting to see if this can beat that. 4-wheel drive, 479 horsepower, 1076 kilos. Yeah, statistically it's pretty spot on. It's Impreza, so it should be pretty spot on to drive as well. To find out how the Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 5 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car sets time 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, quickest Impreza Coupe we've had was the version 4. That set a time of a 28.670. The version 5 sedan is the quickest on 22B Impreza, as mentioned. That set a time of a 28.568. Realistically, we're probably looking at a 28.4 if we can get the lap all hooked up with this car. I don't really know what else needs to be said about driving Imprezas. There's a 28.293, just straight away. Yeah, I don't know what more needs to be said about driving Imprezas. We've had enough of them on this series. Yeah. They're good. They're really good. Coupe is probably the smart man's choice. You know, personally for me, I'm more a fan of a sedan. And if you're weird, you probably like the wagon. So you can't really go wrong with an Impreza, to be fair, in this game. You really can't. Obviously, the 22B is the quickest up to now. Although still not as quick as the Evo 5 RS, which is interesting to know. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the version 6 gets along. I think the 22B made about 500-ish horsepower. Version 6, I want to say, tops out at just under 500. So I don't think that'll be too close to where that car got, but it won't be far off. Man, I'm so dialed in with Imprezas, I literally set peak lap time the first time out, and I tried to push it to see if I can find any way of getting some more time out of this, and it's just not going too well. Alright, final lap, let's go. Everything you've got. And straight away, understeer into the first corner. And hit the wall there, and that's the end of that. Alright, cool. So it's a 28.293, which certainly is not a bad time at all. And we will take that. But, yeah. Probably, I don't know, to be fair, that lap, I sort of felt it when I was driving it. I think the only thing I could have really done is take a slightly better line through there and not gone on the grass through there. But realistically, that's only, you know, fractions of a second. So, yeah. I don't know. It's an Impreza. It was nice. It was great. I liked it a lot. And like I say, yeah, I've driven so many of them at this point, apparently I can just achieve peak performance straight away, no questions asked, and then when you try and push it, that's when the problems set in. But, yeah, good to drive, can't complain. Bit of time in there, absolutely. Would I have been able to achieve it? Not too sure. A 28.293 will place this car into 30th. Goes in between the Volkswagen New Beetle GT and the Roof CTR 2. It is quicker than an Audi S4, Master Speed RX-7 GTC LM Edition, a bunch of cars, including the Daihatsu Storia Rally car, quicker than 300ZX GT500 car, Nismo 400R, Evo 5 GSR. Yeah, it's properly quick, as you would expect. The only things it doesn't really beat from around this car's general performance level is the Mainz Lancer Evo 5, the 22B, and the Evo 5 RS. Other than that, it's pretty much all missions accomplished. Oh, the Ford RS 200 as well, interestingly, is quicker than this as well. But no, I don't really think there was much more in that, to be perfectly honest. The 1987 Roof BTR Type 2. This is an evolution of the Roof BTR Type 1 based on a Porsche 930 Turbo. Now, apparently there was an issue with this car displaying incorrect engine stats, which basically meant it used a copy of the other BTR's engine, so that got fixed in GT2 Plus. I don't know if that means it displayed wrong, like there was just an error with the displacement when you go into the major stats, or if it actually showed that it had more horsepower than it did. I'm not too sure there. What I do know is that in the base GT2, this car isn't really all that great because the Roof BTR Type 1 exists, and the Type 1 in the base game has a ridiculous turbo upgrade that gives it, I think, about 630 horsepower, while as this is sat with just 520, while as in GT2 Plus everything's been rejigged, and this car has a little bit more of a purpose. I say a little bit more because obviously there are other roof-based cars that you could get, the Roof BR2, the BTR2, that might be a little bit better. I think the RCT as well is rear-wheel drive, could be wrong on that. Anyways, rear-engined, rear-wheel drive, 520 horsepower, 1,103 kilos. I'm not a huge fan of the 930 gen of 911, but I do have to admit this does look quite cool. Anyways, to find out how it gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracking odds at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 26.540. The Roof BTR Type 2, unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to end up, Roof BTR Type 1, 29.8. Roof RCT, 29.8. Roof BTR 2, 29.6. So I'm going to say this is going to end up somewhere in the 29.8. Roofs have been pretty good to drive, sort of overall, in this series, so I'm sort of hoping this is very similar. It is definitely very understeery, which, to be honest with you, is to be entirely expected because there's obviously very little weight over the front wheels. 29.2 on its first flyer, wow, okay. Never mind, all bets are off comparison-wise. It does struggle on the grass, especially if you like come off the grass and even remotely try and make an adjustment. It seems to throw the rear end wide. I think this is going to have to be a lap that I take far more, sort of less liberties with track limits, because I can just sort of lose the rear end at a moment's notice apparently, which isn't great. Usually these do pretty good on traction, but not so much in this case apparently. Obviously the four-wheel drive ones are where you really want to be in terms of out-and-out traction, but yeah, too much understeer on the way out of there. It is very understeery. God, it's understeery. Yeah, you saw that. The problem is as well, it's a hard, I don't know, it's a weird car this. It doesn't actually drive all that bad. It's not bad, but it's sort of, I don't know, a little bit, you're never quite sure what it's going to do. Very inconsistent driving vehicle is how I'd sort of sum this one up. It is good if you get on top of it. You know, oh, bit on the grass there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't mind. Ooh, okay. I don't mind a car that's trying to kill you constantly. Something like a TVR Speed 12 or a Viper. You know, you can prepare for that. You can slot it into a higher gear. You can do something like that. I don't mind. I obviously really like a car that is very compliant and does whatever I need it to do, like an Impreza. I don't like the cars that seem almost a bit random as to what sort of handling trait you're going to get. And this is definitely random. You can see with the lap times being all over the place. It's just, yeah, it's a bizarre car to drive. It is quick, there's no doubt about it. And you know, that second lap out, where I was really cautious with it, we did manage to pretty much get everything out of it there. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, I will be honest. As far as roofs go, might be my least favourite one that I've driven so far. Obviously, the four-wheel drive ones are vastly recommended. The BTR 4 3.8 is currently the quickest of all the roofs we've had. That got into the under 28s, but yeah, even though this is one of the quicker rear-engined, rear-drive ones, I am hesitant to recommend it, to be perfectly honest. Anyways, a 29.280 will place this into 96. Goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R32 and the Mitsubishi Galant VR4. It is quicker, speaking of cars that want to kill you, than a TVR Tuscan, quicker than a Mazda RX-7 Type RB, quicker than a bunch of Evos and Legacies and Imprezas, quicker than the Vector M12 and the Venturi Atlantique. In terms of roofs, rear-wheel drive roofs, the only thing quicker than this is the BR2, which is newer. And dare I say the BR2 is probably the one I would choose. No, I'm lying. I'd choose the BTR2 because it's got a silly mustache. But if it wasn't looking for silly mustaches, I would choose the BR2. The 1996 Mini Cooper 1.3 injection. We've had the standard Mini 1.3. This is the Cooper, which means something. I don't really know. I think these are just slightly tuned versions of the Mini 1.3. Obviously, it's got Cooper's name on it. He was a constructor back in the day, an actual guy, John Cooper, hence John Cooper Works. But yeah, I think that just means these are slightly sort of fettled and engine tuned. Obviously, Cooper now doesn't really mean a lot, because I think all the Minis now are just called Coopers, but still, this is back when it actually mattered. These are also, interesting enough, these 1.3 Minis in the game are actually the Japanese export models of the Mini, so there's something interesting to note. Another interesting thing to note is that banner that says Rover Mini. Now, the game itself calls these Rover Minis. The wiki doesn't. I'm saying that they're not Rover Minis. I don't think these cars were ever... I mean, technically they were manufactured by Rover, but I don't think they were ever specifically referred to as Rover Minis. I think Mini just sort of stayed as its own brand, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong there. That's why I'm not calling this Rover Mini, as much as I would really like to, because I find the idea of Rovers being in this game incredibly funny. But I am erring on the side of just calling this a Mini. Anyways, the race mod on this is really cool. The 1.3 had a sort of interesting race mod, but I think this one is far cooler. White roof, white bonnet. You've got the little sort of decal on the side where the number would go. You got the Cooper stripes down the side, which look cool, and then just some random Castrol logos. It actually looks quite similar to the Fiat 500 we featured last week, I think. But yeah, I think this is cooler than the 500's race mod, to be honest. The 500's race mod would be cooler than this if it had the number decal on the side, but this has the number decal on the side, and that really gets me going. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 183 horsepower, 642 kilos. This is not going to be quick, obviously. And it's also not going to be as quick as the Rally Mini that's in this game as well, which we've also had to go around. This is our final Mini, or even final MG and Mini, because they're the same dealership in this game, really. Anyways, to find out how the Mini Cooper 1.3 injection gets along, it's going to be doing 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version that costs a time of 26.540. The Mini Cooper 1.3 would not be beating that unless someone wants to make a Pikes Peak version. I know I've said that joke a lot lately, but you know, if someone wants to release like a small pack of Pikes Peak micro cars, that would be quite funny. But anyways, in terms of where this is going to go, the Mini 1.3 we had go round, which I think statistically the Cooper is definitely superior, but I can't quite remember in what way. That set a time of 32.5, which is actually pretty respectable. 32.496 technically. The Rally Mini, the crazy 240 odd horsepower special model you can buy, set a time of something like I think it was a 31.4 or something. A car that realistically could have set a quicker lap time, but it was absolutely undrivable around this track. It was a force to be reckoned with. It was fantastic because, you know, I do quite like seeing a Mini just go absolutely bonkers, but yeah, it wasn't a particularly quick car. It was an exciting car, but it didn't turn out to be particularly quick. The one thing I'm quite surprised about with this, I mean, am I surprised about it? it is sort of right around key car performance, and usually when you get these European cars that are right around sort of key car performance, they're usually like a lot quicker than the key cars. Well, as this one, not so much. Obviously, these aren't keys because they have 1.3 litre engines, so I don't know. It comes from that weird time in the 90s where the Japanese decided they wanted to buy all of Britain's awful cars. Admittedly, the Mini easily one of the better of the several that went over there, including the MGR V8, which was a terrible vehicle, which was basically an MGF with a giant 3.9 litre V8 in the front and no handling improvements to back it up, basically. I'd really like to get this under 32 seconds. I don't know if it's quite there. I don't know, it's a weird one, this. It feels pretty solid to drive. Little bit of sort of oversteer on the way out of corners, which is surprising considering it's, you know, a Mini. Wow, okay, there's a lot of time lost in that sector there. Come on, to the line. 31.905. That is definitely got about 0.2 in there. Well, not 0.2, I wouldn't go that far. There's definitely a couple of points in there, though. Yeah. It's just so much quicker on that Sector 2 on that final lap. It's another one of those cars where it's just all about keeping the momentum up and going constantly. Yeah. So, it's a challenge. As I've said before, I'm not really a big fan of driving cars like this, where it's all about momentum and just constantly keeping it up. Again, I don't know if you want to read too much into that Sector 1. I think there's 0.1 in that. I do think there's 0.1, but I'm not sure if it'd go that much quicker than that. So, yeah, not a bad car to drive, though, by any means, but, yeah, interesting to say the least. A 31.905 will place this into 426th place. Goes in between the Subaru Vivio and the Toyota Corolla 11BZG. It is quicker than a Ford Taurus, an Acura Integra, a Toyota Sora, and a BMW 840Ci. There you go. It's quicker than a Mitsubishi Mirage, quicker than a Nissan Pulsar Series VZR, quicker than a Del Sol SIR, quicker than the MGF. That's an interesting one for you. It actually, to be fair, if it had 0.1, what would have been quite funny is, I don't know if you guys ever played the game Vanishing Point. I think it was on the PS1 and the Dreamcast. It's not great, but it was alright. And the intro is a really cool intro. And it had a Mini and a Lotus Elise racing. And apparently, according to that, the Elise is not far off being beaten by the Mini. So there you go, there's a fun thing for you. The Elise is not that much quicker than a Mini Cooper. The 1966 Shelby GT350. This is, of course, a classic Shelby Mustang, the first of a long line of Shelby Mustangs, actually. A car that's almost, I guess, put Shelby on the map. Obviously, you have, like, the Cobra and the GT40 project. But really, like, in terms of things someone could actually buy that is Shelby branded, this was it. Sort of a race car for the road, the modern day equivalent of the GT350R or a ZL1 Camaro or something like that, which is very cool. I think you could even rent these through Hertz at one point, like renter races, and that's probably the reason there isn't an awful lot of these left, and when they do pop up, they are worth a lot of money. I think this is one of the most valuable of the Mark 1 Mustang. So naturally, of course, we stuck the racing modification on it, which is a very sort of bland racing mod. I guess it makes sense. It's just got the number 10 on it. A bit of a shame because there is some very cool colour combinations for this car, but nevertheless, got to give it the best chance we possibly can because it's a classic muscle car, and as we know, they're not particularly great to drive. I'm not sure how this one's going to be, but I'm not expecting an awful lot here. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 559 horsepower, 1,084 kilos. For a muscle car, it's got really good stats actually, so I guess it will be interesting to see how it gets along on our track. The GT350 is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and odds at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version, set a time of a 26.540. The GT350 is not beating that. In terms of sort of where this is going to go, well, its sort of main opposition is the most classic muscle cars are sort of around 31.7. It's beaten those straight away. I was about to say, the GT500 Shelby set a time of a 31.775, I think it was. And this has just blitzed that. So, I guess the next stop for this car is the quickest American muscle car, classic muscle car, I should say, we've had by far is the Camaro Z28. That's at a time of a 31.0, which this is just absolutely decimating. God, this is good to drive. Straight away, you know, classic muscle cars in this game obviously are interesting things to drive. They're very heavy, they're super powerful, they don't particularly get the power onto the road well. This is not that. The Camaro also wasn't that, but this is like the Camaro on steroids. This actually, 30.113, can this get under 30? That would be incredible. This actually drives a lot like an RX-7, dare I say it, where, you know, you get a bit of wheel spin on the exit of a corner, but it's not like a lot. You know, you can just sort of power through it and just keep your foot planted in it, and eventually it'll just sort of gather its traction back up. There's no need to sort of tap accelerate this or anything. It is just absolutely sublime. It doesn't feel like it weighs 1,050 kilos. It doesn't feel like quite on that level of good, to be honest. Like, it does feel like a heavy car, but other than that, there's no real complaint to be had here. This is phenomenal to drive. I'm really hoping we can get a good final lap in. I think the lap that I did, though, was pretty peak, to be honest. But it's this sector here. A little bit hard to sort of get it through there. The front end isn't super compliant through that sector, but it isn't horrible through there, but it isn't like it just isn't got the grip that I'd really want from it. 30.195 on that final lap. Yeah, I think 30.113 is it. It's a shame. I would love for this to have broke into the under 30 club. I think that would have been absolutely hilarious, but as it stands, it does not. If it did manage to break into under 30, it would have really troubled the Z28 30th Anniversary Edition, which is a muscle car that is 30 years newer than this. And they get their power in different ways. That Camaro was very heavy, but just had a lot of torque and a lot of traction. That, again, very sort of RX-8, RX-70 in the way that it drives. I don't think there's 0.2 in there. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think there's an under 30 in this, to be honest. I think looking at that, it could definitely be closer, but I don't think there's an under 30. I don't see it, personally. But you never know. I mean, if you sort of kept going round over and over again, perhaps. But personally, I don't really see it. But either way, a very phenomenal effort from this guy. It's just that first sector where it sort of falls down a little bit. A 30.113 will place this into 174th. Goes in between the Peugeot 406 Coupe and the Alfa Romeo 145 Cloverleaf. That means that this is almost a second quicker than that Camaro, making this what in my mind has to now be the undisputed king of the classic muscle cars. There is nothing going to touch this. I don't even know how many classic muscle cars we've got left, but none of them are touching this because that Camaro took forever to get beaten, and it's just been beaten insanely. Like, that is ridiculous. It's quicker than a Lancia Delta HF Integrale, quicker than an Astra. WRX wagon, Z28 Coupe, the 97 without the race mod. It beats that. Beats the Jaguar XKR, which is essentially a modern sort of muscle car. It is 0.1 quicker than an S2000, quicker than a Lexus GS400, quicker than the TVR Supra 4.2. It is a real car list, like a properly good car. Like I say, it is in contention for quickest muscle car. I think the quickest muscle car we've had is the Camaro SS, which is admittedly about 0.6 up the road, but this is, I think, about 0.5 up on the new Mustangs, which don't make as much power as this, but even still, they're newer vehicles. And this has just absolutely sent them into the shadow realm. That is insane. The 1994 Lancia Delta HF Integrale Collezione. This is a Lancia Delta special model, for which there were several, of course, but the Collezione is a very interesting one. So this is a Japan-only final run-out of the Lancia Delta. This is the final ever one they built, and it was a Japan-only model, with this sort of yellow and blue stripe, which is the HF colours, if you will, and this burgundy paintwork. I really like the way it looks. I just think it's bizarre that, again, this is an Italian-only model. But other than that, I mean, at least in real life, it is essentially identical to the standard Integrale. In terms of Gran Turismo, this one is actually a little bit better than the standard Evo, so it makes a little bit more power. Four-wheel drive, 480 horsepower, 1,192 kilos. So, yeah, a little bit better than the standard one. Of course, we have had the standard HF Integrale, the Evo, and now the Collezione is going to be going today. And then there's just the arcade-only rally car to cover. But for now, this is sort of peak Delta, if you will. And the Delta Integrale Evoluzione was pretty quick, so I'm expecting this one to be reasonably quick as well. They do suffer a little bit with understeer, but the Lancias are still pretty darn good. Anyways, to find out how the Lancia Delta HF Integrale Collezione gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set time at 26.540. This one unlikely to beat it. In terms of where this is going to go, well, the Evo, which ran non-race mod, so we can use the arcade mode only rally car eventually, has just been absolutely obliterated on that first lap. What on earth is in this car? I was about to say, that's at a time of 29.5. First lap in this, straight out, 29.3. What? What? Was the lap that good? I mean, I knew I got a pretty spot-on, like, couple of sectors, but damn. This does drive nice, actually. Usually the Lancias suffer a little bit with understeer. They sort of show their age a little bit compared to, like, the some of the other sort of Imprezas and Evos and stuff like that. But in this case, no age is being shown. This is just a really nice, solid car to pilot. It goes exactly where you want it to. Dare I say, this is actually better to drive than a lot of the modern Imprezas are. Straight into the under 28s, just 28.994. And to be fair, that lap wasn't even that great, to be honest. This is hunky-dory. I don't know what the Japanese have been hoarding these Lancias for, but I can see why they were doing it. Because, God, this is good. It is exceptionally good, actually, to be honest. Wow. I can't believe that. I can't get over the first lap. Just straight in. Didn't even get time to do the intro and say, oh, will it, won't it beat the Evo? Nope, straight away. It'll beat the Evo. Can we finally bank a lap in with an epic drift that is quicker than the lap that came before it? That is the question. A little bit of corner cut, a little bit of on the grass. No, not quite. Not quite. God, this is good. A little bit of understeer, like, when you're right at the limit, but to be honest with you, I'm trying to get the car to do things that it physically, well, wouldn't be able to, pretty much. God, that's good. That was a proper joyride, that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is impressive. That's really impressive. That's really nice to drive. My God. We got a Delta into the under 29s, and it's not the Delta S4, which got, you know, that car got absolutely embarrassed, to be perfectly honest. That was not a quick car. And then this just, again, random Japanese special model just comes in with its cool stripe and just goes, boom, under 29, like, no problem. Just, there you go, mate. Done it for you. Like, wow. Wow, what a car. What a car. Yeah, it's a shame I couldn't hold that that drift on that lap. Admittedly, the Sector 2, you know, we've spoken before, sort of Sector 1, Sector 2 split. You can see Sector 2 really suffered because I was slamming it into first gear there. I think there's a little bit of time in there. I think that could have done like a 28 point, like a high 28.9. And really started embarrassing some of the Imprezas and Evos and stuff. As it stands, it's not quite there, like the sort of top spec Evos and Imprezas, but it really isn't far off. That is insane. A 28.994 will place this into 79th. Goes in between the Toyota Chaser LM Edition and the Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R34. It beats an R34, beats the Wiegert Vector, beats the Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 2, beats the 4-door Skyline GTR, beats a bunch of other Imprezas and Legacies, quicker by a little bit than the Celica GT4 ST205. It's a proper car. Again, this is like 0.5 up on the standard Evo, which is insane. That's incredible. That is awesome. I love that. I wish I could have got a little bit more time out of it. In truth, I don't think there's much more there. But yeah, wow. That was incredible. The 1989 Nissan March Super Turbo. This isn't your average Nissan March / Micra. This Super Turbo is awesome. Let me tell you why the Super Turbo is great. So what this is, essentially, is this is a homologation car to get into a little tiny rally series in Japan where they basically use these sort of tiny little hatchbacks. And what this has is a 900cc 4-cylinder engine that is turbocharged and supercharged. Could be wrong here, but I think this is the only twin-charged car in the game. At least it's the only one I can think of at the moment. Produces about 110 horsepower stock. Obviously, fully upgraded like this is here. Produces a little bit more than that, but that is awesome. It has built-in fog lights into the sort of front grille, and it's just the coolest thing ever. I love this car. Fun fact as well, this is still the quickest Nissan Micra ever. Production Micra. The quickest one there ever was. They never produced anything quicker than this. 0 to 62 in 7.7 seconds, which is pretty good, actually. Yeah, I love this car. To be honest with you, there's a lot of sort of JDM-only cars in this game that I really like, but there's only a couple of them that I would actually consider owning. And I think off the top of my head, it's the Toyota Caldina GT4, because that thing's awesome, and then it's this. I would love to get a hold of the twin-charged Nissan March Super Turbo. Unfortunately, they are quite costly these days, either because Japanese people realise what they are and cherish them, or people like me who have slightly more money than me grow up with Gran Turismo 2, pick one as the first car, find out how awesome it is, and then get themselves one. But either way, awesome, awesome car. I love it. This race mod, not quite as awesome, do I have to admit. I think this is more based on one of the Micras from that series, or it could have been the show car, I'm not too sure. But you can definitely see sort of rally decals on the back with the Japanese flag. But yeah, not quite as cool. And unfortunately, it does get rid of the fog lights that are built into the front grille. It brings them out as sort of separate units, but that's still pretty cool. And the hood scoop and everything, this car is awesome. Front engine, front wheel drive, 218 horsepower, 686 kilos. Interestingly enough, the last March we had, the March G Sharp, was actually pretty quick as well. So interesting to see how this gets along. Anyways, the Nissan March Super Turbo is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Nissan March Super Turbo unlikely to beat that. Now, as mentioned, the Nissan March G-Sharp, or the Micra SR, depending on what region you're in, that car set a time of 31.584. That does mean it's in 390th, but that's still pretty impressive. Unfortunately, it's not so impressive, apparently, because this has just gone quicker than that on its first flyer. Alright, this is definitely more akin to, yeah, being pretty quick. Jesus. Actually, this car does have a bit of a natural rival in the Starlet Turbo S from 1987. That was actually sort of similar stats to this, and that was heroically quick. I think that said a 30.860. So, I guess that's sort of where we aim for with this. But it is an awesome car, this. You can actually hear a little bit of the sort of supercharger whine at the top end of the rev range, which does give it a very unique sound. The one pitfall of this is over the grass I'm hitting the limiter on second gear. I wish second gear was just a little bit longer than it is. I think if second gear was that tad bit longer, this would be a lot quicker. One pitfall with the March the March Super Turbo. This car apparently also came in real life, because I had to fact check myself, but I was right that this is a 900cc sort of supercharged, twin charged thing. Apparently they did this car with either a 5-speed manual or a 3-speed automatic, and as much as I don't dislike modern day automatics, I think they're great, and I think people who sort of go, oh, bring back manuals, blah 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 blah, I think a lot of it's sort of tosh. 3-speed automatic in this, yeah, I'd probably take the 5-speed manual. I would definitely take the 5-speed manual, actually. A little bit of a bouncy rear end there on that corner there. Front just piled wide into that corner. That was a bit of a shame. This has gone quicker than that Starlet, though. But there's definitely a little bit of time in this, but yeah, it's a tricky one. This is one of those cars that's just sort of, even though it is pretty quick, it is still all about momentum and pushing it through the corners. But I think I could probably be a little bit quicker. I don't think it would have gone like super quicker. I can't see this being like a 30.6 or maybe even a, well, it would be a 30.7 because naturally, but still. I will take the 30.809 with that car. That is very, very quick, actually, to be fair. That is, wow, actually, that beats something very interesting. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, good car to drive, really good car to drive. It is sort of everything you want from a tiny Japanese hatchback. It is, you know, monstrously quick, hugely determined, quite lightweight. Just a good overall car to drive, really, and definitely a bit of a giant killer in disguise. Yeah, front pushed wide on that corner. I think if I got the front turned in, I don't think we'd be looking at 30.6, maybe like a low 30.7, but I don't think it would have gone that much quicker, to be perfectly honest. I think that's pretty much sort of right around the limits of what we can get. But anyways, a 30.809 will place this into 278th place. Goes in between the Ford Mondeo Gear X and the Toyota Supra SZR. It beats a Supra. It beats an NSX Type S. Beats an FTO GR. Beats the Citroen Saxo. Quicker than the Nissan Primera Wagon and the Roof CR4. Quicker than a naturally aspirated Civic Type R. That hurts. It is slightly quicker than that Starlet 3-door Turbo S. To be honest with you, I think this is the better car of those two, as evidenced by the fact that there is a little bit more time in this. I think that Starlet was pretty much spot on. I think the Starlet handled slightly better, but this is just sort of a little bit quicker in general. Like I say, honestly, if this had a very slightly longer second gear, I think I could see like a 30.6 in this. I really could. It is just an incredible car to drive, and I am very happy with that one. The 1999 Tommy Kaira M13 Stage 2. Yeah, it's a Nissan Micra. That's what it is underneath this. It is a Nissan March, but it is the Tommy Kaira M13 Stage 2. And what did Tommy Kaira do? Well, they added a racing stripe and a massive ducktail spoiler that looks great, and then they ruined it by adding the most ridiculous front bumper I've ever seen on a car. It looks very surprised to see you. I mean, you see these things in real life, and even then, it still looks quite ridiculous. Just that giant gurning mouth on the front of the M13. I suppose it's quite cool in sort of retrospect. I mean, at the time, this was heinously ugly, and it still is. But obviously, it is quite cool. Fun fact as well, I believe later Tommy Kaira M13s were based on the Daewoo Matiz. There you go, there's some Googling you can do after this video. But no, the Tommy Kaira M13 Stage 2. I'd love to know what Stage 2 gets you compared to Stage 1. But nevertheless, here it is. Only comes in this one colour. Again, red with a white stripe, which is really all you need. Got some sort of cool looking steelies on it as well. Statistically, not quite as impressive as that Nissan March Super Turbo we had last time out. 185 horsepower, 763 kilos, so a little bit heavier, a little bit less power. Can this compete with the Nissan March G Sharp? That's the question. God, it sounds cool. Anyways, to find out how the Tommy Kaira M13 Stage 2 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. I love that exhaust noise. It's like listening to gravel or like a really early V8 or something. Anyways, to find out how quick this is, it's going to get 6 laps on the Motorsports Land track. Currently, it is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Tommy Kaira M13, unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the March G Sharp currently sits quite pretty actually in 391st place with a 31.584. So that is the target time of the M13. I want to say this has slightly less power than a March does overall, and that the March also had the race mod as well, which this obviously doesn't. As much as it would have been cool to see a race modded Tommy Kaira M13 Stage 2, I'm assuming the you know, they didn't want to completely make this car OP, you know. Straight away, the one thing I will say that's definitely going for this car is the suspension on this is absolutely solid. Everything runs race suspension, but every car feels slightly different. Like that Micra felt a little bit looser. This feels hardcore over the bumps. Like, it's literally not even like fluctuating anywhere. It's like driving one of those big old Citroen barges with the hydropneumatic suspension, where it's just like not even moving over the bumps. Hydropneumatic. I don't know why I said that so weird. But yeah, it is cool. It makes no power whatsoever. That is the one thing I'm quickly realizing in this. There is no power. It is a 5-speed, so it is a manual. It just feels really long ratio. The worst bit is it's probably not. It probably might even be on shorter ratios than that Super Turbo was, but because of just the way it's you know, got very little power compared to that Super Turbo, it does feel significantly slower. Yeah, it's not great, I'll be honest. It's a bit slidey on the limit. It's, you know, actual sort of, you get close to the peak power and you think it's really going to like start going, and it just doesn't. It is catastrophically slow. So I really stuck with second gear there, because apparently that is the quicker way through that corner. It's all about maximising the top end of the gears, and also trying. It just slides out that corner as well, which is a bit bizarre, really. Yeah, it's a bit too. Dare I say it, and looking at its gurning face, it is quite hard to believe it when I do say this. It's a bit too hardcore for its own good, this car. you know, the suspension is so hard that when you turn in the car into corners, you know, it almost feels like it's got to go through the rear end because there's not enough slack in the front suspension to make up with it, so it sends on all the jolts towards the rear. Does that make sense? Probably not. But that's sort of how it feels. It is, yeah, a bizarre thing to pilot. I don't particularly... I'll be honest, I didn't enjoy that. It doesn't drive very well. I mean, considering the amount of power it's got, it still didn't do too bad. It still beats quite a couple of interesting vehicles there. But, yeah, it's just not... I don't know. Considering how much of a shining star the March G and that Super Turbo we saw last time out are, it's a bit of a downgrade really on those two, so I'd probably suggest you go towards those unless you really can't live without that face. Anyways, the Tommy Kyra M13 Stage 2 is going to go into 31791. 791. It's going to go into 419th place. Goes in between the Nissan Stagea RS4V and the Daihatsu Mira TR 4-wheel drive. It is quicker than the Toyota MR2 G Limited, the Lotus Elise Sport 135, Mazda Unos V Special, BMW 323 Ci, a Silvia Case that ran really early on, and a Sprinter Treno. But it's right around this sort of low-powered front-wheel drive stuff. I mean, it's, you know, only slightly slower than the Ford Ka, and the Mazda Demio, the Toyota XYR Detroit Show version, Daihatsu Move. It's not that far off of like the Peugeot 306 and so on. So in terms of sort of like the low tier front wheel drive stuff, it's pretty good. I mean, it's nowhere near stuff like the Volkswagen Lupo, March Super Turbo, the Galanza, and of course the sort of king of those all, the Fiat Punto GT, but it's still not bad. I mean, it beats like a Mini Cooper and stuff like that, which is sort of what you'd cross-shop this with, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's quite good relative to itself, but it's not very good compared to some of the other vehicles that you'd sort of cross-shop with this with. Or, no. It's not as good compared to how Marches usually are, but compared to the stuff you'd normally like associate with this, it's not too bad. The 1991 Nissan Skyline GTS 4. This is an R32. It feels like we haven't had a four-wheel drive R32 in forever, but we finally have one, the GTS 4. This is our second to last R32 we're going to run. After this, it's just a classic GTR, which you can probably tell what's going to happen with all of the sort of final GTRs for their class. But anyways, the GTS 4 is one of those that you can buy as a first car, and it makes for a pretty darn good first car, to be honest. I think this makes about 210 horsepower stock. You got four-wheel drive, of course, it's Skyline, so it handles pretty well. It is a great car to take you through the base game, but the question is, can it do anything more than that? Can this Hot Lap Classic, can this show that this car can compete with some of the upper echelons of the car market? Can this be one of the best bang for bucks that you can get in the game? If it can, then it can match something like the Mazda Familia Interplay, which is insanely quick. Then we might be onto something. Although, of course, you don't drive any of these cars around Motorsports Land, so maybe this test is truly meaningless. Who knows? Anyways, the race mod on this is very similar to that you find on the GTS-T Type M, and to be honest with you, I guess that's what we're going to be comparing this to, because there's not really a lot of this more base model four-wheel drive Skyline in the game. In fact, there is none now that the GT2 Plus mod has corrected the Skyline 280p ride to actually be rear-wheel drive, which is what it's supposed to be. So that is interesting. Four-wheel drive, 390 horsepower, 1,212 kilos. Pretty good stats. That's the sort of stuff that you'd expect to get it into the under 30 club. The question is, can it do that? To find out, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car's at a time of a 26.540. The Nissan Skyline GTS 4 unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Nissan Skyline GTS 4 is going to go, The GTS T Type M set a time of a 30.078. Now again, remember that is a rear wheel drive Skyline, so this has the advantage of 4-wheel drive and being smashed into a wall, so now it weighs slightly less. Yeah, straight out of the gate, I am noticing this is quite understeery. That's not usually a trait we see in Skylines. I'm quite surprised by that. Usually Skylines are just too rear-wheel drive bias round the corners, and so they sort of slide out on you in unexpected ways. Whereas with this, seems to have a bit of an opposite effect. The amount of power this has should hopefully still sort of make this a reasonable contender towards the front. I'm hoping this isn't like a Toyota ST185 situation where this car is just ungodly slow for no particularly discernible reason. But yeah, first lap with this, 30.044. Okay, not all hope is lost. It is still pretty quick. That is going to be like a fun sort of bank of cars to have a look at once this sort of show is done and gone. Is the cars you can buy for under 10,000 credits, how they all sort of shape up next to one another. What actually is the quickest starter car? Because I'm going to guess this is going to be pretty high up there, judging by the way it drives, or judging by the lap time. Again, by the way it drives, it ain't as impressive as you think. It actually feels, dare I say it as well, a little underpowered. I find that quite rich, considering I've just driven a bunch of Nissan Micras. But yeah, a little bit underpowered. But we are going to get into that under 30 though, 29.901. Now that I'm sort of more used to it, it's not as bad. You just need to really watch your throttle discipline in the corners on this one. You accelerate too quickly, you're just going to go straight into a wall. You've got to sort of temper it and caress the throttle pedal, if you will, to try and get this thing around the corners. Alright, there we go, 29.901. To be honest with you, that was quite a tricky lap to pull out of this. I'm glad we did it, because it does mean it beats some surprising cars. That it is, like I say, it's a weird one. That there's definitely limitations to its chassis, and it's not going to be suited to everyone. I quite like an understeery car, but that is quite bad, to be honest, when it comes to like understeer. But if you can sort of drive around it, it isn't too terrible, I guess. That could be a little bit quicker. I respectfully disagree a little bit with that, because I think with the way Sector 1 and Sector 2 feed into each other, you really need to go quite slow into Sector 1 in order to sort of maximise your exit into 2. So, yeah, not quite sure I agree with that, but 29.901 definitely isn't too bad of a time, anyway. A 29.901 will place this into 151st place. Goes in between the Nismo Stagia 260 RS and the Tommy Kyra RR33. So it beats a Tommy Kyra. It's quicker than the Venturi Atlantique, quicker than the Golf Rally car, quicker than the Mercedes-Benz SLK 320, Alfa Romeo GTV, Tommy Kyra ZZ2. I mean, in terms of things quicker than it, there's nothing cheaper. I can tell you that for free. And I think, sort of, overall, that's probably the best starter car that we've had so far. It beats that 323 interplay by about 0.3 of a second. Admittedly, that interplay is only front-wheel drive and has less power than this. But still definitely something to consider. And it beats the ST185 as well, which I do find very surprising, because that car really should be, like, leagues above this, and it just isn't, so... Yeah, pretty valiant effort from the GTS4. The 1999 Toyota MRS S Edition, also known, of course, as the MR2 Spider in PAL regions. The MRS, the final of the MR2s, Of course, you had the sort of the wedgie version that looks like it was designed with protractor. Then you had the soap bar, and now you've got this, the MRS. And in my personal opinion, this is my favourite of the bunch. I really like the Mark III MR2. It comes from that sort of period in time where Toyota was designing cars that I think even today still look good. Like the 1999 Celicas, I think still look great, and this is another car of that sort of lineage. You can even put a Celica front end on this if you're mental. Underneath, this car is much more akin to how the MR2 really was originally thought out to be. The AW11, AW10, that sort of vehicle, it was essentially just an economy car, but the engine was in the middle and drive went out the rear. Similar sort of thing here, you had a Corolla engine and it went out the rear wheels. In this case, it was the 1.8 litre, which isn't too dissimilar to that from the Lotus Elise, but not quite. Although eventually that engine would then refind its way into Toyotas with the likes of the Corolla compressor. Anyways, in terms of this game, be interested to see how this does. These are lighter than SW20s, but you know, the SW20 also doesn't handle that great, and being light around this track doesn't particularly lend itself to being quick, so it'll be interesting to see. The racing modification on this is not really my cup of tea. You could have this, and you can either choose to have the hood in red or black, and I've gone for the sort of red and black look because I think it does look slightly better. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. This car does come in some great factory colours. Unfortunately, we can't showcase those. Mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, 258 horsepower, 865 kilos. Pretty lightweight, actually. Although not as light as something like an Elise, so I do think this is going to do a little bit better than the Elises. It has got that horrible, busy engine sound, though. Anyways, to find out how the MRSS edition gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak Edition. That car set a time of 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is wanting to go, sort of low-end Toyota MR2s hover around the very late 31 seconds into the 32s. I think the MR Spider is the slowest one with a 32.1. The 98G Limited that we had not long ago set a time of 31.801. I think that's where this really needs to be looking at, and then maybe we can think about beating some Lotus Elises and stuff. Straight away, though, I can tell you this is not nice to drive at all. It has that typical mid-engine feel of there being far too little weight over the front wheels to really get it to turn in nicely, while also having be very, very twitchy on the grass, which is a horrible combination. Again, we see that a lot with the Elises and Alans, and the really lightweight stuff has a lot of problems like this, and the MR2s do as well, the G Limiteds. Obviously, the MR2 GTSs are going to be quicker because they have a lot of power, so they can sort of power their way around at 31.496 though. This is quick if you can get it under control. I can actually feel when I'm going onto the grass there, I actually took, I stopped accelerating. God damn it. I stopped accelerating, and the it literally sort of almost shuddered to a halt with the way that slowed down. This must have some pretty hefty sort of multipliers on traction loss, maybe. I don't know. But either way, it definitely feels interesting over the bumps, but it is actually quite a quick car in its heart of hearts, which not a lot of MR2s are, so... But a 31.4 instantly means it's quicker than any Elise we've had, which is quite mental to think about, really. But it's just not particularly a great car to pilot. Which is a bit of a shame, but I sort of was expecting that. Good news is, though, that 31.569 would also still be quite a respectable lap time for this. There we go. Managed to not lose it on the grass there. And if we could set a good representative lap time. Have to be really careful when you get on the power. A bit like that GTS 4 last time, but perhaps more so in this. If you get on the power at the wrong time, you are just going to understeer straight off into Timbuktu. Got really lucky with the corner cut there. 30.748. God, that is far more than this car deserves, I will tell you that. I'm very happy as an MR2 Spider fan, but God, that was tricky to drive. That really was tricky to drive. It should not be that quick, to be perfectly clear. You should absolutely drive a Tommy Kyra ZZS instead of this, but, like I say, I will definitely take that. That is phenomenally quick around there. There is my clip into the wall there. To say that I only really got one representative lap time, I didn't think that was going to be that quick, to be perfectly honest, but no, really, really good from the MRS, and going to that could have been quicker. I have my doubts, but yeah, I mean, I suppose if you sort of kept going round and round and round, you maybe could get this into the 30.6s. But like I say, you should absolutely go towards Tommy Kyra, the ZZ3 and the ZZS. Handle this track so much better than this does. This is one of those weird situations where I don't really want to recommend this car to you because I don't think it's very good, to be perfectly clear. But you can't really argue with the lap time there. A 30.748 will place this thing into 269th place. Nice. Goes in between the Lancia Y and the Mugen S2000. It's almost as quick as the quickest standard Mazda Unos Roadster we've had. It is quicker than the Ford Mustang GT, quicker than the DR30 Skyline, quicker than the Tommy Kyra ZZS Coupe, which again, drive that over this, please. Quicker than Corvette Grand Sport, quicker than EG Civic. I mean, it's only slightly slower than the likes of the Nissan Silvia Qs, TRD 3000 GT, Acura Integra Type R, Nismo 270R. It's pretty mid-pack, actually, to be honest. 269 puts it what is very roughly sort of middle of the road. Middle of the road is 253, I think, currently. But, yeah. Interesting, to say the least. I wasn't expecting it to be that quick, and realistically, it probably shouldn't have been. The 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 2.5 V6 24 valve. That is a lot of numbers, and it builds up to a combination of a very cool car. The Alfa Romeo 156, one of my favourite saloon cars, because it looks incredible, and it's an Alfa Romeo, and you can't really go wrong with an Alfa Romeo. And it should be pretty quick too, but we'll get to that. First off, let's talk about race mod. So, we had the 2-litre Twin Spark, which was a very quick car. That didn't run race mod. This one is running race mod. This race mod, I believe, is based off of what would eventually go on to run in the World Touring Car Championship and European Touring Car Championships, so like a prototype to that. It is one of those race mods that, don't get me wrong, it looks very, very cool, and I won't take away from it, but it always feels like it railroads you towards a specific colour scheme. So really, this race mod only looks good on either this car with the Alfa Romeo red and the white with the yellow mirrors, which is how this essentially ran in real life, and then the cream car with the red sort of stickering on the side of it and the red go faster stripes on it. Any other colour scheme looks a little bit weird because the Alfa Romeo wording on the side sort of doesn't change, and it either comes in, I think it either comes in red or white. And there's a really nice blue colour scheme which comes with yellow stripes, but the writing on the side is still in white, so it looks a little bit sort of like too much is going on. I think it has red mirror caps as well, so yeah, there's a lot going on there. So I've gone with this classic Alfa Romeo red. In terms of statistics, this is one of the most powerful front-wheel drive cars in the entire game. Front-engine, front-wheel drive, 470 horsepower, 1,127 kilos. The Twin Spark, the 156, also made a decent amount of power. I think that made about 380. And that was one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars we've ever had. In fact, I believe it was the quickest front-wheel drive car we had for a long, long time, until the Peugeot 206 came along. And it's been holding that spot for well over about 200 episodes now. So the question is, can the 156 take back its crown? That's what we're here to find out. It is going to have to take its crown back in a different way, because I don't expect this is going to handle particularly great, unlike the Twin Spark, but we'll find out. Anyways, to find out how the Alfa Romeo 156 2.5 V6 24V gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 26.540, with this car unlikely to beat that. The Alfa Romeo 156 Twin Spark set a time of a 30.145, which I so thought it was going to beat on that first lap for some reason. The Peugeot 206, the car that has been the quickest front-wheel drive car, quickest production front-wheel drive car, I should point out, not obviously including race cars and stuff. That set a time of a 29.818, so that is what the 156 is up against. Straight away, this is a barge to drive. It is very heavy, you can tell it's heavy. 29.577. You know, it's good when you blitz the records as opposed to merely poke the records, you know. And that's what this 156 has done. It looked at that record and went, that's cool. That's cute. I think from what I remember as well, the funny thing is, this is quite a sort of barge to throw around the corners. But for what I remember, the 206 wasn't exactly a tidy handler either. The 206 was quite a vicious thing to pilot as well. So this 156, being the way it is, isn't too surprising, I guess. 470 horsepower is a lot. It does make you wonder though, with cars like this, you know, obviously this, in theory, is helped tremendously by the fact it has the racing modification, which really sort of lets it put that power down through the corners. Because I think this would be, you know, without the racing mod, oh god, that was a really terrible combination of corners there. Without the race mod, you can sort of tell that this would be, you know, tougher to drive. It was way more, you don't get that sort of front traction benefit from the downforce and all the rest of it. It does make me wonder if stuff like obviously we saw the Intrepid's race mod, which is a very powerful front-wheel drive car, but that car kind of sucked to drive. You know, it does make you wonder about stuff like the Ford Cougar. You know, if that had a race mod, would that be, because that was quite quick actually in the end. Would the Ford Cougar be a lot quicker with a race mod? It does make you wonder. But anyways, typical sort of me, first lap, best lap. But we got pretty close to the Peugeot's record on quite a lot of the subsequent laps, so I'll happily take that. What a car. What a monster. Like I say, that hasn't just like, you know, beaten the front wheel drive record. That's decimated the front wheel drive record. You know, we barely have front wheel drive cars get into under 30. In fact, I'm going to quickly list what we've got. We've got the Peugeot 206, we've got the, hold on, 206, there's the Integra, and the Golf Mark IV rally car, and that's it. So they're the only cars that can get into the under 30, and this has just not only got into the under 30, very comfortably has got under 30. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. I love this thing. I mean, like I say, I'm a big Alfa Romeo fan at heart, so as everyone who has watched this series probably knows. So I'll definitely take that to the bank and cash it in, but my god, what a car. What a machine. A 29.577. We'll put this into 118th. Goes in between the Ford Escort Rally Car and the Subaru Impreza WRX sedan. It is quicker than the Mazda Speed RX-7 A-Spec, quicker than a List Storm, quicker than the Mitsubishi Galant, quicker than a bunch of GTRs, quicker than the Caldina GTT, quicker than the Evo 3, quicker than a Roof BTR2, quicker than the Lancia Delta S4 Rally Car. I could really keep going on and on and on about all the things this has beaten, but that is mighty, mighty quick. I mean, that Escort Rally Car should really thank its lucky stars that it wasn't beaten by this, because that would have been embarrassing. I mean, it's not that far off the Lancia Delta HF Integrale. Italian cars have been very, very quick around this track. I've been very impressed by a lot of the Italian cars around here. And the 156 really is the epitome of that, and it shows why. The 1995 Honda Integra Type R. One of the last Integras to run. It's this and then one more Acura and we're done, but this is it for Honda Integras, but there is one more Acura. This one is interesting. I thought all Integras had the same race mod, but apparently I completely forgot about this one. This 1995 car comes with this Castrol livery, which I think looks absolutely fantastic. It's very similar to the Castrol liveries on the, I think it's the RX-7 Infini 3, has this sort of almost spidery flame-like Castrol livery on it, but this is that taken to an extreme, and I love it. I love the green bumper and green side skirts, how it feeds into the car. It looks absolutely phenomenal. I think that, to be honest with you, I think all Honda Integra Type R should have had this race mod, and then the Acuras all have that yellow DC Sports livery that they have, but I think this one is better. Now, just a quick note on Integra Type Rs, to give them a little bit of sort of uniqueness in this series. The 1998 Integra Type R ran with a turbocharger. I think it was 360 horsepower. One of the quickest front-wheel drive cars we've ever had. Well, as this is running naturally aspirated, so don't expect this to be as quick as that. Ultimately, all eyes to the Acura Integra Type R if you want to see sort of true peak Integra performance, and we'll see if that can beat the Honda equivalent, for which it should do, because I don't think there's any statistical changes, it's just the sort of headlight changes, for which the Honda looks better, in my opinion. Don't at me. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 288 horsepower, 981 kilos. It has got all the makings to be a pretty quick front wheel drive car. Not Alfa Romeo 156 quick, as we found last time, but should still be pretty quick. Anyways, to find out how the 1993 Honda Integra Type R gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land Track and Odds at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak Edition. That car set a time of 26.540. The 1995 Integra Type R, unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, I've got my eye, for some reason, on the Acura Integra Type R. That set a time of 30.708, the 95. I almost want to say that was running turbo. It wasn't running race mod. So 30.708 should be achievable. There's also the Mugen Integra Type R, if it beats that, which set a time of 30.4. Again, I think that was turbocharged, so more power, but this has the race mod and is lighter, so that should hopefully count for something. I want this one to do well because I really like the way it looks. 30.954 on its first flyer. Yeah, maybe that 95 was... Is that how I split Integras? Did I do like one with the turbo, one without, and then both of the Acuras are turbo, but one's non-race mod? I don't remember. It's been a while since I sort of divvied up what was running NA and turbo. And to be perfectly honest with you, if I would do this series again, which I'm not, but if I was going to, I'd maybe reconsider some of the divvy ups I did in terms of what sort of ran with what. One of the key ones would have been that 156 twin spark, or 156 from last time, running the twin spark with race mod. Because I think that would have maybe got into the under 30s, but maybe after this series, I don't know. Maybe I should do like a developer commentary on sort of the Hot Lap Classic and sort of see what I can tell you about, you know, director's commentary, that sort of thing, you know. I'll release the... I've been on about doing this for a while. I'll release the sort of full, like, episodes 1 to 100, and then maybe release, like, a developer commentary over it, so I can, like, milk it for all it's worth, because that's going to take a while to put together, and sort of give you, like, a sort of behind-the-scenes walkthrough what I was thinking when all cars were going around. I feel like there'd be a lot of silent moments in that because I'd have to talk for about 6 hours. Maybe I'll live stream that or something. I don't know. Anyways, final lap for the Integra. This is very Integra to drive, i.e. there is quite a lot of rear sliding, but if you can get on top of that, you have quite a decent sort of front wheel drive platform to work with overall. I got a bit on the grass there. I think if I didn't get on the grass, this might have been a little bit quicker. But I mean, I'll take that. It wasn't bad. Personally, I prefer driving the Civics. I think the Civics are a little bit more controllable in my mind, and generally seem to be the quicker vehicles. But yeah, there's no denying that's pretty good. I think Integras are lighter than Civics, which also sort of contributes to the handling changes between them. But yeah, I don't know, not super my cup of tea, but not bad. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of time on that final sector. Again, rubbing up on the grass, I think definitely shaved off a couple of tenths, but or a couple of hundredths, I should say. But either way, this car didn't do too bad overall, and it actually goes with a gaggle of other Hondas with a 30.788, so that's something. A 30.788 will place this thing into 279th. Goes in between the Honda Prelude Type S and the Nissan Primera. It is quicker than a Ford Mondeo, the Nissan March Super Turbo, a Super SZR, NSX Type S. Slightly slower than the EG Civic from '93, which again, I think that's a better driving car, to be perfectly clear. Slower than the Corvette Gran Sport, Volkswagen New Beetle. Other than that, not really too much comparable to this. Like I say, it is down on that Acura Integra Type R, but again, I swear that ran turbo. So that does make sense for it to be slower than that, and slower than the Mugen Integra Type R as well. But still a pretty cool car, very cool race mod, and yeah, very respectable time. I think the Integras in general have done pretty well, unless it's the sort of GSs and GSRs, which maybe weren't so impressive. The 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK 320 Sport. Of course, this car has an almost identical twin in the form of the CLK 200 Sport, but while that has a puny little 4-cylinder, this has a nice big 6-cylinder up front, so this one should be a little bit quicker than that, although that car was actually pretty impressive when it came here, so interesting to see how the CLK 320 gets along compared to both the 200 Sport and some of the BMW brethren that we have had go around the course. In terms of the CLK itself, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm not a fan of this generation of Mercedes-Benz styling. I think it's aged a little bit better than it looked back in the day, but I've never liked this era of Mercedes with the 4 sort of circular lights on the front, the ostentatious grille. I appreciate that they couldn't always go looking like they did in sort of the 90s and to a lesser extent the 80s, where they sort of had that smooth raked styling, whereas this is a little bit more individual, I'd say, but I don't think it really works. I think Lexus actually did a better job when they copied this for the GS series of saloon cars, but yeah, nevertheless, should still be pretty quick, I would imagine. CLKs aren't too bad. Of course, there's also the CLK race car, which we have seen go around the course, which isn't in the base game, but thanks to GT2 Plus, that got added, and it was pretty quick, so I don't think we're going to get to that level of performance, but we'll see. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 469 horsepower, 1,330 kilos. It is a heavy old barge, this, but what would you expect? It is a Mercedes. Anyways, to find out how the CLK 320 gets along, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak Edition. That car set a time of 26.540. The CLK 320 unlikely to beat that. Now the CLK 200 Sport, the 4-cylinder version, set a time of a 31.038, which was actually pretty good, especially the time it ran, because it ran very early on, I think, and this is just beating that on its first lap. Cool. Alright, well, that car's in the bin. I don't really know what's next up on this. Technically, I think the 3 Series Coupes aren't, or are they? I'm not sure. The CLK, as far as I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm almost certain the CLKs were more like E-Class based than they were C-Class based, but I could be wrong there. It might just because the E-Class ended up looking like the CLK. But, yeah, I don't know, maybe the BMWs have got something to worry about here. Although it is still, it definitely drives how you'd imagine a Mercedes to drive around here. It is big and blocky and torquey. That is essentially the method to this car's madness. It is always a bit weird to me. I mean, maybe it's because it wasn't quite out at the time. It is always amazing to me that this game didn't really feature any of the V8 CLKs that came along. Like, obviously, I think the AMGs were a little bit after this game's time, that sort of the CLK 55 AMG and stuff like that, although that is in a couple of mods if you want to try that one out. But the 430, I think, was like a base car that launched. Unless this is like based on Japanese models, I'm not too sure. But yeah, always a bit surprising we didn't have the 4.3 V8 to play around with, which I think, I could be wrong here, but I'm almost certain that's a very similar V8 to what was in the C43 AMG. Unless that was a straight six, I don't know. No, the 36 was the straight six. But yeah, always a bit surprising that they never did like a big V8 CLK in this game. These are the cars that's sort of very strange to drive. Don't get me wrong, I haven't been driving particularly well, I will admit, but it does feel like it sort of peaked on that first lap, and then ever since then it's sort of been a little bit trickier to drive. It definitely feels its weight, I'll tell you that. And like I say, it is all about the torque in this car. It is a very sort of torquey machine. Because there's far more power than something like a 3 Series does, but again it weighs a lot more than something like a 3 Series does. To the line, 30.731. Yeah, weird is how I'd describe that, to be perfectly honest. Very strange car to drive. I can't really make out whether that's good to drive or not. It's very Mercedes-like to drive, in a way that not a lot of Mercedes have been. The AMG saloons have been seriously quick around here. The CLK 230 was quick around here. I think the A-Class wasn't half bad considering it's sort of top-heavy and it's an A-Class. Well, there's this. I don't know. It's a little bit... I don't know. The power figures on this and the fact that the other Mercedes-Benz have been quite nice to drive would indicate that that's sort of could have gone quicker, but I mean, looking at the splits, it isn't really that much in it. Yeah. Weird car, that. Weird car. I don't... I'm not sure. It does go right around where a bunch of other weird cars go as well, but, yeah. Interesting. A 30.731 will place this into 267th place. Goes in between the TRD 3000 GT and the Nissan Silvia Q's Aero. It is quicker than a Mazda Unos Roadster, quicker than a Lancia Y, quicker than the Toyota MRS Spider, quicker than the Mugen S2000. Mustang GT's here. Mustang's pretty interesting because it is a little bit sort of Mustang-y to drive, really. In terms of sort of BMWs, it is slower than the 323i Coupe, the E36, by about 0.1, which I probably makes sense. Slower than the IS200 by about 0.2. About 0.2 off of the E55 AMG, which I think makes sense as well. But it's quicker than like naturally aspirated Supras and other stuff that sort of compete with this as well. I think for sort of this... I mean, it's quicker than a 320ci, quicker than a 328i Saloon, quicker than the Nissan 200SX. Yeah, bit bizarre, really, that. I'm not sure on that one, to be perfectly honest. The 1998 Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB. The final Legacy wagon to take on the course, and the only one of this generation of Legacy, which is my personal favourite generation of Legacy. This one and the one after it. That's what I think about when I think Subaru Legacy. And everything that came after it was nowhere near as good. This one has race mod, and it is a truly interesting race mod. I think this Saloon shares this race mod as well, but with the Saloon, it only comes in white, which doesn't look too bad with the pink and the grey and the black. Well, as this one, I had the option of Cashmere Yellow, so I went for that. And, yeah, there's a lot of colours going on here. I think it looks bizarre, especially with the red wheels that really top it up. It is a truly bizarre racing mod. There is no coordination here. However, I love it. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, very cool looking. I'm glad I could get a Legacy in this colour. No dark blue, unfortunately, but we will deal with the cashmere yellow. Statistically, this is the best Legacy wagon we've ever had, and it should, on paper, be the quickest Legacy wagon that we've had, or will have, because this is the only Legacy wagon that is now available to us, and I don't think any other mod is planning on including a new Legacy wagon. I could be wrong there, and no, I don't count the one from Epic Turismo. Four-wheel drive, 524 horsepower, 1,264 kilo. Does look very low, very slammed on the suspension, so it'll be interesting to see how it copes with that. Anyways, to find out how quick the Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB is, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car's set a time of a 26.540. The Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of Legacies, the quickest Legacy wagon we had set time of a 29.078. So that is the magical number that this car has to try and beat. And yes, I was trying to read the leaderboard there, which is why I sort of... It might have looked like I had a brain spasm into that first corner, but believe me, I didn't. I was just trying to look at the leaderboard to figure out what our target time with this is. Now, for me, that means anything that isn't under 29 seconds is a failure in the eyes of the Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB, and this should be a pretty quick vehicle because, well, it's a Subaru, which means fast in Japanese, for those of you who don't know, and it has a ridiculous amount of power, and as we all know, Subarus with good amount of power around here are always going to do insanely well, so unless it's the Subaru Impreza rally car, in which case not so much. 29.005, so it is quicker, but as I said, I want that under 29 seconds. That's the goal of this car. Anything other than that is a failure. This drives really nice. It is heavy. There is no getting around the bust of this vehicle, but it is yeah, a magical thing to pilot. It drives really nicely. You know, heavy, yeah, but you know, still absolutely sublime on the limit. 28.657. That was always almost one of those sick drifts round there, but not quite. I'd love to be able to get this a little bit quicker. Don't know if we're going to be able to. Be interesting to see how the Impreza wagons stack up against this, because I think, obviously, we've had quite a few Impreza wagons. There's still a couple more of those to go around, or one even, in the form of the STI. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they do compared to this. Bump the wall there, which isn't going to help. I will take my 28.657 because that is monstrously quick from the Subaru Legacy Wagon GTB. Dare I say, a little bit of time in there. Dare I say it, I think there is a little bit more to come out of that, but I'll definitely take that to the bank and cash it in because that is pretty phenomenal from this car. And I think that does beat every Impreza wagon we've had, I want to say. Yeah, awesome car. Can't wait for the saloon to come round because the saloon's going to be even quicker than that. The saloon's going to be pretty monstrous, really. But yeah, awesome car. Looks truly ridiculous, and as we all know, a car that looks ridiculous is very, very quick. I thought there was a bit more time in that, to be honest, but maybe not. Yeah, according to that, no. But yeah, awesome car to drive. I love it. I absolutely love it. And it always looks ridiculous to see a giant Subaru Legacy plotting its way around the track. 28.657 will place this into 50th. The 50th quickest car that has gone around our track so far is a Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB. It is quicker than the Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R version 4, quicker than a Dodge Copperhead LM edition, quicker than an Alfa Romeo 155 touring car and a CRX Del Sol LM edition, quicker than the Opel Calibra Super Touring car, quicker than the Nismo Skyline tuned by Autech. I'm going to put money on this being the quickest wagon we've ever had go around the course so far, which it is. Yeah, nothing else up there is a wagon, so this is the quickest wagon in the game so far. Of course, there is an Impreza wagon to go around, and it is going to be interesting to see if that can beat this, because I think this has more power than that Impreza does. So the Impreza's going to have to pull something out of its sleeve. The Legacies might win the battle of the wagons, but we will have to find out. But other than that Impreza, I don't see another wagon coming around this course that is quicker than this. So yeah, hats off to Subaru, and it's truly bizarre looking Legacy Touring Wagon GTB. The 1992 Jaguar XJ220. A legendary car in Gran Turismo 2 because it's one of the only real proper supercars in this game. A almost world record holder, disputed land speed for a production car. Of course, that's what the XJ220 was built to get, and, well, according to Wikipedia, the record wasn't real because they added 50 extra horsepower to it. But I'm going to claim that this car is one of only 3 in this game that have held a production car speed record before. It's this, Roof CTR, Roof BTR. There you go, there's your 3. But yeah, that's what the XJ220 was designed to do, hence 220, in the same way the XK120 was supposed to achieve 120 miles an hour, which it did. Of course, XJ220 in this game, in the base game, it's called the GT race car for some reason, when it isn't, until you race mod it, in which case it actually becomes a replica of a GT race car, which is cool, which is how we've got it here with the Perspex front lights, which I do think are quite cool. I really wish something like A-Spec would add the XJ220S, because that's sort of my more preferred way of running an XJ220, but we have the original here, which is very good. And again, it's a car that everyone remembers because it is sort of the proper supercar in this game. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 959 horsepower. Yep, much like the Toyota GT1 road car, this is another one of these sort of basically race cars for the road that you can actually do some modifications to. And yeah, that's the power figure. So this should be pretty disastrous. 1,174 kilos, which is quite light considering the XJ220 is known for being a bit of a whale in real life. I do kind of wish this was the four-wheel drive V12 prototype model because, again, 960 horsepower through the rear wheels is going to be interesting. But we'll find out how crazy this is to drive. The last Jag supercar we used, the XJR15, actually very, very quick. So I'm hoping this will be quick as well. And also that noise. The XJ220 noise in this game is something else. Anyways, to find out how the XJ220 gets along, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Or I can set in it in this case. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. XJ220 isn't going to be troubling that. In terms of where this is going to go, XJR15 set a time of a 28.584, which I think is pretty reasonable for this. I think if it does achieve that, this will be the quickest British car we've had, I think, off the top of my head. So that'll be interesting, should it be able to get close to that, which we will find out. Oh god. This actually handles a lot better than I was expecting it to. 28.425 on its first flyer. I think it's might be because this car has monstrous rear tyres on it, I want to say. So the actual traction on this is pretty good. The other car that's like this is the Toyota GT1 road car. That also has about 950 horsepower with the turbo upgrades on it. It is a mental thing, that. But that road car is also extremely difficult to pilot because it has virtually no grip whatsoever. So it is just all about raw speed in that. Ooh, God. Don't speak too soon. But in this, it actually feels like there is a modicum of control in this vehicle, which is good. I like being able to actually control vehicles, believe it or not. It's a shame that lap time isn't 28.220, because otherwise we'd be able to sort of stop now and let it all right itself. I mean, even that lap time, which was deeply flawed, was still at 28 point, or was still like almost under 30, which is incredible, really. But yeah, it handles a lot nicer than the Toyota GT1 road car. He says again, I should stop saying it. No, this handles terribly. This car handles like a stabbed rat on a go-kart. And the go-kart's powered by a Metro 6R4 engine. Yeah, there we go. It's British, you've got to loathe it. If you let it commit some self-loathing, then it'll actually like do what it's supposed to do. That's the British way. A little bit of wheel spin out of that corner that I really could have done without. To the line with the XJ220, a 27.690. What a car. What a car. That is insane. Oh my god. If this didn't pick up a little bit of wheel spin on that final bit, this could have been a 27.5. That could have been like legitimate like world killing. I mean, it is still pretty world killing in its current guise, because that is one hell of a lap time from this car. My god. It is good though, it's really good. Like I say, you have to be really on your toes and careful, don't get me wrong, because it will bite you if you're not careful. But, yeah, man. God, 27.5, that would have been wild in this thing. But, honestly, I don't quite see it. I think we sort of really pushed our luck getting that much out of it. So, I'll happily take my 27.690. And scutter away. As much as it would be cool to take a little bit more time out of this, because it's technically not the quickest British car, but it basically is. Yeah, that is just insane. Absolutely insane. What a car. What a machine. A 27.690 will place this into 8th. It splits the Vauxhall Tigra Ice Race Car and the Opel Tigra Ice Race Car. So, almost as quick as the Opel Tigra Ice Race Car. And beyond that, it's all LM Edition and Pikes Peak cars. So, yeah, this is like a step above the rest. This is by far and away the quickest road car that we've had. Actually, that's a really good point. That time means that this has beaten the Evo 5 RS, which means after, I think that car got that spot in episode 150, this is episode 520. The Evo 5 RS is no longer the fastest road car we've ever had. That is incredible. Yeah, the XJ220, now the quickest road car that has ever gone around this course. That means it is about 0.4 quicker than the Toyota GT1 road car. It's quicker than the Ford RS200 by about 0.5 of a second, quicker than Roof BTR4 by 0.3, quicker than the R390 GT1 road cars, 97 and 98. It's quicker than both of them. That's impeccable. That really is impeccable from the XJ220. I was expecting it to be quick. I wasn't expecting it to go there. The 1998 Lotus Esprit V8 SE. Our final Lotus Esprit to take on the course, we've had the V8 GT, which is this sans wing, which means it isn't as cool. The Sport 350 that everyone seems to enjoy, but personally I prefer the standard Esprits, and then of course the Esprit GT1, failed race car turned quite good in the Hot Lap Classic. But we have the V8 SE today, my personal favourite of the bunch, and probably my favourite Esprit of all of them. I quite like the final Series 4 Esprits with the A86 rear lights. I think they do look quite cool. Definitely cooler than the later ones that had the circular lights from like a bus on them. Wasn't a fan of those, but these lights are very cool. And of course, the wing. And of course, the colour. Esprits come in fantastic colours. I'm really happy there's no race mod for the Esprit in this game, to be honest, because I get to showcase the wonderful colours this comes in. It's a really difficult car to choose colours for, because most cars in this game have one or two good colours, and then the rest of them are sort of mid. But the Esprit, like, there's about 5 colours you could have on this, and they look spectacular. But anyways, mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, 669 horsepower, 1,228 kilos. I'm assuming the Renault gearbox must have had some sort of work done to it. Obviously, every car in this series runs fully upgraded, apart from the gearbox and all that professional nonsense that you don't need. But this one it must be running something, because the reason the V8 Esprits were kind of underpowered, they were twin-turbo V8s, but they only made 350 horsepower. The reason for that is because any more power and torque, and the Renault gearboxes that these were still using, I think it's the Renault gearbox from a 21 or a 19 or something, would have just exploded. And so, I mean, it's the most British thing ever, that, isn't it? Just, oh yeah, we want to add a V8 to it, but well, let's not get a new gearbox. You know, I don't know why they didn't do that, but there you go. Anyways, yeah, this is an interesting car. Should be a lot of fun. I'm hoping this Esprit is pretty quick. Esprits have been pretty consistent around this track, to be fair. They ain't half bad. Not quite as good as maybe an XJ220, as we saw last time, but they're not bad. Although this uses the same-ish sound as the XJ220, which is interesting. Anyways, the Lotus Esprit V8 SE is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Fortus Pikes Peak version. That car set time at 26.540. The Lotus Esprit V8 SE going to be beating that. No, it isn't. The V8 Esprit has, well, the standard version of this car has just been beaten. Because it's at 30.563, I think, and that was one of the very first cars to go around the track. That was sort of our, I think that might have been our first ever mid-engine rear-drive car to go around the track, the Esprit V8 GT. And we've also had the Sport 350, that's at a time of 30.3. There's also the Esprit GT1, that this obviously isn't going to be getting anywhere near, that's at a time of a 29.191. 30.209, so it's quicker than the Sport 350. To be fair, between the Sport 350 and this, I don't think there's a whole lot of changes, really. They both make identical power. I almost want to say the Sport 350 actually weighs a little bit more than this does, which is a bit bizarre, considering that's supposed to be like the track version of this car, if you will. I might be wrong on that, but still. But no, these handle pretty well, and it finally get into the under 30 club. There we go. An under 30 club Esprit. That is awesome. A little bit delicate over the grass. The one thing I quite like about the Esprits in this game, I suppose not from like an actual performance perspective, but from like a game design perspective, you can definitely tell when you drive the Esprits, they do feel a little bit old. You know, the steering isn't quite, you know, it isn't pinpoint precise. It is sort of like the other Lotuses and like lightweight mid-engine rear drive cars, where it is a little bit understeer. It's not too bad though, but you can definitely drive around it. It's like you can almost feel the chassis moving a little bit as well. Like, it's obviously not as advanced as it once was, and obviously the Lotus solution to that, instead of, you know, I don't know, redesigning the car or redesigning the chassis or anything like that, was to just keep putting big engines in it, because that is how you make stuff better. Truly, the British and the Americans, when it comes to car design, aren't too dissimilar in certain aspects, and the British definitely love to keep a car model going, which is definitely, you could definitely see that in GT2 with the likes of the XJs, the Minis, the Esprits, all very old cars that should have been put out to pasture years ago, but you know, weren't quite. 29.859. Not bad, not half bad from the Esprit, from the old girl. She did all right. Again, it's no XJ220, obviously, as you would expect, but that's still a pretty respectable time for definitely for a mid-engine rear-drive car, because most of them aren't very quick. And yeah. I'm happy the Esprit finally got a decent time on the board. Again, that Sport 350, I swear this is better to drive than that Sport 350 was. And as for why this is so much quicker than the GT, I have only one answer. The wing. I don't think this would have gone that much quicker, to be perfect. It says like 0.1 there. I don't really think there's 0.1 in this. I think there's a little bit of time, but I wouldn't suggest there's like insane amounts of time like that would. But yeah, either way, not a bad time for the Esprit, 29.859. That time, we'll put it into 152nd place. Goes in between the Toyota Turismo BP Craft GT300 and the Integra Type R 1998. Beats the Nismo Stager, Nissan Skyline GTS4, Tommy Kyra R33, the Venturi Atlantique Bi-Turbo. That's an interesting one for it to beat, because that's another sort of boutique mid-engined car, sort of similar to this in terms of performance. Slightly slower than the Roof RCT, RX-7 Type RZ, a bunch of the RX-7s actually, Roof BTR Type 1, slower than CVR Cerberus Speed 6, which is sort of comparable to this sort of British sports supercars, if you will. But no, that's a really good time from the Esprit. I'm very happy with that. It did quite well. Beats a Dodge Viper GTS as well, which is very interesting. The 1995 Honda NSX-R GT1 Turbo. This is a car added with the GT2 Plus mod. It is from Gran Turismo 1 with physics and a model adaptive. I believe, off the top of my head, this is the Honda Special model in Gran Turismo 1, while as the LM GT2 NSX-R, which we had go around, I think it was one of the very first cars to go around that, is the special model from the Japanese version of the game, I want to say. That's the Team Kunimitsu car. This one is the Honda factory effort at Le Mans. And from what I remember, this was reasonably okay. Or maybe it was the GT2 car that was actually quite good and the GT1 car kind of sucked. I don't remember. It's hard to remember because basically every Japanese manufacturer and its dog tried to have a go at Le Mans at one point, and they were successful not. Yeah, a lot of them didn't work. The LM Supra, the Sard, the NSX-R, the Nismo GTR LM edition, all of them were pretty atrocious. So it's hard to remember which one did what and how well it actually did. But this one's here, and this one should be pretty decent round this track, I'm hoping. NSXs aren't quick. The road cars aren't anyway. The race cars pretty good. The GT500 cars have been the quickest, consistently the quickest GT500 cars we've had. I'm not expecting this to be quite up there with them, even though this makes about the same amount of power as them. I think this is slightly heavier, and ultimately the GT500 cars are a little bit more sort of race prepared with downforce and stuff, whereas this is more for straight line speed. So we'll see. I've got a couple of cars earmarked that this might be able to go up against, but we will see. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 619 horsepower, 1,050 kilos. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The NSX-R GT1 Turbo unlikely to beat that. Now, interestingly, I believe this is the only NSX in the game that is turbocharged, I want to say. Could be wrong on that, but I'm almost certain I am not. The NSX-R LM GT2 set a time of a 29.2. Again, that was way back in the day. That might be more closer to a 29 flat with my sort of slight improvements to my driving, but I'm not 100% sure. Cars this can go up against the Lotus Esprit GT1 29.1, Lotus Elise GT1 28.9, and then I guess from there, sort of world's its oyster. Then the quickest NSX GT500 car is a 28.5, which again I don't foresee this getting close to, but I could be wrong on that. Interestingly, with a 28.8, that does mean this is now quicker than the only 1998 GT500 NSX in the game. So that's something. It is quicker than that, but yeah, not sure how how the rest of this is going to go. It feels good though. I mean, NSX race cars are actually pretty lovely to drive overall. Even if they're not the quickest things usually, they are sort of very solid driving cars. You can feel a lot of the NSX neutral handling in them, which is good. The NSX is a pretty good base to build a car off of, but they often sort of just lack the torque, whereas this, with its turbocharger, makes it a little bit more viable for low-speed tracks such as this one, which is good. And again, I think the NSX GT500, that isn't turbocharged, but it's all just raw power in that car. The raw natural aspiration power of that just sort of gets it round. And the fact that it handles pretty bob-on, unlike most of the a lot of the GT500 cars just waste their time spinning tyres. The GT500 NSX, while it is a bit trickier to drive, I think, for most people, overall, I think it makes for a better driving experience once you get on top of that car. Jesus. This is interesting to drive. I'm not... I don't know. It's pretty good. It just sort of, every now and again, sort of spits you out. It does not like going over the grass. This is definitely a tarmac race car. If I'd ever driven a tarmac race car before, it's definitely this. But yeah, not bad, not bad. Not brilliant. I'd say when roughly where I would expect it to go, to be honest. I was sort of expecting 28.6. Like I say, quicker than stuff like the Elise GT1, TVR Speed 12, sort of GT1 rivals for this car. It is quicker than those. The replay angles on this seem slightly messed up, which is interesting. But yeah, in terms of anything else, I'm not too sure. Apparently Sector 5 was very quick on one lap, but they're not consistently as quick as that. So maybe 28.5 possible, if you sort of keep going round and round and round and round. But I don't think it would have gone that much quicker than that, to be perfectly honest. I think we've roughly reached this car's sort of end point where it would jump off. And like realistically, looking up the leaderboard, quickest GT500 NSX we had 28.3. This is nowhere near that. Like, just in terms of raw pace, I thought it was 28.5, but no, it's actually 28.3, and this just, it isn't there. But yeah, definitely not a bad time nonetheless. A 28.688, just confirm that. Yep, 28.688 will place this into 53rd place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 4 and the Dodge Copperhead LM edition. So quicker than the Copperhead, quicker than an Alfa Romeo 155 V6 touring car, quicker than the CRX Del Sol LM edition, quicker than GT300 RX7, quicker than the Opel Calibra Super Touring car, quicker than the Toyota GT1 race car, but that went round yonks ago. Quicker than a lot of the GT500 Skylines and Supras. Like I say, it's just sort of those NSX race cars are just so much better, the GT500 cars, and it can't really hold a candle to those, or the 300ZX GT500, or especially the STP Viper. But no, good car, good time. The 1999 Mitsubishi Galant VRG. The Galant VRG, a very infamous car in the first two Gran Turismo games because it's terrible. You buy this car and you basically soft lock yourself partly. The Galant VRG Touring, for example, in the base game it makes about 130 horsepower, and when you fully upgrade it, it only makes 188 from a Galant. So you might be buying this thinking it's quite a cost-effective way into sort of VR4 performance in a humdrum saloon, and that this will compete with stuff like Accords and Primeras, and it's not even close. It's not even close to the performance of that. And it is much the same with this 1999 model. However, the GT2 Plus mod adds turbo kits to these cars because technically they should have them because of the engine they use. And I didn't use it on the 96 VRG Touring. I was about to run this without the turbo kit, and I thought, you know what? Let's just see how much of a difference a turbo kit makes to this car, because realistically, stock this makes 200 horsepower, the 96 made 188. I would guess that this car would probably achieve around a 32.3 without the turbo kit. So I guess with the turbo kit on, we'll be able to see sort of what sort of difference this makes. It's a stage 3 turbo kit as well, which is my favourite because it means it's sort of all through the rev range. You get that nice turbo boost. So yeah, it should be interesting. Another cool feature of this as well is it does look good. That's the one thing I'll give the VRG. It is terrible in every other metric apart from it looks awesome. I love this race mod. I think the Galant in general is just an exquisite looking saloon car. I really, really like it. Bit of a shame they never sold any more of them, or that the next generation was atrocious looking compared to this. This is like the only time the Galant ever looked good, but it does look great, and I love this race mod. I think we used this race mod on the 99 VR4 as well, but that was different colours, well as this sort of ruby red I think really, really suits it. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 267 horsepower, 1058 kilos. Again, this has modded turbos on it, and it's still not very quick. So, yeah, I still don't think this is going to be particularly setting any land speed records or anything, but we'll find out. The Mitsubishi Galant VRG is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set time of a 26.540. This Galant VRG is very unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as I mentioned, the VRG Touring, which is the used version of this, which is virtually identical, set a time of a 32.5. So, and this is already 31.8 on its first run. So straight away, turbos are worth the investment. This is no longer the car that soft locks you, apparently. I suppose the other cool thing with this is we'll be able to see what the front wheel drive Galant is really capable of achieving if it wasn't for its atrocious performance figures in the standard game. I mean, it's already showing pretty well, but can this sort of go near a lot of the racier saloons in the game? 31.249 on its first proper flyer. Yeah, this is better. I'll definitely confirm that. The standard VRG, if you drive it, is offensively slow. It really is. Like, to be perfectly honest with you, I can imagine the stock car that probably feels more brisk than the fully upgraded one. I suppose it's because once you've fully upgraded it, you then have to live with the fact that you just spent hundreds of thousands on making it very slightly quicker than it once was. You know, I mean, 32.5 is a very not quick time for this course. I think the Sylvia D Rights isn't that far off that, and that's just a standard car. Like, I think that's a standard car with racing super softs. Like, it hasn't got any of the other stuff on it, nor the suspension or the clutch or anything like that, and it's still just about as quick as a standard VRG is. 31.188 though. That'll put it right around, I think, sort of the what we used to call was like the standard for front-wheel drive saloons. That seems to have, in recent sort of years, been brought up a little bit. Most sort of standard humdrum saloons now are more around 30.9, sort of. Anything under 31 seconds is a generally okay car in this game. And so this is pushing towards okay, is basically the way I've described it. Definitely a downgrade to some of the sort of illustrious mid-engine machinery we've been driving recently, but, you know, I feel like that sent the pulses racing. We've got to have, you know, at the end of the day, we've got to cover everything, so you're going to have good weeks, and you're going to have Mitsubishi Galant VRG weeks. Anyways, coming up to the final corner, I think we might be able to get this into the under 30s, you know. 30.838, that is actually half decent. There you go, Polyphony. If you just coded this car correctly in the first place, you can make a half-decent car. There's not a lot of turbocharged front-wheel drive saloons, really, which I think does help this, especially because it's a stage 3 turbo as well. That means that this is a little bit more desirable than it would normally be. A little bit. I mean, you should still absolutely just buy a Galant VR4, because Galant VR4s are in the under 30 club and this isn't. But it is, I mean, that is almost 2 seconds quicker than it once was, which is incredible. So definitely go with the turbo kits if you have the option of them, apparently, because it makes this a hell of a lot quicker. Anyways, a 30.838 will place this into 290th place. Goes in between a Mitsubishi FTO GR and the Citroen Saxo. So finally, this can compete with the FTO GR, which is still the worst FTO, but at least it competes. Slower than quicker than the Dodge Copperhead concept car, Nissan Primera wagon, Citroen Zara, quicker than the Accord SIRT 98, and a naturally aspirated Civic Type R. So it's definitely quicker than the sort of naturally aspirated saloons. Loses out slightly to the Ford Mondeo, Nissan Primera, Vauxhall Vectra, stuff like that. But no, a lot better representation for the Galant. So there you go. Install turbos on your Galant VRG, and if you accidentally buy the Galant VRG, you should download the GT2 Plus mod and rectify your mistake using that. The 1999 Mitsubishi Legnum 24ST. So we had the Galant VRG last time, and I spoke about how the Galant VRG is a bit of a trap in GT1 and GT2. You buy that, you can't really go much faster in it because the upgrades are kind of trash. It doesn't have turbo kits, and it's just a very, very weak car overall. Well, the Legnum ST is that in wagon form, and in fact the 24ST has been even more screwed over than the VRG has, because the 24ST in the base game acts exactly like the 97 Legnum ST does, where it is a 2-litre front-wheel drive Legnum, basically, like the VRG. But it is actually, because it's the 24ST, this is supposed to be the 2.4-litre four-wheel drive model. So that's one thing GT2 Plus fixed, and of course the other thing they fixed, much like with the Galant VRG, is this car now has turbo kits, like it probably should have from the base game. And so as a result, we're here today to find out whether this one can get the boost the Galant did. It should do. The Legnum ST, when we had that go around, the 1997, admittedly wasn't running race mod, but it was terrible. It currently sits in 507th place out of 523 vehicles that we've ran around here. So it is right at the bottom echelon of cars. To give you an idea, it is slower than a Nissan Cube. So that's where that sits currently. So I guess we'll find out whether the 24ST can do better. It should do. I'm expecting this is at least about a second and a half quicker, if not a little bit more. I'm hoping this isn't too bad, but it is still quite a heavy vehicle, so it remains to be seen. Four-wheel drive, 326 horsepower, 1,289 kilos. This is also running race mod. This race mod is the same as the race mod that runs on all of the other Legnums. All Legnums have this race mod. To be honest, I don't really like it. I think it's a bit generic, and I don't like the wheels on this particular one, but I suppose it's not the worst race mod in the world. Anyways, the Legnum 24ST is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. First gear is basically useless, second gear is slightly too low. This might be an interesting proposition here. Anyway, yeah, this car isn't beating that Suzuki Cultus. In terms of where this is going to go, well, it's already a second up on the standard 97 car, which is a good thing. In terms of where this is going to go, I'm not too sure, really. I would like to see this become a bit of a rival for the Stager RS4V. That's at a time of a 31.7, I think it was. That was quite a slow car. And admittedly, that had like 100 more horsepower than this, though, so that might be a bit out of reach, but we'll see. I'd like to see this get out of the 32s at least, but I'm not too sure. Straight away, this is everything I sort of feared it might be. It drives like a heavy barge. That's what this drives like. It is not the quickest thing in the world either. So yeah, interesting to, well, I say interesting to pilot. It's not very interesting to pilot. Funnily enough, this is how it should have driven in the base game, and it isn't driving particularly well. 32.151 on that first sort of proper representative lap, if you will. That was quite a good line through that corner. You can see the understeer in this though. That was like full lock left to right on this. My thumb actually hurts from how much steering input I was trying to give that then. Okay, that works. So to try and chuck it into that corner to keep the revs up, because that's the one key thing with this is the second gear really doesn't last all that long. It is under 32, a 31.891. We'll take that. That means it's not that far off that stager. We've got the momentum coming out of there, but we'll see. Yeah, this is what's the word I'm looking for? Not great is the word I'm actually completely looking for. It is, yeah. I don't really know what I was expecting out of this. Sort of these Japanese wagons are very mixed in how they are. And by mixed, I mean if they have the stars of Pylades on the front of them, then they are quick. If they have any other badge on them, they are a bit trash. So that's basically how it works. If you want a Japanese wagon in this game, buy a Legacy. If you don't like the Legacy, then don't buy Japanese wagons in this game. That literally is virtually the solution to this. Unless you want to buy one of those like crazy 700 horsepower stages that are completely uncontrollable, but they are at least a little bit quick. Yeah, that's not great. It is improved. It is improved significantly, but it's not great. It's still not great, believe it or not. The Legnum, even when you actually get proper engines in it and the correct drivetrain, it still ain't a great car. But that does mean it is over 1.5 seconds quicker than it would have been. So that is a bonus. A 31.891 will place this into 440th place. Goes in between the Subaru Vivio and the Mini Cooper 1.3 injection. It is quicker than a Toyota Corolla 11, a Ford Taurus SHO, an Acura Integra GS, that's the sort of standard one with the 5-speed manual. Quicker than a Sora, quicker than a BMW 840 Ci. I mean, there's a lot of impressive cars that is quicker then you remember those cars are pretty terrible to drive, and yeah. I mean, stuff that's actually closer to this, it's slower than the Mugen Accord wagon, which actually had 40 less horsepower than this and a worse gearbox. It is slower than the Nissan Stager RS4V. It's slower than a Plymouth Roadrunner. Yeah, it's 0.2 down on the quickest Daihatsu move we've ever had. So, still not a quick car. It's still not a good car, but at least it's better than it could have been, and that's the important part. The 1999 Subaru Impreza Cusco GT. Another GT 300 car to take on our course, and while I do like all of them in this game, I think this one might be my favourite. Mostly because it's an Impreza, which of course I do like, but also it's the Cusco Impreza, and I do like the Cusco livery on the Imprezas. Of course, I think it was the black one was the most successful out of all of them, the blob eye that features in GT4, but this GC version looks absolutely terrific, and my personal favourite of all of them is the blue Hawkeye, that I think featured in the very last sort of seasons of the Impreza Cusco in GT300. That one's my favourite, then this, and then the black blob eye, because, you know, I'm not a big fan of black racing liveries. But no, this one is very cool. Unfortunately, wasn't all that successful. This one finished 15th overall in the 1999 championship, but it did win a non-championship round at Autopolis. So at least it won something. In terms of how this is going to go around the track, I don't think this is going to be massively successful. It is the only two-wheel drive Impreza in the game, and the power is going to the rear, which is a disadvantage for GT300 cars, because as we've seen with the front-wheel drive ones, the Mitsubishi FTO and the Celica are very, very quick cars. This one isn't going to be quite on the level of that. Be interesting to see, but like I say, I think this might become one of our slowest Imprezas, but we will find out. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 460 horsepower, 980 kilos. It is on the lighter side. Power-to-weight ratio is pretty good, but then again, it is in almost all of the GT300 cars. To find out how the Cusco Impreza is going to get along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Cusco Impreza is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the slowest GT300 car we've had was the Toyota Terreno BP Apex Craft. That's at a time of a 29.8, and this has just completely blown that out of the water. Okay, I may have been completely wrong about how the Cusco Impreza is going to perform, because it seems like it's going to be pretty darn good. Doesn't particularly drive like a car that's going to be hugely quick. It drives alright. It has reasonable amounts of traction on the rear, 28.604 on its first flyer. That actually means it's 0.3 up on the Impreza Rally Car 97. So it is quicker than an Impreza Rally Car, and it's the two-wheel drive GT300 car on the land of the rally cars. So that is an interesting one for this. 28.234. What? Why? What? The quickest Impreza I think that does make this the quickest Impreza. I will have to have a look. Well, I will obviously have a look when we do the leaderboard segment. The quickest Impreza has two-wheel drive. What? That is absolutely crazy. That lap sucked, and that was a 28.741. This is a car with substantial performance, let's put it that way. Like I say, it doesn't feel like a 28.2 car. Something like, you know, Imprezas and Evos and stuff, when you're throwing them around the course, you can tell they're quick, you know, by just how much speed and acceleration you can get out of the corners. This doesn't feel necessarily quick. It feels like it feels alright. You know, it's not shabby or anything like that, but it's not... No, I'm going to spin the rear wheels out of there. Yeah, it doesn't handle all that spectacular, but it's just ridiculously quick. I am astounded by that. 29.4 again on that final lap, and again, I was literally throwing away most of that. Wow. That is the quickest Impreza we've had. Well, sorry, outside of the 22B. That's the quickest Impreza we've had. And it's a two-wheel drive GT300 car. That is outstanding. That really is outstanding from the Cusco Impreza. Wow. Wowie, wowie, wow. What a car. What a machine. Apparently it could have been a little bit quicker. I kind of wish it was, because it does put it in a weird place. It almost, I mean almost beats the Mines Lancer Evo 5, and if it had done that, that would have been absolutely incredible. But, I mean, 28.234 is a testament to how good this apparently is. Again, it doesn't even feel that quick, but to give you an idea, that means this is half a second quicker than the RX-7 GT300, and that was a car I knew was going to be quick. Insane. A 28.234 will place this in to 29th. It goes in between two Mitsubishi GTOs. That's how quick it is. Beats the Volkswagen New Beetle GT, beats the Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 5, beats the Roof CTR2, beats the Audi S4, beats the RX-7 GTC LM Edition. It is actually quicker than the quickest GT500 car. It's quicker than the Wed Sport Celica, and that is like one of the two front-wheel drive cars I outlined. I didn't think this was going to get anywhere in there. It's not even that far off the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5 rally car or the Toyota GT1 road car. I think there may have been a little bit of time in there. I would have loved to beat the Mines Lancer Evo in it, but I don't think it would have gone much quicker than that. It's definitely not an under 27 competitor, but that's seriously impressive. Hats off to the Cusco Impreza. The 1998 TVR Chimera 5 litre. The third and final Chimera to take on the course. We've had the 4 litre, the 4.5, and now we have the big 5.0. And this, out of all the Chimeras, is the one that I have the least amount of faith in. As much as I would love to think this is going to be the first one to go into the under 30 club and to be a little bit quicker than the 4.5, something tells me that's not going to happen, because the last two Chimeras, I never really left that experience thinking, wow, this car needs more power. I left thinking, wow, this car needs more traction. And something tells me that if this is a true TVR, they won't have improved the traction, and it will still be pretty abhorrent to try and put the power down in it. So, not expecting a lot here, but I guess we will find out how it does, and at the very least, it will look good doing it. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 536 horsepower, 975 kilo. Very similar power-to-weight ratio as the TVR Tuscan Speed 6, and that was a very quick car, but again, not expecting this one to be. The last TVR we had, Speed 12, again, very quick, very mental. I don't think this is going to have the benefits that that car had. For example, I'm almost certain we will give this a quick... Yeah, it does not have the torque to pull it through on third gear. Anyways, to find out how the TVR Chimera 5 litre gets along, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and odds to the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Chimera 5 litre unlikely to beat that. In case you're wondering where Chimeras have gone historically, well, the 4 litre set a time of a 31.3 and the 4.5 litre set a time of a 30.094. Again, that would perhaps suggest to you that the 5 litre is going to be an under 30 club car, but judging by the way this is spinning its power away, I think not. In fact, to be perfectly honest with you, I think this is going to have a hard time getting close to the 4.5 litre. I'm hoping the 4 litre should tumble, because, I mean, it is more power, so it should, in theory, be quicker than that, because the only difference between that car and this car should be a slight power dip, but yeah, I'm not really sure. It depends how much of a problem the power is. A 30.179 though will get it over the 4 litre hedge, which is good. Going on to the grass a little bit there, which is not so good, but I guess actually might have helped a little bit get it turned in a little bit better than it was, and we got a really good exit out of that corner. I was not expecting that sort of exit there. 30.013. Unlucky 13. It has managed to beat the 4.5 litre though, which is good, and then ran out of traction on the end there. Oh, I was not expecting this to beat the 4.5, so I'll take that. I will definitely take that. That was a very well controlled lap from the Chimera 5 litre there. It decided to be nice to me for a change. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get into the under 30 club on that occasion. We will have one more lap to see if we can do it. Although that bash in the wall has probably indicated an end to this. Yeah, I almost think going on the grass there might have helped that get turned in. I definitely think I could have taken that up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to sort of analyse that lap and think, oh well, I could have taken some time out of it there, or I could have taken some time out of there, but when I think that, I also think while I've been driving this around, there's been moments where I get really good lines through corners, and then just can't get the power down. And so as a result of that, you know, what you might think would be really good, and then you can get on the power earlier and then get it going, well, you could have, you know, drifted out, and, you know, the second this goes sideways, you lose a lot of time. So, yeah, very, very bizarre vehicle to drive. I am pleased it's faster than the 4.5, and it becomes the fastest of the Chimera family, as it probably should do, to be perfectly honest. But, yeah, not a good car to drive. Very agonizing to get that lap time out of it. I would have been pleased with 30.179, but I'm even more pleased with that 30.013. Unlucky 13 for what has been a pretty abhorrent car. A 30.013 will place this into 171st place, goes in between the Toyota Sleeker GT4 and the Volkswagen Golf 4 GTI 1.8 Turbo. It is very slightly quicker than the TVR Griffith Blackpool and the HKS R33 Drag GTR. The Griffith and this very similar in the way they drive. They're both pretty sort of obnoxious to drive, I guess. As mentioned, quicker than the Chimera slightly, the 4.5, quicker than an R33 drag car and a Skyline GTS 25T Type M R33 and the R32. Slightly slower than Mazda RX-7 Type RB, Camaro, NSX Type R, Viper GTS, sort of very similar sort of vein as well. I think the Viper GTS though, we could get away with locking that in third gear and just sort of letting the torque pull it around. Yeah, it's could have been quicker, definitely. I would have loved to see this go into the under 30 just about. It's pretty much, it's just on the precipice of going into there, but you know, that's the way it works sometimes. So no Chimera in the top, in the under 30 club, but the good news is I never have to drive one of these again. The 1998 Daihatsu Storia CX 4-wheel drive. The final Daihatsu Storia to take on the course, and I do have to say, this is a bit of a sad moment. The Daihatsu Storia Rally Car, the special model, not the X4 Rally Car, which we've also ran, that's the arcade mode only version. The Daihatsu Storia Rally Car special model actually topped our leaderboard for a while. I believe it took the place of the TVR Cerbera LM edition, and then it itself got beaten by the Ford GT90, if I'm remembering correctly. That's how that sort of worked out. Interesting times, of course, that was way back when, but now we're here in the present with the Storia CX 4-wheel drive. We've seen the CX 2-wheel drive go around, that went round a while ago, and that was a very quick car indeed. So can the 4-wheel drive follow in those shoes? I doubt it a little bit, because to a certain extent, 4-wheel drive in a car like this isn't really going to be benefiting it too much. 2-wheel drive is lighter, the traction benefits when you have 177 horsepower really aren't worth it, and obviously it adds weight as well. So yeah, I'm not expecting a lot out of this, but we will see. 4-wheel drive, 177 horsepower, 818 kilos. Of note, the X4 is slightly more powerful and slightly lighter, but that does have a different engine and a different gearbox, so it'd be interesting to see if this can compete with that. This is a 5-speed, which leads me to believe it is a manual Storia. They did come in manual, and I think this one also would have the Toyota Yaris 1-litre engine in it. Anyways, to find out how the Storia CX 4-wheel drive gets along, it's going to be getting 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is from another key car brand, the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time at 26.540. This one unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, Daihatsu Storia X4 set a time of a 31.430. The X4 arcade mode rally car set a time of a 31.185. And then the 2-wheel drive just snuck into under 31 seconds with a 30.998. So there you go. Cool thing with this Storia CX 4-wheel drive over the X4, and the reason I would pick it over the X4 is it comes in cool colours, like this green. There's also the bright yellow, which I want to say, oh no, I don't think you would have seen the bright yellow actually, because we haven't run. Well, either way, there's bright yellow, there's greens, there's blues, there's all sorts of cool colours. It also carries over to the race mod as well, has a bunch of interesting cool colours, which we saw when we ran the 2-wheel drive initially. I believe we had the lime green on that one. In fact, come to think of it, I'm trying to remember what colour we ran the Toyota Vitz in, but I think that means everything that has a Vitz engine in this series has ran in green, if that's the case, which is a weird fact for you, but an interesting one. Yeah, I was sort of picking between the bright yellow and the sort of weird greeny colour of this. To be perfectly honest, I forgot that I ran the two-wheel drive with the racing mod, so I thought we'd already seen the yellow, so that's why I went for the green. But the green's cool, so I'm not going to complain. You know, both colours are just as cool as each other. They don't discriminate between yellow and green, they look great together. And as you know, green's obviously, well, it's the colour of the channel for a reason. I do like the colour green. So far, this is driving basically as I would expect. Four-wheel drive, I mean, it's got good turning grip. It's really grippy because it hasn't got any power to really complicate the matters. A little bit understeer if you really tried to push it to its limits, but you know, we're not really using its limits. I did actually ease off a very tiny bit through that sector there to try and I don't think it was going to turn in quite too well, so that was a bit awkward. But to the line, 31.680, we're not going to improve. 31.496, that means it is very slightly slower than the X4. I'm trying to remember what that is. 31.430 for the X4. 31.496 for this. Again, admittedly, this should, on paper, be slower because it weighs slightly more and doesn't have as much power. So, I'll say that. It does make sense. A bit of a shame that the CX four-wheel drive couldn't follow in the footsteps of the two-wheel drive model, but the ropes sometimes. But still, considering what this vehicle is, that is actually a pretty impressive lap time. A 31.496 will place this into 392nd place. Interestingly, it is only just slower than the Toyota Vitz. If this had the race mod on it, the Vitz would be in trouble. It's also only slightly slower than the Mitsubishi FTO and the Acura GSR. It is quicker than the Toyota Sleeker GTR, Lotus Elise, that's the quickest Elise we've had, other than the GT1 of course. The Renault Megane Coupe, Lotus Elan, Mazda Demio GLX 97, although the 99 is significantly or the, which one was it? The LXG or the GLX or something like that. That's only 1,000th off of the two-wheel drive, so that one is quicker when it was subsequently ran. It's quicker than the quickest Nissan Pulsar, quicker than the Mugen Civic Therio, quicker than the Volkswagen Lupo. So, I mean, in terms of small hatchbacks, that's still very impressive, even at that rate. Obviously, the two-wheel drive's the one you want, but if you absolutely have to have four-wheel drive, this isn't a bad choice, as it turns out. The 1998 Toyota Sprinter Terreno BZR. When you think Sprinter Terreno, you of course think A86. When I think it, I think A111. I don't, but I want people to believe that I do. This is my favourite of all of them, though. Don't mistake that. I think, unlike the A86, it actually looks quite good. I especially like the race mod in this game on these. The Corolla 11s and Sprinter Terrenos have unique race mods on all of them, including these front-wheel drive ones. Now, the 96s are pretty similar. I think that's just a palette swap, but the 98 Corolla 11 and Sprinter Terreno both have completely different mods, which is cool. I believe this one is based off a car that ran in JTCC, but don't hold me to that. It's very similar to the race mod that we found on the Chaser, I believe it was. That had a red and white. We used blue and white, but I think the red and white scheme is sort of the more correct one. Toyota ran in red and white in a lot of racing series in Japan and actually in the wider world as well around this time period. So I suppose it might be an amalgamation of a bunch of Toyota racing liveries, but it was a pretty common Toyota livery back in the day. Obviously, unlike the Sprinter Terrenos that you probably more well know, this one isn't rear-wheel drive, it is front-wheel drive, and we've had the 96s already go around, so I'm interested to see how these 98s get along. Front engine, front-wheel drive, 240 horsepower, 963 kilos, pretty reasonably okay stats for a sort of low-end front-wheel drive coupe. but we'll see how it gets along. Very weird exhaust. The 1998 Toyota Sprinter Terreno BZR is going to be getting 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 26.540. The Sprinter Terreno BZR unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, the 96 BZG Sprinter Terreno is like 2 and a bit, what am I talking about? 250 milliseconds quicker than the Corolla 11. So I'm kind of curious how this does and how the Corolla does as well. I suppose whether these cars are actually any different, because I mean outside of different names they both look very, very similar. I believe they're both based on the same car, so I'm sort of curious to see if that makes a difference. 31.305. That is very quick actually. That means this is quicker than the sort of equivalent Integras and I believe even the FTOs. FTO GR97 I think might be a little bit quicker than this, but so far off to a pretty good start, and I think as well that makes it instantly quicker than the typical Sprinter and Corolla 11R. 31.010. Lap time keeps clocking down with this. It is a really nice handling car actually for a front wheel drive car. Good turn in. No real drama on the exit, as can happen with these. Even my beloved Civics and Integras can struggle a little bit with traction out of the corners on the rear end. You can get a bit of oversteer from the cars, but none so much from this. It actually feels like a very good chassis, this. It almost feels like this could take 300 horsepower and be absolutely rock solid. The interesting thing as well is this is still pretty quick, despite the fact that usually the better handling front-wheel drive car is, the slower it is, we find. You know, the Integras and stuff are the quickest of the bunch, and they are not particularly great to drive. 30.769, so we are somehow a second quicker than the 96 model. I'm not quite sure if that's completely down to the car or driver talent or a mixture of both, but it is a bit bizarre to be that much quicker. Not really sure what's going on, but again, I want to take it because this is a good handling car, but yeah, very bizarre. That might be, nope, it wasn't a little bit too much, it was just the right amount of corner cutting. 30.706. I know for a fact that's tying with something, which is going to be really annoying. In fact, actually, that's a very interesting thing for it to tie with. Yeah, good, very good. Like I say, really nice to drive. No real complaints from me in terms of the way this is. Yeah, it's just good, and I'm not really sure why it was as good as it was. But it is. I mean, that's a lot quicker than, you know, a lot of quick front-wheel drive cars. It is now quicker than the FTO GR, I just see it there. Wow. Crikey. According to that, could have been quicker. Not so sure on that. Sector 1, okay, yeah, actually no, I think it could have been, because if I remember rightly, on that last lap, we were getting caught quite significantly through Sector 2, so with that, what, that shaves 30.6 maybe? Could have been possible in this. I could see it. Quick car, good car to drive, really nice. You can tell the car's good when the lap time sort of consistently comes down throughout its running, and that is on one such car that happened with. Yeah, really, really good, can't complain. A 30.706 places this into 266th place, and I believe it becomes our first time on the leaderboard where the ties are back-to-back. It ties it with the Toyota Sleeker SS2 Super Strut package, and that means the cars below it are also tied, the 200SX and the Silvia Spec S. It is quicker than the Peugeot 406 sedan, quicker than the Turismo 270R, quicker than the Acura Integra Type R. That's the turbocharged version, but that car was run pretty early on. Quicker than Toyota Supra Twin Turbo R, TRD 3000 GT. In terms of front wheel drive stuff, quicker than the Lancia Y, quicker than the Volkswagen New Beetle, Honda Civic SIR EG, Honda Prelude Type S, Honda Integra Type R, that's the naturally aspirated one that made more power than this. Yeah, it was a very quick car. Very, very quick car. Actually, I'm very impressed with that. It handled super nice. And again, a car where you can just sort of consistently go round and round and round and improve on lap time like that is a very good car in my book. The 1998 Toyota Corolla 11 BZR. Of course, last time out we had the Sprinter Terreno, and I wanted a back-to-back comparison between that and the Corolla 11 to see if there is any reason that when we ran the 1996 cars, the Sprinter was 250 milliseconds quicker than the Corolla. I'm hoping it's not down to driver ability, so maybe I can blame the car, I don't know. But either way, the Corolla is here, and out of the two of them, the Corolla is my favourite because I recognise the name Corolla and didn't recognise the name Sprinter Terreno until, you know, obviously you get older and start looking into these things. So that's why I used to go with the Corolla, even though obviously in Europe they didn't sell the Corolla 11 as a thing. What I do like about this car is, I mentioned this previously with the Sprinter. The Sprinter and the Corollas have completely different racing modifications, which I think is really cool. I'm not quite sure what this car is based off of, but what I do know is that I preferred the design of that we found on the Sprinter, but I think I prefer the colour scheme of that we find on the Corolla. This peppermint green with the grey stripe does look very good, and the wheels really suit this as well. Another interesting thing that I also didn't mention in the last episode is that the Corolla and the Sprinter in the GT2 Plus mod actually have a anomaly fixed with the statistics. Apparently there's an issue with the torque curves, and so this car makes more power and less torque than intended. And interestingly enough, that bug was also taken forward into GT4 and onwards until this car stopped appearing in GT6. So PES 2K has fixed something Polyphony couldn't fix in 14 years. Nice. Statistically, between the Sprinter and this, they are absolutely identical, and I'm expecting the driving experiences of these to be nigh on identical too. Front engine, front wheel drive, 240 horsepower, 963 kilos. The Sprinter was very good to drive. How is the Corolla going to be? And that's what we're here to find out. The Corolla 11 is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak Edition, and that car set time of 26.540. The Corolla 11 BZR unlikely to beat that. Of course, the gauntlet was set yesterday. The Sprinter Terreno set a time of a 30.706. So that's what this car is aiming to beat. In terms of the way it drives, it feels, well, nigh on identical to the Sprinter we ran last time out. I almost want to say there's a little bit more understeer in this car than the Sprinter, but I think that might just be placebo, namely because I don't really know how GT2 would distinguish the two. Unless these have different suspension settings, but again, the fully customizable suspension on this car should probably have got on top of that, so I strongly suspect these are one and the same vehicle. What I can say straight away is that the Corolla and the Sprinter are definitely quicker in 98 than they were in the 96 guises. Don't know what that's about. I can't remember how much power the 96 made. I think it might have even been like 220. But obviously, with low-powered cars like this, more power is everything. 30.769 on its first flyer. That is not only a nice time, that's also roughly in line with what the Sprinter set. So we aren't a million miles apart like we were with the 96 cars, which is a good thing, definitely. I don't know if taking that wide of a line, I don't know. It's a bit of an interesting one there. Do you want to take a wider line through there or not? 30.713. We are within milliseconds of what that Sprinter set. And in fact, if I recall, that Sprinter even had about 0.1 in it. It was a bit of a weird timing thing, so I'm kind of curious how this is going to get along. Just got to nail that final corner on this lap, and we will be quicker than a Sprinter. And we are quicker than a Sprinter at 30.555. Now again, just to stress, I think the Sprinter and the Corolla, if you went around all day, you could probably get these cars to set the same time. I love how I've now just caused the problem in the opposite direction though, by making this car quicker than the Sprinter was. Even though, again, I think they're the same car. I don't think there's a difference. I think I just managed to get a bit more out of this one than that one. But either way, it doesn't seem you can go wrong. Both of them are excellent cars to drive, and both of them are very, very quick, considering the class they are in. For front-wheel drive, sort of sporty coupes, these are phenomenally quick. Really good cars, really nice to drive, no issues with oversteer or anything like that. Oh, of course, we cause more issues. I'm going to put Sector 2 and Sector 3, I don't know. Can I blame anything on that? I just got a really good Sector 1 on that lap. I was sort of hoping to be quicker through both sectors so we don't have to ask any more questions about how quick these cars could truly be. I think both of them could probably be 30.5, like, deads, if you sort of kept going round and round and round and round and round, but, you know, there's always got to be a little bit of allowance for human error in this series, so we'll take that. But I don't think there's any, after driving them both back to back, I don't think there's any difference between the Corolla and the Sprinter. A 30.555 will set this into 247th place. Goes in between the Lancia Stratos and the Subaru Alcione SVX S4. It is quicker than a Lotus Europa. Interestingly, it's quicker than an Alfa Romeo Spider, although that wasn't a very good car to drive if memory serves. Quicker than the Lotus Esprit V8 GT, quicker than the Nissan Silvia Spec S. It is, interestingly enough, quicker than a Nissan 300ZX Turbo. As mentioned, about 0.15 up on the Sprinter, but again, I don't really think there's that much time in between those two cars. I just think this is a really good front-wheel drive car to drive, and I recommend it wholeheartedly. The 1999 Celine SR Widebody. One of the more interesting GT race cars in all of Gran Turismo. I'm a big fan of the Celine SR Widebody. So for those of you who don't know what this is, Celine basically makes performance versions of Fords, mostly Mustangs, Celine Mustangs. You've sort of seen them. I'm trying to remember, the S281, I think, is their sort of more ubiquitous model, if you will. Very cool looking thing. And so they make these performance Mustangs. Sometimes they put custom bodywork onto it, but mainly they're sort of built to go racing. And in the mid-1990s, Celine found quite a bit of success running in SCCA, and they actually partnered with, unlikely enough, you might see some of the logos going around here, the sort of pyramid logos that look a little bit weird. Those actually say Home Improvement on them, because this car was raced in collaboration with Tim Allen. I think it was Celine Allen Speed Lab was the name of the racing team. And so they raced Celine's, and in fact Tim Allen drove for them, and I think he even won races and maybe even championships with them as well. So they ran these Mustangs in SCCA, they were very successful there, and they thought, let's have a go at ALMS. And of course, they didn't just show up with a normal Mustang, they showed up with this, with the improved front aero package that I do think looks very, very cool. They did make a road car. Unfortunately, they never put an engine or any running gear in it, but they did make a road car version of this. I would love to have a road car version of the SR Widebody just because it looks absolutely mad. I'm a big fan of this vehicle. Now, in terms of how this is going to run around the track, I'm not too sure. We haven't really had a whole lot that's comparable to this. I guess, like, we just sort of set a target like the Shelby Cobra Daytona and go from there and see how much quicker it can go. There is the 300ZX GTS, the GT500 car, but I don't think this is going to be anywhere near that level of performance, but I guess we'll find out front engine, rear-wheel drive, 649 horsepower, 1,180 kilos. Mustangs haven't been necessarily that quick around here, but this one could surprise us, who knows. The Celine SR widebody is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 26.540. The Celine SR widebody is unlikely to beat that. Now, as I mentioned, I'm just going to say like Cobra Daytona. I think that's set like a 29.6, and we'll sort of go from there. 300ZX GTS set a, what was it, a 28.4. I think 28 is going to be a bit unobtainium for a car like this. I'd imagine low 29s. I mean, if it can beat, I don't know, like Copperhead LM did okay. I think that was like a 28.7 car, so maybe we could potentially be going against that. So far, though, I have to say, this drive's quite nice. It actually does, oh, well, put the corner a little bit too much there. It does remind me a little bit of driving the 300ZX GTS in a way. Like, it sort of has that. It has a lot of power and rear-wheel drive, and it does spin the tyres, but because the tyres are quite big, one would imagine, it actually deals with the power pretty darn well, considering sort of the size and the heft of this vehicle. And that was a very clean way around that, I don't know if it was quick, but it was clean. Bit of wheel spin on the way out there, 28.4. So this is definitely a 28.4 vehicle, and that was definitely not the cleanest of final sectors in this thing, so it is going to go a little bit quicker. A little bit on the grass there where I didn't really want to be. And completely missed my turning there. Got Mustang. It is a tricky, I don't know about this, it's weird. It's, so, like, obviously the sort of power delivery isn't too bad, as much as you sort of can get tempted to want to tap accelerate in this to try and keep it sort of going straight and narrow. In truth, you don't really need to do that. It handles well enough. Again, just got bit by the oversteer on the rear end of that. Come on, car. We can do it. I think this is definitely like a 28.2 car, dare I say it. If it could just sort of get its act together. Or if the guy piloting could get his act together. You know, either or, I guess, in this case. A little bit of oversteer on the rear end of that, 28.285. I actually think that could go quicker. To be really honest, I think that could go quicker. I think it could sort of be like a 28.2 flat almost in this. But it's just a little bit sketchy on the rear end. I don't really know. It is... weird car that. Like I say, it's controllable to a point. It's really quick. It's really, really fast. But it does sort of run out of... grip at certain points. The fastest lap is not the fastest lap. That probably tells you a lot. Yeah, just a little bit bizarre. There's definitely, I think there's at least 0.1 in there. You could probably get a 28.1 if you sort of kept going round and round and round in it. But it's just a little bit, I don't know, it's sort of, it's lacking in low speed exit, which is sort of what you need. It does feel a little bit sort of fishtaily. Again, the power delivery is really good. It's a really good car. You know, it goes into like 32nd place, so it's very quick, but yeah, just not very confidence inspiring ultimately, but still a very quick car none of the less. A 28.285 will place this into 32nd. Goes in between the Volkswagen New Beetle GT and the Impreza Coupe. It is quicker than the Roof CTR2, Audi S4, RX-7 GTC LM Edition, NSX GT500 car, the sleeker Wed Sports, Altezza LM. It is quicker by about 0.1 of a second over that 300ZX, so it's quick. It really is quick. Like I say, honestly, I would have loved nothing more. It drives a lot better than I expect, but it's also a little bit frustrating. I'd have loved to get this in the 28.1s and sit it with all of the other sort of racing Fords that basically own the 28.1 section of the leaderboard, but yeah, just not quite got the confidence through the corners. I definitely think that could be quicker though, but no, nevertheless, I think it is weird. It's an impressive car, but obviously I'd like a little bit more out of it, but there you go, them's the rope sometimes. The 1999 Spoon Sports S2000. Our final road-going S2000 to take on the course, and this one is probably the least impressive of all of them. This is, of course, the car that you can get from completing, I believe it's the first license, the B license gives you this if you get all golds, and it's a really good starter car. However, compared to the other S2000s on show, or if you're playing the base game, the singular S2000 that you can find, it's not quite as powerful as that car can get, and obviously there's no racing modification, which is a bit bizarre considering you can put the Spoon livery on the normal S2000, but you can't put a race mod on this one. But anyways, so as a result, this makes a little bit less power than the standard S2000 when fully upgraded, and yeah, not too sure how this is going to do. S2000s have been pretty quick. They've been very good rear-wheel drive sports cars to drive around here, so I'm interested to see how this gets along. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 313 horsepower, 1,012 kilos. I can't help but notice the S2000 badge on the side sort of popping in and out as it goes around on its pedestal, but there you go. Of course, it is naturally aspirated with that high-revving S2000 engine. The Spoon Sports S2000 is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set time of a 26.540. The Spoon S2000 unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of where this is going to go, the S2000s, the quickest one we had was the standard car, and that set a time of 30.2. Again, that had, I think, about 60 more horsepower than this and racing modification, and the Mugen S2000 set a time of a 30.762, which had 60 more horsepower than this. In case you're curious, the Mugen S2000 is the car that was, for some reason, scrubbed from this game before launch, and the GT2 Plus mod adds it back, so that's why we was able to run the Mugen S2000. So I suppose, in terms of this, I'd be happy if this was to go ahead and set like a 31 dead-ish, makes sense, you know, slightly less power than the Mugen car. It should still have the decent handling that S2000s have, so that should sort of play towards its strengths, but obviously we have to see. 31.899 on that first lap does not fill me with confidence though, and as I go around on this lap, I'm not being funny, it's not exactly like I'm making that much more time up. Oh god, this might be quite a slow car, which is weird because on the face of it it's quite a quick car, but or, you know, 313 horsepower isn't bad per se. Understeering's that wall. It feels bizarre. S2000s usually feel pretty sort of nice. You know, they don't understeer. They're sort of the quintessential rear-wheel drive sports cars, really good to drive. This does not feel like that. This almost feels like there's something missing from it. It's, yeah, a bit bizarre, a bit weird. It can't all be in that extra power, it just sort of makes the S2000 feel a lot quicker than it actually is. I mean, I don't know. I remember these cars stock though drive pretty good. I mean, in the base game, this is like a Class B car on arcade mode, so this should be pretty good, but yeah, apparently not so much. Final lap. I mean, it should be relatively okay to drive. I mean, was sort of running in the 31.8s the entire time. Definitely a little bit of time in this. I don't think there's going to be a magical 800ths found though, to be honest. Not going to go for the supercut on there if you don't really need to. It's all about keeping momentum up, especially in a car that doesn't really seem to have all that much power like this. 31.383. That's quite disappointing, dare I say it. Yeah. I was expecting this to be a little bit slower than the other ones, but that is trifling, that. It just doesn't feel all that quick. It does, like I say, it feels a little bit heavier than I'm used to these feeling. The power isn't super fantastic. It's easy enough to drive, but yeah, ignore that part. Yeah. Yeah, it's like looking at those splits, there's not loads of time in that. Maybe if you kept going round, you'd get like a 31.2, but it doesn't feel like it's got 300 horsepower. It almost feels like it's got more like 200. It's a bit disappointing. I mean, in terms of like the sporty soft tops, it hasn't done too bad, and it sort of goes into a place where, again, you'd think it wouldn't have done too badly, but compared to some other cars, yeah. Yeah, maybe the extra power does make that better. I mean, it had sort of long gears as well, which I don't think really helps, so, yeah. Interesting. A 31.383 will place this into 382nd place. Goes in between the Toyota MR2 G Limited and the Toyota 2000 GT. Breaks up a little band of Toyotas there. It is slightly quicker than Nissan Stagea 25T RS4V, quicker than the Opel Corsa, quicker than the 71 Skyline GTR, Corolla 11 GT Apex, quicker than the Rally Mini, quicker than the Chaser Tourer V, but I mean, it's slightly slower than the 1.6 Mazda Roadster, which isn't great. So than Dodge Neon, RX-7 Touring X. Yeah, it's just a bit bizarre. The 1997 Mines R32.5 Skyline GTR. What makes this an R32.5? I have no idea. I almost want to say this uses bits of R33 technology, but I could be wrong. Anyways, Mines, of course, very popular tuning company in Gran Turismo, known for the Evos that have far too shorter gear ratios, and the Skylines that are big, powerful, and everyone really enjoys them. This one I can imagine is quite a popular car in the GT2 community. It's one from the 4-wheel drive challenge, so one of the very first championships, and you get a pretty powerful 4-wheel drive car that can probably take you through a decent amount of the game. So I'd imagine this one is quite popular. We'll see how quick it is. Skylines are okay. They're usually quite heavy, and this one is definitely heavy, and usually have a little bit too much rear drive bias and also giant turbos. This should be a little bit better because the Mines cars can't have the, because obviously they're already upgraded from stock. They can't have the silly upgrades that like a standard Skyline that can have. So this doesn't have a stage 4 turbo kit. It doesn't have like a stage 1 or a stage 2. So it should be a little bit more controllable in that regard, but I guess we'll find out. 4-wheel drive, 687 horsepower, 1,335 kilos. It does look very cool, of course. I do like the Mines cars with the sort of pinstripe down the side of it and the big Mines lettering. In this case, on this car, it is blue. And I think on some of them it's red, so there you go, there's the difference. Anyways, to find out how the Mines R32.5 Skyline GTR gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Courses Pikes Peak version. That car set time 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where Skylines go on this course, well, 29 seconds is basically Skyline City. One of my regrets with this series is we ran a lot of R32s early on, so I don't think we've had a representative like recent R32 time for a little while now. The R33s we have, I think they set like 29.1s, so this straight away feels relatively good actually. I'd have to say I'm quite impressed with it. 28.759. Okay, I was about to say this doesn't feel quite as good as the Nismo 400R, but it's just gone quicker than the Nismo 400R. And I don't even think that was that fantastic of a lap, to be perfectly honest. This, straight away, is a little bit more grippy than standard R32s, R33s can be. I mentioned the rear drive bias in the intro, and these definitely do have rear drive bias normally, which makes them a bit of a handful. But this seems to be dealing with power quite nicely. I mean, I'm assuming mine's obviously worked on suspension and stuff. I don't know if they put different tyres on it. Well, I mean, obviously everything's running super softs, but I don't know if the tyres are wider as standard on a Mines or not. But yeah, it feels pretty good, actually, dare I say. 28.944, so it's not just a fluke. I'm a bit annoyed I sort of clipped the wall on that quick lap, because this definitely could go an little bit quicker. It's not, if I'm being honest, it's not like Impreza or Evo impressive. This isn't going to be beating the Mines Lancer Evo, for example. That's at like a 28.2. It's the fastest car we had for a very brief moment in time. So this isn't on that sort of level of quick, really, because it's a lot heavier than an Impreza or an Evo. There's no chuckability in this. The gear ratios are quite long. One thing that this definitely seems to have taken from an R33 is the gear ratios being quite long. So yeah, it does as a result feel a little bit heavier and more cumbersome than an Evo or Impreza. But it's still not a bad time. 28.759 is actually very, very impressive. Yeah, puts it right around, well, you'll see in a second, some interesting stuff there. But yeah, it's pretty good. I quite like it. It's not a super mess that most like I say, the Skylines sometimes are just a little bit weird and undrivable. Sector 3 apparently could have been quicker, but not quite sure. I mean, that looks pretty average. 0.1, maybe. I don't know. It was a long way around to take that first corner, but just trying to nail that first sector is a little bit tricky. There's time in it, yeah, but I don't think there's like super amounts. I don't think this is going to be like a top tier car, because it really doesn't feel like it, to be honest. It feels good, it feels alright. It's just not, you know, like super insanely quick, I wouldn't say anyway. A 28.759 will place this into 59th place. Goes in between the Honda CRX Del Sol LM Edition and the Mazda RX-7 RE Amemiya Racing. Quicker than an Opel Calibra, quicker than the Nismo Skyline tuned by Autech, so finally a two-door Skyline is quicker than a four-door Skyline, because that's been sort of the meta for a while, is the four-door Skylines being quicker for some reason. So yeah, not a bad time. I mean, it wouldn't have really gone that much. If there was 0.1 in it, it wouldn't have gone that much further up the leaderboard. Would have been a little bit more impressive, but yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I don't think there's that much more time in it, as much as that says it is. The 1998 Mines R33 Skyline GTR. Last time we had the R32.5, this time we have the R33. No 0.5 in sight for this one, no R34 technology for this car, but in typical R33 fashion, it is a little bit more powerful and a little bit more weighty, so interested to see how this one gets along. Personally, I do have to admit, I prefer the look of the R32.5 with the blue Mines lettering. This has the red striping and the red lettering, but still a very cool looking car, and one that should be pretty quick. This one's run from the tuned Turbo Cup, so you have to go a little bit further into the game to get access to this one, but once again, probably quite a popular car because it's sort of a very good out-of-the-box vehicle. But how will it do when it's maxed out and up against all the other cars in the game? Well, it's time to find out. Four-wheel drive, 693 horsepower, 1,370 kilos. So I think it's 15 kilos more than the R33, but it makes 693 horsepower as opposed to 670. I think was in that R32.5. Anyways, to find out how the Mines R33 Skyline GTR gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set time on 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. Now, the gauntlet was laid down yesterday with the R32.5, so That's what we're up against. That car set a time of 28.752, so is the R33 going to beat that, or is it really better to have a half and half like the R32.5 is? Straight away, this feels a little bit more active. It feels more powerful, certainly. But it also feels like it gets turned in a little bit nicer. It feels like it deals with the bumps a lot better than the 0.5 does as well. Feels very sort of flat belly. It has Nissan sort of from this particular era seem to have this. The R390 is the main standout in this camp, but this car as well. They feel really nice over the bumps. There's just a good solid feeling to them, which virtually no other vehicle has. But there you go. That got bounced around a little bit because we sort of ran wide, but until then, like, oh god, don't slam into that. That's not conducive to a good lap time. Other than that, though, this feels pretty good. Like I say, I think it does feel better than the R32.5, if I'm being completely honest. But I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It feels quicker, but apparently it's slower at the moment, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Considering I think we've got better laps out of this as well. There we go, a little bit of a launch off the hill there. There we go. If we drive this like we want it to be driven, the R32 you have to be very stiff. This more just wants you to grab it by the scruff of the neck and just sort of throw it. Yeah, there you go. And throwing it gets you into a slightly quicker lap time. Whoop. Obviously, all good things must come to an end there, but I think this feels better. I would take this one over the R32.5, if I was to be honest. Yeah, you can see there, it's just a lot more chuckable. I wish I'd come to that revelation a little bit quicker, because I think this could be a little bit quicker, but yeah, definitely more my style of car, this. It feels a lot more active, a lot more moved around. And again, it's just sort of a nicer vehicle to drive overall, I think. In terms of, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see it there in the lap time, like, it's all just solid. That was the quickest we went. Now, admittedly, that's because I think that's the only lap where we didn't really smack the wall too hard, but yeah, definitely quicker, definitely nicer car to drive. That's the one I'd recommend. I wouldn't even bother with the 0.5, to be honest. I'd just get into this, because this feels a lot better than that 0.5 did. Speaking of 0.5s, a 28.750 will place this into 59th place. It goes 9,000th of a second faster than the R32.5, but as mentioned, to be perfectly honest with you, I think if you, as much as all the splits were the same, I think if you kept going round and round, that would be quicker than that R32, if I'm being completely honest. Quicker than the RX-7 RE Ememia, Opel Calibra Super Touring Car, the Ortec Nismo Skyline GTR, Evo 4, GT1, although that drove around ages ago. Yeah, this is a better car than the R32.5, I'm very comfortable saying that. So, the 1999 Mines R34 Skyline GTR. The final Mines Skyline to look at out of our trio, and this one, probably the best looking of the bunch. I love the blue writing on the side, a return to blue writing because it was red on the R32, and this has a very cool set of BBSs, which do look rather terrific. And the R34 in general, very iconic shape. I always flip-flop between sort of what my favourite generation of Skyline and my favourite generation of GTR is, but the R34 definitely has to be up there because it is a very cool car. Of course, in keeping with the fact that this is the most recent and I guess the ultimate Mines Skyline for the time period, this one, technically the hardest to earn, this comes from the Gran Turismo All-Stars event, so you'll need a pretty quick car to compete in there. But then again, the R33 and the Tune Turbo Cup sort of left up to chance, so the R33 is probably harder to earn, but the R34 technically should take more time to unlock a car, but we all know how GT2 progression is. Now, interestingly enough, in terms of statistics, this and the R33 are absolutely identical. So the differences in this car are really going to come down to if the R34 chassis was better, and also sort of miniature things like the gearbox. Now, the R33 had a very long gearbox. I think the R34 has a shorter ratio gearbox, so that should help this out, but to how much, I guess we will have to just find out. Four-wheel drive, 693 horsepower, 1,370 kilos. Still on the heavier side of things, but of course more than enough power to make up for that. The Mines R34 Skyline GTR is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and odds set the best time it possibly can. Our current lead is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. Straight away, it has definitely got shorter ratios, I'll tell you that for a fact. And straight away, unlike the R33, which felt very sure-footed over the bumps, again like the R390s and stuff like that, where they just sort of feel like they take the bumps really flat, this does seem to sort of bounce around a lot more. So I think this is going to be a harder car to drive than the R33. Probably quicker by most normal people, but harder to master is my sort of thoughts on this one. But it certainly seems to be getting around the track just about alright at the moment. A little bit of rear end instability through there though, but 28.823 on its first flyout. So just to sort of update you how the Mines are getting along, they are all surprisingly close to each other. The R32 set a time, or sorry, the R32.5 I should say, set a time of a 28.759. The R33 set a time of a 28.750. So, I mean, by that logic, we're on for a 28.620. Never mind. This is quicker. That is probably how it should be. Again, I think, if I'm being honest, the R33, I actually probably preferred driving. That car felt very consistent. This feels a little bit more sort of extreme, more akin to the standard sort of Skyline. Again, that rear end. Skylines do have rear drive bias, in case you are curious. So something like that absolutely is not going to help a car like this. That very nearly worked out if it just sort of gained the traction a little bit. That's why you need a little bit of bias towards the front end, so you can power your way out of those drift moments when they do happen. But no, I am very pleased with that. I'm quite surprised, actually. Again, I don't know. Like I say, I feel like this is a harder car to master, but probably a quicker car overall. To be honest with you, in the vast majority of situations, I would recommend this over the R33. I think this track, maybe, just because I prefer my Skylines not doing that. But, yeah, I think the R34 is, well, the superior car. And interestingly enough, that actually makes this a tie with something else. But no, very interesting indeed from the Mines R34. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting 0.1. If I was to be completely honest, I was really hoping all these cars would sort of be grouped together inside that little range there, but, you know, I guess one has to be the outlier. The other thing I'm noticing as I'm watching this go around is this car is super low to the ground. I don't know if that might be part of it as well. Obviously, I don't tune the suspension on these, but that looks crazy low to the ground. In terms of splits, it doesn't look like there's that much more time in it. I think that sort of third sector, obviously we had sort of some rear instability out that corner. I think if you shave that off, it could be fractionally quicker, but I am really talking fractions there. A 28.620 will place this into 50th. Goes in between the TVR Cerberus LM Edition and the Mercedes CLK race car. It is quicker than a Roof BR4, Subaru Impreza Rally Car, Legacy Touring Wagon GTB 98, Impreza Coupe, WRX Type R STI version 4. It is 0.1 and a bit up the road from the R33 and R32.5, which makes it the quickest non-Nismo 400R Skyline we've ever had, which means it's just another tuned Skyline. So it's quite interesting how most of the tuned cars can't really keep up with their non-tuned counterparts, but yet when it comes to Skylines, it seems the tuned versions are definitely the way to go with them. The 1992 Mazda Familia GTX, also known as the 323 GTX, depending on the version you are playing. This is the four-wheel drive sporty version of the 323 Interplay, and considering that the 323 Interplay is a very, very quick car around this track, in fact it was one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars we've ever had, this four-wheel drive version should, in theory, be something else, but strangely it doesn't make as much power as the Interplay, so I guess in a way the Interplay is the one to buy. It depends on what you want. If what you want is sort of a cool-looking early 90s saloon car with a red trimming, then this is the one you need to go for. I think it looks really cool in the black with the red. I can imagine this is one of those cars where it probably only looks good in the game, and if you actually saw this in like real life, it'd look a bit poncy, as most cars with red trim do. But I do have to admit, the black and the red, it is giving off like some sort of stealth vibes. I really, really like it. Very cool. And I really like the 323s in general. I think all of them in this game are terrific. There's, of course, this sort of generation of 323, the three-box saloon. Then you've got the GTRs, which are the rally-bred hatchback versions of these. There's also the 323F Coupe, or the Lantis, which is a sort of swift-looking coupe, which I really, really like, and I really wanted one of those at one point in time. And speaking of another car I really wanted as a first car, I know it sounds strange, the 323F S-Wagon, or the Familia S-Wagon. That's really cool as well. So it's it doesn't quite round off the 323 lineage, because of course there's still the Lantis, but in terms of the Familias, this is it, and they've been a very cool set of cars, so be interested to see how this one gets along. Four-wheel drive, 331 horsepower, 1,104 kilos. Interestingly enough, that rear end was actually used for, I think it was the Daihatsu Applause was the rebadged version of this, and every time I look at the rear end of this, I just think Daihatsu Applause. Anyways, the Mazda 323, the Mazda Familia GTX, my PAL brain is going off there. The Mazda Familia GTX is going to have 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Coulter Pikes Peak version, which set the time on 26.540. The Familia is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Familia is going to go, well, as much as I would love this to join up with the Interplay, which at the time was like a 30.212, I think it was, I think this is more going to be closer to the S-Wagon, which still set a pretty impressive time. That set a 30.706, although admittedly, considering the power figures on that car, was a little bit underwhelming. I think the GTRs are out of reach. They've cracked the under 30 club. They are 29.7 cars, I think. 30.284 on its first sort of main run. That's pretty quick. Maybe this will be as quick as the Interplay. The Interplay, I can't remember, I don't think the Interplay was actually that particularly amazing to drive. It's just because it makes about 380 horsepower through the front wheels. But that still means it's like a very quick car. If this gets into the under 30, I mean, maybe this can compete with like the Celica GT4. It is in the under 30. That is amazing. I did not think this was going to be an under 30 car. I really didn't. If anything, I thought the S-Wagon, when I first sort of started this series, until I realised the S-Wagon does have a pretty poor gearbox, to be honest. I really thought the S-Wagon was going to be the one to go into the under 30, and this was going to sort of more flounder, but no. That's, don't get me wrong, it's not very far into the under 30 yet. It might go quicker, but it's still very impressive from what is, again, reminder, this is absolutely a first car in this game. I don't know if it shows up on the first couple of days of the dealership. You might have to go sort of in and out of license tests a couple of times before you can get this to show up. But I think these are really cheap. And, I mean, from stock, you know, four-wheel drive, 180-ish horsepower, It's absolutely better than sort of something like a Mitsubishi Galant, but I mean, in terms of here, we are going to get a bit of a run-up on the final lap, because we cut the course, which is not great. That is the only addition of track limits in GT2. I have no idea if that's a bug, or if it's something they actually intended to almost use as track limits at one point, but then again, why would you test it on motorsports land of all of the tracks? Tripped a great many a car up through the years. But then again, if that corner was like unlimited, so many of these cars would absolutely take the biscuit on that corner. Actually, I thought I might have tripped it there. 29.766. It is going to match the GTRs. That's incredible. I was not expecting that to be as good as it was. That really is a phenomenally good car. Yeah, wow. 0.5 quicker than the Interplay. That's insane. I didn't run race mod on this, to be honest with you, because, well, to be fair, the race mod shared with the with the Interplay anyway. So one of these was going to have to run race mod. But again, I didn't really think this was going to be the faster of the two, because on paper it really isn't. But yeah, I mean, that really goes to show you, doesn't it? You know, that Spoon S2000 we drove around here not long ago, that had, I think, about the same amount of power as this, but that car was, like, set of 31.3. Whereas this, you know, well into under 30, because it's all about how you use that power. And this car uses its power very, very well indeed. A 29.766 will place this into 148th place. Goes in between the TVR Cerberus Speed 6 and the Audi TT Coupe. It is quicker than a Mazda RX-7 Type RZ, Roof BTR, RX-7 Type R, 207S16, another RX-7, Roof RCT. It is only fractionally slower than the GTR rally car and the GTR itself. They almost sort of went into a little club together there. It's also not that far off the Nissan Pulsar GTI-R, which I say is probably the best starter car in GT2. So, I mean, if you want a bit of a left field choice, this is absolutely something that could work for you. Yeah, really, really good car. Can't complain there whatsoever. The 1999 Nissan Skyline Artis Exor GTR GT. Believe it or not, this is our first R34 GT500 car to take on the course in over 500 episodes. The first was the Skyline GTR GT, and that was the first GT500 car to go around. And knowing what I know now, and the fact that there is 3 R33 GT500 cars that I could have used instead of the Calsonic, I'm a bit sad that the Calsonic got thrown to the wolves, but what you're going to do, hindsight is a wonderful thing. Today we have the Artis Exor to try and fight the R34's corner, and we do have an R33 GT500 that it can be pretty representative to this. Normally the R33 GT500 cars are detuned, but the Unicia GX, because it ran in 1999, for some reason has all the statistics of the other 99 R34 GT500 cars, and so as a result, we do have a bit of a lap time to go after. The Artis Exor, very cool livery. This is a combination of Autobacks, which is basically the Japanese Alphard, and Zexor, which is a Japanese company. This car was supposedly driven to 6th place in the GT500 Championship, and one of its drivers was Aguri Suzuki, which is a name I actually recognise. These cars have all been converted to rear-wheel drive with the GT2 Plus mod, because them being all-wheel drive doesn't really make sense because they weren't in real life. So that's the solution here, and these cars don't do particularly well now that they've been converted to rear-wheel drive, but I'll try and keep my... try to keep it on the road to, well, you know, try and keep it on track today, I should say. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 712 horsepower, 1200 kilos. Keep it on the road is a really bad choice of words. I sound like those commenters, don't I? You don't drive on the track, you drive off the course. Anyways, to find out how the Nissan Skyline Artis Exor GTR GT gets along, it's going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. So the Artis Exor is not going to beat that. The Calsonic Skyline set a time of like a 29.7 or something ridiculous, which this is almost going to beat on its first flyer. And the car we're aiming for is again the Unicia GX, which set a time of a 28.888. So that's the goal for the Artis Exel. Hopefully we can achieve that in this, if it's well behaved, which is a little bit more of a problem with these cars, because power delivery ain't so sweet on it. It's 28.576, so there we go. Never mind, this car behaved wonderfully for a lap. Thank God. I was a bit worried about this when it first set that 30.228, and I know how bad these cars are to drive normally. To be fair, this might be one of the few times where it might be better to do as little cuts as possible, because otherwise it unsettles the rear wheels. Sometimes it, more than likely, I can't even speak. More often than usual, it is quicker to just cut the course. However, mind you, I'd say that I was on the course then, and the rear wheels just went on it. So, maybe not. Maybe I should let the car do its thing and stop talking sometimes. But no, I'm very happy with that. I mean, I don't think it is 0.3 quicker than the Unicia GX. Well, on a sort of ideal day, they would set the same time because they're basically the same car. I don't think the Unicia GX has any disadvantages to the R34s. I may be wrong on that. There might be some like reduced downforce figures or something, but I'm almost certain these cars are identical. So, yeah, interesting situation, but I don't care. I'll take it because we have brought some justice back to the R34's name in this series because... Jesus, can't even control it now. Because in this series, these cars, you may have been wondering why the Calsonic GC500 car is so much worse than the R33s and why the R34s are so much slower than the R33 GT500 cars. Well, wonder that no more because we have set the time in this. I have not been able to drive for the rest of this episode, but I got the lap in the one that counts. As always, it seems like most of the time it's always the first lap, and then when I actually try to push, that's when problems occur, but nevertheless it set the time, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, like I say, these aren't my sort of preference when it comes to GC500 cars. I think the NSXs are a lot better. I think the Supras are usually better too because they have improved rear traction, but either way, we'll take it in the case of this vehicle. Yeah, last sector could have been quicker. I think, to be honest with you, that was a pretty good lap because the car behaved itself. Obviously, that's not something that usually happens, so in this case, we'll definitely take it. But yeah, good lap overall. Good around a normal track, not good around our track, but it did what it needed to do, and that is the important part. A 28.576. We'll place this into 48th. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 5 and the Jaguar XJR 15. It is quicker than TVR Servo LM edition, quicker than the Mainz R34 Skyline GTR, which is very interesting. That does now make this the quickest R34 to go around the course. Not the quickest Skyline, which is the Nismo 400R, but nevertheless. In terms of like other cars, this is comparable to, as mentioned, is about 0.3 up on the Unicia GX. It's quicker than the Toyota GT1 race car, but that car also ran ages and ages and ages ago. Quicker than the Copperhead LM edition. I mean, it shouldn't have gone that quick, to be perfectly honest. It's not nice to drive at all. The 300ZX is actually quicker than this, and that is a much, much nicer car to drive than this one. But it did what it needed to. It is also 0.2 down on the NSX GT500, the most recent one we had, which was the Mobile 1 car, so that's something as well to bear in mind. The 1997 Mazda RX-7 LM Edition. One of 3 RX-7 LM editions in this game, which I still question as to why there are so many of them. There is this one and the A-Spec, which are both returning from Gran Turismo 1, and the GTC LM edition, which we've already had go around the course. It was very, very quick, so I'm interested to see if this is just as quick. This one, I think, is probably my favourite of all the LM editions. The GTC and the A-Spec sort of just look like their road car equivalents, well as this actually looks unique and interesting. Interesting enough, I only found this out a couple of weeks ago. This car's bodywork is actually based off of the RX-7 15th Anniversary Edition, which I think was a concept and then people sort of made body kits for it. So it looks similar to that. It does look very, very cool with this giant wide body, completely different front end treatment to the normal RX-7s. I hope this does well, although the Gran Turismo 1 LM editions have not done too well around this course. I think the quickest one out of all of them is the CRX Del Sol, ironically enough. Oh, no, tell a lie, it's the Mitsubishi GTO. If you ignore the GTO, it's that. So, yeah, interested to see how this one gets along and how it fares compared to the GTC LM edition. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, 559 horsepower, 960 kilograms. Also comes in this fantastic sort of pinky red colour as well, which I think looks absolutely exquisite. Very similar to the colour that I use for the second channel's logo. Yes, because it used to be blue and now it's this pinky colour. Anyways, to find out how the RX-7 LM edition gets along, it's going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set time on 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, RX-7 GTC LM edition set a time of a 28.366. Not quite sure if this is going to be as quick as that, but it remains to be seen. Other sort of GT500, I'm still thinking that Arta from last time. Other LM editions like this from GT1 are the Silvia S14 and the Chaser, which have set 28.9. So usually these rear-wheel drive sort of Gran Turismo 1 LM editions, that's what I meant to say in the intro, don't do too hot, so not sure how this one is going to get along. The weird thing is, RX-7s around this course actually do really, really well. Really good cars to drive, good sort of power delivery. They spin the wheels, but they don't really affect the handling too much. I think it's a sort of similar case for this car. It does feel very sort of like you can jump on the power and it'll get going, unlike something like the Chaser or the S14, which was a bit more problematic. Like the Chaser and the S14 though, well, unlike in the case of the Chaser, but like in the case of the S14 from what I remember, it actually doesn't feel all that quick. I mean, 560 horsepower, don't get me wrong, is a lot, normally, granted. And in fact, even in GT2, it is a lot. But the RX-7 road cars in this game can make very similar amounts of power, and to be honest with you, they drive pretty similar to this as well. So, yeah, I'm not really feeling it too much with this car, to be honest with you. I'm hoping it can go, I mean, I don't know at this point, maybe 28.8 if we can get a good final lap out of it. Because I want it to do well. I really like the way it looks, it's cool, but it's just not all that sort of fast and straight line, as it turns out. He's got the complete opposite problem that Arta had last time. The Skyline had sort of all the power, but didn't know how to control it. This has some power, but just not really all that much. 28.675, I will happily take that. Not bad. Like I say, as an actual overall thing to drive, it's really nice. As an overall thing to sort of, you know, be quick around this course, not so much. I've just noticed the Cerber LM edition as well. Was that a car in GT1? I really shouldn't have made that Gran Turismo 1 comparison at the start of this, because now all the comments are screaming at me. I think the Cerber LM edition's the quickest rear-wheel drive. Actually, it beat the Del Sol as well, the Cerber. Stop talking about the Cerber. Yeah, not a bad time. Like I say, about 0.3 down on the GTC. From what I remember, the GTC makes more power and was generally a little nicer through the corners as well. So, not fantastic, but we will take it. Yeah, As far as LM editions go, it's sort of on the slower end, but not too bad. 28.675. We'll place this into 57th place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX Type R STI version 4 and the Honda NSX-R GT1 Turbo. I think both of those cars are actually from Gran Turismo 1, ironically enough. Does beat the Dodge Copperhead LM edition, the CRX Del Sol LM edition, slightly slower than the TVR Cerbera LM edition. I mean, comparing it to more cars sort of like this, it is slower than the 300ZX GTS FedEx car, slower than the Toyota Altezza LM edition, of course the RX-7 GTC LM edition as well, and the Vector M12 LM edition. But it is significantly quicker than the Chaser and the Silvia, so yeah, sort of half a dozen of one and a dozen of the other, I guess. It's not terrible, but it just isn't quite, you know, considering the high standards that we set for the RX-7s in this series now, it just isn't all that great. The 1998 Toyota Starlet Galanza V. Our final Starlet to take on the course, and the final Toyota Starlet that was really produced by Toyota. I believe the next generations of these cars were rebadged Suzukis and they came later. This was of course replaced by the Yaris, which is an infinitely better vehicle. I am no fan of these later Toyota Starlets. I think it's because I had to deal with far too many people saying, oh, I really want one of these as a first car, they're cool, they're JDM, and it's like, it's not. It's a shopping cart that your grandmother drove. These aren't cool, these aren't interesting, a Micra is infinitely better. The only thing the Starlet has going for it is reliability, and if reliability is the one good thing about your car, it just goes to show there's nothing good about your car. Admittedly, the Galanzas are a little bit more special, but I mean, even then, I think the coolest thing about this is the fact that it says Galanza under the rear window, which is very 90s. Other than that, not a fan of this car. I mean, it looks okay, they're fine. Like, the actual car itself doesn't offend me, it's the culture that surrounds the Starlet that annoys me. And I think Galanzas are also mostly imported by people who drive like dicks, basically. So that's another reason I don't like this car. Anyways, the race mod on it is kind of cool. This sort of two-tone, I guess, very basic. It does come in some cool colours though, this green, and there was a sort of mocky yellow. It's hard choosing between which one I wanted to run, but I went with the green in the end. Front engine, front wheel drive, 231 horsepower. 847 kilos, pretty okay stats for a Japanese small car. It is definitely on the lighter side of things, which may or may not bode well for it, considering how lighter cars usually drive, but I guess we'll see. Anyways, the Toyota Starlet Galanza V. Ooh, this is weird to drive. Interesting. The Toyota Starlet Galanza V is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Galanza V isn't beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, the 96 car set a time of a 31.5... where is it? 597. So I suppose that's the goal for this, is to beat that. But straight away I'm noticing one or two issues. One, this has the sort of low grumbly engine note, something like a Mazda Demio has. Which is quite cool, actually, I'll give it that. But it does mean you really have to watch the little rev counter to see when you're actually changing gear. The other more interesting bit of this car is it feels very strange to drive. This has... We've seen this with a couple of cars, but I think this might be the most pronounced I've ever seen it, where it almost feels like the steering isn't coming from the front end of the car, it's happening directly in the middle of it. Now, for reference, that's how most racing games actually work, I believe. The sort of pivot point for the wheels is sort of underneath the car, and the idea the front wheels are turning in is an illusion. That's sort of not so much recently, but in the past that's how racing games handled it. And normally you can't tell, but in this, yeah, you can tell. It actually almost feels as well like the centre of gravity is sort of right at the top of it on the green roof. And so, as a result, every time you go around a corner, it almost feels like it's going to tip over, which obviously it can't do because it's GT2. But, yeah, very bizarre, strange car. Don't like the way this drives at all. You know, again, I'm not much of a Galanza fan, but I'm kind of happy I'm not in this case, because this is not very nice at all to drive. Yeah. I mean, in terms of other starlets, it is worth mentioning the quickest of all of them is the 87 Turbo S, which I actually do quite like. So, if you are going to go for a starlet, go for that one. However, if you absolutely need to go for the 98, my advice to you is don't fully upgrade it, because apparently, if you do, it starts to drive a little bit weird like this is doing. And not normal, and not good. Yeah, what a bizarre thing to sort of pilot and drive. That is a better run out of that corner, but just about, because we didn't get bit by the strange oversteer. Also not on the end there. 31.592. Just a bit quicker than the... God, you saw there, I literally spun it just by... That is bizarre. That is really weird. This is one of those cars where, you know, usually when it comes to describing how things drive, I really have to, you know, be descriptive with you, because you often can't really see it too much on your end. I feel like with the Starlet, even as you're watching this replay, you can sort of tell how sort of twitchy and weird this is to drive. What a bizarre vehicle. I didn't enjoy that at all. I'm amazed I got the lap time out of it, to be honest. I'm amazed it's quicker than the 96 car. I think if the 96 car rerun, it would be quicker than that, because I remember that didn't handle like this did. And if it did, then I've completely blocked it out of my memory. That is not good. Not bueno. Not good. A 31.592, nevertheless, will put it into 416th place. Goes in between the Mazda Unos Cosmo and the Peugeot 306 rally car, another car that would be quicker than it if it ran today. It is quicker than the Elan S2, the 96 Starlet, the Nissan Pulsar Series N1, which is a better car to drive, but just doesn't have the speed. Sprinter Terreno, Mugen Civic Ferio, Volkswagen Lupo. It is fractionally slower than the Nissan March G-Sharp, which is a much, much, much better vehicle than this. Slower than the Megane, slower than the Demio GLX, again that ran ages ago as well. Yeah, just not good in any way, shape or form. The one thing I will say that was quite good about it is the actual sort of speed is pretty good in this, the sort of acceleration out the corners and stuff, very torquey little motor, but yeah, the rest of that's just bizarre and I didn't like it. The 1999 Super Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 6. This is, of course, the final generation of Impreza in this game, the version 6. Not, of course, the final Impreza sedan that's ever going to be ran. That's going to be the Type RA, which is essentially a lighter version of this. So that's running race mod, and this one is not. But this is the final race modless Impreza that is ever going to run around the course. And, of course, we had to have it in cashmere yellow because it's a very cool colour, and also this doesn't come in blue, because not all Imprezas came in blue. I know, I can hear you. That is a shock horror. But they didn't, so some of them came in cashmere yellow, which is a very cool colour. Obviously, it does clash very slightly with the golden wheels, but then again, we ran an Impreza, a legacy wagon not long ago that had bright red wheels in this colour. So I suppose that's an improvement. Yeah, I like Imprezas, you know that, everyone knows that. We've driven hundreds of these things, it feels like, and they're all pretty good. So I suppose the real question for this car today is, can it beat the version 5 sedan? And that did run race mod. So I'm not super confident about beating that, but I guess we will see. Four-wheel drive, 497 horsepower, 1,130 kilograms. Yeah, typical Impreza stuff. No other Impreza other than the 22B, I believe, can get over 500 horsepower, which is something interesting to note. Anyways, the Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 6 is going to get, well, 6 laps. of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 26.540. This car unlikely to beat that. Again, we've got the version 5, that's at a 28.5. That is the aim to beat with this car. Like I said, that one was running race mod, which probably does buy it a little bit of time. So it is worth mentioning that in case this doesn't beat that, but if this doesn't, then the Type RA most definitely will. In fact, I was upgrading that Type RA today because we're sort of coming down to, not quite, but we're almost to the point where I can empty my garage and not actually have to fill it with more cars, because we're almost towards the end of the series. We're on to almost the last 100 cars, not quite. But we will be Friday, I believe, is the order of these coming out. So 5401 is going to be the final episode where I have 100 cars in my garage, pretty much. Because after that point, I can just start getting rid of them, which will be lovely. But, yeah, I was upgrading that Type RA. I didn't realise quite how light that was. So that's going to be an interesting one when it comes around. And in case you're wondering, yes, this episode essentially does act as a trailer for the last Impreza sedan, the RA, whenever that comes around, which will be significantly later on, I assure you of that. It might even be the last Impreza that we've run around here, because, you know, I know technically speaking the Impreza Coupe is probably the quickest of the bunch. Probably. Although don't quite put that on your bingo card just yet. But yeah, that's probably the one everyone thinks is the quickest, but I don't know, I like the sedans. Plus there's 2 version 6 sedans, so, you know, you get slightly more of them, so I guess for that to be the last one makes a little bit more sense. 28.470. Did have to work for that one a little bit, but we got there in the end. This is now the quickest Impreza sedan of all of them. It wouldn't be an Impreza episode without a full drift off the hill. Although I do think in terms of lap time, we are pretty much done. I do feel like it could go a little bit quicker, dare I say it. But, I mean, I'll take my 28.470. That run over the grass, I think may have hurt it a little bit, but then again, would have had to slow down even more to combat the understeer. That's sort of the question when that happens. I'm not too sure. But either way, we will definitely take that. Definitely. Maybe a little bit of time. And not as much as I thought, actually, to be honest with you, on that final sector. So, but like I said, there's more, so it's fine. Even if this one doesn't do too well, it's fine. And it did do very well, so it's even more fine than that. A 28.470 will place this into 45th. Goes in between the Roof Turbo R and the Renault Espace F1. Quicker than the NSX Tactor, quicker than, of course, that Super Impreza sedan version 5. Interestingly, it's only fractionally slower than the Evo 5 GSR, a fellow yellow saloon car. Still can't beat that. That is crazy. Only one Impreza, 2 Imprezas if you count the Cusco, have managed to beat the base Evo 5 with no race mod. So that does sort of show you where the pendulum's going to swing in terms of the Impreza versus Evo Fight 3. Sorry, I forgot about the 22B. But yeah, interesting nonetheless, but we will take that. The 1997 Suzuki Alto Works Suzuki Sport Limited. I think off the top of my head, this is the only key car to survive all the way from GT2 to GT6. It even survived in Gran Turismo 3, where many key cars met their maker and then would come back in GT4, but not this one. It was even in GT3. I think it was this and the Daihatsu Mira was the 2 key cars in that game, although the Mira was a different Mira to the one that's actually in this game, so this one is the one that survived. Which is always a little bit strange, because the 98 was in this game, which is technically the more updated model, and they went for the prior model to put into the game. But anyways, who do I know? Maybe the Suzuki Sport Limited is the ultimate version of the Alto Works, and it's the one that's the most prized and possessed in Japan. I mean, in terms of what does the Suzuki Sport Limited actually get you, no idea. On the base car, it gets you side graphics. It certainly doesn't get you more power, I'll tell you that, because it's a key car. It does get you, though, in the case of this game, this fantastic racing modification, which has sort of got these blue shapes on the side, and it's yellow. Kind of looks like a Pizza Hut carpet from the 1990s. It is a fantastic looking thing. Now, this is the fourth and final Alto that we've got to have a look at. So it'll be interesting to see how this stacks up compared to the other ones. Four-wheel drive, 173 horsepower, 633 kilograms. Very, very light, actually. I think this might be the lightest of all the Altos. Maybe that's what the Suzuki Sport Limited got you. No idea. Anyways, to find out how this gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Cultus Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540. The Suzuki Alto Works Suzuki Sport Limited is unlikely to beat that, obviously. I mean, if this was real life, maybe this would be quite a fun car to drive around the go-kart track and would, in all honesty, probably be the quickest. But this is Gran Turismo, and as we all know, Gran Turismo does not stand for realism. Although it does stand for the real driving simulator, but it definitely isn't, as we found out multiple times during these episodes. In case of where the Alto Works is gonna end up, the other Alto Works went as follows. The 97 RSZ set a time of a 32.3, the 90 set a time of a 32.088, and the 98 set a time of a 31.7. Now, speaking of that 31.7, of course, that does mean, well, the 98 car had a bit of an advantage over this car in the sense that it has, I think, about 20 more horsepower. So as much as this is probably significantly lighter than that car by at least sort of 70 kilos or so, it doesn't really matter when you're a key car. I'd rather have 20 extra horsepower if it meant, you know, that... I'd rather have 20 extra horsepower if it meant having a little bit of extra weight, to be honest, because that's the one thing these cars are lacking, is power. That was a pretty decent lap, 31.873. Definitely puts it on the quicker end of key cars. The problem with these cars, to be honest with you, they're kind of a bit of a dread for me these days. Before, I used to dread the more high-speed stuff, wondering, can I get the best possible lap time out of it? When I drive something like this now, I have the opposite issue, where I'm like, can I get the most possible speed out of this? Because it's just so much of a different vehicle to drive from your common run-of-the-mill sports car, because these cars are all about momentum, keeping momentum up, making sure you're shifting at the right times, that you're taking the right line for each corner in order to maximize your ability to stay on the throttle constantly. They are really challenging, and I've actually found recently, you know, sort of like split differences and stuff in these cars. You know, like there, I was relatively close behind, but I was 0.4 off. And you can really just lose 0.4 in a car like this in a blink of an eye. So, yeah, they are a little bit challenging. We are going to understeer into this corner. That's the other problem as well. They're a little bit, you know, it's about getting as close to the limit as you possibly can be, and in these cars, when you step over the limit, you just get understeer, and that sort of kills your fun right there and then. So, yeah, not a bad session for the Suzuki. I don't think it's as quick as the 98, as mentioned. I think being 0.2 off is actually pretty good. I'd say I got a pretty good run in there. I'm sure the splits are going to tell me that I probably could have been quicker, but I don't know. I don't think you could be significantly much quicker in that. Yeah, Jesus, I don't know what I did on Sector 3 on that lap, but apparently it was loads quicker. But then again, Sector 2 was longer, and as we sort of spoke about, you know, Sector 3 technically starts just after that bend, so if you take a slower line into Sector 2 and come out quicker, then it can speed up your Sector 3, but mess up your Sector 2. A bit of a weird one, but yeah, I'll take that. It's not bad, let's put it that way. A 31.873 will place this in to 453rd place. Goes in between the Mugen Accord Wagon and the Honda Integra SIRG. It is quicker than the Subaru Vivio RXRA, quicker than the Mini Cooper, quicker than the Toyota Corolla 11, quicker than an Acura Integra GS and a Ford Taurus Show. I'm just trying to look in terms of key cards. I mean, in terms of keys, the only thing really quicker than this is the Daihatsu Mira Aero package, the TR 4-wheel drive, the Daihatsu Move, which I suppose is a bit of a worry, but again, that Move had 20 more horsepower than this. The Alto works in the Subaru Clio RS, so I mean, in terms of key cars, it's done pretty bloody alright, and, you know, to lose out to the 98 car, it shows progress. You know, Suzuki was learning. Maybe the 98 should have been the key car carried over into the later Gran Turismos, but we'll never know. The 1999 Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. 18 months of speculation about when this is going to run. Can it beat the Coulters? Can it beat that? Can it beat that? Ends tonight. The Escudo is here. The Meta, the ultimate, my favourite car in all of Gran Turismo. Yes, I know, I'm a fraud. Everyone knows about the Escudo. Everyone knows how good this is. Everyone knows that it is just the greatest. But nothing will ever beat my first time playing Gran Turismo 2, discovering the Escudo exists, finally getting the money to buy the Escudo, and then using this car to systematically destroy every single object in sight. Nothing, and I mean nothing, in any game I think will ever beat that memory. And that for me is why the Escudo is the car I think about when I think Gran Turismo. This is the ultimate, my favourite. I love it. I love everything about it. I love how crazy it is. I love the performance of it. It's got 2 engines. It's just amazing. And I you know, again, there's a lot of cars I like in this game. There's a lot of cars I love in this game, but nothing in all video games will ever beat my love for the Escudo Pikes Peak version. Now, that being said, this car's a bit interesting because it's a bit of a basket case, really. You see, this car, despite being fully licensed, uses bits of 96 and 98 and 99 Escudos and sort of crams them all into this one. I'm calling this a 99 because this used the 99 body in this game, but I think in the GT3 onwards, they went to the 98 body. You can't really tell much of a difference, to be honest, but it is something worth mentioning in case anyone's wondering about sort of the year of this car. So, here you go, Escudo. It's finally here, and it's ready to dominate all, but can it beat the Coulters? And if it can, how much can it beat the Coulters by? 4-wheel drive, 995 horsepower, 800 kilos. You've heard of a 1-to-1 power to weight ratio? The Escudo just laughs at that, beats it, easily, don't even care. It literally doesn't even care, just decimate everything in sight. And that's the Escudo's goal, and that's what it's probably going to do here today. To find out just how quick the Escudo Pikes Peak version is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the fastest time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Coulters Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 26.540, which is a very quick time, actually. This has just set a 26.660 on its first flyer. Just casually. Don't even care. Like I say, Escudo takes no prisoners. It does hear, I do hear your cries about how the Coulters is cooler and how in an alternative history maybe the Coulters would have been the car to be carried on over into Gran Turismo. But the unfortunate truth is you live in the real world. And in the real world, the Coulters has just been sent packing by 0.2 of a second. And that's not to say that this is done yet, because this can absolutely go even quicker than that. The problem with cars like this, I did discuss this briefly when I was driving the Coulters before, but I think it's even more poignant on this. Your brain, the human brain, really struggles to keep up with just how quick this can be. It has the brakes, it has the turning, it has the raw speed. But because of that, you've got to be so early on the brakes, you've got to turn in and then know the right time to punch the throttle in this, to not lose it and crash into the barrier. it is a hard car to drive because it is such an easy 25.696. That is 0.9 of a second quicker than the Cultus. And it's a... Jesus. The Cultus is quick, don't get me wrong, but the Cultus did actually struggle to beat the TTLM edition a little bit. This, no qualms, it's literally a second quicker, or fractionally off, but still, almost a second quicker than the TTLM edition. Doesn't even care. The Escudo takes no prisoners. It doesn't care about your feelings, it doesn't care about what you think about, oh, this car and the Escudo isn't this. It doesn't care. It just... here to just kill everything in sight. No problems. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. That's it. Done. What a machine. Just to confirm, 185 down the straight, by the way. It can just do that. It can just do that. Because it's the Escudo. Of course it can do 180 down the straight. Of course it can. It's the Escudo. What a car. What an unbelievable piece of machinery. I mean, you can't argue with that, can you? You literally can't argue with that. What a car. What, I mean, I didn't think the 25-second barrier could be breached. This hasn't just breached it, it's properly wormed its way in. Nothing in the vanilla game's touching this. I wasn't so confident to say that with the likes of the Cultus and the TT, but no, with this, nothing, nada, zip, nothing. Nothing can beat the Escudo. The Escudo is on top, as God intended. A 25.696 places this at the top. It won't be beaten. That's it. Until the A-Spec stuff comes around. Some of that might. I don't know. I kind of doubt it looking at that at the moment. What a car. I mean, it's 2 seconds quicker than the Tigra Ice race car, right? It's a second and a half quicker than the GTO and the FTO and the other GTO. It's a second quicker than the TTLM edition. Like, what more do you want? What more can anything else do? Nothing can stop the Escudo. What a car. I am, yeah, I'm happy with that. The 1996 Roof CTR2 Sport. In theory, this is an upgraded version of the standard Roof CTR2, which is already in the game, and a car that we've already seen go round. And in fact, it was a very, very quick car, despite running quite a while ago. It currently sits in 35th place, one of the quickest road cars we've had, which is mighty, mighty impressive. So if this can be an upgraded version of that, then this is going to be a very quick car indeed. It's the second quickest roof we've had. The BTR4 3.8 is currently the quickest, so yeah, hopefully this can beat that and get itself into the under 28 second club. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, it looks fantastic. It's based on the 993, which is my favourite generation 911. It's got this very cool looking wide body. I really, really like this car. I especially like the rear wing on this as well, which almost looks like that arch they stuck over Chernobyl. Like, it's housing a nuclear reactor. I mean, to be fair, it does make 666 horsepower, so it might be necessary to keep whatever's in there from getting out, but as long as it can apply it to its road and be reasonably quick, then we should get along just fine. Four-wheel drive, 666 horsepower, 1,219 kilos, awful lot of torque, pretty good power to weight ratio, although of course nowhere near the power to weight ratio of what we had last time, which was of course the car this one is not going to beat, but it is the car I'm about to tell you the name of. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is, after the last episode, the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This is not going to beat that. In fact, nothing's going to beat that because it was almost a second quicker than the Cultus. God, this feels... I suppose this is the consequence to whatever goes after something like the Pikes Peak cars. This feels really slow. I suppose it's quite a good thing. It almost feels like I'm driving this in slow motion. Of course, this is not a slow car. In fact, it's a very quick car. It's at a 29.022 on its first flying lap. So, no, sorry, on its first lap in general. This is its first flying lap, and it's going to set at 28.114. So it is a very quick car, but yeah, I suppose once you've driven the Escudo, it's really hard to go back to something more normal. And again, this isn't exactly a normal car, because this is a CTR2. This is a really great, big, powerful, fast sports car. One of the fastest road cars we've ever had. So, yeah, it sort of puts things into perspective for you, doesn't it? That was an almost identical lap time out of this. I suppose it's quite an easy thing to drive. It does feel a little bit hefty. It does have to be said. I suppose that's not surprising because, you know, it does weigh like 1,200 kilos, which is not bad, but getting on the portlier side, especially for sports cars in this game. But then again, I mean, it's the four-wheel drive system and all that gubbins. 27.868. To be honest with you, that's probably down to that first sector, and I don't think I could replicate my speed through here if I tried. I sort of got like one of those cool drifts going in it. Yeah, it really set the car into a interesting motion. I'll speak about this a little bit more in a second when we're doing the final rundown for this, but yeah, that does mean this car goes into a bit of an interesting position at 28.868. Yeah, I mean, it's, again, I don't know, it's a really hard car to assess after driving the Escudo. I don't know, like, what's real, what's normal anymore. I mean, this feels quick, it feels grippy, again, like I say, a little bit portly, a little bit soft on the suspension, which is sort of what's surprising me a little bit, but it does mean it's a bit nicer over the bumps. Overall, very nice car to drive, and definitely an upgrade on the CTR2, which is what I was hoping this was going to be. And it does now become the quickest roof we've ever had, so mighty, mighty effort. Again, it's so weird, like, that car was super quick. Like, you're not going to believe how quick this car has just gone, and yet, despite that, it feels slow because I just drove the Escudo. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah, wow. I mean, it's 20 kilometers an hour off of the pace of that Escudo, so stop talking Escudo. This isn't about the Escudo. I'm sorry. Every car that would have gone afterward, I guess, would have been overshadowed by that, but no, that is a mighty quick car in its own right from the CTR2 Sport. A 27.868 will put this into 18th. It has actually fractionally lost to the R390 GT1 road car, which, if this had beaten that, means this would have been the quickest non-race mod car in the entire game that we've tested so far, but unfortunately it loses fractionally to the R390. However, it is worth mentioning that the R390 GT1 road car is essentially a race car, well as this is an actual proper road car with all the upgrades that you can put on a standard road car. So I suppose in that aspect, this would be quicker. It is about slightly under 0.1 up on the BTR4 3.8. Honestly, picking between the two of them, BTR4 is quicker down the straights. This is a lot nicer through the corners. I would choose this, to be perfectly honest, but definitely not bad. Beats the Viper STP Taizan, beats the Toyota GT1 road car, Evo 5 rally car, M12 LM edition, GT40s. It's quick. It's mighty, mighty impressive from the CTR2 Sport. Really good effort there. Not quite the quickest road car we've ever had. That currently sits with the XJ220. But it's not far off. I mean, with race mod, maybe this could be beating that. With race mod, this would sort a little bit of the weight problem out and would give it a little bit more sort of grip into the corners, so yeah, definitely. The 1998 Citroen Saxo Rally Car. This is one of the arcade mode only rally cars that have been added into GT2 Plus, and you can then win them in the career mode, fully upgrade them, and when they are fully upgraded, they are the exact equivalent of the standard Saxo with race mod, except this can't have stage 3 weight reduction. So, for all intents and purposes, this is the Saxo with racing mod, hence why the Saxo originally ran without, but now it's here. This is of course based on the Saxo F2 kit car, which is one of my favourite rally kit cars of all time. I think it looks absolutely exquisite. The only thing I'm a bit upset about this being the arcade mode only car is you can't change the colour, so I have to have it in this red, but I guess the red is iconic to Citroen's rallying career. So no, absolutely exquisite looking car. I love the wide arches on this thing and the little branded spoiler and Saxo down the side. It is very, very cool. I dearly love the Citroen Saxo. It's one of my favourite super minis. One of my biggest regrets is I never really got the chance to own one of these as a first car. I remember there was one down my street that I was going to buy, but I sort of chickened out, which is a bit of a shame, because, yeah, that would have been a very, very cool car. These are very comfy from what I remember. Like, the seats in them are ridiculously padded. Of course, the rest of the car sort of bounces around like you wouldn't believe, but yeah, I love Saxos, and I would love to own like a VTS or a VTR someday. Anyways, in terms of this one, front engine, front wheel drive, 268 horsepower, 861 kilos. Those are pretty good stats for a small super mini, and when the Saxo last ran, it didn't do half bad, so I guess it's time to see how the Saxo rally car is going to get along. The Saxo rally car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Saxo ain't beating it. It just isn't. Unless there was a Saxo Pikes Peak car I don't know about that's hidden away in this game somewhere. Yeah, it's not happening. Which is a shame, because we like the Saxo. Anyways, last time Saxo was here, it set a time of a 30.840, so as long as this can get somewhat close to that, I will be happy. Typically we've found, I think this is mostly because they run after the standard road cars, the arcade mode rally cars, despite missing out on stage 2 weight reduction, they do weigh pretty much the same as the standard car, and for the most part they are around a little bit quicker than the base car. Mileage can vary with that. We've seen in certain cases where that isn't true. I think the Megane might be one of them, but to be fair, the Megane also had a bigger issue where it wasn't allowed any weight reduction. It just had the race mod on it. And there's a certain other arcade mode rally car in the GT2 Plus mod that actually is allowed to have stage 3 weight reduction. We'll get to that one in due time. I'm really sad that that counted as a corner cut, because if it didn't, it was on for a very good time there. Yeah, this drives pretty much how I sort of remember it. I did think these were turbo. I mean, obviously not standard, it's a 1.6 litre ancient Citroen engine, so this would have been naturally aspirated. I think the VTRs were 8-valve, VTS 16-valve, from what I remember of my Citroen Saxo lore. So, if you have ever wondered what the difference between the VTR and the VTS is, that's the difference. And much like the 206, no one remembers the 206, the 205 GTI, there's arguments to this day over, is the VTR slightly nicer handling, is the VTS slightly more powerful, that sort of argument. I've had an itchy nose for the last 2 laps, which is slightly distracting, but hopefully we'll get a decent final lap out of this and salvage everything. If it wasn't for that corner bump or wall bump there, we probably would have set a pretty tasty lap time in this compared to the standard Saxo. In case you are wondering, to be honest with you, it's been so long since I ran the Saxo, and to be honest with you, it's been a while since I've ran a rally car back to back. In terms of sort of what the differences are with handling between these two, I really can't tell, to be honest. I'd imagine the standard road car... right, okay. Right. in defense, I don't think that's down to this. I'm gonna say that's down to I don't really know what. I can't I can't explain what just happened. I'm not gonna lie. That wasn't that wasn't in the script to happen. Yeah. Cool. I don't know what to say to that. What? Why is it just gone 0.5 quicker than it? Honestly, sometimes like things just destroy my leaderboard. I'd like everything to be logical, and for the most part, the series has been logical, and then stuff like this just happens. And it ruins everything because nothing makes sense anymore, and it makes me wonder why I even bother. But, 30.300 dead will place this into 218th place. Goes in between the Audi A4 Quattro and the TVR Chimera. It is quicker than the Fiat Punto GT, which has been sort of the standout super mini for so long now, and yeah, no longer apparently. Quicker than Tommy Kaira M30, quicker than the BMW 323 Ti Compact, quicker than the Opel Vectra i500 and the FTO and the A3, and none of this makes sense. I don't know why that happened. I have no way to explain what just happened. The 1998 Nissan Fairlady Z version R 2x2 Twin Turbo. It's another Fairlady Z to take on our course. We've ran a lot of them, and as you can tell by the colour choice on this one, I've ran out of factory colours to run this car with, so silver. It looks quite good in silver, to be fair, but yeah, this is, I think, the only colour that hasn't been on one of these cars, including the 300ZXs. There's been a lot. It's almost over. This is the second to last one, and then it's just the Version S Twin Turbo 2-seater, which in theory should be the quickest of all of them, and then that's it. So, 2x2, these are the worse versions of these cars, because the 2-seaters, of course, have 2 seats, so they are slightly less heavy. The 2x2s are heavier, and I think actually longer, technically. I think I read that somewhere. 2x2s have slightly extended wheelbases, but either way, that's why these don't run race mod, and the 2-seaters do, because they're quicker. This being the twin turbo model, though, it does make an awful lot of power, so yeah, this should be fun. In terms of 2x2s, the quickest was a non-turbo version R, so this being the twin turbo, who knows? It should be quicker because they've done pretty pitiful in the past, but we'll see. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 669 horsepower, nice, and 1,406 kilos. Big, heavy car with lots of power and rear-wheel drive, so do not expect anything quick or good or interesting to come out of this, but who knows, maybe the sweet spot of the Fairlady Z range is the version R 2x2 twin turbo. To find out how the Nissan Fairlady Z 2x2 version R twin turbo gets along, it's going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track, 5-speed, interesting. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696, and this car will not be beating that, even if it did manage to spring an extra bit of drive to the front wheels, which would be nice. As mentioned, quickest 2x2 Fairlady is the version R from 98, that's at a time of a 31.125. The previous twin turbo 2x2 set a time of a 31.2. That went round, I think, a very long time ago actually. So, Fairlady Z's as of okay, oh god, we're on one of those days, cool, where nothing makes sense and everything I've just told you is gobbledygook. I don't think that makes this the fastest Fairlady Z, but I do think it makes it one of the quickest. To be fair, actually, to this one, usually Fairlady Zs have a big time problem sticking power down to the track. This one doesn't seem to have that issue. Traction to the rear actually seems pretty good on this vehicle. Yeah, maybe there is some viability to the 2x2. Like I say, I know they've got slightly different wheelbases, which I think on a car like this shouldn't really matter all that much. There you go, that's what I'm used to Fairlady Zed's doing, just sort of chucking you out of the power band there, but, well, power band, chucking you out of traction. But, yeah, I don't know, it drives alright, actually. I'm quite shocked. It seems like it took a while for them to get the hang of this Fairlady Z business, but the final 98 cars might be the ones to go for. I think that now means this is quicker than all of the 94 Fairlady Zs, even though this shouldn't happen. I think the 94s actually on paper should be quicker because they are slightly lighter. I also love how I've managed to cock up every other lap since setting that 30.354. Yeah, it does happen sometimes. The more you try to push these things, the more problems you have. And I guess, in the case of this, the more problems we are indeed having. Yeah, it's been a weird old day, this, and it seems to be getting even weirder. I'm just trying to have a look. Okay, it's not the quickest Fairlady Z, thank God. But it is by far and away the quickest 2x2 and the quickest version R. Yeah. That wasn't supposed to happen, but it has. I know at least one person who's going to be very happy. A certain German's going to be very happy with that one. 11.701, I don't know, I mean, there's always time in a car like that just sort of spins its rear wheels quite a bit, but as to how much time, I'm not really too sure. Yeah, it's a shame that sort of fifth lap wasn't a little bit more better held together, because that might have been a little bit quicker than this, but yeah, we'll take it. Like I say, it beats all expectations by a ridiculous amount, so it definitely ain't too bad. A 30.354 will place this into 227th place. It goes fractionally slower than the Audi A3 and the Mitsubishi FTO and the BMW 528i and the Opel Vectra i500. This is getting to be a very, very crowded part of the leaderboard here. It is slightly quicker than the Mazda Roadster C-Spec, the Toyota Altezza 280T tuned by Toms, the Civic Ferio, and the RX-7 GT Turbo. It is also, interesting to note, about 0.1 up on the classic Nissan Fairlady 240Z. So, yeah, it's interesting that sort of in, how long is that, 28 years of progress, they only managed to go very slightly quicker, but of course we haven't seen the full-fat, all-conquering two-seater twin-turbo version S from 98 come round this course yet. And considering the 94 is 0.1 quicker than this, could that be the Fairlady Z that goes into the under 30 club? I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking pretty positive at the moment. The 1998 Lotus Elise Sport 190. The final of the core range of Elises in this game. There is the base Elise, the 111S, the Sport 135, and this, the Sport 190. In terms of hierarchy of Elises, they're all very, very similar. This 190, though, is the most powerful of the bunch. I believe the second or third lightest, but really, between like the worst Elise and the best Elise, there's about 15 horsepower in it and about 30 kilos. So realistically, it doesn't really matter which one of these vehicles you go for, you are going to get a very similar experience. And unfortunately, as this series has progressed, that experience has been not good. These cars are not very quick around this course. In fact, the quickest Elise is currently the base model Elise, so I'm hoping the 190 will be able to at least make a little improvement on that, but these cars are not particularly good to drive. This one is running racing mod. Two of the Elises have, two of the Elises haven't. So with this one I have, and I've just gone with this sort of dark blue with the blue sunstrip. I do think it looks quite cool. The Sport 190 doesn't have a very interesting logo, unlike the 111S, which probably has... I guess it's sort of between the base Elise and the 111S for the best one with race mod, but the 111S isn't the best Elise, so it didn't run race mod. But enough of that. Let's go ahead and get this on the track. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 267 horsepower, 597 kilos. It is worth pointing out that in the base game, this is... I should point out, from, like, base, these cars are very different, but when you upgrade them, there's, like, barely any difference in them. So, it's sort of a case of how much outlay do you want to spend, and how many upgrades do you actually want to put into the cars will depend on sort of which Elise path you should really go down. Anyways, to find out how the Elise Sport 190 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land, tracking on set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peaks version, that car's at a time of a 25.696. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, quickest Elise is the base car. That's at a time of a 31.514. Other Elises, I think the Sport 135 set a time of a 31.8 something or other. And the 111S was very slightly quicker than this. That, like a 31.7, I think. So, yeah, they're all sort of trundling around the 31.5-ish mark. In this case, it's just gone up to a 31.457. But no, these cars are not very good to drive, which is a shame, because I quite like a first-gen Elise, but... yeah, there's something sort of quite wrong and difficult about the way these cars drive. It's very much like there's no weight whatsoever over the front axle to actually push it down into the tarmac to actually get it to grip, which is a bit problematic. They're not particularly good over the grassy bits, which is obviously sort of a huge part of where you make your time up here. This corner especially, I think, really trips them up a little bit because you just get so much understeer through that corner. So, yeah, they're just not good. The quickest Elise by far, the best one in the game, is the Elise GT1. Of course, we've still got the Motorsports Elise to come round, but that's going to be a story for another day. Be interesting to see if the Motorsports Elise is any different to these ones, to be fair. Because I'm not sure. I don't really know. I don't really have a lot of experience with the Motorsports Elise in this game. I found the Motorsports Elise as a car that I used a lot more in GT3 than I ever did in GT2. So, yeah, not really sure how the Motorsports Elise is going to get on, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. As for now, we've got the 190. See if we can get any quicker on this final lap. Again, just understeer through there, and then you have it... Oh, there's the wall. Well, there you go. That duds that one, I guess. Yeah, they're not particularly good to drive. I mean, admittedly, I did let it down by smacking into the wall there. There is an ickle bit of time in there, but I really don't think it's that much. That's, I mean, they're just not very pleasant to drive. I don't really know what more to say about the Elises. They're just not good cars at the end of the day, which is a shame, but that's the way this cookie's crumbled. I say there's a lot of time in this, apparently not. I suppose Sector 2, if you take that sort of really short line into there, but there's, what does that push it into, like a 31.4 slightly up the road? Don't get me wrong, 31.4, a lot of cars in this sort of segment of the leaderboard, but yeah, it ain't gonna go much quicker, is it? Interesting. I think there's a little bit more in there. I think there might be like a 31.3 in here, and the splits aren't really showing that, but I can only take what the car gets, and that's what the car got. A 31.457 will place this into 401st place. Goes in between the Nissan Sunny VZR and the Honda Integra SIRG. It is quicker, then the Rally Mini Cooper, the Toyota Chaser Tourer V, Acura Integra GSR, Mitsubishi FTO GR, the Toyota Yaris, it's quicker then, slightly slower than, again, the Sunny, slower than the Opel Corsa, which is handling by Lotus, I think, in the case of the Corsa Sport, so that's definitely one that you don't want to be beaten by. Slower than Toyota 2000 GT, Spoon Sports S2000, MR2G Limited Supercharger, the 86 car. Yeah, they're just not quick. I mean, the funny thing is, like, for the most part, SW20 MR2s also weren't very good, but the ZZW30 MR2 has set a time of 30.7, and that's 0.7 up the road from this. So there's no reason really why you wouldn't go for an MR2. An MR2 is a much nicer to drive car, a lot more well behaved. Very well, no, they weren't the same engine in the case of this because this was a K series, but still, go with the MR2. It's cheaper, it's better to drive. The 1998 Mugen Prelude Type S. One of the final Mugen cars to run, and I really did not realise how many Mugen cars there were in this game when I first started this series back up again. There is a lot of them. This is the second to last one. Mugen cars can range from very aesthetically pleasing to, well, what the final Mugen car is going to turn out to be. This one is somewhere in the middle of that. I really like this generation of Prelude. I think from the back this looks fantastic with the little spoiler and the sort of molded body kit. The front end, all the chrome is a decision that was made. I don't think it was a good one, but it was the decision that was made. There's also what I assume is supposed to be like side graphics, but they're perfectly straight, while as the rear window sort of kinks upwards, which is a very bizarre look, but there you go, that's what they've gone with. In terms of this Mugen Prelude, I'm hoping this Prelude is better than the last 98 Prelude that I drove around this course, because for those of you who don't know, I drove the 98 SIR around here, and that had a 4-speed automatic, which was surprising. We've also driven the 96 Type S, which did not have a 4-speed automatic. I think that was a proper 6-speed. So I'm hoping this one is a proper 6-speed as opposed to the other 98. There's also one more Prelude to run after this. I have no idea if that's got a manual or an automatic, but I guess we'll find out when the time comes. Front engine, front wheel drive, 328 horsepower, 1,165 kilos. Fairly average statistics for a front wheel drive car. Maybe a little bit on the weightier side, but 5. I think that still might be an automatic, but I'm not sure. Anyways, to find out how the Mugen Prelude Type S gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696, this car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, I did mention the 96 Prelude Type S. That car set a time of a 30.786 Sans race mod. The quickest Prelude we've ever had was actually the 96 SIR, which is interesting. That's over a second quicker than the 98, so that just gives you an idea of how much of a difference the gearbox really does make on these vehicles. That car set a time of a 30.4, so not really sure on this. I mean, Mugen cars, typically it's more sort of aesthetic mods than it is anything tangible. I think the only time there really is something tangible is with stuff like the Civic Type R, which I think gets a bit more power than the standard Civic Type R. In terms of this compared to the normal Preludes, I think normally Preludes are sort of somewhere in the 330 horsepower region, so this isn't like massively down on where Preludes normally are, but it's also not like a increase on where they normally are or anything like that either. This is very weird. Okay, right, I hit the wall at the start, that's why. I'm about to say, this actually doesn't feel nearly as slow as apparently it is going, so not sure what's going on there. For a Honda, this actually feels like it's got some decent low-end torque, dare I say it, so it can really sort of push its way out of corners, which is, again, very different to what we normally get. It drives nice-ish. It's okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure. It feels weighty. Sort of the front end, the way it turns in, is very heavy. First gear is unusable. Okay, good to know. That, to be honest with you, is probably the sign that this isn't a automatic Prelude, because it actually has a first gear that you don't need to drive the car in. So, yeah, come on, Mugen. You can go a little bit quicker than that. I mean, like I say, in terms of like sort of Prelude versus Prelude, I don't really remember what the difference between the 96 and this is, other than this being slightly down on power. So I guess if it's a little bit slower, that will make an amount of sense. I think we got quite a decent final corner, or quite a decent corner in there. Just got to get the final corner bit. 30.687. Yeah, that's pretty much where I guess that makes sense. It's alright. It's not fantastic. I would definitely pick a standard factory Prelude over this. But yeah, it did its job. It did sort of what you would expect it to do. I guess I was worried a little bit in that sort of final closing laps, but we did manage to get something in respectable on the board. Of course, we had to take a little bit out of that corner, but every other car gets the chance to do it, so this one does as well. So, yeah, on the whole, not bad. I think, again, sort of choosing between this and the 96 Type S, I don't really think there's all that much in it. I suppose this is a prize car, which gives it the advantage because it's cheaper. But you can race mod that over Prelude, so sort of swings and roundabouts as to which one you pick. But you should just pick the SIR anyway, because apparently it's better. A 30.687 will place this into 273rd place. It goes in between the TVR Griffith 500 and the Renault Laguna V6. It is quicker than the Toyota MR2 GTS, Golf Mark IV V5, the Intrepid, the 323 Sportswagen, Celica SS2 Super Strut package, which is an interesting one worth pointing out. It is slower than the Spoon Civic Type R, the BMW 323i Coupe, and the Nissan 300 ZX Turbo, and the Silvia Spec S. So, I mean, in terms of Japanese coupes, not bad. It's just a very sort of average car. I mean, 270, what is it, 272 on the leaderboard, that is, or 273 on the leaderboard. I mean, we've had 546 cars now, so that is roughly where the centre point is. So, yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Yeah, just not an awful lot to say about it, really. It was alright. It was alright. The 1990 Mazda Savannah RX-7 GTX. The final third generation RX-7 to go around the course, and the final Savannah RX-7, because of course we had the GT Turbo not an awful long time ago, I don't think, but now it's the turn of the GTX. And Savannah RX-7s in general have been very, very quick around this course, so I'm very interested to see how this one gets along. In terms of third generation RX-7s, I'm not a big fan of them, if I'm going to be completely honest. This sort of wedgy 80s Japanese sports car isn't really for me. Mazda wasn't particularly shy about the fact that this car is inspired by the Porsche 924 and 944, and while I think this is certainly a better car than the 924 and 944, far more interesting, I'm not really into the style of them. It's the same with the third generation Supra. I'm not a big fan of that either. Compared to sort of what these cars would become into the 90s, I think they don't look as good in their 80s form, but nevertheless, that's each to their own. This one, of course, has the race mod. Not quite as interesting in the design as we saw on the Infini 3, and not quite as, 70s as the GT Turbo was. This one is a very similar style to that we found on the RX-7 Cabriolet, which was actually one of the very, very first cars to go around the course. this sort of two-tone blocky style. I don't dislike it. Again, not the most interesting thing, but there's definitely worse race mods in this game. I quite like the wing it provides on the back and the big Mazda on the rear window as well. I think looks quite cool. The colour options as well for this are quite cool as well. The Cabriolet has two, and then the GTX has two of ones. I think the choice on this one is between a blue and this sort of pinky red that I've gone with over the blue because you see enough blue cars in this series. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 380 horsepower, 1067 kilos. Not the most statistically impressive car in the world, but then again, these cars are usually quite quick. The Mazda Savannah RX-7 GTX is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The RX-7 GTX is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, Savannah RX-7s have been very, very quick around this track. The slowest one, I mean, it's obviously the Cabriolet. We won't talk about that because that was one of the very first cars to take on the course. There was also the Infiniti 3, that set a time of a 30.59, and the GT Turbo set a time of a 30.3. So, I mean, statistically, I'm not expecting an awful lot out of this, but maybe I'll be shocked with this car's speed. Usually these RX-7s are pretty darn quick, so they're 30.260 on its first flyer. Yeah, that's pretty quick. This does not feel as nice to drive as a normal RX-7. I will very quickly point that out. Most of the time with these, especially with the FDs, but I think also the GT Turbo was like this as well. They're very nice, sort of settled cars to drive. They hold their power very well. Lots of traction. No real hiccups around corners. Obviously, you can get it sideways if you really try hard enough. This isn't that. This is completely unpredictable, actually. I'm not a huge fan of the way this drives. I can't remember if the Infiniti 3 was like this. I remember that drove alright from what I remember. Well, I say from what I remember. What I actually mean is I don't remember driving it. And if I don't remember driving something, usually that's a sign it was alright to drive. God, it's that left-right complex there. It just throws the rear end out on it. Which is a big shame, because the rest of this lap was quite quick. Yeah. This is not a nice car to drive, as mentioned. It is very quick, though. Cannot deny the overall speed of the RX-7 GTX here. Funnily enough, we had another RX or a Mazda GTX not long ago, the Familia, and that was a lovely car to drive, and despite its power, it was very quick. This is again, very quick car. But this one isn't, despite its power, this one is more surprisingly quick. 29.962. It does get into the under 30 though. So, I mean, you can't argue with that, but it is not a nice car to drive this at all. It is so slidey and all over the place. It's, yeah, I'm almost a bit saddened by the fact that this is the Savannah RX-7 that breaks into the under 30 club, one that drives as abhorrent as that does. Yeah, Sector 1, to be honest with you, that sort of second lap was very, very clean. Mind you, Sector 2 times are pretty sort of consistent. I suppose that means that I didn't actually nail it until that final one there, but yeah, not a terrific car to drive, it has to be said, but it is quick. Like, there's no denying it. It's just not particularly nice to drive. A 29.962 will place this into 178th. Goes in between the Nissan Stagia 260 RS, which was also not very nice to drive, and the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 30th anniversary. It's quicker than the RX-7 Type RB, quicker than the Celica GT4, TVR Chimera. Supposedly more interesting enough to this is it's quicker than the Skyline GTST Type N and the Interplay 323, which are up there as the quickest sort of starter cars. Not quite as quick as the Skyline GTS4. I think if it handled just a little bit nicer though, it could absolutely be quicker than that. And again, I mean, I think the 323 GTX might be the quickest starter car. No, tell a lie, the Pulsar. I think the Pulsar might be the quickest of the bunch, but I'd really have to go through this and actually look once everything's done and dusted. But yeah, not a nice car to drive. It does have to be said. So I wouldn't pick it, but I'm sure many people have, and I suppose the fact that you do pick it, I suppose has shown dividends here because it was quick. It just wasn't particularly good to drive. The 1995 Toyota Sora 2.5 GTT. This is our fourth and final Sora of the bunch. Well, if you count the Lexus SC400, which I do. And I'll be honest, out of all of the cars that we're sort of going to be finishing off upcoming soon, I think there's none that I'm happier to see the back of than the Soras. These are not good cars to drive. There's nothing really, like, good about them. You know, they don't drive particularly well, they don't look particularly good, the race mod's bad. There's no really redeeming qualities of these vehicles, which is a shame because I don't completely hate this car. Like, in reality, it's not the worst looking thing in the world. The interiors of them are very nice, sort of pointed to a high standard. You've got a digital display in certain versions of them, but yeah, as far as the Hot Lab Classic goes, it doesn't really have a use for these vehicles. This one is the one that you can find in the used dealer. The 3-litre GT is the one with the big 2J engine, or 1J, I don't remember which way around it is. But either way, that one can get mad power. The VVTi cannot. I actually think this one is slightly more powerful than the VVTi. And then there's the SC400, which has the big V8. And while Lexuses with that big V8 were very quick, it wasn't when it was put into a Sora body shell. So, yeah, don't expect much here. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 424 horsepower, 1,397 kilos. Not good statistics. I mean, the power figure's okay, but that weight figure's not so okay, especially when it's going to the rear wheels. But nevertheless, we are here with the very loud turbo blow-offy noise that this car makes, which is kind of cool, I guess. Anyways, the Sora GTT is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Sora ain't beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, I'll give you the rundown of Soras. The quickest was the 3-litre GT, which, if I recall, made something ridiculous, like 700 horsepower, and basically go around through brute force and ignorance. There was the SC400, which had a time of 31.5, and as mentioned, even that big V8, which has been so good in the GS400, was not so good in the SC400. And then there is the VVTi, which set a time of like a 31.9, I think. So, not in a particularly good spot here. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention about Soras, the other reason I don't like these, they've got big lazy automatics in them. Now, admittedly, this is a 5, but which is better than most, because I think for the most part these are 4 speeds. But yeah. It still don't make it that much better. Unless this is... No, surely not. I think these must have been 6-speed manuals, sure. And I swear there were manual Soras at some point. I don't know if they made them in any sort of numbers, but there must have been manual Soras, you'd think. I mean, these are just Supras. Which is sort of the joke with them, is if you want Supra these days, just buy a SC300 because you've got what is essentially a Supra. Problem is, a lot of people have already figured that one out. So spinning away a lot of its power here. I actually thought for a brief second that this was going to be quite quick because it didn't handle too badly on the first laps. And I sort of saw the lap time come in and then remembered, yeah. Not only are they sort of not particularly great to drive, they also are slower than they feel, which is an interesting case. We've got one more lap to try and get a little bit more out of it. Come on, Sora. Don't leave on such a low note. You can at least beat the VVTi model. At least, surely. No point of short shifting because it doesn't help. No. No, it cannot. That is where it's gonna go. Yeah, not great. It does have to be said. Not great, not good, not great, not anything really. I have very little emotions on that one way or another. Worst bit is Sector 2 was quick, even though it had that sort of like rear end snap, which seemingly halted all momentum. But I mean, according to that, that was still one of the quickest Sector 3s we did in it. So, I mean, there's a little bit of time in it, but my god, it's not fun to drive. It's just not good. It's just not good. Yeah. Just not a lot to say about it. It's a poor car that has finished poorly, which is sort of what I expected. A 31.975 will place this in to 471st place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi Mirage Cyborg and the Nissan Silvia Qs. It is slightly quicker than the Nissan Pulsar, which is a huge disservice to the Nissan Pulsar, and a bunch of Del Sols and the Mirages and stuff like that. Quicker than an MGF. I mean, it's slower than a BMW 840 Ci, which is a terrible vehicle. It's the slowest Sora. Again, it is a bit annoying because I think that could go a little bit quicker. I think if you could get everything worked out in this, there might even be 0.2 in that, but I just don't think it's gonna go that much quicker than it has done. It's slower than the Unos Cosmoses as well, which are bloody awful vehicles. So yeah, bit of a sad end to a not particularly legendary legacy of the Hot Lap Classic. The 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R33. The final GTR V-Spec to take on the course. We ran a lot of them early on, in case you're wondering where they've all gone. This 95, of course, is running the race mod. The 97 GTR V-Spec, which we ran, did not run race mod, because that's the sort of distinguishing factor I'm putting in between the 95s and the 97s, because otherwise they are identical. That being said, we did run the 97 V-Spec R33, and it was actually the quickest of all of the R33s that we've currently had go around the course, if you don't count the Mines and the JGTC cars and all that. So this one should be pretty quick. Can we finally have a GTR that goes quicker than the R34? That is the question. Interesting race mod on these. I believe it's based off of the Prince cars that ran in Super Taikyu. Could be wrong there. A bunch of different sort of colour schemes depending on which year and version of the GTR that you take in. In this case, we've gone for this sort of wishy-washy blue and yellow that I actually do think looks quite good. Four-wheel drive, 685 horsepower, 1,315 kilos. R33s are famed for their very, very long gearboxes. Will that hurt or hinder this car, though? That remains to be seen. It is very loud. I forgot how loud Skylines are. The 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R33 is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Bikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that because we've had millions of these and they haven't managed to beat it yet. In terms of where this is going to go, well, as mentioned, the quickest R33 non-race car, non-tune car thing was the 97 V-Spec, which set a time of 29.13 something. The R34 set a time of a 28.996. So if this can get into the 28s, we've pretty much beaten the R34 and prove, at least for now, R33 superiority. Of course, for those of you keeping score at home, this is obviously not the last Skyline GTR that we're going to have go around the course. In fact, if you're keeping track at home, you might be able to tell what's going to happen when all of the Skylines come together at some point, but or the last remaining ones. There is still the 280 Type MR to go around. Well, there you go, 28.738. Well, there you go, bye-bye R34. That's been a very long-standing record, that actually, as well. And it's just been obliterated by the by this R33. That is interesting to know. I think, actually, that's quicker than the Mines R33 was as well, so... Another interesting tidbit goes there, 28.653. Another sort of domino falls. Is that quicker than the R34 Mines? I don't remember. I think, to be honest with you, I was very paranoid about... we always talk a little bit about candidates that get rerun at some point. I think maybe the Skyline should be definitely in consideration, because I knew going into this there's 41 Skylines into the game, and I think a lot of these got ran early on because I was terrified of this series becoming the Skyline show later on. As it turns out, we haven't actually had an awful lot of them because there wasn't an awful lot of Skylines left to run, so yeah, maybe that'll have to be looked at some point, but in the now, this has just gone very, very fast. Very, very fast. To be honest with you, I'm not surprised. I think the R33s of all the Skylines in this game, probably the best one. I know that's going to be controversial, but the R34s are a lot more, there's a lot more computers and stuff to get the bias going to the rear. The R32s are a little bit more sort of agricultural in how they drive. So, despite having long gearboxes, I think the R33s are the best handling of the Skyline bunch in this game. So, I think that sort of explains why what just happened. These are very quick cars, and shouldn't be taken lightly. A 28.653 is going to place this into 58th place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza Rally Car and the Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon GTB. It is quicker than the Impreza Coupe Type R STI version 4, RX-7 LM Edition NSXR GT1 Turbo, Copperhead 155 Touring Car, Mines R33. Yeah, it's legitimately very, very quick. It also beats the 4-door R33, which is very, very surprising because until today, the 4-door Autech version tuned by Nismo was the quickest road-going Skyline to go around the course. I mean, there's the 400R, but yeah, still interesting. Yeah, very quick, like I say. Maybe we'll have to look at rerunning Skylines, but we'll worry about that when we get to the end of this series. The 1995 Nismo GTR LM road car, a forgotten Gran Turismo legend, the GTR LM, the first car that you ever see in Gran Turismo. If you watch the opening movies anyway, this is the first car you see. In Gran Turismo 1, this is the car that comes off the carrier. In more recent years, this has sort of been whitewashed out of the series and turned into the Toyota Supra Castrol. But before then, it was the GTR LM, one of the best cars in GT1, returns here in GT2. Also has some of the best race mods out of any of the cars in this game. Of course, it turns it into the real-life GTR LM that competed at Le Mans. How did it do at Le Mans? Badly, as most Japanese upstarts did in the 90s when it came to Le Mans. But nevertheless, it is an awesome looking car. I love this thing. I remember when this thing first came into Forza, and I hadn't seen it since sort of Gran Turismo, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, this thing exists, and it is incredible. Now, is it going to be incredible around our course? I have more doubts, but I guess we'll see. It is a GT legend though, so no matter how it does, we are going to show it the utmost respect. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 700 horsepower. That's, I think, makes this the most powerful tuned Skyline in the game, or at the very least one of the most powerful ones. 1,349 kilos, that's also quite a lot, and it's rear-wheel drive. So, yeah, I'm kind of worried about this one. I don't think it's going to be quick, so just don't expect a lot out of it. If we don't expect a lot out of it, maybe we'll get a lot out of it. That sort of, you know, reverse psychology, if you will. Anyways, to find out how the Turismo GTR LM road car is going to get along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, fellow Gran Turismo icon. That car set a time of a 25.696. This one, I'm not so convinced is going to do that. Now, as much as I'd love to say that V-Spec that we had out last time, this is going to compete with that. This is rear-wheel drive, which is definitely going to affect things in terms of trying to put the power to the ground. It actually doesn't seem to be doing the worst job in the world of it. The problem is, with a car like this, that weighs as much as it does and has as much power as it does, it is just, you know, you lose so much time while it's spinning power away, and you've always got to be so careful that it isn't just going to snap on you. I'd love to get this into the under 30. Judging by that first lap, though, I don't think this is a under 30 competitor. I really don't. It is powerful. I don't know if it feels 700 horsepower powerful. I will be honest, it does feel a little bit down on that. Maybe that's because it's all being lost in the rear axle. It's being chewed up and turned into noise, but yeah. Awesome race mod on this one. I love the... I don't care if this car is a race car flop, which it absolutely is. It is an incredible looking thing, and I love the livery on this. I think it's the Keep the Dream Alive livery. Obviously, the red and blue is the iconic one, but I much prefer this sort of nice pink colour scheme. I think this is the one that I definitely gravitate towards. I should mention the GT2 Plus mod also adds in the ability to turn this car into its GT1 race mod, which was actually... Right, we're going to go for a run-up. This car deserves a run-up. Yeah, this does... GT2 Plus does come with the option to turn this car into one of its GT1 race mods, so you can have the white and blue or the black and red, which was of course inspired by the real-life Quore and Zexel GT500 cars that are actually licensed in this game, which is probably the reason those were removed out and we just got left with this race mod. But yeah, I've obviously decided not to go for those because I don't think they're very interesting. I actually think the real race car was its own separate model in GT1 as well, I want to say. That did not happen in GT2 Plus. 30.211. Did we maximise? I want to say we kind of maximised, I'll be honest. I don't think there's a lot more time coming out of this, which is a big shame. Because, I love this car and I want it to do nothing but well. But that is a lot of power to go to the rear wheels. It's a lot of weight to look around. You can't really use first gear because you'll die. And second gear, a lot of turbo lag on it. So... yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. Could it have gone quicker? A little bit, but I'd love to get this under 30, but I don't think there's any world where that happens, which is a huge shame, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. I just looked at that, I was like, 52 seconds, what? And I remembered, oh yeah, we did the big run-up, but yeah, unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. A 30.211 will place this into 205th place. Goes in between the Nissan Skyline 25 GT Turbo and the Mazda Familia Interplay. It is slower than the rear-wheel drive Skyline that you can buy from the dealer for about 30k. I'm not too shocked with that. That car had about 400 horsepower and got it to the ground reasonably well. This one doesn't do that. It's also worth mentioning, because it's slower than the 25 GT Turbo, that also means it's slower than the GTS 25T Type M R33. So you're probably better off just buying the lesser model. It is quicker than the quickest Fairlady Z we've had, which I'm definitely taking as a win. It's also quicker than the Skyline GTSR, the R31, and the Honda S2000. So it's not all terrible. Again, quicker than the Fairlady Z. I'll take that, because I think that is definitely deserved from this vehicle. But yeah, it's a legend. Just keep. It doesn't matter what happens. It's a legend. I just knew it wasn't going to be very quick. So that's the way. Unfortunately, this cookie does crumble sometimes. The 1999 Shelby Series 1. This was Carroll Shelby's attempt to remake the Cobra with the help of General Motors. And much like most things GM touch, it didn't go well. I've just read up on this car because I needed something to talk about in the intro, and the Series 1, turns out, was fascinating. So this car is powered by a 4-litre V8, the Aurora V8, or as you may more commonly know it, North Star V8. Yeah, this had a North Star in it. Not only that, I also saw a picture of the interior, and it is properly General Motors parts bin. Just honestly, go look up the Series 1 Wikipedia article and just bathe your eyes on that interior. It is something else. Don't get me wrong, the original Cobra was not at all about the interior and its amenities, but still, I can imagine these were very expensive. Another interesting thing about the Series 1 that I didn't realise is this is the 1999 Series 1, and I always thought 1999 was the first year of production. I think some people even occasionally refer to this as the prototype. No. Apparently, all Series 1s were built in 1999. All of them. The car was produced for 6 years, and by produced for 6 years, what that really means is it was all produced in 1999, and then sold for the next couple of years because they had far too many of them. And they'd sell these cars without engines and then sort of build them back up once they got into owners' hands, essentially, is how it works, because they weren't compliant to regulations. So yeah, this is a proper disaster car, and I kind of love it. It is awesome looking, I will say that. I'm not a big fan of the original Cobras, but this is... yeah, this is the way to do it. I love the front end look of this car. It almost looks like a muscular E-Type, if you will. It does look exquisite from the front, and then around the back as well. The double exhaust, the sort of the way the whale tail comes off it. I love it. I think it looks absolutely exquisite. But yeah, an absolute disaster of a car. I'm hoping it does a little bit better around our track than the Cobra it was originally meant to pay homage to did, because that car was terrifying. It turned out to be relatively quick-ish, but it was terrifying, so I'm hoping this is a little bit better. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 580 horsepower, 1,105 kilos. Statistically, it's not too bad. Actually, statistically, I don't think it's far off that GT350 that came not too long ago, and absolutely wreaked havoc on our leaderboard when it came to the classic muscle cars. So maybe this will do the same. Definitely going to have to use first gear in this, because first gear is long. Makes an interesting noise. Anyways, the Shelby Series 1 is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and does set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This has just got to go under 30. I was literally about to say, after unlikely to beat that, I was about to say, I'm going to aim for the Shelby Cobra's time and then just sort of see where we go from there. But now I'm thinking I should have aimed for the Daytona's time. That was a 29.6. So, yeah, that appears to be possible, judging by how well that's done on its first flyer. That is incredible. Why is this so quick? Is this a slept-on car? I think the only bad Shelby we've driven so far in this series was the GT500. The rest of these have turned out to be cracking little cars, and well, and the Cobra. But we don't talk about the Cobra because it's not available at the dealership. Almost every Shelby available at the dealership has turned out to be quite a good car, and this one is definitely included. It beats the Daytona. Yeah, wow, this is a shock. The grip as well. It is got some properly... It must have some beefy tyres on the back. I was expecting this to be like a Viper where you sort of lock it into a high gear and then use the torque to carry it all the way around. No, apparently this is a lot more... I don't even know. I can't really compare it to like a Corvette or a Viper because it drives so much better than any Corvette or Viper that's gone around the course. Well, apart from the STP Taizan, but that's not really a Viper. This is ridiculously good. 29.168 on that run through there. Lost the rear end a little bit. Jesus. I was not expecting this to be that quick. What have they put into this? The Aurora V8 apparently is the ultimate engine, and they've put some ridiculously good rear tyres on this. And the body must have good aero? I don't know. I can't explain anything that just happened. I literally am speechless to explain anything that just happened. That is monumentally fast. That's yeah, wow. For I was not expecting that. That is honestly, that is so fast. That is really good. Could have gone a little bit quicker. I suspect not by much. I don't think this would have gone under 28, but that is special. That's really special. Fantastic car. A 29.168 will place this into 104th, which doesn't sound like a lot, but this is our 551st vehicle to go around the course. It is quicker than a Celica GT4 ST205, quicker than the Esprit GT1, Skyline Silhouette Formula, NSXR LM GT2, Roof BTR Type 2, yeah, TVR Tuscan Speed 6, quicker than that. I mean, it's not that far off the Wiegert Vector WH Twin Turbo, which is a monumentally quick American car. So, I mean, in terms of the American stuff, this is absolutely one of the best of the best. It's only 0.2 down on the TVR Speed 12, and the Toyota GT1 race car from 98.3. That's quick. I don't know why that was as quick as it was, but I'm very scared. In case you're curious, that does make this, I think Viper set the time 29.9, so this is 0.8 quicker than a Viper, and the quickest Corvette off the top of my head is the ZR1, which set a time of 30.2. So 1.1 seconds quicker than a Corvette, 0.8 quicker than a Viper, miles quicker than the quickest Mustang we've had. That is ridiculous. The 1999 Toyota MR2 Momo Course Apex GT. This is one of our final GT300 cars to take on the course. It's just this and the Daishan Sylvia to go. And this one, unlike all of the other GT300 cars in this game, is the properly successful one. This one came first in the Drivers' Championship and first in the Manufacturers' Championship, as it did the year previous as well. Although the livery was nowhere near as cool as this in the previous year, and it actually dominated in 1998. It wasn't quite as much of a demolition in 99, but it was still won pretty comfortably. This is an awesome livery. I love the Momo course livery on this car. I remember when I first saw it in GT2 and then immediately got it onto my car in Forza, because of course back when I used to play this game when I was a kid, I didn't notice this car because I never competed in the GT300 Championship. But no, this is a cracking livery. I love the red, obviously sponsored by Autobacks, who would later go on to sponsor an MRS, and then obviously the ASL Goraya from there. But no, I think this is a cracking bit of livery design, and interestingly as well, it is worth pointing out that those little stickers on the rear window, I think, are the ballast stickers from GT300. So hopefully this car doesn't come onto the track with too much ballast. But speaking of weight, this car has had its weight corrected thanks to the GT2 Plus mod. In terms of what it's changed, it's corrected the weight from the road car's value to the approximate minimum weight under the JGTC regulations. That's what I've got written in my notes. Does that mean power's increased or decreased? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, but weight's decreased. I don't know, but either way, that's the change. So this is either way slightly more than it should or slightly less than it would. Anyways, mid-engine rear drive, 380 horsepower, 1,125 kilograms. Not expecting this to be a particularly quick GT300 car, it must be said. As much as this was the series champion, mid-engine rear drive cars don't do very well here, and I don't think this is going to get anywhere near the front-wheel drive GT300 legends that we've had go around the course, because these cars are all over the place. Anyways, to find out how it does, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car unlikely to beat that. It should be mentioned, someone in the comment section, a couple of people have actually picked up on this recently, which I thought was very funny, is apparently you can tell when I really don't like a car in the series because I introduced that part with "this car won't be beating that," which I don't think is entirely true. I swear I've said that for something like the Subaru 360, which I love, but yeah, it was sort of an interesting thing to point out there. I thought that was quite funny. Now, in terms of GT300 cars and this course, 29.408 means this is not going to be the last place of all the GT300 cars. That falls to the Toyota Terreno GP Apex Craft thing. That set, or BP, sorry, not GP. That set a time of a 29.8, and then it is the Zanavi Silvia, I believe, set a 29.3, and then you get a bit of a gap to the Ari Menia RX-7, which sets a 28.7. Then it's the Celica, then it's the Impreza Cusco of 28.2, and then finally, sort of embarrassing the competition to be honest, is the Trampio FTO thing. That set a time of a 27.7. Hopefully I'm not too rusty at this course. This should be pointed out, obviously you hopefully haven't noticed any interruption on this, but yeah, I've been very ill as of sort of February, so I haven't recorded an episode of this since Jan, and as a result of that, that does mean that, yeah, it's been about 6 weeks since I last recorded an episode of this. As much as you've seen the daily uploads, I'm recording this on March 10th, and this video will go out on March 11th, so that'll probably give you an indication of how sort of late I've had to leave this, unfortunately, but I'm hoping to get a nice stockpile going again, because it's always nice to have a bunch of stuff sort of pre-recorded and ready to go. I broke far too early for there. Yeah, a little bit of track rust setting in, it does have to be said, which unfortunately may affect the Apex car. No, not gonna quite swing it back there. It was a very consistent 29.4. I think you could probably get a 29.1 out of that without too much drama, to be honest. I guess one car has to be your first to come back with, and unfortunately did rest of this car, but it's still beaten a fair couple of its GT300 counterparts, and Yeah, overall, not a bad car to drive. A little bit loose at the rear end. Going to the splits, actually, maybe not. But, yeah, a little bit loose on the rear end, it does have to be said. I'd maybe like a little bit more sort of downforce in that aspect. But for a mid-engine car, pretty controlled over the bumps and... yeah, not a bad choice, I'd say, all in all. But, yeah, to be fair, I don't think sort of... it wasn't going to get anywhere near the Amemia with a 28.7. So I'd say this being mid-pack for the GT300 cars is pretty reasonable. A 29.293 will place this into 113th. Goes in between the Roof BTR2 and the Mitsubishi Galant VR4. It is quicker than a TVR Tuscan Speed 6, quicker than the Sanavi Silvia, quicker than the quickest RX-7 we've had, apart from race cars and stuff. Quicker than the Legacy Touring Wagon, Evo 4, Evo 3 Rally Car, Vector M12, which is interesting. Yeah, not a bad car. Like I say, I don't think, even if this got into the 29.1s, which it absolutely could do, I don't see it going much sort of quicker than that, and it wouldn't have beaten anything else sort of relative to it. Maybe the Esprit GT1, but to be honest, I think the Esprit GT1 is probably a quicker car overall on the track. So yeah, not a bad considering what it was. So yeah, not quite the champion's drive, but yeah, definitely not too bad. The 1999 Audi S3, our final Audi to take on the course, and probably one of my favourite ones in the game. It's either between this or the S4. I probably would say the S4, but I do very much love a first generation Audi S3, and this car was a bit of a trailblazer. Obviously, all-wheel drive hot hatches have existed for a long time. There's the likes of the Lancia Delta HF Integrale in this game, but I think in terms of sort of proper mainstream brands getting aboard the four-wheel drive hot hatch train, this was really the first one, the proof of concept, if you will. You know, obviously back when this car came out, there was no one else really doing the four-wheel drive hot hatch, at least to my knowledge, which, as we all know, can be flawed. But now, you know, obviously in the present day, it's easier to find an all-wheel drive hot hatch than it is a front-wheel drive one. There's the Audi S3 and the RS3, the 1 Series is all-wheel drive, the A45 AMG all-wheel drive. There's so many of these hot hatches from the mainstream brands, especially the German brands, that are going towards the four-wheel drive, and really, it was sort of this car that pioneered it, and of course the R32 Golf a little bit later on. I'm slightly distracted by the fact that the Audi S badge is floating quite far away from the rear end of the car. That is an interesting visual effect for Gran Turismo. I can tell you, having seen the texture file for this car, that the Audi badge on the back, the sort of S-line badge that they've got, is very, very detailed. But no, I love a first generation Audi A3. I think these cars look absolutely fantastic. It's just something about it I like. It's sort of a no-nonsense hatchback design. I think it looks a lot better than the Mark IV Golf on which it's based. And yeah, it's a car I really like, and I think the S3s are a really good looking hot hatchback as well. Very subtle, which I do quite like. Now, in terms of this car when it comes to the course, Audis have been quick. Very quick, actually. Even the base A3 set a time of like 30.3. So I'm expecting this S3 maybe not to be quite sort of ultra competitive. I'm expecting this sort of around the likes of the Pulsar GTIR and the 323 GTR, sort of other all-wheel drive hot hatchbacks, admittedly a couple of years older than this, but still, that's sort of the camp I'm expecting this to end in, but we will see. This car also comes in fantastic colours, I should mention, and some colours that are absolutely atrocious, but I've gone for this very nice Imola yellow. Four-wheel drive, 389 horsepower, 1,223 kilos. A pretty decent stats for an all-wheel drive car. You'd probably want a little bit more power. Given the size of it, it does weigh quite a bit, but I can't say I am particularly surprised by that. Anyways, the Audi S3 is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Audi S3 unlikely to beat that. Now, as mentioned, in terms of Audi's, the A3, the base front-wheel drive A3 with the 1.8 litre turbo engine in this game, set a time of a 30.353. The A4, the sort of big 2.8 Quattro car, set a time of a 30.252. So I'm going to suggest this is, again, sort of going to get into, just about into the under 30 club. The likes of the 323 GTR is a 29.7, Pulsar GTIR, I think slightly quicker than that, again, sort of 29.7. So somewhere in that ballpark is sort of right around where I am expecting this car to land on its first flying lap, 29.949, which ain't bad for the first lap anyway. In terms of this sort of car, it feels pretty well planted. Bit of understeer coming into it. You can definitely tell this is on the heavier end of four-wheel drive cars, and that this would definitely be sort of one of the first. Oh, 29.602. There we go. That's not bad. Time to start getting the ball rolling on this one. Yeah, a little bit sort of understeery. It does have to be said, especially when you're sort of pushing it. That front end will sort of wiggle its way loose a little bit. Which is a shame, because other than that, it drives pretty well. Feels quite sprightly for 389 horsepower, it does have to be said, and it doesn't feel all that weighty either. So yeah, not a bad handling thing all in all, so far anyway. I think this car's quite expensive from what I remember. This starts at about 50k, so for 50k you can get a lot of car. I mean, you know, currently we're sort of 0.1 ahead of a Pulsar GTIR, but the Pulsar can be had for, well, a tenth of what this is worth, or not that far off of that, so yeah. Sort of from a value for money proposition, maybe not the best one, but certainly proving it ain't all bad as far as cars like this go. There's also the Lancia Delta, which sort of throws a bit of a fly in the ointment as well. Come on, S3. What can you do? I can't believe I got away with that corner cut. 29.329. I can't believe it got away with that at the end. I so thought that was going to be a disqualification. It was a bit of a weird sort of, I don't want to say drift into that final corner, bit of a bizarre one there. We've seen that happen with like Evos and Imprezas and stuff, where you can sort of kick it out and it gets it turned in a bit sharper, and you can make up lap time with that. It's just a bit inconsistent. This car doesn't really have the power to weight to do that, which is sort of why it sort of seemed to stutter a little bit when it was doing it. It sort of realised it did it, and then, you know, trying to actually get it turned in, it was compensating a little bit. But yeah, not a bad time from the S3. I'm very impressed with that. Again, very much helped by that final corner. Little sort of bit of luck there in terms of its handling profile. But hey, I mean, if it wasn't a four-wheel drive car, it couldn't do that. So yeah, it must be good for something. Like I say, a pretty quick car, and it does beat some pretty established four-wheel drive names, as we'll look at in a second. A 29.329 will place this into 117th place. Goes in between the Synavi Silvia and the Mazda RX-7 Type RB. It is quicker than a legacy touring wagon, Evo 4, Evo 3 rally car, the WRX STI sedan version 3 legacy touring sedan. So it's sort of right around that pack of Subarus. It is quicker, of course, by about 0.4 up on the Pulsar GTIR, the 323 GTR. It is quicker than the Toyota Caldina GTT. It is also about 0.2 up on the Lancia Delta HF Integrale, quicker than the Subaru Forester. Yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of four-wheel drive hatchbacks quicker than this, the Delta HF Integrale Collezione set a phenomenally quick time, and it does have to be said that the Rally Car Delta, which is the HF Evo with the race mod, hasn't gone round yet, so that could be back for a little bit of Revenge, but yeah, not bad. Slightly slower than GT4 Celica as well, the 95, but yeah, good time, good car. I liked it. I like this car, and I'm glad that Audi managed to get another little win on its way out the door. Not quite as quick as the S4, in case you was wondering. That is the quickest Audi of all, other than the TTLM edition, of course. But yeah, not a bad time from a pretty good car. The 1992 Honda CRX Del Sol SIR, as it says there in that fantastic font. The CRX Del Sol, the final Del Sol to take on the course, and the final CRX to take on the course. I think there's 7 of these overall, and of course, not counting the LM edition, all of them have been pretty slow. So that's sort of what this car's here for today. Of course, not only because it is a car in Gran Turismo 2 and I have to do them all anyway, but also to see if this car can break the 32-second curse that all of the CRXs seem to hit, although we will get into that a little bit more detail when we get onto the course. First of all, let's just talk about this race mod. I think this looks fantastic. Probably my favourite race mod in the entire game. Of course, I've spoken about my love for the Jax livery a lot, but I think on the Del Sol especially, it's when it really impresses me with its attention to detail. The little Del Sol writing underneath the Honda. Polyphony didn't have to do that, but they have, and it's made this livery sort of feel unique on a car that it was never intended to be on. I don't think Del Sol's ever actually went racing at any point, to my knowledge, because there's no real point. You had Integras and Civics to sort of do that sort of thing. But no, it does look absolutely exquisite. The sort of several stage rear wing, maybe I'm not so much of a fan of, but the wheels are cool, and of course the livery is cool. We've seen this livery in a different colour scheme on the VXI Del Sol that went round, because all the 92 Del Sols had racing modifications and the 95s did not. In terms of statistics, it's not all that impressive. Front engine front wheel drive, 251 horsepower, 971 kilos. Yeah, that puts it right around sort of low-end front-wheel drive cars, the likes of the Nissan Pulsars, the Mitsubishi Mirage Astis of the world, but hopefully this one can be a little bit quicker than those, although historically, as mentioned, time has not been kind to these CRXs. To find out how the CRX Del Sol gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. In order to set the best time it possibly can, our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Peak version, that car at a time of a 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, CRXs have a little bit of a curse around this course. You see, none of them, apart from the LM edition, obviously, have ever managed to quite get out of the 32-second barrier. It's gotten so close, in fact, that we have a gaggle of them just at the 32-second times. The CRX Pro 3, is the closest to ever breaking out of that. That's the car set at a time of 32.001. The 95 SIR set a time of a 32.006. So, as you can see, they've gotten agonisingly close before, but none of them have ever managed to actually do it. And this one has. There we go. Straight away, we've broke out of it. So that is good. I'm going to take that as the fact that this car wears its fantastic race mod even better in terms of its performance stats as opposed to anything that I did wrong naturally. Yeah, as mentioned as well, sort of lower powered Del Sols. I think the quickest one is about a 32.4. With the price difference in this game, I would absolutely not bother with any of the VXIs or VGIs or anything like that. They're just not really worth considering when you've got this, you know, same race mods and everything like that. They are a teeny bit lighter, but yeah. Another thing also worth mentioning is I wouldn't consider the 95 Del Sols in this game because they just weigh more. I want to say the SIR, actually no, I think the 92 SIR actually makes slightly more power, 251 to 240 something I think, in the other car, so yeah, definitely something to consider is maybe avoiding the old Del Soliness. But no, this is doing terrifically well. 31.266. This is definitely showing itself as the Del Sol to buy out of all of them, easily. 31.001. Great, we move out of the 32-second curse and right into the 31-second curse. A little bit too much corner activity, I think, there. It's another one of these cars where it's all about really keeping the momentum up. In terms of driving, I mean, it drives absolutely exquisitely. It is slow, as one would expect, but yeah, it actually drives very, very nicely. Very sort of compliant turning, just a good overall car. And again, there is some slight irony in the Pro 3 setting time of 32.001. The new quickest non-LM Del Sol just gets close to breaking out of 31 seconds, but not quite in this case. That is quite poetic, I guess you could say. It actually does tie it as well, interestingly enough. Damn, I really wish this had got a 31 second on the nose, because I hate ties, but it has tied with something quite funny. It's just one of those cars, you can sort of see the improvements sort of lap over lap when it comes to a car like this. It's all just about momentum, and it is the sign of a good car, or a really good car, if you can just knock lap time off continuously. The one I always come back to with that was the Nissan Sunny, I remember, because that was a car where it's just you knock the lap time down and down and down, to a point where it got really impressive. And this is also very, very impressive. It's got some pretty established names in the Gran Turismo field. A 31.001 will put this into 345th place. It ties with the Toyota Supra RZ from 96, a non-race mod turbo Supra that made about 670 odd horsepower. It is slightly quicker than the Nissan Skyline GTS 25 Type S, quicker than the ST165 Celica GT4, quicker than a 4-speed Auto NSX, the Mercedes CLK, Peugeot 106, Honda Logo. Yes, it is slightly slower than a Mazda Demio GLX Special and the Daihatsu Sirion. But that is a really good time for sort of this level of performance in a car like this, with this sort of amount of power. That's really good. I mean, the Ford Focus sort of springs to mind as something that's a little bit quicker than this, sort of similar performance parameters in terms of how much power that makes. Civic Type R as well, but then again, those cars are going to be quicker because they're sort of, to be honest with you, better chassis, because they haven't got this whole sort of convertible system, and this one might even have the fantastic roof action that some Del Sols have. But no, very impressive car. I'm really chuffed with that. The 1999 Subaru Impreza 99 rally car, the iconic 99 rally car, one of two Impreza rally cars in this game. Of course, we've seen the 97 Impreza rally car go around, which was essentially a lightly reworked version of the Impreza Rally Edition from Gran Turismo 1 with a lot less power. And now we've got this, the properly licensed car in the Subaru Special Dealer. Of course, based on the 1999 WRC car, which would finish second in the Drivers' Championship in the hands of Richard Burns, just being pipped by Tommy Mackinnon in the Evo. And that's kind of been the story of Impreza versus Evo on this course. Imprezas are excellent, world tier cars, really. But the Evos, well, they're god tier for the most part. To give you an idea, the 97 Impreza rally car set a time of a 28.924, which heads it ahead of the sort of A tier of rally cars. The slowest Evo rally car, well, that set a time of 28.0. So that gives you an idea of what this is up against. Now, I did go back and watch the 97 Impreza rally car video for a reason I'll get to in a second. And the one thing I said at the end of that video is, it's a really nice driving car, I just wish it had more power. Well, this one does. Goes from 410 horsepower to 483, 73 horsepower difference, which is great. The problem is, the 97 Impreza rally car weighed just 960 kilos, which I fear may contribute to the way it drives. This weighs 1,230 kilos, so I mean, that's right around the likes of the Focus and the 206, and they weren't too slow either. But yeah, I'm not convinced this is going to drive quite as nice as that. The reason I went back to that video is because a bunch of comments pointed out that it actually makes peak power more around sort of 6 to 7k RPM, so I really should be short shifting it to keep it in the power band. This car is very similar to that, where this will rev all the way up to 9k, but you don't need those sort of final 1,000, 2,000 revs. So I'm going to try and short shift this a little bit, but we'll sort of see how well that turns out. I do need to focus on actually driving at some point. 4-wheel drive, 483 horsepower, 1,230 kilograms. Of course, I really hope this does well, because just look at it, it is an absolute icon. To find out how the 1999 Impreza rally car gets on, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Olympic track in order to set the best time as we can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Impreza rally car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, as mentioned, 28.924 is kind of the target time for this car, so we will aim there. Whether we actually get there or not is going to be a different story. Straight away, I can tell you, for all, 483 horsepower, in a car this size, it should absolutely rock it. It don't feel all that quick. I suppose maybe because it almost is slightly too long geared for a proper rally car. 28.878. Okay, well, it is quicker, so that's good. Yeah, I suppose it just doesn't really feel like it makes 483 horsepower. It also, and I fear this may be the reason for that, is because this ain't a light car. 1,230 kilos in most of the rally cars feels heavy. In this, for some reason, it feels especially heavy. It really just does not react the way you'd want it to. I imagine it's because of the rally suspension in this, sort of causing issues with the weight transfer, perhaps. You know, you sort of get it turned in and then it takes a little bit to sort of think about why it wants to turn in. It's like even the classic Impreza sort of drift do out of that corner. Not quite possible in this car, it does have to be said. That being said, for all the gripes about it, there's no denying it is quicker than its compatriot rally cars, definitely. But at what cost? At what cost? This isn't a great driving car. I think this, honestly, if this had like its power actually made at sort of a proper point in its rev range. Don't sound like I've got a list there. Yeah, if this actually made like proper power where it should do, and if it had a diet of about 100 kilos, this really would be sort of Evo rivaling stuff. But as it sits, it's not actually all that nice to drive, it does have to be said. However, I mean, I can't argue too much with the actual times it's setting. Sort of 28.8 at the start would have made this quicker than most rally cars. 28.9 would have been impressive. That's, to be honest with you, I was expecting this the second I sort of felt how this was to drive. I'm quite surprised we got into the 28s, to be honest. But the numbers don't lie. Apparently, according to that, could have been even quicker. If Sector 3 wasn't so gammy on that lap, maybe. I don't think it would have been all that much quicker, to be honest with you. I think it got quite lucky with the lap times it did. Hey, 555 being set there, which is kind of ironic. And also, this car is number 555, so there you go. There's a reason this car's where it is today. Well, yeah, not terrible, but I mean, for a rally car, it's excellent, really. But yeah, it comes to some surprising faces that you'll see in a second. 28.792 will place this car into 70th, goes in between the Opel Calibra Super Touring car and the Nismo Skyline 4-door GTR Alltech Nismo thing. It is quicker than the arcade mode Evo 4 rally car, GT1 race car that went round ages ago. However, you might notice it's only fractionally quicker than the 94 Impreza WRX sedan and the 96 Impreza Coupe Type R thing. It is actually, ironically enough, 0.14 slower than the arcade mode Impreza rally car, which is based on the WRX STI sedan version 3. So, and I mean, in terms of Imprezas, it's slower than the sedan Impreza STI version 5, slower than the Cusco by a significant portion. So, I mean, it's not even close to the quickest Impreza, to be honest with you, which we sort of see with the Evos, to be fair, but yeah, just not all that great, it does have to be said. It sounds weird to say that. Again, this is clearly a step above most rally cars in the game in terms of its time that it's set around the course. But for me, I'd still rather have the Zara. I think the Zara rally car is probably the best driving one we've had. The 1999 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 6 GSR. It's felt like it's been forever since we last had a Lancer Evo road car take on our course, and that's because it has been. But there's a good reason for that, because when these do show up, these are very, very quick indeed. I'm expecting the 6 GSR to be just as quick as the 5 was, if not quicker. This car is my favourite of the Evos, I do have to say. As much as I'd love to say something contrarian, like, no, the Evo 3 is my favourite, or the Evo 9 is my favourite, and they are in my top 3. But the Evo 6 is my favourite of all the Evos, because just look at it. It is, in my mind, the ultimate Evo. Of course, after this, they'd move on to the Sadia platform, I believe it's called, which is what the 7, 8, and 9 used, which in WRC completely ruined Mitsubishi, but also on the road made them a little bit sort of larger, a bit heavier, well as obviously the 6 is more nimble and compact, and then we don't talk about the 10. So, yeah, I think for that reason, it's my favourite. Of course, deciding between a 5 and a 6 is, well, pretty difficult when you look at them because they look basically identical. I think the only real main difference is the 5 has the slightly longer rear lights, whereas the 6 doesn't have that middle portion. But then again, the Tommy Mackinnon edition of the 6 does have it. It's bizarre. But anyways, either way, my favourites of all the Lancer Evos. This car does come in 2 blues, which are very nice. There is sort of the dark, rich blue, which is the one you should go for. And I saw this lilac blue, and I was like, yes, that's the colour I want to run this car in, because it does look absolutely ridiculous in this colour. But no colour is going to deaden this car's chances, because it's going to be mighty quick. It has 602 horsepower. I think the most powerful Evo 5 has 550-ish, so this just lobs another 50 onto there. And weight penalty is not as much as you'd expect either, so I'm expecting a very quick car here. 4-wheel drive, 602 horsepower, 1,210 kilos. That's 20 kilos lighter than that Impreza rally car we had last time out, incidentally enough. So, yeah, we'll see how this gets along. It is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Evo 6 GSR is unlikely to beat that, but it is likely to be very quick indeed. The Evo 5 GSR that went round ages ago set a time of a 28.456. So that sort of gives you an idea of the ballpark we're aiming for. That is still a very quick car to this day. Of course, not quite as quick as the Evo 5 RS, which was a monstrously quick car on this course. That's at a 27.8, I think. It's still in like the top 10 to this day. Obviously, this is going to have its RS compatriot go around eventually. That's going to have the racing mod, which is the reason this doesn't, because the RS, okay, that wasn't even that good of a lap. Wow. Yeah, maybe, as I was going to say, the RS is going to have its race mod, and that's going to be sort of the uber quick one, but maybe it doesn't need it. Maybe it doesn't need it. The GSR just straight away, bam, 27.949. Thank you very much for showing up. Yeah, I don't even think that was, maybe it was, it felt pretty quick on that lap, but a bit conservative in terms of how much we're doing. That first sector is going to be tough to beat, though. That was a beautiful first sector. Didn't get stung by the oversteer. That's the problem with these Evos. Yeah, I think you can be a little bit quicker doing that. But then again, you get the launch, so who knows? Yeah, the Evos do get stung a little bit because the Imprezas are very, very consistent driving cars. You know, four-wheel drive, hints of understeer, not quite as quick as these are, but they are slightly nicer to drive. The Evos are a little bit more flamboyant. You get some more sort of rear-end kick-out on the Evos, and as a result of that, they are a little bit trickier to drive, but ultimately, come on. I mean, that's still a 28.376 on that. Just trying to take a little bit too much out of there. That first sector really is a make or break for any car going around this course. It is fiercely irritating when you don't quite string it right. But no, maybe that is the quickest sort of, again, that final sector. There is little tabs of time in there, isn't there? We'll see what it's like on the main summary screen, but I mean, 27.949 certainly isn't a bad time to set. It does have to be said as far as cars go. No, apparently not. That was the quickest of. Maybe this is a car when you just try and push it, it sort of walks over the edge. That felt like that could have gone a little bit quicker, but apparently not, according to that. Yeah. I think there's a 0.1 in there. Now, admittedly, if there is a 0.1 in there, I mean, even as a base 0.1, that would put it as the quickest road car. But I'm not sure. 27.949. That's a monstrously quick lap time, to be fair. So, interesting. A 27.949 will place this into 21st place. Goes in between the Roof BTR4 3.8 and the Dodge Viper STP Taizan. Now that means that this car is the 5th quickest without race mod. It's still one of the quickest road cars we've ever had. And I mean, the stuff beating it is all high-performance roofs, which had way more power than this, and high-performance Nissans that had way more power than this. So, definitely not a bad sector to be around. It is quicker than an Evo 5 rally car, the base car, not the yaw-controlled car, but it is quicker than that. Quicker than a Vector M12, Ford RS200, Ford GT40, Ford GT90, Mainz Lancer Evo 5. There's a lot. There is a lot, and again, I mean, in terms of things that are quicker than this, the only real spring answer is it's still slightly slower than the Evo 5 RS. I guess that's down to weight, because I think that car weighs about 1,050 kilos, something like that. And the 22B, which took years off of my life with how sort of close it was before that final lap in that car. So yeah, I'd say that works out pretty well overall, and I guess that means when the Evo 6 RS comes around here, the world's going to implode. The 1997 Aston Martin DB7 Coupe. Our final Aston Martin to take on the course, and one of 2 DB7s in the base game. There is, of course, this one and the drop-top Volante, and my vote always goes to the Coupe, because it has to, because the Coupe is one of, if not the best looking car of all time. The Volante is nice, but the Coupe is even nicer. That being said, I speak, when I'm talking about those cars, standard. This particular Coupe with the race mod is not. That wing is a sin. Whoever decided that this car should have that wing, I hope they're in a worse place than I am, because I'm sorry, that is unacceptable. The rest of the race mod's okay. I could do without the stickers, but I kind of like the number placards, and the lipstick around the front grille looks a little bit sloppy, but I get why it's there. And of course, it harkens back to Aston Martins of old, the Le Mans winners, if you will, when Aston Martin used to be a good company that produced cars that have heritage and prestige and not rebadged AMGs as they do now. But they'll go bankrupt soon, because they always go bankrupt, because that's Aston Martin's gimmick, is just going bankrupt. Now, with this race mod, as much as it is heresy to look at this car as it sits, I am hoping it is slightly quicker than the Volante, although I'm not quite sure how much quicker. British sort of coupes around this course have been interesting. The XKR was very quick, from what I remember. However, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage was terribly slow, and the Volante was mediocre. So I'm hoping this is better, but I feel like we're going to fall potentially into the mediocre camp. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 539 horsepower, 1,515 kilos. This is still a big girl, even with all that weight reduction and the racing modification. Anyways, to find out how the DB7 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports line track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Piked Peak version, that fell at the time, of a 25.696. The Aston Martin DB7 Coupe unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the Volante set a time of 31.207, which again, fairly mediocre. I'm hoping this is going to be quicker than that. I'm gonna suggest the typical sort of 0.2 buffer that I put on what a race mod is usually worth with the weight reduction and stuff. Obviously not quite a fair comparison, because the Volante was heavier even like from standard than this. I think it weighed like an extra 100 kilos or so. But then again, weight on a car like this is the least of its worries. And it's more getting that power to the road, which straight away appears to be a bit of a challenge. This does have longer gear ratios, I should point out, thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, because this car in the base game has a really pathetic top speed for some reason. So GT2 Plus has sort of gone in there, extended the ratios out a little bit, so the final drive is more akin to what it was in reality, which probably is helping this car in terms of getting the power down, but because it's a turbo car, still having a couple of issues there. 31.063, definitely a little bit more time in this, it does have to be said. It's, yeah, just a little bit sort of, I don't know, it's got that sort of typical rear-wheel drive turbo coupe feel of, I don't really know what's going to happen when I go into this corner. Whether it's going to fishtail wildly, or whether it's going to let me get away with it, whether it's going to do a bit of wheel spin, or whether it's going to, you know, let me get away scot-free on the power. Never quite sure in the DB7 Coupe, which is not ideal for setting a lap time around here. But it is what we've got to deal with. Fortunately, second gear, as I said, very long, so we can ride out that wave of power from the car, but yeah, still far from ideal. 30.832, that's not bad. That's about the same time as a standard Citroen Saxo around this course. Not standard, of course, but, you know, non-race mod Citroen Saxo. Yeah. It's one of those cars where there's definitely time in it, but you'd have to pull off like the most miracle of race laps in your life to pull it out of there. Yeah, that was an experience. Not a particularly great one, it has to be said. Quicker than I expected. Definitely. Does go with tie with something, which I hate, because as you know, from watching this series, I hate ties more than anything else in the entire world. But, yeah, better than I expected. Still not particularly great, it has to be said. Again, I fear this is going to tell me there's some time in it. A little bit. So Sector 1 was really quick, but again, the sort of, as I've discussed before, the checkpoint in Sector 1 can be a little bit strange with where it's sat. I don't think there's 0.1 in that as it suggests. I think if you got this car all gathered up, maybe a 30.75's on the cards, but Yeah, I mean, that would put it right around sort of Corvette Gran Sport, so it's hardly like an amazing time, even if it did manage to get that far up the leaderboard, but yeah. Anyways, a 30.832 will place this into 316th place. Goes in between the Mitsubishi FTO GR, which it ties with, and the Mitsubishi Galant VRG. So it's the same speed as a base FTO and base Galant, with a turbocharger admittedly, but still. Yeah, slightly quicker than a Citroen Saxo, Dodge Copperhead, Primera Wagon, Roof CR4. None of these names are particularly compelling. I mean, it's quicker than a Nissan 200 SX, Mercury Cougar, BMW 320 Ci. Quicker than a 97 NSX. I mean, again, there's not really there's not really a lot of upside to where this has gone. I mean, it's not far off an NSX Type S as well, and a naturally aspirated Supra is quicker than this, which has 150 less horsepower than this, and Supras don't drive very nice, so yeah, it's the definition of looks better than it is. The 1996 Nissan 180 SX Type X, our third and final 180 SX to take on the course. I would mention all of them, but they all are called basically the same thing. This one is the only one of them to run race mod, because all three of them share the same race mod, and this one is the quickest of the bunch. So for visual flair, the rest of them didn't run it, but this one is running it. It's an okay looking race mod. It comes in white or this lilac. I like it other than the rear wing, and I have just noticed there is 2 exhaust cutouts when there is only 1 exhaust. That is very annoying. But yeah, other than that, it's cool. It's sort of got the original car, or rather this updated 96 version's bodywork, as opposed to the 95, which doesn't have this. And the fake BBS wheels are quite nice as well. Yeah, these are sort of performing okay for front-engine, rear-drive sports coupes. In general, I find they're slightly nicer to drive than the Silvias, but they haven't quite got the power of the Silvias, so I guess we'll see how this one gets along. Front engine rear wheel drive, 377 horsepower, 1,088 kilos. Yeah, pretty okay stats for a rear wheel drive coupe. A bit on the lighter side of things, it does have to be said, but yeah. I've also just noticed that sort of front bonnet thing, the one that says 180SX Nissan, that looks JPEG to hell. Obviously it won't be, in terms of this car's textures. That would actually be a very easy one to sort of clean up and sort out, as someone who now does a small spot of GT2 modding, but yeah, I say GT2 modding, I do texture editing. Anyways, to find out how this car is going to get along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696, and this car won't be beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, they're all fairly linear. The 96... yeah? No, sorry. The 95 Type X, which is the pre-facelift one of these, the sort of normal looking wedgy one, that set a time like a 31.4. The Type S set a time of a 31.057. So this one, with the slightly increased power and the racing modification, should be able to go a little bit quicker than that. The one thing I didn't check before this episode, which I really should have done, is Slatey performance, because the Slatey is sort of similar to this. Very sort of obviously different racing mod, and I think the Slatey is more powerful than the 180SX is, but ultimately a Slatey is just a 180SX with a Sylvia front clip, so yeah. Bit of struggles getting through that first section. There's definitely time in this. Is it supposed to be exhaust, or is it supposed to be like a exhaust and then they've like covered it up and put towing eye cover in it? It's a bit bizarre, this race mod. In terms of actual overall driving ability, this is fine. It's got sort of, we touched on this a little bit with DB7 yesterday. It has got that weird rear-wheel drive quirk of sort of slamming on the brakes, and then the rest of the car sort of seems to violently swing round and then attempt to cut traction on you. But other than that, it is a fairly okay driving sports coupe. It does have to be said. Wouldn't be my first choice for anything. 30.423. Okay, we've got the Sylvia thing going on. For those of you who don't know what the Sylvia thing going on is, it's that very recently around this track, something just sort of seems to have clicked with Sylvias, and they now go ridiculously fast. I'm not quite sure why. Yeah, I mean, the lap felt good. I don't think it felt 0.6 good. I mean, we'll take it. But yeah, maybe don't put too much stock in that. 30.843. See, that's far more reasonable for this car. Although that lap was messy. That actually puts it in a really interesting place. Yeah, bizarre. That keeps happening at the moment. I don't really know why, and it keeps worrying me because it makes me wonder if, like, every other, you know, if for like 400 episodes I couldn't drive Sylvias, and now all of a sudden I just apparently can get ridiculous lap times out of them. It's a bit disconcerting, I will be honest. I'm not a huge fan of it, and I really wish I'd stopped doing it. But I'm here to get the quickest lap time out of all the cars, and apparently we've done it. I don't think there's much more time in that, to be honest. You know, as someone who's just set the stomper in the lap time, of course I'm going to say that. But yeah, I don't think there's much more I can see coming out of that, to be honest. Yeah, not bad overall, I do have to say. A 30.423 will place this into 246th place. Goes in between the Toyota Aristo and the Nissan Silvia Qs. So it is slightly quicker than Silvia Qs. Silvia Qs actually was very similar statistically to this from what I remember. So that does definitely make sense. Quicker than the A4 Avant, Mitsubishi GTO SR, FTO GPX, Legnum VR4, Mugen Integra. Cars this is comparable to. It's 0.1 up on a non-race modded Silvia Spec R, quicker than the NA Nissan Fairlady Lexus IS200. Yeah, I mean, it's reasonably quicker than the Silvia Spec S as well. Yeah, I don't don't know why it keeps saying really good times in Silvias, but it keeps happening. There's more Silvias to come, so at least one of the S13, S14, S15s are going to get that rub. But yeah, I can't really explain that. I'm not going to lie to you. In case you're curious, that does mean that this is almost 2 seconds quicker than the HKS Drag 180SX. The 1991 Nissan Pulsar GTI-R rally car. This is another one of the arcade mode rally cars, for which, of course, they are then bought into GT2 Plus, where you can acquire them in career mode and then fully upgrade them. When maxed out, they are identical to the car that they're based on, so in this case, this is essentially a race-modded Pulsar GTI-R. The only difference is that this car can't have stage 3 weight reduction, so has stage 2 weight reduction and the racing modification, which is a bit bizarre, but it basically means the weight difference is slightly in favour of this car, but not by much. The Nissan Pulsar GTI-R, one of my favourites from the Group A era of rallying, not a very successful car, but it was driven by some quite noticeable names, including Stig Blomqvist and a young Tommy Mäkinen got his start in this car, which is interesting. Ultimately, it'd be all for naught, and eventually Nissan would pull out of WRC in 1992, I believe, never to return, which is a bit of a shame, really, because Nissan has a lot of sort of rally heritage, and they could really use some of that rallying heritage for, well, goodwill at the moment, because Nissan's on its knees, as we all know. And, I mean, I'm only recording this, 3 days out from when it's getting uploaded, but Nissan could have gone broke by then, so who knows. Anyways, the original Pulsar GTI-R did quite well around this course. I'm expecting this to do roughly the same number. Sort of in line with the 323 GTR rally car, which sort of came very, very... it was within 3,000th of its standard version, so yeah, I don't really see why this one would be too much different. Four-wheel drive, 420 horsepower, 1,124 kilograms. Pretty decent figures for a arcade mode rally car. 420 horsepower especially, for a car this size as well, is quite remarkable. Anyways, to find out how the Nissan Pulsar GTI-R gets along, it is going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo 5-speed version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Pulsar GTI-R is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the Nissan Pulsar GTI-R, sort of the normal car without the race mod, set a time of a 29.748, so I guess 29.7 is sort of where this needs to be. From what I remember from the standard car, pretty nice controlled car to drive. It is one of my favourite starter cars in GT2, the Pulsar GTI-R. Everyone sort of seems to flock towards the Skylines and Sleekers, and I get it, and Supras, but the Pulsar for me is 29.657. There we go, hang on. Well, actually slightly above what I was expecting, but still. The Pulsar GTI-R for me is easily the most adaptable of all of the starter cars. You can really use this, you know, for low-end rallying. You can use it for demolishing the Sunday Cup with, four-wheel drive challenge. It'll do with some upgrades. So yeah, it's one of my personal favourites for starting the game out with. I think actually pretty much every single time I've played through GT2, the base version anyway, recently, I've always gone for this as my first car. Yeah, I can definitely sort of feel little hints of understeer. Obviously it's not quite got the turn-in of something like an Impreza or an Evo, but then again the Pulsar never really would have done. So, if you can get around that sort of understeer nature of this vehicle, it is incredibly nice to drive. Obviously, no oversteer or anything like that. It is very nice over the bumps, it does have to be said as well. Nissans, predominantly, to be fair, are very nice over the bumps. I'm not really sure what that's all about. Whether that's some Polyphony favoritism or someone at Polyphony who really liked Nissans didn't know how to drive, so he made it so the Nissans are less bumpy when they get onto onto the grass. But yeah, that's honestly what it feels like. It feels very, very nice, very tight. Got caught out a little bit by the understeer there, but yeah, I think this is set pretty much where it would have gone. It's just one of those cars that you could get to its limit and, you know, very nicely sort of dawdle around that. And, yeah, it does quite well. It's good looking too. I kind of like the livery on this one. I don't think it was quite as purple as this in real life, but I think it really suits it in-game. Yeah, for a guy who really does not like Nissans, and I assure you, I really don't like Nissans, this one, yeah, quite like it. It's quite cool. Yeah, easily one of my favourite sort of cars of its era. And also it was called the Sunny in the UK, which is funny because my aunt had a Sunny. It wasn't a GTI-R, I'll tell you that. According to that, there's a little bit of time in there in Sector 2. If I'd put that lap together, I still think I would have ended up right around 29.5. Yeah, I'm sure if you go round and round and round, you could probably crack away at that 29.5, but I think you'd ultimately sort of stay in that vicinity when it comes to this car. So, yeah, but no. Good time overall for, again, a reasonably good car. 29.592 will place this into a very respectable 141st place. Goes in between the Lister Storm V12 and the Mitsubishi Galant VR4. So it's quicker than a Galant, quicker than an R33 with no race mod, quicker than an R32 V-Spec 2, quicker than the Toyota Caldina GTT, and the standard road-going Evo 3. It should be mentioned the Evo 3 rally car is like 0.3 up the road from this, but still pretty impressive. I mean, in terms of stuff it loses out to, it's all the stuff you'd relatively expect it to. The Subaru Impreza, Ford Escort, Delta HF Integrale Evoluzione, the Forester. Yeah, In one word, good. There's not really a lot to say about it, to be honest with you. Because it's just a good car with a ridiculous rear wing, as I'm noticing. The 1998 Alfa Romeo GTV 3-litre V6 24 valve. This is our third, technically, and final GTV to take on the course. We've had the GTV Twin Spark, which I think was one of the very first front-wheel drive cars to get into the under 30 club, and the Alfa Romeo Spider, which is the drop-top version of the GTV with the Twin Spark engine. This is the only one with the V6 engine, and while you might think that puts it ahead of the Twin Spark, there is some caveats. The Twin Spark, for example, while it is down on power, can have turbo tuning, which should give it a little bit more low to mid-end torque. The other advantage, of course, with the Twin Spark is weight. This car has the glorious 3-litre V6, but it is all pushing down on the front axle. So, in terms of sort of weight distribution, this is going to be worse than the Twin Spark, and in terms of just overall actual weight. So I'm expecting this to drive quite front heavy. Whatever it does, it is going to look good doing it. This GTV Cup livery is fantastic. Of course, they ended up doing road-going GTV Cups. GTV Cup was a one-make race series for these cars in the late 90s, early 2000s. And there are a bunch of heinous colour schemes for this, but I went with the blue and white because I think it looks very, very cool indeed. Front-engined, front-wheel drive, 416 horsepower, one of the most powerful front-wheel drive cars in the game, 1,208 kilograms. So, as I mentioned, definitely some weight is going to go over that front axle, but the time is now to see how this is going to get along. The GTV 3-litre V6 is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The GTV unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the Spider set a time of a 30.5. I don't think we really need to worry about this being slower than the Spider. The GTV Twin Spark is the main one we're aiming for today. That car set a time of 29.919. So ideally this needs to be under 30. Alfa Romeo has a very good front-wheel drive track record around this circuit. They currently make our quickest front-wheel drive car we've ever had, the 156 V6 2.5, and also the Twin Spark GTV, 29.905. Well, there we go. We are very slightly quicker than the Twin Spark. The question is there anything more to come out of this? So, I'm quite surprised actually this was quicker sort of off the bat. I was expecting that to be a little bit more of a fight between these two. I mean, the one advantage coming into this is you sort of have an idea of how this is going to drive. You can know straight away, about 30 seconds of looking at the stats, that this is going to be sort of front-end limited, if you will. Because it's got that big V6 lump, it's all in the front wheels. Cars that generally have low torque seem to have a bit of a harder time getting turned in, I find, which sounds a bit bizarre, but go with it. Gran Turismo 2 logic. And yeah, it just feels like the front end plows a little bit, especially under braking for that final sector there. You can feel the front end ploughing in. That is going to be an off course, which is unfortunate. I think this might have a little bit of room to go an equal bit quicker. But either way, I mean, 29.905 certainly isn't a slow time around this track. Going to try and use that front end instability to give us a bit more of a run up on this final lap. It really, I'll be honest, I was going to say something really stupid there, but the key places this really struggles is that first sector. Just getting that turn in is very difficult, and also that sector there, trying not to get on the grass, and also this sector, trying to maintain the brakes. In short, it struggles through a lot of the corners. Car doesn't like to be pushed. that is for certain. But no, it's actually pretty decent driving as long as you sort of know what you're going to get when you turn into a corner. You can sort of guess just by looking at the stats of this that this was not going to be a particularly good front wheel drive car to drive, but it is going to make up its time on power. Can't argue with that lap right there. 29.905. I'll take it. It is very fractionally quicker than the Twin Spark. In all honesty, I think on most race circuits you're better off going for the V6 than the Twin Spark. Twin Spark probably slightly, I would say if we reran the Twin Spark now back to back, the Twin Spark would be a nicer car to drive. I think it might even be a little bit quicker, to be honest, just based on the compactness of the course. But this is the shortest course in the game, unless you're going for like an Autumn Ring Mini, which doesn't really exist in career mode. I'd say you want to go V6, to be honest, but yeah, the Twin Spark did pretty good. A 29.905 will place this into 175th. Goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTS4 and the Tommy Kyra R33. It is quicker than a Venturi Atlantique, quicker than the Golf 4 rally car, SLK 230, and again, the 2-litre GTV fractionally. It is quicker than a Dodge Viper and the Tommy Kyra ZZ2, which is interesting to note. In terms of front-wheel drive cars, slower than this. Integra Type R makes sense, not as much power, but that car only weighs about 900 kilos. The Peugeot 206, which is a true anomaly, and then way up where is the 156 2.5 V6. Interestingly enough, they never did offer the GCV with that smaller V6, which does make me think if they did, and it was in this game, how much quicker it would go. But this car was only 1.8, 2 litre, and then the big 3 litre V6 is what this car has. But yeah, the 1999 Mazda Speed RX-7 GTC. This is a concept car produced by a Mazda Speed based on the RX-7 A-Spec, which we've obviously already seen go around the course. This was inspired by JGTC race cars from Mazda. Apparently they tried to make road-going versions of these, but it never really happened for one reason or another. It is a very cool RX-7 history, however, it does have to be said this is the ugliest car in Gran Turismo 2. Now, I'm not talking about the RX-7 itself, it looks fine. I'm talking about the model. You might see it sort of glitching out a little bit here. Yeah, it gets even worse in game. If you want to skip this episode because this car looks as bad as it does, as you'll see in a second, the tyres completely clip through it, I would understand. I have no idea how I'm going to get a thumbnail with this, but we'll see. In terms of actual sort of how it's going to be, this is the most powerful RX-7, which is scary. You see, RX-7s are very good around this course. They're far better than Supras in terms of controllability, and actually they handle their power better than Skylines, in my opinion. The problem is that all of the quickest RX-7s we've had have usually gone around 500 horsepower, usually slightly under. After you hit about 500 horsepower, that's when they really start spinning the power away and there's just no point. This is that. 692. I'm not expecting good things out of this, but I guess we'll see. Front engine rear wheel drive, 692 horsepower, 1,139 kilos. If this car looks familiar to you, by the way, we have already ran the LM edition of this vehicle, and that was very, very quick, far quicker than the GT1 carryover RX-7 LM edition. So, yeah, if this doesn't do too well, at least there is one GTC that has done well. To find out, also, you can see how badly the tyres clip through it. It is terrible. To find out how quick the Mazda Speed RX-7 GTC is, it's going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land track. It does set the best time it possibly can. Currently, it is the Suzuki Escudo Pace Peak car. That's at a time of a 25.696. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, difficult. Depends how controllable it is, which as of right now it feels okay, but it also feels about 5 minutes away from, or 5 minutes, 5 seconds away from deciding to snap The A-spec on which this car is based set a time of a 29.586, I think it was. I'm not expecting this to be as quick as that. 30.198 on its first flyer. There is no doubt, especially now, it's not going to be the slowest RX-7. For certain, that was the Touring X, I think, is the slowest, though, 31.334. But yeah, I feel like this is going to be one of those cars that is going to be wildly all over the place with the actual overall lap time it sets. I've got to try not to be distracted by how bad this car's model got messed up. I mean, seriously, how did this even happen? Like, was this car just a very late addition to the game? Did they, like, I don't know, I don't remember the LM edition being this bad. So I have no idea how this ended up the way it did. But it does look terrible. It really does. Again, really shame, because this is a cool RX-7. Very cool piece of history. As a lot of the RX-7s in this game are, you know. RX-7s have quite a diverse range of body styles, considering they looked virtually identical for like the entire 13 years they were on sale. You know, you've got the GTCs, you've got the RE and Memia in this game, you've got the 15th anniversary edition based LM edition. You know, there's lots of interesting, unique styles for the RX-7, and this is definitely one of them, but yeah, just for some reason forsaken with a truly terrible model. I'd love to know what the reasoning behind how bad this looks is, and also why GT2 Plus hasn't fixed it. Usually they fix stuff like this, so yeah, a bit of a bizarre one. Anyways, we seem to be having a bit of a stonker of a final lap here. Wow. Alright, I'll eat my words on that one. I'm not ashamed to either. God, that was scary. That was a perfect final lap, I think. I was actually thinking while I was doing that I'm not being quick enough in that final sector, but actually, as it turns out, I was. Yeah, thumbnail on this is gonna be this might be one of those cars where I have to sort of record a separate replay file and basically like literally stick it perfectly perpendicular to the camera so it doesn't actually, if it's leaping through the air, technically the tires aren't touching the ground, so they can't go through the model. Maybe that's the key play on this. Yeah, I knew I was slightly slow on that final sector, but I can't believe that went as well as it did. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, I'll take it though. I'll definitely take that to the bank and cash it in, but my god, that was not looking good. The fact it got under 30 surprises me, but yeah, I knew if you could hook a lap up in that, you know, obviously, just because someone has 690 horsepower, if you can really hook a lap up, it can be just as quick as a car with 530. I can't help but feel how much quicker this car probably would be and how much nicer it'd be to drive with just the Stage 3 kit on it instead of the mad Stage 4 kit I imagine this has. But no, very, very good. 29.595 will place this into 142nd place. Goes in between the Nissan Pulsar GTI-R rally car and the Mitsubishi Galant. It is quicker than R33 Skyline, R32 V-Spec 2, Shelby Cobra Daytona, Evo 3, Roof BTR 2. It's only slightly slower than that RX-7A spec, which again, just for a reminder, that car has 192 less horsepower than this. That car has a whole BMW 328i less power than this, and it's quicker. And I can imagine if this had a BMW 328i less amount of power, it'd be even quicker. Yeah, I mean, in terms of RX-7s, it's not the quickest. The quickest is the Type RB from 96, which still doesn't make any sense to me why that one's so much quicker than the rest of them are, but it is, so that's the way it goes. Yeah, I'm quite shocked about that. I'll take it, but I am shocked. The 1997 Honda NSX Type S0. This is the quickest of all of the NSXs that you can buy at the Honda new dealer It isn't the quickest NSX overall though. That honour goes to the NSX Type R, if you can find it. The Type S0 is essentially a stripped out version of the NSX Type S. Don't ask me what the Type S gets you, I don't know. It wasn't more power at this time because the NSX's 3.2 litre V6 was rated at 276 horsepower, and as far as I'm aware, Honda was like one of the only manufacturers that actually took the gentleman's agreement somewhat seriously. So usually if Honda said 276, they were right about it. So yeah, I don't know what that gets you, but either way, what I do know is NSXs in this course don't really mix. It hasn't been all that great. Now, admittedly, some of these have been 4-speed automatic NSXs, which, yeah, they obviously weren't going to do too well. But even, I mean, the quickest NSX we've had was the Type R, which just managed to get into the under 30 club, which was quite a shock to us. But the next quickest one, I think, is the Acura NSX, which set like a 30.5, which compared to the likes of your sort of Supras and Skylines and RX-7s, it's just nowhere near. The course does not favour sort of high revving, naturally aspirated engines and mid-engine rear drive cars, so yeah, we'll see how this one gets along. This car, race mod, I believe is based on a test car from JGTC. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Honda showed up to GT500 a year later than Toyota and Nissan did, from what I remember. I think Nissan was racing in sort of series that became JGTC for ages, then the Supra showed up, and then Honda showed up, I think, in the first year with a car that was sort of based on the Le Mans Racing 1995 cars. So yeah, I think that was sort of the history of how that works. But either way, it's quite a cool looking race mod, a bit basic. I don't really like the colour schemes available. It's either black or the dark blue we saw on the Acura NSX, but no, I think in terms of bodywork and stuff, it does look quite proper. Mid-engine rear drive, 451 horsepower, 1,084 kilograms. This is going to be a completely different beast to that RX-7 we had last time out. Anyways, to find out how the NSX Type S0 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. First gear seems pretty useless because it just spins the rear wheels. Our quickest car, yeah, this car's going to have 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The NSX Type S0 is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, I've sort of mentioned a couple of cars already. The NSX Type R, 29.945. In theory, this shouldn't really get anywhere near that. Acura NSX, 30.534. This should be quicker than that, because it has less weight, in theory. If we can deal with the mid-engine drivetrain, because it is very understeery. That being said, first lap out, 30.285. Fairly respectable, actually. That's sort of the ballpark in which I would imagine this would go. And that was a pretty gingerly first lap. Wow, okay. This is interesting to drive, I'll tell you that straight away. Understeer is the first thing that comes to mind, just miles of understeer. We see this quite normally from the mid-engine cars. The sort of, I don't want to say low-end mid-engine car for an NSX, but like the mid-engine road cars, the race cars are usually pretty good actually, but the road cars especially, I do find they don't really like the bumps. They sort of bounce around a lot on the bumps typically. And when you get to a corner, because there's virtually no way over the front axle, they just push on through corners. So you have to really make sure you can commit to the power before you commit to the power. It does get just into the under 30s though, 29.990. Definitely some more time in this as well, because that first sector was not fantastic. But it's like here, I just tried to jump on the power a little bit there, feel it out, and I would have just gotten careening straight into the tyre barriers. We've seen so many cars do before when we usually try to push them. The difference is I wasn't really trying to push this, I was just trying to see whether it would cooperate or not, and the answer was not. It is a shame, because around any other track, these are actually quite nice to drive. I'd imagine these, because they have sort of decent amounts of, the grip on the rear end's quite good. It's just that sort of understeer push, but on most high-speed tracks, I can imagine the downforce would probably pick that up. Could have gone quicker on that lap. Definitely could have gone quicker. There's definitely a little bit more in there. That being said, I don't think this would have been quicker than the Type R. I could have maybe made it quicker than Type R, because it did look like I left a little bit of time on the table on that final lap. But in theory, this should not be competing with that. It is a handful. I remember in that Type R as well, I think it was saying like 30.4s, and then it just randomly set like a 29 on the final lap. That feels a little bit more secure. So yeah, definitely quicker for the first sector. Second sector didn't lose a lot of time. I think, yeah, just trying to add that up, I don't think that would have been even that much quicker than the Type R, even if I had like the same final sector as I did on that fourth lap. But yeah, quick car. I mean, I'm quite impressed with that, because usually these are not particularly good. So we will take it, but yeah, just not quite there as a loud bike goes past. Actually wasn't as loud as I thought it was going to be. A 29.990 will place this in to 190th. It is actually the slowest member of the under 30 club currently, which is interesting. Beats the likes of the Celica GT4, TVR Chimera, Golf 1.8 Turbo, the Legacy Touring Sports, TVR Blackpool. That's an interesting one. Yeah, fractionally beaten by the NSX Type R. Again, I think you could argue if I'd gathered it up on that final lap, could have been quicker, but I don't think it would have been by much. It's also slower than the Dodge Viper GTS Tommy Kyra ZZ2, which is a car that should be very clear of this, but very clearly was not. Yeah. I mean, it's quicker than like an S2000. S2000 is very much down on power to this, but the S2000, again, very similar issue where there's just not a lot of revs in it. The 1999 Honda NSX Castrol Mugen GT. Yesterday we had the road car, today we have the race car. Which one's going to be quicker? The race car, obviously. Unlike road-going NSXs, the NSX GT500 cars have been very spectacular around this course. Out of the mainstream manufacturers, the NSX GT500s are the quickest between the sort of the Supras and the Skylines. The only GT500 car quicker than the NSX currently is the STP Tizen Viper, and that's purely just because that thing was an absolute grip monster. So another one here to take on the track today. The last one we used was the Mobile 1 GT. In case you're wondering if you've seen this car before, you sort of have, but you haven't. That was the 1998 Castrol Mugen GT. For whatever reason, Polyphony decided to include both the 98 and the 99, despite the fact that the liveries are pretty much identical. I will admit, I quite like this. I like the green wheels on it, definitely. I do think the sort of black, red and green NSX, obviously nowhere near as iconic as the white for the Supra. And in fact, this Castrol livery is not even as iconic as the car that would come after this, the 2000 Castrol Mugen GT, that would actually go on to win the JGTC Championship in 2000. I'm not sure how this car did, I didn't look it up. But anyways, this is one of 4 99 NSX GT500 cars to take on the course. Technically speaking, they should all set at the same time. However, I am not a robot, and as a result, they are slightly spread out by about 0.2 of a second between them. So be interesting to see how this one gets along. Mid-engined rear drive, 617 horsepower, 1,180 kilograms. Come on, green wheels, wish me luck. The Castrol Mugen NSX GT is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The NSX Mugen GT thing is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, the last GT500 NSX to take on this course was the Mobile 1 car. That set a time of a 28.385. So 28.3 is sort of our magic number. As I said, in theory, this should be the same pace as that. However, it won't be. I'm hoping I'm slightly quicker than I was whenever I did the Mobile 1 car. I don't feel like it was that long ago, but then again, it probably was, so we'll see. Straight away though, you can tell why the NSXs are the best of the... Okay, 28.2! Nice! Yeah. I was not expecting that. That was interesting. Okay, yeah. Straight away, NSX GT500 cars. I drove the Arta Skyline not long ago. That's at a 28.576, but that was an absolute pig to drive. You had all that sort of issue with the turbo constantly kicking in. It just did not feel like a particularly planted vehicle. The NSX, however, unlike the road car, which is sort of a little bit sort of understeery and slow, the race car has none of that issue. It has this really zingy, naturally aspirated engine that just seems to rev up to its power with no problems, very, very smooth. It has sort of great mechanical grip, which is very important around here. That was an almost identical lap time, to give you an idea. Yeah, these are excellent driving cars. They really are my favourite of the bunch. Again, maybe not compared to the Titan Viper. Titan Viper, as I said, is the grip monster. They can let go if you try and get a bit too cheeky like that, but yeah, other than that, in the NSX we trust, because these are phenomenal cars. If you just control them through the grass, the rest of the lap is very, very fun in these. Easily one of my favourite race cars to drive around here. A little bit of tail wagging out of that corner, which isn't great, but to the line. 28.151, that could have been a little bit quicker, but we'll take it. Oh, it ruins! Damn, that's a shame. Even if it was a little bit quicker, it still would have done. That ruins one of the sort of biggest packs of cars that we've had in this series for a while, but no. God, that was worth it. I love driving these. They're just so good to drive. They really are. Just absolute grip monsters. Wow, wow, wow. Apparently, that could have been... I mean, if I strung that together, that would have been a what? Exactly a 28.1. Yeah, I can see it. That would put it within touching distance of the Titan Viper. As mentioned, though, well, I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but there is 4 of these. We've round 3 of them. There's still 1 to go, the mighty iconic Raybrig NSX. So if there's still time to find in this car, we will find it. But yeah, I'll take that. I just love driving these. They're so nice to drive. It's so nice to drive something that's good to drive after the last, what, 4 or 5 cars that have been really tricky. Well, that was just perfection. Absolute perfection. Love it. A 28.151 will place this into 28th. As you can see, it is splitting all of the Fords. I think they've all been together since at least, I think it's been a year since they've been split apart. But no, they are finally split by the NSX Castrol Mugen. It is 0.2 up on the Mobile 1. It is quicker than the Cusco Impreza GT300. So the NSX now once again becomes the 3rd quickest of the JGCC cars. Of course, the FTO Tavion Trampio thing is sort of the quickest of all of them, but still an absolutely fantastic car from an absolutely fantastic time from an absolutely fantastic car. I love that. I love driving these. Why can't every race car drive like that? The 1998 Mitsubishi Pajero Mini Sport. Bring back the Pajero Mini Sports to Gran Turismo. This is a fantastic vehicle. This is the sort of stuff I think about when I think of the true greats of Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo is not about your McLaren F1s and your Chaparral 2Js. It's about stuff like this. Normal, basic, economy boxes that you'd never think would be in a racing game, and they just are. And that's why Gran Turismo 2 is and will always be my favourite. Pajero Mini Sport, I love this thing. It comes in two-tone, it has a wing, it has a spare tyre on the back, it has the 3 mirrors. It's glorious. It's so glorious, in fact, that this game has 2 of them. There's the 97 Pajero Mini VR2, and then this one. I believe this one might actually be a slightly newer generation of Pajero to the old one, because the old one had completely different front fascia. It even had a bull bar on it. Now, in case you're curious to the difference between a VR2 and a Sport, fully upgraded, it actually goes in favour of the VR2. VR2 has 5 more horsepower and weighs 16 less kilos. There you go. But then again, the Pajero Mini Sport has Sport in its name, and that must count for something. I suspect this is going to be quicker just based on the passage of time, but we will see. Obviously not expecting this to light the world on fire, but it will make my heart slightly warmer because it is the Pajero Mini Sport. Just look at it. Absolute legend. I love it. 4-wheel drive, 175 horsepower, 864 kilos. One thing I did notice, in arcade mode, each car has a car class, like A, B, C, and D. Oh, sorry, A, B, C. There is no D. This car was B class. I don't think I ever see a car B class. They're either S, A, or C. Never B. So, you know, B means best. Yeah, let's go ahead and get on with it and see how the mighty Pajero Mini Sport gets along. Technically speaking, it is 4-wheel drive. It is proper 4-wheel drive as well, so should be good for the bumps here, you'd think. Anyways, to find out how the Pajero Mini Sport gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, and while the Escudo may be based on a humble 4-wheel drive, just as this is, that one has like 981 horsepower and is the Pikes Peak car, and set a time of 25.696, so this unfortunately won't be beating that, although Pajero Mini Pikes Peak Edition, add that to a list of cars that need to exist. The Mini VR2 set a time of a 32.861, so even in terms of key cars, not the quickest thing in the world, but still, you know, considering what this is, I mean, it's quicker than a Minica PJ, a Nissan Cube, a Mazda AZ1, yes, really. So, you know, opportunities arise. I think this is a genuine 5-speed manual as well, actually, because the automatics of these, don't ask me why I've been researching these recently. The automatics, I think, were all 3 speeds, so for this to have at least 4 must mean there is a 5th in there, or Gran Turismo's cocked up. We'll find out when we stop, because people get really angry when I check gears when we're already halfway through the running. What I love most about this is it makes a little whooshing sound towards the top end of the rev range. That is fantastic. That noise there, it sounds like it's got a mini supercharger on it. I don't think these are supercharged. I'm almost certain these are turbocharged from factory, hence the hood scoop. But yeah, it does sound supercharged, which is quite cool. It does have to be said. As I suspected, quite good on the bumps. It actually is one of those cars where it feels a lot quicker than it actually is going, which is interesting. Not one of those key cars that's a little bit about sort of maximising where you can deploy the power, but because this, you know, usually in cars like this, when I say that, I'm like literally having to drive constantly aware that like any mistake could be the end of it. This actually feels like it's got a little bit more pep in its step than most key cars do, so you can actually sort of afford to occasionally make a mistake in this, and you can almost get away with it. Definitely think 3rd gear is the case for that final corner. Come on, Pajero Mini. Not going to be the quickest key car, but it is going to be one of the legends of this course. I don't even know if it's worth shifting to 2nd. I'm just doing it because I don't think there's enough power in it. I mean, we'll take that 32.392. Didn't feel like a perfect lap, which is usually what I aim for in the key cars, but to be honest with you, like I said, it doesn't actually feel all that slow, so maybe we got away with it, who knows. Look at it go around the track. What a happy little four-wheel drive vehicle. It is great. Absolutely marvellous. I love this thing. It looks purposeful and leaning. Leaning a lot. Yeah, I suspect there is... if you kept going round and round and round, there's probably 0.1 in there. In a car like this that doesn't make much power, there's not much sort of room for margins to grow, so that's one benefit of a vehicle like this. But, yeah, a bit of a shame it wasn't quicker, because it would have beaten something very funny. But yeah, on the whole, good. A good fun car. I think that's the funniest key car I've driven in quite a long time. Not fast, but it actually felt like it had quite a bit of steam behind it. So, yeah, very good. A 32.392 is going to place this into 518th place. Goes in between an Aston Martin DB6 and a Honda Del Sol. It is quicker than a Plymouth Cuda, quicker than a Suzuki Cappuccino, which means in turn it's quicker than the AZ1 and the Honda Beats, so quicker than all of them. It's quicker than a Move SR XX four-wheel drive, Mitsubishi Minica Dangan, Mercury Cougar, a Mini, an 82 Corvette, an Altezza AS200. It's really funny when you go down to this side of the leaderboard, because it's all the sort of key cars like the Pajeros and, you know, the lesser Starlets, the Z Turbos, and then you just see, like, randomly BMW 740i, which this is 0.4 quicker than. It's great. It's actually not much slower than the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and that's a 700 horsepower super sports car. So, yeah, good on the, like I say, it's not the top tier of key cars. It's also, interestingly enough, 0.2 slower than the Daihatsu Terios Kid Aero down. But I suspect that's because that car had the aero down, if you know what I mean. The 1999 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra. The final Ford Mustang to take on the course, and it's the mighty SN95 New Edge, my favourite of the Mustangs. This being an SVT Cobra, it has access to a race mod, and the race mod is, well, clearly inspired by a car that we had not long ago that was very, very quick, the Celine SR Widebody. Is this going to imitate what the Celine SR Widebody did? I hope it does, because I'm a big fan of this model of Mustang, but I don't think it will based on Mustang's track records. In case you're wondering, the quickest Mustang is the 1966 Shelby GT350, which was just ridiculous. And then after that, it is the 99 Mustang GT, I believe. So, you know, there's some pedigree here. We'll see how it gets along. Like I say, I wouldn't expect too much out of this based on how Mustangs have done prior, but this one, again, it is wearing the body of a car that was very, very quick. Unfortunately, it hasn't got the full, like, front-end accoutrement, and it's a little bit sort of more basic in its livery. This could even be a sister car to the Celine, potentially. I know one Celine SR widebody nerd who may be in the comment section, so he might be able to tell us. But it's certainly stickered up with Celine stickering, I'll tell you that much. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 471 horsepower, 1,328 kilos. Typical sort of Mustang stats, really. Very heavy. Quite powerful, but not maybe as powerful as you would expect. I'm also not entirely convinced this is going to have all that much in the way of torque to ride it like I would like to. Oh, that's cool. I've just realised the back end sort of texture where it's imprinted with Mustang on the base car, it actually gets imprinted with Celine on this race mod. That's really cool. Anyways, to find out how quick this not Celine Mustang gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. This car unlikely to beat that. That car set at 25.696. Again, we sort of rattled off some Mustang timings. GT350 very close to an under 30 car. With this level of power, I'm not expecting this to get quite up there. Camaros are very quick, annoyingly, because I prefer Mustangs. But yeah, the Camaro, I think quickest Camaro is the SS, which set like a 29.4. So, whoop, we are going sideways in a Mustang. I suppose that's why they get the reputation for crowd killing. Really quite funny is this is actually now 1,000th up on the Mustang GT, which obviously is not quite where we want to be. We want to be able to do a little bit better than that. I kind of want to use first gear a little bit, but because again, it hasn't quite got enough torque to ride it round. But then again, I don't want to spend too much time fumbling for gears for the sake of 20 kilometers an hour here and there. Although it is going to be kind of useful for getting it through that first sector there. Yeah, it's just wheel spin if you try and use first, which is a bit annoying. It does give it a little boost in acceleration. Yeah, I'll probably have to use it through that first sector, which I really don't want to be honest. But if it's for the betterment... Oh, Jesus Christ, it's that sector there. The rear end does not like that bump whatsoever. Wow. It's just that. There's like one little bit there that seems to really unsettle the rear end of the car. I was recently, and by recently I mean this morning, watching the Australian GP, and people kept sort of spinning wheels on bits of paint, and it's almost like that. It almost feels like there's a bit of Australian paint there, just spinning the rear end a little bit, which is quite disconcerting. Ooh. Got to just about get it through there. It's not going to go much quicker, but it is going to go a little bit quicker. 30.401. We'll take it. Not fantastic. That definitely could go a little bit quicker. No doubt about it. I'm pleased we found a little bit more time in it, because that was going to be definitely disappointing if this wasn't that much quicker. Yeah, like I say, I'd love to use first gear a little bit more, but it's just not long enough. It kind of... First needs to be longer, second needs to be shorter. It's a little bit of a weird paradox in there. Yeah. It's a real shame that, because, you know, I'd really hope we could get this thing sort of among the Corvettes and the like, but, yeah, it's what it is. 30.401 will place this into 249th. It ties it with the 95 Toyota Supra, which is a bit of a different case, really. This car sort of had issues with gearing and not enough sort of torque and power, as weird as that is to say about a Mustang. Supra had too much. It is quicker than the Tommy Kaira M30 GTS, the Toyota Aristo, a bunch of Silvias, Accord, Prelude. I'm looking for anything that's sort of comparable to this. It's quicker than an E55 AMG, so sort of European muscle car, if you will. And again, I mean, it's, you know, a fair bit up on that 99 Mustang GT. It is significantly quicker than the SVT Cobra 98, and I want to say the 98 Mustang GT is somewhere in a mess over there. But those cars were run quite a long time ago, so I think if the 98 SVT Cobra ran today, it would be sort of looking more around a 30.6, but yeah, I don't know, like I say, I'm a little bit disappointed in that, but it's still a pretty decent time from what was, you know, ultimately a fairly decent vehicle. The 1999 Dodge Viper GTSR Team Reika. This is one of 3 Viper race cars in the game. There is the Viper GTSR carried over from GT1, the STP Taizan Viper, that's the GT500 one, and this. And Well, there was a complete difference between those two, so I'm a bit worried about this one. The Viper GTSR from GT1 was terrible, and the STP Taizan Viper was the best rear-wheel drive car I've ever driven in this game. So, interested to see how this does. Admittedly, I do have a little bit of an idea, because I remember this car, because you use it at the S license at Laguna Seca, and I remember this thing being an absolute handful to drive, so, yeah, I'm a little bit scared already, I will admit, but we will see how it does. The Team Oreca Viper, technically, this is a Chrysler Viper, because Chrysler, or Dodge was, the Dodge Viper was sold as a Chrysler over here, really. This car competed in Le Mans in 1999 and won in the GTS class. So it is a Le Mans winner. Most people, when they think Team Oreca, think of the later Viper that was in GT3 onwards, the 2000, but for me, this one's the iconic one. I know the red and white stripes, etc, etc, but this livery is so much cooler, in my opinion. This is interesting, though. In terms of GTS cars in this track, we have actually had a couple. The Celine SR widebody we had not long ago was a GTS car, as was, kind of, the 300ZX GT500 car. That is technically a repatriated GTS car, but still, those are two that this could compare against, but they set very quick lap times, so I guess we'll wait and see on that one. Front engine to rear-wheel drive, 700 horsepower, 1,150 kilograms. Yeah, those are pretty scary stats, it does have to be said. To find out how quick the Chrysler Viper will let me be, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the 96 Viper GTSR, the GT1 car, set a time of a 29.7. Okay, that's gone. And the STP Taizan Viper set a time of a 27.999. The Celine SR widebody was a 28.2, and the 300ZX GTS car was a 28.4. So, yeah, somewhere in that region, I think, would be fine for this. It is gobs quick, 28.3 straight away. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is gobs quick, this. You can just tell the second you press on the accelerator, there is 700 very angry horsepowers ready to tear everything they see to shreds. It's just more about... We've now set a pretty conservative lap time, I think, with this. I'm not going to be disappointed if that is the final lap time, but the good news is, now that that's sort of done and there wasn't that many mistakes on that lap, I can afford to push this a little bit now and sort of see if we can get anything more out of it. It absolutely can go quicker. The question is if it will let me. That was a very messy second sector, which has sort of destroyed this one a little bit, but it is going to go that little bit quicker. 28.255 for our Oreca Viper. Gonna take to the I knew that was gonna happen. The second I had to take to the jump, I knew that was gonna end in tears. That's a real... I hope I can pull a good lap on this. Honestly, it really could be a 28.0 car, this. But it's just gonna be how good I can gather it up on this final lap. It really is just a wait and see kind of vehicle. A hop over there is not going to help this. Ooh. Ah, no. Rear end caught it out, rear end cut it out. Just getting caught out at the worst possible moment there. It could go quicker. It so could go quicker. That is a huge shame, really. There is definitely at least 0.2 in that. But my god, trying to extract that out of it is going to be so difficult. You need everything to go perfect. Admittedly, I did run a really bad sector 2 there. I knew the second it took forever to get back on the power this here. But yeah. What's the damage? That's surprising. I did not think mind you, I suppose, yeah, because you're coming out of sector 2 into sector 3. Yeah, it makes sense. That first lap was the quickest. Yeah, there's definitely no question in my mind timing that. I mean, that third lap, if you put that sector onto it, it'd be a 28.1. This is one of those unfortunate realities where a car really can go quicker. It's just getting that lap time out of it is going to be very difficult. But it has accomplished all missions. It's beaten the 2 other GTS cars. Again, as I said, preface, this could go so much quicker. It really could. It could be a 28.0 car if you've got everything perfect. It isn't beating the Tyzone Viper. Honestly, the Tyzone Viper walks rings around this. It does have less power, but the traction on it's just insane. But yeah, that's impressive and very, very scary. A 28.255 will place this into 34th place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza Cusco and the Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo MR. So this is quicker than one of the quickest four-wheel drive cars I've ever driven. It is quicker than the Volkswagen New Beetle GT, the Saleen SR widebody. As mentioned, it's about 0.2 up on the FedEx 300ZX, which rhymes. In terms of things slower than this, I mean, you know, there's not much that this is slower than in terms of race cars. Honestly, this could probably beat the up to about the Ford GT40 race car, maybe the Vector M12. But I don't see this being quicker than like an Evo 5 rally car. It's definitely not as quick as the STP Tyzone Viper and then everything up from there. I don't see it. But yeah, that is just such a quick car. I feel really bad that I just can't extract that. I probably could if I really kept going, but I don't. This isn't a car that you're ever gonna fully be on top of and learn. It's always going to bite you one way or another. The 1999 Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 6. This is the final Impreza wagon to take on the course. I know it's been a long time coming. This is here with quite a big purpose, actually, bigger than most Imprezas. You see, the Imprezas have been comfortably the quickest wagons for a long time. However, recently, the quickest wagon has now become the Subaru Legacy Touring Wagon. So can the Imprezas reclaim the crown for the fastest wagon at the last possible second? That really is a big tongue twister, apparently. We will see. In terms of the version 6 Imprezas, these are the most powerful of the bunch, apart from the 22B. 497 horsepower in both this wagon, the sedan, and the coupe, which are all upcoming. I've gone with the Falcon livery on this because I ran the other race mod on one of the other Impreza wagons. I get lost now on which ones run what. But either way, the quickest Impreza wagon so far has been the version 5, 28.915. In general, they've sort of been, you know, jumping on top of one another as they sort of would be expected to do. So this is expected to go quicker than that. But again, can it beat that Legacy? That's going to be the question. Four-wheel drive, 497 horsepower, 1,118 kilos. In case you're wondering, the weight difference between the wagons, the coupe, and the sedan actually aren't all that massive. So that is an interesting one to note. Of course, we have the world-famous double wings on this as well. So, the Subaru Impreza WRX STI wagon version 6 is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and obviously at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, and that car's at a time of a 25.696. This one unlikely to beat that. As mentioned, quickest Impreza wagon is a 28.9. Quickest wagon overall is the Alexi Wagon GTB. That set a time of a 28.643. So it's not even a small margin. Again, the Impreza is going to have the advantage when it comes to weight and how nimble it is. The Legacy wagon had, I think, 523 horsepower, so an extra 30 horsepower on tap. 28.831 comfortably makes this the quickest of the Impreza wagons now. So step 1, secure the keys, is complete. Step 2 is going to be a little bit more interesting. It is a shame these Impreza wagons don't have more interesting racing mods, or in general Imprezas don't sort of diversify. Like all the 97s to 99s have this sort of 2 scheme. You either get the weird, I think it's a rally privateer or it's a Super Tycoon livery or something, and then you get this sort of Falcon livery. Don't get me wrong, I love a Falcon livery, but yeah, it's a shame when the 94s onwards have sort of interesting different colour schemes and stuff, because these are all sort of stuck in the same ways. You could have, you know, gone a little bit different and added a couple of different colour schemes to these to make them a little bit different, or maybe a different set of wheels. As far as I'm aware, it's always these sort of white generic 5-spokes, and I love white generic 5-spokes, but you know, creativity, that's what you have an art department for, Polyphony. Alright, here we go. Final lap. Oh, okay. Is that it? I think that might be it. Still wasn't that perfect of a lap, to be honest, because I collided with the wall, but maybe I didn't cost it too much time. I don't even have to discuss how nice Imprezas are to drive around here. You've heard it 1,000 times. Gotta collide with the wall again. To the line, 28.602. The Impreza is back on top. Just. Oh man. Without that wall tap, I don't know actually. Again, is the wall costing it that much? I don't know. That was tense, man. That was really tense. Oh, God. I'm not doing myself any favours recently. I'm driving a lot of really quick cars, and I really beat myself up if I can't get the most out of them. But, yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Sorry, I got a little bit iffy when I was looking at splits there, but no, okay, my fastest Sector 2 was that one where I slightly hit the wall. Without that wall tap, maybe a 28.55 was on the cards. I'm not going to think too much into it. That can usually cost the car, but this being 4-wheel drive and as quick as it is and as understeery as it is, probably didn't affect it too much, I like to think. Again, it didn't really get caught up on the grass on that sort of outside verge either, so yeah, we'll take that. That was fun. That was really fun. A 28.602 will place this into 56. Goes in between the Jaguar XJR15 and the TVR Cerber LM Edition, a car that once was the quickest car we ever had. It is quicker than a Mainz R34 Skyline CLK race car Roof BR4, quicker than the Impreza rally car, the version 3 thing. It is quicker than the Legacy Touring Wagon. It was actually, I'll go back and check the times in a second, but I think it was quite frighteningly consistent there at one point. It is worth mentioning that this is very slightly off of the version 5 Impreza sedan and the sedan version 6, the 99 without the race mod. So the wagons are still slower, despite having the same engine and not weighing all that much different. I don't know if it's an issue with sort of weight transfer. I know Gran Turismo also has a lot of things going on in the background So there could potentially be some stats that really skew it in favour of the sedans. But it is worth mentioning, even this sort of topped-out wagon is very quick, don't get me wrong, but not quite as quick as the sedans, and that's not even the quickest Impreza sedan we're going to have. So, yeah, interesting. The 1998 Mugen Civic Type R. The Mugen Civic Type R. I love the EK9 Civic. I've waxed lyrical about it for ages. It's one of my all-time favourite cars. But this Mugen Civic Type R is heinous. This is the final Mugen we're having to run, and it's easily the ugliest of all of the Mugens. There is not one good thing Mugen has done to this vehicle. It is disgusting. Mugens have been a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the way they look. Sometimes you get the Accords, which are very nice. Sometimes you get the Preludes, which are sort of nice, although they have a bit of weird chrome garnish on the front. The Integral was a bit bad as well. But this is just horrid. I hate this. I hate everything about it. I don't really want to look at it for much longer than I have to. However, this is a bit of an interesting one because out of all of the Civics in this game, this is the most powerful of them. Just the 98 Civic Type R that you can buy from the dealer, fully upgraded, 341 horsepower. This one 344. Now this does weigh slightly more due to the fact this can't get race mod, but that is pretty impressive. So can this, and you won't believe this, can this be the only Civic so far to get into the under 30 club? I know, we've never had a Civic do it. We've had Integras do it, but never a Civic. So can this be the first one to do it? Hopefully when the 98 Civic Type R does come around here, it will beat this, so I don't have to think about this vehicle any more than after today. Front-engined, front-wheel drive, 344 horsepower, 975 kilos. You'll be pleased to know as well, this is a turbocharged Civic, which means we actually have some torque, which is nice. Anyways, to find out how the Mugen Civic Type R does, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Mugen Civic Type R not beating that. Imagine if it did, but it won't. In terms of where this is going to go, quickest Civic we've ever had is the 98 Civic SIR. That set a time of a 30.212. Fastest Integra we've ever had, so that sort of Civic-based chassis, 29.86. So I don't foresee this being quite as quick as an Integra. Integra was lighter. Integra also had more power than this. Straight away though, this does feel more stable than the Integra. The Integra I remember because it was a real nightmare to drive around here, almost at the under 30 on its first lap. Yeah, the Integra was a bit of a nightmare to drive because it was just constantly rear end getting chucked out on it. So you had to really control it through the corners. This doesn't seem to have any of that sort of issue. But yeah, unfortunately, this car, well, running this car means I have to look at the back of it for a prolonged amount of time, which I really hate doing. Not least because you also realise how bad the texture around the rear lights is. That's supposed to be the boot opening. I can tell you, Honda would not let a car out of its sight with a panel gap like that. I mean, they did on my Mark 10, but, you know, Mark 10s are built in England. This wasn't. Also, those side strakes on that bumper. Just the more you look at this, the more you realise how heinous this entire body kit is. It is atrocious. But that lap was outrageous. 29.791. I was not thinking this was going to be... It's quicker than the 206. Hey, there we go. This is the quickest front-wheel drive hatchback to take on the course. Technically, it's not the quickest front-wheel drive car. That is the Alfa Romeo 156 by a long way. But this now becomes the quickest hatchback to take on the course, so there's that. Like I say, I just really hope the 98 Type R is just as good, but a little bit better, so it can be a little bit quicker. That would be nice. little bit sort of hard into that. Obviously, usually in a more powerful car, you can make that time up. Not going to in this occasion. Potential to go quicker, certainly. But to be honest with you, that was a pretty good lap from this car. And overall, you know, despite the fact that it looks the way it does, you can't argue with the time it's set. Phenomenally quick car. Really, really good. I liked it. I didn't like looking at it. I still don't like looking... Oh god, I'm going to have to do a thumbnail for this. Kids are going to cry and be sick because they have to look at this in a thumbnail. My moral is, yeah, I should really think about it. I've thought about it. I don't buy that, but okay. I mean, judging by that, that would be like a 29.6. I think there's a little bit of time in there. I won't go that far. But, okay, game. If you want to say I was... Yeah, because that is... Mind you, Sector 2, look how much quicker the Sector 2 was compared to the rest of them. So, yeah, I don't really buy that, but okay. A 29.791 will place this into 165th. Goes in between the Mazda Familia GTX and the Audi TT Coupe. It is quicker than the RX-7 Type RZ, Roof BTR Type 1, RX-7 Type R, Peugeot 206, thank God. Another RX-7 RCT, another RX-7, the Mercedes C43 AMG. About almost 0.1 up on the Integra Type R. Again, quicker than the GTV that we saw a couple of episodes ago. Really, really good. Like I say, quickest front-wheel drive hatchback. Not quite as quick as that Alfa Romeo. That was a 29.5. I don't think anything's getting anywhere near that now. Apart from maybe one car, but we'll get to that. But yeah, phenomenal effort from the Mugen Civic Type R. The 1998 Daihatsu Midget 2 D-Type. The Gran Turismo fan favourite. A personal favourite for me. I love the Midget 2. What a vehicle. I still want one of these more than pretty much anything in this world. And yeah, it's a good thing I haven't found one for sale near me. Otherwise, I would be buying it. And I'm not joking. What a legend. What an absolute legend the Midget 2 is. It is a tiny key pickup truck. Why was it produced? I don't know. Were these useful in period? I know they even did a like an mini MPV version of this, the Daihatsu Midget 3, I believe it was called. These also had the option of either a single-seater, which this one is judging by its rear window profile, and a 4-speed manual, or you could have a 2-seater and a 3-speed automatic. Yeah. I mean, you just look at it, don't you? And you just get it. The Midget 2. Icon. I love it. Honestly, I would want one of these more than anything in the world. I know it's slow, but it's another car. You can't hate it. Like, can you imagine being stuck behind one of these in traffic? It'd be ace. I'd love it. Please don't import midgets just to sit in front of me when I go to work, because eventually it will get annoying. But, you know, the first, like, 15, 20 times it happens, great. Yeah. God, what a vehicle. What an absolute masterpiece of a vehicle. Comes in some funny colours as well. Of course, this sort of green, which isn't really how it portrays itself on the real vehicle. It's more of a sort of green-blue metallic. It looks really, really nice. In this game, it's just flat. But, yeah, this is the colour to have. You can also have bright yellow as well. That's perfectly acceptable. I mean, in terms of statistics, it's the Daihatsu Midget. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 84 horsepower, 524 kilos. This is not the least powerful car in the game, or the least powerful car we've seen. That would be the Toyota Prius, followed by the Daihatsu Opti Club Sports, I believe. So, keeping it in the family. But, yeah. I mean, you know, this car's just going to blitz the leaderboard, but we have to drive a little bit conservative to give the other cars a chance, you know what I mean? Front engine rear-wheel drive, 84 horsepower, 524 kilos. It is one of the lightest cars we've ever had, in fairness. In fact, it might be... No, Subaru 360 was lighter than this. Anyways, to find out how the Midget 2 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. My god, 3rd gear is perfect. And 4th gear is not. To find out how the Midget 2 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This one, despite being from a fellow key car manufacturer, is not beating that for obvious reasons. It's a midget. Okay. I was about to say, its current goal is beating the Subaru 360, which it has done by by over 2 seconds, which I think now officially confirms the Subaru 360 as the slowest vanilla car we will ever see, because I don't think anything is even close to being slower than this now. And yeah, I think one of the Daihatsu Opti Club Sports is about to fall as well on this second lap. It's another one of those cars where it's all about keeping the momentum up. You can't afford to lose time by getting on the brakes, for example, which I really regret doing into that first corner. 4th gear, there is just nothing to 4th gear. 4th gear is truly the overdrive gear of the midget, because the second you hit that, it is 4,000 RPM for you, sir, and that's your lot. I would say it's grippy, but then again it needs to be, with the speed of it. 36.054, it's quicker than a Prius. There you go. Midget 2, quicker than a race-modified Prius. Can you imagine if a Daihatsu Midget had a race mod? There you go. It would be even quicker than that. Marvellous. I love the little dots in the back. In fact, I love the little dots in the back and the fact that they are asymmetrical. That is truly a polyphony of all time. Yeah, I mean, I suppose this has to be asymmetrical because it's, yeah, interesting. I forgot about that van version of this. We really need that for Beige Edition. I'll add that to the list. Yeah, wow. Wowie, wowie, wow. What a vehicle. I think I need to prepare myself for the final lap. It is dangerously close to beating a Honda Beat. I will tell you that right now. I don't know if this is quite going to have it in it to beat a Honda Beat. But, yeah, even that scuff lap, by the way, still quicker than an Opti Club Sport. Opti Club Sport really is the unsung hero of Hot Lap. Ping it off the limiter. Come on, midget. Come on, midget. Go, midget. Go. No. Yes. Oh, it beats a beat. There we go. Oh my goodness. That actually beats quite a few cars. That's the worst bit. See, everyone, again, it's another one of those cars where everyone's like, oh, this is going to be the slowest car. It isn't. It's far from the slowest car, actually. It's beaten cars that actually have double the horsepower of it. But I mean, then again, look at that. Finely honed race engineering vehicle, that. Beautiful. Look at that, it could have gone even quicker. Slightly. I don't, to be clear, when you see the leaderboard, you'll see what I mean. It wasn't going to beat anything else from this, unless it had like an absolute corker of a lap that like the likes of the world's never seen before. But, yeah. See? Again, everyone's like, oh, the midget's going to be the slowest. The midget ain't the slowest, I'll tell you that. A 35.914 will place this into 562nd place. It beats the Fiat 500R just, the Honda Beat version F, the Toyota Prius, the Daihatsu Move, both Opti Club Sports, and the Subaru 360. Slightly slower than the 91 Beat, the Honda Life T, the Mazda Roadster D-Rights, which is literally a Mazda Roadster with nothing but super soft tyres on it. Slower than a Mugen Beat, slower than the other Honda Beat and the Honda Life. But yeah, midget. What a performance. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that. I was really thinking this might be one of the Opti Club Sports at a push. I didn't expect this to go slower than the 360, but that's just impressed me to no end. What a mighty vehicle. The 1999 Toyota Celica Mechanical Sports version. This is one of 3 7th Gen Celicas in the game. There is the Super Struts package, the Elegant Sports version, and the Mechanical Sports version. The difference between them, the Elegant Sports version weighs 20 kilos more than the rest, and the Mechanical Sports version, when fully upgraded, gets an extra 20 horsepower. For some reason. These cars, as standard, they all start out with the same power, but for whatever reason, this one gets a 20 horsepower bump. I don't know why. It is a little bit of a shame, because it means I can't show you the fantastic body kit that comes on this car as standard. So you'll have to go and look that up yourselves, but it is a marvel to behold. Much as the Elegant Sports version is as well, but for very different reasons. We used to laugh at Celicas on this series, because they used to underperform like crazy. But more recently, these have started to do well, especially the last 7th Gen Celica we had, the SS2. That actually did alright, so I'm hoping this does alright. I like 7th Gen Celicas, I like Celicas in general. But they just seem to underperform massively, apart from certain few of them. So, yeah, we'll see what this is like when it gets out on track. This is also copying, much like the Mustang from a couple, I think it was like last week. This car is wearing the skin of a car that came around here before and was very quick. In this case, it has the same livery as the Wed Sports Celica, which was a very, very quick car. So I'm hoping a little bit of that energy channels into this, but I doubt it. Front engine, front wheel drive, 288 horsepower, 1016 kilos. The actual statistics on this aren't too bad. So again, another thing that hopefully goes towards this Celica's favour. To find out how quick the 99 Celica Mechanical Sports version is, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, and that car set a time of a 25.696. The Celica unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this should be looking, the Celica SS2 Super Strut package set a time of a 30.706. So, ideally, this needs to be a little bit quicker than that, because this has got race mod and that all exclusive extra 20 horsepower, my son. Straight away, I am getting a hint to why Celicas are usually terrible around this course. I remember saying this about the 7th Gen actually. It feels like the turning point for the car is not on the front wheels as one would expect it to be. It's actually somewhere in the middle of the car. And so it feels very strange to drive, very floaty, and it's sort of prone to doing that sort of thing. This lap's bored, so I'll quickly just, you see this? That shouldn't be normal for a front wheel drive car. You should be, front wheel drive car, you should slide and then the rest of the car can gather it up. Now granted, I know GT2 isn't that sophisticated in the old physics, so you can't do that in any front-wheel drive car in this game, but, you know, at least in most front-wheel drive cars, they won't let you do that, which is bizarre. So, yeah, like I say, very strange car to drive. It feels especially weird over the bumps as well. Again, it just sort of, it doesn't actually feel like it's connected to the road. I'm finding lots of analogies to explain why this car sucks. I know, I swear I've driven like 7th Gen Celicas in this game before, and I don't usually remember them being this bad, so I don't know if it's like a sort of 50 FPS thing or what, but yeah, they're bizarre. Fortunately, in the middle of all that, we have actually managed to set a somewhat representative lap time. I would expect this to go a little bit quicker, but yeah, I think that is really limited by just how good this is to drive. It, in some ways, actually feels scarier to drive than that Areca Viper did, because the Areca Viper tried to kill you. This, you're just never really sure if it's going to let go, or if it's going to feel normal, or if it's going to randomly spike itself into the ground. You're just never really sure. It's like owning one of those snakes that can eat people. You're never really sure if it is going to try and eat you, or if it's just laying beside you nicely. You're never sure. You see that? You see this? That is the sign of a bad front-wheel drive car. Truly atrocious. That being said, it actually hasn't set that bad of a lap time, but still, that's bad. It probably could have gone quicker. I'm not gonna... Do you know, honestly, with driving like that, if it behaved itself for one lap, there might even be a 30.3 in that. I don't know. What I can tell you is I can't extract it because it drives like a roller skate. It is terrible. It is actually atrocious. I don't know why it drives like this. I don't know why they all drive like that. It is bizarre. But, yeah. Anyways, a 30.597 will place this into 283rd place. It goes in between a Nissan Silvia Spec S and a Mazda Savannah RX-7 Infini 3. It is quicker than a Mazda Speed Roadster B-Spec, a Nissan 300ZX, a BMW E36. It's even quicker than a Spoon Civic Type R, which was a bit of a leery car to drive, but it's still better than this one. Yeah. I mean, to give you an idea, isn't the Corolla 11... Yeah, Corolla 11's up there, and it's quicker than this. And the Corolla 11 has, like, way less power than this, and way less reason to be any quicker than this. It's just bizarre. It is so weird and awful and just strange to drive. It is... It's not good. It really is not good. The 1998 Honda Accord Wagon SIR. The Honda Accord Wagon, one of my favourite cars, and this one has one of my favourite race mods, the classic BTCC race mod, but on a wagon. We saw this recently with the Primera as well. The Primera can have the BTCC livery on it as well, and it just looks amazing. It makes you wish that this was a classic car that actually raced. Now, admittedly, this one did actually get a little bit closer, in a way, to the Primera, because in, I think it was 2015, Honda actually ran the Civic Wagon. Bizarre choice, because the Type R didn't exist at the time, and I think the quickest Civic was actually the Civic Tourer, which was weird, but so they did use for a year the Civic Tourer. Unfortunately, no one else would pick up the bodies, so they sort of lost the time now, but yeah, this one, technically speaking, did actually get closer than you expect. I'm also just looking at that rear wing. That could have someone's eye out. That is insane. Other than that, the Accord Wagon, we've had 3 of these. None of them are the same. The 96 Accord Wagon's based on the previous gen. And the 97 Accord Wagon, interestingly actually, is the 4-wheel drive version, which was slow, really slow. And the 96 had a 4-speed automatic. I suspect this might as well, so... Yeah, I'm not expecting this to be as quick as that Primera wagon, which was actually a half-decent vehicle, but it'll look good while doing it. That's the important part. Front engine, front-wheel drive, 307 horsepower, 1,221 kilos. That actually is... Isn't that lighter than that Subaru Impreza rally car we had not long ago? That's really funny. This is a 4-speed. Oh, God. Anyways, to find out how the Honda Accord Wagon SIR is going to get along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, and that car set a time of a 25.696, the Accord wagon is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the 96 Accord wagon set a time of a 31.3, I think it was. So I guess sort of near there. That made, I think, like 320 horsepower and was also lighter than this by quite a margin. So I am expecting this to be slower than that. The four-wheel drive Accord wagon set a time of like a 32.7 or something, and that really had to be dragged out of it. This should be quicker because it's front-wheel drive, it's lighter, and it is quicker than that, as one would expect. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of done its job already. Its job was to be slightly quicker than the 97 and slightly slower than the 96, so anything else we can gain out of this is really just for bragging rights. Yeah, Hondas are not set up to be automatics, says the guy who's actually had 4 automatic Hondas in my life, and never a manual, which is going to make the purists angry. But yeah, in this game, they are not set up for these sort of gearboxes because they are naturally aspirated, which means they make no torque whatsoever, and yeah, so you're constantly having to sort of switch between first and second to keep it going, which does bugger the handling a little bit, which is a shame because this actually drives quite nice if it was just sort of left to it. Honestly, you know what, those people who say like, oh, I really wish this series was on a longer course, I kind of do too while I'm driving something like this, because if it was on a longer course, this would actually stand half a chance of being alright. But it doesn't because it's on this one. I would like a 31.7 out of this. Am I being cheeky with that? Probably. Come on, Accord wagon. We can do this. You've got British racing heritage in you. Well, this one's based on a Japanese Accord, but you know, still. These were not designed and built in Swindon, unlike the actual BTCC Accords, but you know, nevertheless. If you ask most people, all you have to do is just draw the livery on a car and instantly that means it is the car. You know, that's how that works. 31.762. Honestly, that could have been a little bit quicker. I think if you do, it's one of those where if you go round and round and round and round, you could get these sort of little chips out of that lap time. There is probably a 31.6 in there somewhere. I'm not going to find it, but it is probably there. So yeah, I'll sit happily with that. But yeah, I mean, you can hear it as it goes round. First gear is actually alright in this. Its second gear is just an absolute slog, and it kills all momentum. So it's just one of those cars where it's all about keeping up the momentum and maximizing. Yeah, I like it how it was exactly 2 seconds quicker on that second lap. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of time there, but according to that other sector 3 is a bit all over the place. Like I say, there's definitely a 31.6 in there. I'll happily say that, but trying to extract it out of it, you just have to go round and round. It'll be like getting blood from a stone. Yeah, not a bad time overall, considering the gearbox. Again, if this had a proper 6-speed manual in it, I would be really disappointed with that. I'd be expecting at least a low 31. 31.0, 31.1. I don't think it'd be as quick as Primera. Primera had more power, I think, but still. Yeah. But then again, that's what real Accords are for. How did the 98 Accord SIRT do? From what I remember, that wasn't too bad of a vehicle, right? I don't know. Anyways, a 31.762 will place it into 466th place. Goes in between the Toyota XYR Detroit Show version and the Mazda Demio LXG package, which is the 1.3 Demio. It is quicker than a Ford Ka and a Shelby GT500. There you go. It's quicker than a Stagey RS4V which was also entrenched with a really bad gearbox, so that's something worth pointing out. Quicker than a Lotus Elise Sport 135. I mean, it's slower than a Daihatsu Move and an 83 Celica and a Dodge Charger, but, you know, there's no real excuses for it. It's just got a bad gearbox. It's quicker than a Legnum 24ST. That's the four-wheel drive Legnum. And that had a turbocharger in it actually as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's quicker than a bunch of other wagons. Quicker than a Legnum. Quicker than a Ford Taurus SHO. Actually, to be honest with you, when you put it in sort of comparison like that, it ain't done too bad. The 1999 Mitsubishi GTO SR. Our fourth and final of the naturally aspirated GTOs to take on the course. These ones are not the mad turbo monsters that are very, very up there at the top of our leaderboard. Some of the best four-wheel drive cars we have. These ones, they're good, but they're not quite Carlin. Let's put it that way. This one does come with the same fantastic race mod that the 99 GTOs come with, the Puma livery, which I do think looks absolutely exquisite. This one is the white and green. The gold wheels are a bit heinous, to be honest with you, on a livery like this. And of course, the classic green and white is going to be ran on the full-fat twin turbo when that comes round. But we got a little while to go on that yet, so we're going to take this car's younger brother for a spin. Four-wheel drive, 397 horsepower, 1,367 kilos. My favourite generation of GTO, a car that I always like driving around this track, whether it's got turbos or not. So, yeah, this one should be a pretty good Sunday drive, even though I think it's Monday when this is going out, and the Accord was a Sunday drive. Anyways, to find out how the Mitsubishi GTO SR gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The GTO SR unlikely to beat that. In terms of GTO SRs, the quickest one set a 30.468, I believe that was the 97. In general, all of these cars seem to congregate around a 30.4 lap time. So, I'm expecting that from this. I kind of want this to be a little bit quicker. Maybe like a 30.3 would be nice. But, yeah, there is a limit to how much quicker these will be. Despite having 400 horsepower, which actually isn't half bad, they just weigh quite a bit. So, it does affect the performance a little bit. Well, that being said, they are still absolutely fantastic driving vehicles. GTOs in this game really are my favourite of all the Japanese sports cars. Obviously, we always talk sort of Skyline, Supra, and RX-7, but the GTO really is the unsung hero of this game in my mind. These really are exquisite vehicles to drive. You know, tons of grip. They are heavy, but to be honest with you, I mean, this is 1,400 kilos, and I've driven, you know, 1,000 kilo cars that drive way heavier than this does. Maybe that's because there's a bit of a power deficit in this, and that's why my brain sort of thinks this drives quicker than it is, but, yeah, they're just good cars. They really are. If you're looking for sort of a Japanese sports coupe and you don't want to go down the Skyline route, well, to be honest with you, if you're looking at a Skyline and you want something quicker, you kind of want to go GTO, because the series has proven the GTO is significantly quicker. I guess the only real shame of the GTOs is they haven't got the mad power they had in Gran Turismo 1. You can't do the 900 horsepower GTO anymore in this game. You have to settle for a mere 700 horsepower. I know, tragic. Anyways, this has been lapping slightly quicker than the rest of them. I want to say there's a little bit more in this, but I actually am not super convinced. Run over the grass there, which wasn't great. Lost a little bit of time through there, but not too much. Thought I buggered the gear shifting there, but it turns out it was just sort of the ghost car inside it. Could have been a little bit quicker. I think I messed up slightly there. Probably lost a couple of tenths, but or a couple of hundredths even, not even tenths. 30.264, good time, good car, really. That's all I can really say about it. It's just good, it's nice, it drives well. They're kind of like Imprezas at this point, where there's just not a lot to say about them. Yeah, so that's what, 0.5? Yeah, I mean, this is a very competitive half of the leaderboard, this sort of 30.2. In case you're curious, 30.2 stretches between 217th place and 233rd place, so there's a lot of cars in there. So, to be honest with you, if I had remembered to do that, if I got that extra, what is that, 500th of a second out of it, that really could have made the difference, but, you know, it's one of them things. The twin turbo cars will go quicker. And like I say, on the whole, this is just a lovely... You can see lap times are actually relatively consistent as well. It's just a lovely car to drive, it really is. A 30.264 will place this into 231st place. It goes in between a Mitsubishi Eclipse and the Chevrolet Corvette. So slightly slower than the Eclipse, but the Eclipse actually had more power than this, which is interesting to note. It is quicker than the TVR Cerbera 4.2, an Audi A4 Quattro, a Citroen Saxo rally car, the Fiat Punto GT, Opel Vectra, BMW 528i, quicker than the quickest FTO we've had. I believe that's the quickest FTO we had, that GPX. Yeah, I mean, in terms of things quicker than this, there's not a lot. I mean, Evo 2, RX-7 Type RSR, Fairlady Z, that's the twin turbo, that is the quickest Fairlady Z we've had, and this naturally aspirated GTO, I think the Fairlady actually weighs slightly less than this does, and the Fairlady has an extra 250 horsepower. Just goes to show you, doesn't it? It is an exquisite car, this. So, yeah, bit of a shame on that shift, but what are you going to do? The 1999 Mazda Demio GLX. This is our second to last Demio that we have to cover. Of course, the final one's going to be the mystical Mazda Speed Demio A-Spec, but this one is the standard GLX that you can buy from the new dealer. Normally, I would buy this car in blue. There's a bit of a reference towards Gran Turismo 4. Of course, this is the first car that you drive if you do the license tests. But then I saw this came in this sort of grape purple, and I was like, that is the colour. That is what it has to come in. So, yeah, fantastic colour. Fantastic car, actually. I like the Demio. I've said this from the start. I like it. I think it looks quite cool. I've always sort of wanted one of these as a bit of a novelty. And on a whole, around this track, they do pretty well. They do better than you'd expect, considering these cars are quite often overlooked outside of the obvious sort of benefits with, you know, it being the first car that you drive in a license test. Beyond that, people will sort of forget about the Demio. So, which is a bit unfortunate. You know, I think this car's a bit of a Gran Turismo icon, and I think it should come back. But then again, I also think Gran Turismo 7 should do a lot of things it doesn't. Anyways, in terms of statistics, all Demios are almost the same barring one. So in this case, front engine, front wheel drive, 254 horsepower. This one is not running racing modification, so it sits at 883 kilos, which actually, as far as its power to weight ratio goes, isn't all that bad. Anyways, to find out how the Mazda Demio GLX 99 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, and that car's at a time of a 25.696. The Demio GLX is unlikely to beat that, obviously. Although I would totally be up for a Mazda Demio Pikes Peak version. Of course, in keeping with typical Demios, we have that sort of low down grumble that they make, as opposed to an actual proper engine though. I find it quite characterful, but it's definitely the quietest, I think, of all the cars that we would normally drive around here. Like I mentioned, Demios do pretty well in terms of lap time. The quickest Demio was the 97 GL. That's at a time of a 30.932. followed by the GLX Special, which set a time of a 30.999, and then I think the rest of them are sort of somewhere in that pack. The LXG package is slower because it is a 1.3 litre demo, whereas all the rest of the demos are the 1.5, so there you go. A bit of demo lore that most people probably didn't even know is that yeah, there's 2 different engine options for your demo in this game, 31.140, and interestingly only one of the demos has it, which is bizarre because there is 3 GLXs in this game, well, and also a GL technically. What does GLX stand for? I don't know, really, to be honest. I always, what would be cool is to have the European version of this vehicle in the game. For those of you who don't know, in Europe, I guess because they sort of looked at it and thought people would make fun of the way it looks, because it was a sort of slightly goofy looking tall wagon thing, which obviously before the events of tall goofy wagon looking things. And so they actually put, I think it was an off-road bull bar on the front, and they also put like a little rear reflector on it that sort of went the full length of the hatchback. In truth, Mazda was really beyond the times. And of course they were even more beyond the times because demos are sort of known for being a bit, you know, beige to drive. And really, most modern crossovers are also beige to drive. So, yeah, and I'd still rather have a demo because it's got more soul in one corner. I'm not just saying the 90s were better, I'm just saying I like the demo. Do I like the demo or do I like the memories attached to the demo? That's the real question here. Anyways, the sign of a good car is one that you can sort of consistently get better with, and aside from this last lap, that's sort of what happened, and it goes sort of roughly where I'd expect it to, really. Not as quick as the racing modified GLX Special or the GL, which you wouldn't really expect because they are slightly lighter and have the racing modification, but on a car like this, sort of front wheel drive, low power, you're not going to get all that much effect out of having the extra downforce from the race mod. It's going to be more about the weight savings. So, and for me, yeah, that makes sense. That is interesting, though. I was not expecting... Okay, there is a weird... I didn't mention it when we was going around, but there is sort of a weird dead point in the gear ratios. That sort of shift from right at the top into second to third. There's a bit of a lull in the power, and so sort of picking your shift point there is kind of critical, and I think I may have done a little bit better on that on some of the other laps. We don't often see a car where the quickest lap is one where not the best sector was set. I mean, there is time in it, obviously, hence why other demos have been quicker, but to be honest with you, that sort of time makes sense to me, so I'm not going to lose sleep over that. A 31.015 will place this into 362nd place, goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTS 25 Type S and the Toyota Celica Rally Car. Yes, a demo without race mod is quicker than a Celica Rally Car, and a Honda NSX, and a CLK 200 Sport, and a Nissan 180SX. So there you go. The choice is obvious, and I know which one I'd rather drive over a 4-speed automatic NSX and a CLK, I'll tell you that. In terms of things quicker than this, CRX Del Sol, Super RZ, and again, just sort of the racing mod demos. It'll be interesting to see how quick the Mazda Speed one is around here. In theory, I think that one's the lightest, and it is having racing mod, although the power is identical, so... you know, maybe we can expect a 30.8 of some description out of that, but I guess time will tell when that comes around. The 1999 Tommy Kyra R. This is another Tommy Kyra R. There's 2 of them in this game. There's the R33 version and this one, the R34 version. This is our final Tommy Kyra to go around the course, and it's fitting that it is one of the tuned Nissan models. I'm sure because of Gran Turismo, most people think Tommy Kyra sort of showed up with the ZZS Coupe and the ZZ2 and then died. But in truth, Tommy Kyra got a lot of its business from modifying Nissans and Subarus. Unfortunately, we haven't got any of the Subarus in the game. Although maybe for your eyes that might be a better thing, because Tomicaira Subarus are not attractive. And it's safe to say this one also falls into not attractive. If you look at sort of the bottom corner, it's fine. The Tomicaira script writing on the side isn't really my cup of tea, but fair enough. Red with gold wheels is a very good choice. That looks good. I could do without some of the sort of bolt-on carbon fibre, but it really is that rear wing. It looks like it's come off of a bad 90s F1 car. I don't know where they got it from, but it looks atrocious. It also looks like it won't particularly do much to a car that's, you know, on the surface, a two-door saloon car. Granted, it is an R34, but still, yeah, not what I would go with personally. It's also only got one exhaust. I've just noticed that. Instead of sort of twin pipes, it's just got a singular. That is interesting. Anyways, I suppose the sort of competition for this is seeing whether this is quicker than the Mines Skylines. However, Mines is a good tuner. Tomicaira, apparently around this course at least, isn't. Granted, we have had some exceptions. The ZZS Coupe and the ZZ3 were very quick. And to be honest with you, the older Tomicaira models are pretty nice to drive. But the quickest one we've ever had is the R33R. And that's the slowest of all the R33 Skylines we've had. The four-wheel drive GTR based ones anyway. And the ZZ2, the last Tomicaira we drove around here, was a complete disaster. And that car was terrible. Both of those cars shared the same engine as this. Or rather, the ZZ2 and this share the same engine. And I'm hoping that's the only similarity, but I guess we'll find out. Four-wheel drive, 675 horsepower, 1,370 kilos. Still a very heavy car, and no doubt it is going to feel like that in the corners, but I guess we will find out. The Tomicaira R is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This Tomicaira R is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, the Mines R34, I guess, would be a comparison because it's a tuned R34 just like this one. That one set a time of a 28.620. Straight away, this doesn't quite feel like it has the poise that car had. There's also the standard R34 to bear in mind. Now, we haven't ran one of those in a long time because there's not many of them. But the standard R34 GTR, when it went round, set a time of 28.996. So that, I guess, is sort of the competition for this one. 29.357 straight away means that it is easily the quickest Tomicaira we've had by 0.6 of a second. That ZZ2 is a car people expected to go really, really well around here, and it really, really didn't. Second gear is too tall. That is one thing that is becoming very clear here. I don't mind because it means it keeps the back end in check, because I've spoken before. R34s can be a little bit unruly on the rear, just because of the sort of power delivery isn't all that brilliant in them. But this does feel, especially through this section here, there's no point of kicking it into first gear because first gear is so short. I don't think there's really much of a time save or loss by using it. But yeah, it's also just big turbo. I think that's sort of the story of this car, to be honest with you, is they've sort of added some carbon bits to it and made the turbo go whoosh whoosh bigger, and that's pretty much all they've done to it. I was very deep into that second corner, you know what I mean. 28.882, giant slide on the way out of there, but it is quicker than it has been. Taken to the skies. I suppose with that aircraft wing on the back, you do need to, and that's a slam into the wall, which isn't great. That's not the way I usually like to take that last corner. I guess we'll find out when we see the sector splits. I do think that last sector definitely could have gone a bit better. It's not terrible. I mean, it's actually quite quick, to be honest with you. That's a pretty sort of competitive lap time. There's a lot of cars that are right around that 28.8 sector on the leaderboard. This is actually quicker than the Turismo 400R prototype. But, yeah, it's just not... Again, it does feel a little bit like a car that's sort of big turbo and not much else about it. It's all sort of trousers and nothing really else. That is interesting. Yeah, that is interesting, actually. Sector 2 was so much quicker on that lap. It felt really slow, but that actually might have sort of saved it. I was quite impressed, actually, when we was coming through there. I really thought the understeer was going to kill it through that corner. But it didn't, actually. It wasn't bad. Again, final sector as well. Fairly quick, I suppose, on that lap. Even with that sort of massive slide. I suppose that hurt it more into the next lap. First sector, the checkpoint on that sector is in a weird place. It's sort of in a braking zone. So I'll take that. I think it could go a little bit quicker. I could definitely see a 0.1 in this, maybe even a 0.2 if you would I see a 0.2? I think 0.1, and I don't think it's quicker than a Mines R34, not a chance. But that is actually more impressive than I was expecting it to be. Sort of, upon driving it at first, it did feel a little bit like it was going to be in trouble. But it's not too bad, actually. A 28.882 will place this into 81st. Goes in between the Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo 92 and the Turismo 400R prototype, which it is quicker than. It's also quicker than the Unisea Jet Skyline, the GTO Twin Turbos without race mod, Subaru Impreza Wagon. I mean, it's up there. It is definitely up there in terms of cars it's quicker than. It's also 0.1 quicker than the R34. That was running race mod, but that was also ran ages ago, so I could see me putting 0.2 on that in sort of today's climate, if you will. Still slower than that four-door Turismo Skyline GTR, which is interesting. It's also slower than a bunch of sort of R33s, and again, slower than the Mines cars. Yeah, I don't... Am I being too harsh on this? I don't know. Comment section, you can decide. Am I being too harsh on this? I don't know. I don't know. It was okay, I guess. It was quite... Well, it was quick. I mean, I don't know. I'm confused. The 1998 Mercedes-Benz C55 AMG. This is another car added with GT2 Plus based on cut content. The C55 AMG, for whatever reason, was dropped during development. Polyphony decided to go instead with the lesser powerful C43 AMG. Now, there could be a bunch of different reasons for this, and none of them, I'm sure to you, will make sense. The one I'm going to go with is the reason they dropped this during development is because if this car was still in the game, the E55 AMG would have been a bit pointless because you could get the same engine from that car in a car that would be lighter, cheaper, and more compact. So I suppose that's the reason for it. That's the only one that really makes sense to me. I don't know if Mercedes or AMG actually made any changes outside of just dropping a big V8 into it between the 43 and the 55. I can tell you the GT2 Plus method was that. This is just the standard C43 with the engine and gearbox from the 55 added to it. Now, normally, a big V8 saloon car you'd think would be cause for concern, especially around a Motorsports Land, a little go-kart track. However, Mercedes-Benz AMG saloon cars and Motorsports Land work really well together. It's like garlic bread. You know, you create it and new possibilities open up. Because these cars have been very, very quick. The C43 AMG is actually a fully paid up member of the Under 30 Club, which is insane for a car like that. So the question is, will this do the same? I hope it does. I love this generation of C-Class. This is my favourite C-Class of all of them. I know it was supposed to be the cheapo Benz, but even the cheapo Benz looked like a luxury. It really looks like a quality product, unlike most modern Mercedes-Benzes. It's just an exquisite looking thing, and these wheels as well would not work on any other car other than an AMG Mercedes, and they work fantastically here. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 614 horsepower, 1,397 kilos. Again, stats that would normally be scary. I'm a little bit concerned on the drivability of this. Is too much power going to affect this? I'm not too sure, but either way, we will find out. The C55 AMG is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The C55 AMG is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, C43 AMG is a fully paid up member of the under 30 club. That car set a time of a 29.846. I'm not sure if this is going to be quicker or not. I will say early signs are pretty positive on this, but we haven't really tried pushing it yet. E55 AMG set a time of a 30.4 as well. So that car was also quite quick. So now just play into this car's favour. I will say straight away, this powertrain is fantastic. It's so smooth. It's the sort of thing you want in a car like this. You know, you want a big lazy automatic and an engine that doesn't, you know, it's nice, it's linear. The power band on this, it's not peaky, it's not flaring the rear tyres up, it's just going about its business. Now, I will say, as you would expect from a powerful rear-wheel drive car, if you do try to make any adjustments on the grass or light up the tyres too quickly, you can definitely feel it's got a bite, but on the whole, it seems to have really nice traction. Drives really well, this. Again, you'd expect a big sort of V8 saloon car to be terrible around the track like this. You really would. But this one just gobs of torque. Again, you definitely can throw it off if you try and push it. But it does feel terrific. We just need to get a really nice lap hooked up with this, which we haven't been able to do just yet. But there we go, that was quite nice through that first sector. It is still definitely a car you need to be careful with the throttle on, absolutely, as you would expect, but then again, it's a 614 horsepower saloon car. It's not going to hold your hand this entire way through the track and make things ridiculously easy for you. 29.494! What a machine! I tell you what, I wasn't that great with this, but this car has just flattered me at the best possible moment. When I'm singing all the praise of it, it just gets on with it and does it. That is impeccable. It really is. What a machine. What a car. Just excellent, 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 excellent. I'm actually a bit ashamed that I couldn't get some more consistent laps out of that, because it could absolutely do it. It's just me letting it down. It's so grippy. It's the grip, it's the way it puts down its power. It's everything about it is just excellent. That is a really nice car to drive, that. I can't believe that. It definitely felt like it could sort of do like a 29.7. I could see going a little bit faster than the C43. I was not expecting to get that out of it, but that lap, it just seemed to hook up incredibly well. I mean, yeah, to be fair, it's the only time I had a clean first sector as well, by the looks of it, so... But still, what a car. That is exquisite, absolutely exquisite. A 29.494 will place this into 137th place. Goes in between the Subaru Impreza WRX Wagon and the Subaru Forester, which gives you an idea of how quick it is. It is quicker than a Lancia Delta HF Integrale Evo, quicker than an Escort rally car, quicker than more WRX's RX-7 A-Spec. It's quicker than a Lister Storm, which is worth mentioning. In terms of cars comparable to this, I mean, it's quicker than a Galant VR4 and an Evo 3 by 0.1 of a second. So, yeah, I mean, by every metric, that is an impressive car. Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a car. What a thing. The 1997 Toyota Aristo V300. The Toyota Aristo, one of my favourite saloon cars of all time. This, of course, the Lexus GS, as us more European and American folks would know it. I love this generation of GS. I know it's a Mercedes-Benz rip-off, kind of, but let's be honest, they did it better than Mercedes-Benz did with the E-Class, which I don't like, well as this does look very, very cool. The Aristo has had a bit of a cult of personality when it comes to this track. We've had two of them, oh, technically three, but we'll get into that in a second. The last Aristo we had was the 91 Aristo, which was a big turbo car with a 4-speed, and it set a very good lap time. We also had the Aristo S300, which is a naturally aspirated from stock 2J that may have been a turbo upgrade, and that car was terrible, and that did like a 32.7. We've also had the Lexus GS400. That set a very, very good lap time, 30.2. So where does the V300 fall into this? I'm a little bit worried on this one, I will be honest. The other Aristo we had, the 3-litre V, the 91, was a big turbo car with a 4-speed auto, and it somehow managed to keep all its power in check. The GS400 didn't have all that much power, but it was a very nice car to drive. So this is a good chassis. It is a proven chassis. But this has a big turbo 2J in it, and cars with big turbo 2Js aren't usually all that fast around here. Supras give me nightmares, for example. So, yeah, I'm curious on this one. I don't know if this is gonna be massively quick or massively awful. I guess we'll find out. It does have a racing modification to help it along, a similar sort of racing mod that we saw on the GS400, although this one does use Aristo logos. I think in the European and American versions of this game, this does get called a Lexus GS, even though technically it isn't. They call it the GS300, I want to say, or is this sold as an Aristo the entire way through? I don't remember. Either way, this has the Aristo racing modification, which does look quite cool. This one isn't, sorry, it's the S300 sold as the GS300. This one is just sold as an Aristo V300 because this is the turbocharged car that was never sold in Europe or America. But no, it does look quite cool in black. I guess it's a bit OTT for this style of car, I think, but no, it's cool. I can live with it. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 713 horsepower, 1,435 kilos. Big on power, big on weight. This weighs more than that Mercedes we had last time, and that did not have a racing modification to help it with weight reduction. We are on a 4-speed auto in this as well, and there is a weird hole in the top of the window, but ignore that. Anyways, to find out how the Aristo V300 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696, and this car is unlikely to beat that. As mentioned, okay, we're off to a pretty decent flying start at 30.8. Certainly isn't a bad time, and it means this isn't going to be a disaster piece. So, 91 Aristo, 30.4, GS400, 30.2. Beyond that, sky's the limit. I don't think we're going to be quite targeting something like that C-Class from last time. That was an exceptional car. Mind you, this actually feels quite nice to drive. 30.057. Is this going to be another under 30 saloon car contender? I do remember specifically with the GS400, I really thought that could get into the under 30s. It just missed out at 30.2. So, but I think if I remember rightly on that, the splits on it did sort of indicate it could have gone that way. So maybe this will be the car to do it. This one, over that Mercedes from last time, the Mercedes and this both excellent traction, and you can really ride the torque because they've got big long gears, which is really nice. And also, I think the weight also helps, to be honest with you, in this case, sort of keep the power to under control. The problem that this has over that Mercedes is because this is turbocharged. Wow, 29.675. That is monstrously quick. Yeah, unlike the Mercedes, this is violent. The Mercedes, it would, you know, let go, slide around a little bit, and you'd sort of be fine. In this, you get the sense that if this decides to kill you, it'll do it swiftly. It's quicker than the Mercedes. How is it quicker than a Mercedes? What is going on? This is exceptional. To put this in perspective, yeah, there you go. I knew I was going to run out of grip eventually. This is quicker than... it's a second quicker than any Supra we've had. It was even quicker on that lap, and that lap got thrown away because of the rear end going. That is unbelievable. I can't fathom that. Oh my god. I thought that Mercedes was going to be like the quickest four-door rear-wheel drive saloon car we ever have. That isn't like an LM race car or something. But this is just ridiculous. That's insanity. Why is that so quick? Why was that so quick? Oh my god. I have a pretty good... at this point in the series, we've driven 576 cars, I think this is. 576. And I have a pretty good idea at this point of what's going to be quick and what isn't. This was not on that list of cars that I expect to be quick. I was expecting this to maybe get into the under 30s. I wasn't expecting it to start knocking on the 28-second door. I don't think it could. I think there might be a higher 29.3 in there, maybe even sneak it into 29.2, but I think that would be your absolute limit. But that's insane. A 29.394 will place this into 128th. Goes in between the Lancer Evo 3 rally car and the Impreza sedan version 3. It is quicker than a Subaru Legacy Touring, quicker than a Vectra M12, quicker than a Venturi Atlantique, quicker than a Corolla rally car, quicker than a Camaro SS, quicker than the C55 AMG. I think this is now the quickest four-door saloon car that's... well, four-door, two-wheel drive saloon car that isn't a race car. I know that's a... that sounds like there's a lot of qualifiers in there, but still. I mean... in terms of where this went, if it was a slightly quicker, it would have been an Evo 4. I mean, it's not far off a TVR Tuscan. That's ridiculous. That is absurdity on a whole new level. I think actually thinking about this, it's only just pipped, I think, by the Celica ST205 as the quickest Toyota sort of normal road car. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely insane, and I'm all for it. What a car. The 1998 Mazda RX-7 Type RB. This is another RX-7 Type RB to take on the course. We've had 3 of them, and these seem to be the quickest of all of the RX-7s, and I'm not really sure why. I think it could have something to do with them being less powerful than the RS's Type Rs of the world, potentially. But yeah, our quickest RX-7 we've ever had was the 96 Type RB. For whatever reason, that one was the quickest of the bunch, so I guess we'll see how well this one gets along. RX-7s in general seem to drive pretty well, so yeah, we should be in for a pretty chill time here. Especially when they're not overpowered. Although 549 horsepower is quite a lot to send through the rear wheel, so I'm a little bit skeptical of this one. I don't think it'll be as quick as that other 96 RB, but I guess we will find out. This is running one of the 2 racing modifications that you can have for 97 to 98 RX-7s. This one is the sort of jam cake one, I guess you'd call it. The red, the gold, and the blue. Sometimes this red is replaced with white, which I do think looks quite good. The other one is a Super Taikyu livery, I believe, a BP, which the RS is going to run, and the RS is scary. yeah, the RB, in terms of power, this one makes 550. This is new dealer, by the way. The Type R made 619, and then the RS makes 670. So this one is easily the least powerful of the bunch. The one you'd usually avoid, but I suppose we'll see today whether you should avoid it or whether you should actually pick this one over the other ones. Although we haven't tried the 98 RS just yet. Front engine rear wheel drive, 549 horsepower, 1058 kilos. I am certainly less scared of this than that GTC we had out a couple of weeks ago, because that car was terrifying. Anyways, to find out how the 1998 Mazda RX-7 Type RB is going to get along, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set at the time of 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that because, well, we've got far more data on RX-7s than we absolutely needed at this point, because we've ran a lot of them. And in general, they're nice to drive. They are better than the front-engined rear-wheel drive counterparts from Nissan and Toyota, definitely. And to be honest with you, they're better than NSXs as well in terms of drivability. So, yeah, these are usually pretty good. Again, they can be overpowered, looking at that RX-7 GTC we had, and a couple of the other ones as well. And I'm very scared of that Type RS, which is going to be our final road-going RX-7. The one thing I'm trying to get used to straight away, this is more of a coming from the last couple of episodes perspective, so you'll be fine on this. Just how small this is. I know RX-7s are small cars, especially compared to, again, Supra, Fairlady, GTO, that sort of thing. But, yeah, this one is very slender. I can get a lot closer to barriers and stuff. I'm sort of turning in as though I'm driving one of those 1,400 kilo warheads that we had recently go around. And you don't really need to. I'm sort of looking at RX-7 Type R, that set of time, oh, the modern Type R, I should point out, not the old one. Modern Type R set a time of like a 29.8, and this isn't massively quicker than that yet. Admittedly, that lap I did cock up, which wasn't ideal. But yeah, I don't know, maybe we found the limit of little power RX-7, or maybe, as has been suspected for a while, 500 horsepower is sort of the sweet spot with these, and after 500 horsepower it's just got to spin power away, so there's no point. I don't actually think there's any point in shifting to third gear during that little on grass moment, because it doesn't really seem to do much other than unsettle the car. We could definitely go quicker though, that's for certain. I had a really good first sector on that other lap, although admittedly this one is quicker. Bit apprehensive on jumping on power. The good news with RX-7s is they do have decent amounts of rear traction, so you can jump on it earlier than in some of this car's rivals. 29.646. Not bad. Pretty sort of average for an RX-7, to be fair. Yeah, I think this is one of the quicker ones. Quicker than Type R, Type RZ, Type RS. Yeah, it's done alright. I mean, in terms of RX-7s, they're all pretty similar. Yeah, that sector lap 4, that was the lap I cocked up, wasn't it? Yeah, if that sort of middle sector had come together, that would have been quicker, to be fair. But, yeah, the splits aren't a million miles away. That lap 5 as well, that cut across... No, that wasn't the cut across the dirt lap, was it? I don't know. Anyways, I'll take that, that's alright. 29.646 will place this into 156th place, goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTR Nismo and the Roof BTR2. It is quicker than a Lancia Delta S4 rally car, Skyline GTR, Viper GTSR, the RX-7 Type R. RX-7s that it is quicker than include just purely from looking, because I bet you any money I'm probably missing a few when I say this. It is quicker than the 97 Type RZ, the 98 Type R, the 96 Type RZ, the 97 Type RS, the RX-7 Type RB 97, quicker than the 97 RSR. It's quick. It's an RX-7, the 1994 Vauxhall Calibra Super Touring Car. This is our final Vauxhall to take a look at, and this car is, of course, a complete direct copy of the Opel Calibra Super Touring Car. However, this model, as you might notice, has the little Vauxhall grille on it. That's because this is the model from GT2 A-Spec, which adds a little bit more of a Vauxhall touch to a car that, let's be honest, in the base game is literally just the Opel Calibra with some different stickers on it. Now, unlike all of the other sort of duplicate cars in this game, for the most part anyway, this one actually is grounded in reality. There was I want to say it was the International Touring Car League, which was what DTM was and then became later in, I think, 96. I swear they ran a race, or DTM ran a race at Brands Hatch, and the car was actually sort of dubbed the Vauxhall Calibra for that race, because of course Opel Calibras don't exist here in the UK, because we hold on to dying brand names far too long. So yeah, this car is a little bit more grounded in reality, and again, shout out to A-Spec for the improved model, because it looks really cool with the little Vauxhall grille on it. It really adds to it. I actually quite like a Calibra. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I know that these cars are just style over substance, because they're actually just cavaliers in a frock, but no, I like a Calibra. I think they're quite cool looking. That's the most positive I will ever be about a Vauxhall. And also the livery on this one's really cool as well. I love the white with the little yellow dashes on it. I'm being far too positive. In fact, I'm going to be more positive, because the standard Opel Calibra Super Touring car, quite a quick vehicle. And obviously, like with most sort of Opels, the Vauxhalls give the cars a little bit of a second chance, if you will. So I guess that's what we're going to get here. What I do remember about the Calibra is this is ridiculously difficult to drive. So, yeah, you'll see why in a second. Four-wheel drive, 563 horsepower, 1,060 kilos. On paper, it sounds like an absolute leaderboard topper, but yeah, it has a very weird engine. Anyways, to find out how quick the Vauxhall Calibra Super Touring car can be, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, and that car set a time of 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that, and I'll show you why, and there you go. So, these big DTM, I think these are V6s in these cars, they make absolutely no power until, like, Redline. They're big, naturally aspirated engines, they make no torque whatsoever, and so, as a result of that, some of this lap does need to be driven in first gear, which makes them a bit awkward, because the gearbox also isn't the snappiest thing in the world, but also, yeah, it does mean they're a bit of a challenge. 28.698 though, that is quicker than the Opel. The Opel set a time of a 29.780. Comparable cars to this, also, Alpha 155 touring car, it's beaten that already at 28.7. I'm just so used to dealing with these Calibras, I think. Another car worth mentioning, CLK race car, which at first you'll say, CLK race car, why are you mentioning that? The CLK race car is actually identical in stats to what the Cup 95 C-Class touring, super touring car was going to be, so that's why I'm mentioning it, because that car set a time of 28.628 and would have been the C-Class, so, you know, technically it is a DTM car. It also is and it isn't, and this is quicker than it, and to be honest with you, I don't even think that was that clean, but it's just so bizarre to drive it, because the other problem with this as well is first gear is so buzzy and at the limiter. It really is a bizarre thing to drive this. On a normal racetrack, just to sort of clarify, On a normal racetrack, this is fine. Like, it's absolutely fine because you barely ever sort of use first gear for corners, so you should be all right on a normal racetrack. But around here, at least, it does really make things very challenging indeed, which is a shame because I do think with torque, these would be phenomenally quick cars. But yeah, as it stands, they're just a bit weird. But no, I think with all DTM cars, it could go quicker. It really could. But yeah, it's just so tricky to try and pilot. I can imagine the sector times might be a little bit all over the place on this, but we will find out. But no, to be honest with you, the Calibra's probably the best of all of them, because Calibra, actually, okay. Sector 2 was slow, but Sector 2 seemed to have gotten worse. I sort of optimised it and then decided to unoptimise. Yeah, I think that could go quicker. I think, to be honest with you, even the sectors where I did really well, I think this could go quicker. But yeah, they're just so bizarre and weird to drive. But like I say, I think overall, the CLK is probably the nicest of all of them. But if you're choosing base game sort of between the Alpha and this, it pains me to say this as someone who loves Alphas, but I think the Calibra's better, to be honest with you. It's just, the Alpha has a lot more of these issues. I think the Alpha shifts slower. The Alpha has, I think, might be a little bit better handling, but this is sort of better in terms of sort of torque and power, which is really the thing that holds these cars back. So naturally, it is quicker. 28.588 will place this into 56th place. Goes in between the Jaguar XJR15 and the Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 6. It is quicker than the TVR Server LM edition, quicker than CLK race car as mentioned, quicker than the Reef BR4. Again, I mean, it's quicker than NSXR GT1 Turbo, Copperhead, Alfa Romeo 155, CRX Del Sol LM edition, similar sort of issue. Quicker than the Calibra Super Touring car, quicker than the 99 Impreza rally car. It's quicker than a bunch of other cars that are really tricky to drive. Like I said, to be honest with you, if this had like torque, this would probably be like a shoe-in for like getting into the 27-second area. But no, not quite. But still, at least it looks cool. And all these cars look cool. And they sound excellent as well, which is always a bit of a bonus. The 1997 Toyota Supra RZ. Our final Supra to take on the course. I know that sounds weird to say, but there's not actually as many Supras in this game as you may think. They're a little bit like NSXs, where there's just not that many different variations of them. In fact, for this sort of generation of Supra, your choices are between the 95, 96 and 97 models, and whether you want turbo or non-turbo. And in this case, this car's the turbo, which isn't a good thing. Supras are not nice to drive around this track. They're really bad, and the times for them are all over the place for that reason. It was a long time before we even had a Supra break into like 31 seconds, and in fact for a while the naturally aspirated Supras were beating the turbo ones. So this one I am especially scared of because this is the most powerful of the bunch. So I can describe the Supra driving experience in one word: turbo. It's just turbo, oversteer, turbo, oversteer, turbo, oversteer. And that's how these drive. Even the naturally aspirated ones, to be honest with you, are very nice because the back end really likes to come round under braking. So, yeah, I haven't got all the confidence in the world for this. At least it'll look good going around the course. All Supras have the same racing mod, but this one I think is a really nice colour combination. The black with the yellow writing. It might be just because, as I've said before, when I think Supra, I think of the yellow one at Red Rock Valley. So yellow is, in turn, my sort of Supra colour, if you will. But, yeah, I don't know if that's going to help it or not, but we will see. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, 752 horsepower, 1,289 kilograms. I can already hear that turbo blow-off noise already. This is going to be dangerous. There it is. Anyways, the Toyota Supra RZ is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This Supra RZ is not beating that. In terms of where this is gonna go, that entirely depends on how well behaved the rear end is. As I said, these cars genuinely are all over the place in terms of lap time. We've had 30.4 out of the 95 Supra RZ. That is currently the quickest of all of the Supras, probably because it's the least powerful of the turbo Supras in this game. But other than that, I mean, it's the naturally aspirated ones, and I think it's a 31.001 for the 96 RZ, so yeah, like I say, not a lot of pedigree when coming to this track. 31.265. That honestly felt so much quicker as well. That's the problem with this car, is like, you will go out and you'll think you have a really good lap time where you keep it under control. And the truth is, just because you kept it under control, don't mean it's quick. And so you have to push it. And when you have to push it, that's when the problems come in, because this does not like to be pushed, because, as mentioned prior, it's pretty uncontrollable. To be honest with you as well, we've seen the Aristo V300 not long ago. That car was mega because it had all this power, but it couldn't control it because it had a 4-speed gearbox and weighed an extra 200 kilos. And to be honest with you, I don't think that would be a particularly bad thing when it comes to this car. An automatic Supra in this game would actually probably be quicker than this manual, especially considering its sort of short ratios. And the other problem as well is because this is a turbo car, it isn't to the extent as it is on Skylines, but you do have to keep that turbo spooling if you want to make any power whatsoever. And so you're in this weird, you can't sort of leave it in high gear and roll it on the torque, because that doesn't really work as well as you'd think it would. 30.503. Could have actually been quicker for a few sectors there on that lap, but to be honest with you, it's just trying to keep it under control is the problem. And again, look at that, even third gear, as soon as that turbo kicks in, it's going round. You know, there's no controlling it. That's what it's doing. It's just not a very nice vehicle to drive. That's basically the TLDR on the Supra, is they kind of suck around this track. I'm sure for like Mega Speed Cup or whatever, you know, test course, Tune Turbo Cup or something, this is quite a nice car to drive. And to be honest with you, around a normal track, this would probably be putting up a far better fight than it does. But around this track, it's terrible. Sector 3. There was a blinder of a Sector 3 on lap 4. Looking at that, I mean, that would shave... that turn it into a 30.3. 30.3 is definitely possible in it, but I don't think it would be possible to sort of string it along for that long, really. I'm sure you could do it, but you'd have to go round and round and round. And so, as a result, you know, that the 95 RZ, which again I think was down about 50 horsepower on this, is probably 0.1 quicker for a reason, because it just drives better, because it hasn't got that immediate power problem that this one has. So, yeah, I mean, it's quick in terms of like straight line speed. Yeah, that's about all I can give it. A 30.503 will place this into 276th place. That's quite ironic considering the Japanese gentleman's agreement. Goes in between the Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG and the Mitsubishi GTO, both of which are far better vehicles to drive. It is quicker than a Tommy Kaira ZZ3, Acura NSX, Nissan Silvia Spec R, quicker than a naturally aspirated Fairlady. It is worth pointing out A twin-turbo Fairlady is 0.3 up the road from this, and that's for good reason, because they drive better than these do, despite being heavier and being down on power. You look, something's got to be the worst Japanese sort of mainstream sports car, and I mean, NSXs usually are very quick, but at least they drive nice. RX-7s run rings around this. Fairlady Zs are just a little bit less brutal than this. Something has to be the worst, and unfortunately, it's the Supras. So, yeah. Fortunately, though, the Supra does have something in its back pocket, and that is because there were JGTC versions of the Supra, so will they be any quicker? The 1999 Toyota Supra Denso Sard GT. This is the GT500 Supra. We have had two of these already. We had the 96 Castrol GC, and a long time ago, the CDMA 1 Turismo went round. I think that might have even been one of, if not the first JGTC car to take on the course. So it's been a long time since we've had a 99 representative car to take on the course, and it is this one, the Denso Sard Supra, which must have been a bit of an icon because this car finished 22nd in real life in 1999. Polyphony just seems to add the weirdest JGTC cars they can find, and this is one of them. But I think eventually the Denso Sard became a bit of a winning team, if I recall. I think they did very well in one of the... I can't remember. It's a cool looking car, though. I can see why Polyphony would go for it, the white and the red. Especially like the red wheels on this one as well. JGTC cars are quick. The quickest of all of them is the NSXs and then the Skylines. Typically, the Supras have been slower, but again, we haven't really, outside of that 96 Castrol, we haven't really had a representative Supra on the track yet. So this is sort of going to be a bit sort of unfounded territory. See how quick these really are. Front engine rear wheel drive, 696 horsepower, 1,150 kilos. Interestingly enough, that means this makes less power than that ridiculous Super RZ we had out last time that wasn't very quick. So I'm hoping the Denso Sard Supra is at least a little bit more controllable. To find out how quick the Denso Sard Supra GT is, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Denso Sard Supra is unlikely to beat that. It has already gone quicker than every other Supra that has gone round, apart from the JGTC ones on its first flying lap, which is interesting. Now, in terms of the current JGTC pecking order, the NSX, I think it was the Castrol we won last time out, that set a time of a 28.1, which makes it easily the quickest of the bunch. Then it is the Arta Zexel Skyline, that set a time of a 28.576. The Castrol GT500 Supra, which again 96, so slightly less power, and obviously an older spec of car. That set a time of a 28.9, so that's sort of the ballpark for this one. I'm hoping for like a 28.7. I'm sort of hoping this is quicker than the Skyline, because they actually drive nicer than the Skylines did. It is worth mentioning as well, despite coming 22nd in real life JGTC, the GT500 Supras between this and the Castrol and the CDMA one are all identical, so they are all virtually the same, so it's only the paint job that changes. So this technically has another run it can go on if the when the Castrol Supra comes around. That's going to be the final of the Supra GT500 cars. So if this isn't super quick today, Supra does have one more chance to turn it around. To be honest with you, these do drive better than the Skylines. The R34s, for those of you who don't know, in GT2 Plus are rear-wheel drive converted, so they are nowhere near as quick as they are in base GT2. And that's why the NSXs sort of dominate. The NSX is easily the most controllable of all of these. This isn't terrible. It just, I don't know. The Skyline feels like it has ridiculous amounts of power. The NSX has so much grip, it's unreal. This is just a bit, I don't know, wet, I guess would be the way I'd describe it. It's alright, it's fine. But yeah, it doesn't feel like it has much edge on anything. It's alright. Like, power delivery is so much better than a standard, sort of a standard Supra. But it doesn't feel all that quick to drive. It feels a little bit heavy. It almost doesn't really feel like a race car, to be honest. Which is a bit of an insult to, well, a car like this. So, yeah. Like I said, it is going to have a second chance with the Castrol. I do think there's a little bit more time in that, despite sort of all the sectors lining up. I think I could probably push out a 28.6 in the sort of present day with this, but even then that wouldn't put it near the Arta's Excel Skyline. I think just the Skylines have more power, and the NSXs are just nicer, and obviously lighter as well, so yeah, maybe one day we'll have a Supra that isn't disappointing, but that's not going to be today. A 28.782 will place this into 75th place. Goes in between the Opel Calibra Super Touring car and the Subaru Impreza rally car. It is quicker than the R33 Nismo 4-door thing. Quicker than the Evo 4 rally car, quicker than a GT1 race car, although it does have to be said that GT1 race car ran forever ago, and the 99 is going to come around eventually. So don't expect this to be quicker than that for much longer. 0.2 up the road from the Castrol GT500, the 96. The 90, to be fair to this, the other sort of older JGTC cars that have gone round, the R33s, to be fair, the R34 was significantly quicker. But I think some of that could be sort of how long ago this ran. But I don't think the 96 and the 99 are that much different in terms of statistics, so that could also be part of that. I mean, a 0.2 improvement's a 0.2 improvement, but yeah, just not quite as good as, again, sort of Skylines and stuff like that. But anyways, there you go. The 1999 Nissan Silvia Daishin GT. This is the final GT300 car to take on the course, and it's another Silvia. We've of course had a GT300 Silvia before, the Synavi Arta, but that car actually ran very, very early on. I think it was the first GT300 car we ever ran, so this should give it a little bit more of a representative lap time for the Silvias. I do have to admit, I wish I started with this instead of the Synavi, because the Synavi is quite cool looking. This one isn't. I'm not a fan of the Daishin livery. Admittedly, part of that is Gran Turismo's fault. I should have actually maybe had the A-Spec improved model for this one, because they actually gave it the correct orange, because this car is orange in real life. It's quite a bright orange, actually, instead of the brown that seems to be depicted here, which isn't good. But either way, I mean, there's not a lot going on with the race mod. It's just sort of a brown car with stickers on it, which isn't really my thing. Also not massively successful in real life. This car would finish a 10th in the JGTC 1999 season. But I mean, just sort of real life standings don't really seem to matter to this track, because the MR2, the Momo course car, the one that actually won, is one of the weaker GT300 cars we've driven. In fact, that was only slightly quicker than a Synavi, so the question is, can this car beat the championship winner? That will be the question. But the actual bodywork on this is quite cool, though. Although that diffuser is sort of very 2D, it does have to be noted. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 419 horsepower, 980 kilograms. Pretty good statistics for a GT300 car. I'm hoping this should be pretty nice to drive, actually. Makes a nice noise. The Daishin Sylvia is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land course in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Daishin Sylvia, sorry, not the Sonavi Sylvia, is not going to be beating that. In terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, Sonavi Arta 29.3 is sort of the target time for this. Other sort of similar, I don't think this is going to be quite Impreza Cusco levels of good. That's at a time like 28.2. The RE Amemia RX-7 set a time of 28.7. Could be doable. A 0.6 advantage would be a hell of an improvement, but we've definitely seen that is just going to run this full line. Okay. So we're sort of setting very high 28s looking at that. So, not bad. This wing as well. I assume it's because of the way it's sort of placed, not the way it's placed onto the body, it's more just the perspective we're in. It does look like it's floating, which isn't great. Isn't really helping the look of a car that I'm already not massively a fan of. I don't know what the sort of guard on the side is either. That's an interesting one. I'm sure someone will tell me, along with a bunch of people saying, you're saying Daishin wrong. It's actually, I don't know. I'm not even going to try and think about what it might be, because that'll offend people as well. 29.2 from a car which, to be honest with you, I don't think we've seen the best out of. It does drive nice. It's definitely nicer than that Supra I drove yesterday. I don't suspect this is going to be as quick as that Supra, but I mean, you never really know. The GT300 cars have been... okay, it is quicker. That is actually quick, sort of around where I expected originally for it to go. But no, the GT500 cars have been embarrassed, actually, rounded by the GT300s. Even the quickest GT500, the NSX, is still being humbled by the Mitsubishi FTO, which is easily the quickest JGTC car. 27.7, I think that car set, which is a phenomenally good lap time. But no, this is a really nice car to drive. It's really planted, flat, good power delivery. It's sort of... And I think, to be fair, in game, I can't remember where you get this from, but I think it's a fairly easy car to win this. It is a bit baby's first race car, and to be honest with you, that's sort of kind of how it drives. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. I know the laps weren't great, but that's more my incompetency instead of the car. The actual car itself was good. And again, it is actually slightly quicker than that Supra, which is interesting. It's also very slightly quicker than the RE Amemia RX-7. I would probably take the RE Amemia RX-7, if I was to be honest, out of the two, just because I prefer the way that car looks and drives, but can't argue with times. And in terms of times, it's pretty good. Yeah, good car. Good car, can't complain too much on that one. A 28.761 will place this into 73rd place. Goes in between the Mainz R32 Skyline GTR and the RE Amemia RX-7, which it does beat its closest rival. It is quicker than the Opel Calibra Super Touring car, the Supra Denso Sard, the 99 Impreza rally car, Evo 4 rally car, GT1 race car, although again, a bit of an asterisk next to that one. That has made a 0.6 improvement from where it was, which is definitely good. In terms of, in case you're curious, I've mentioned this with the Supra video, there's no difference between the Daishin and the Zonavi, despite the fact that the Zonavi was better in real life. They're actually both the same car. As far as the game's concerned, it's just a different livery, so that's the only major difference. In terms of GT300s quicker than this, Wet Sport Celica, Impreza Cusco, and the FTO. So definitely go with one of those three. But again, if you need baby's first race car, this sort of learning rear wheel drive and stuff, this definitely will do well for you. The 1996 Nissan Skyline 280 P-Ride Type MR. This is a car that I'm sure some of you don't even know exists in Gran Turismo 2, but it is real. It is a very rare car that can be found in the Nissan used dealer. And I remember when I first found out about this as a kid, I was like, whoa, this thing is cool. And back then it was four-wheel drive, which for me was very, very cool. And it didn't look like any of the other R33s on sale. Now, there is a reason for that, and that's because this car should actually be rear-wheel drive, which is what GT2 Plus does, is it converts it back to rear drive as it should be. And this is essentially a modified version of the GTS 25T that you can buy from around the same era of R33. And with that, it does look somewhat similar. The actual base car has a couple of different sort of modifications visually to differentiate it, but they both share the same race mod, which is this one here. I ran it in grey and blue on the GTS 25T. On this I've got it in the white and red, which is the correct colour scheme, because it is based on the Unicia Jex car, and I actually think it looks better as the race mod as compared to how it looks on the actual car. I think this is a really cool looking race mod, and it's a really cool car, this P-Ride Skyline. Again, one that sort of flies under the radar to a certain extent. But if you find it in the used dealer, it's quite a potent car. I'm sure some people actually think as well. Recently, Project A-Spec updated it, so they had a tune shop, and you can buy like the full tuned models from there, and one of those cars is the P-Ride Skyline. I'm sure some people think that might even be a Project A-Spec exclusive, but no, it is in the base game. Now, in terms of what this is, again, it is essentially a modified version of the GTS 25T, and so statistically fairly similar, although this does have a lot more power. Front engine rear wheel drive, 559 horsepower, 1,196 kilos. That is about 120, I think, more horsepower than the standard car can get to. So that amount of power could affect the handling, but also should make it a little bit quicker. To find out how the Nissan Skyline 280 Type MR P-Ride gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This Skyline is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the standard GTS 25T set a time of a 30.056. So right around that ballpark, this should be getting to. It depends on how it handles its power, but so far, the answer to how it handles its power is exceptionally well. For a 560 horsepower rear wheel drive car, this is amazingly composed. I don't know if P-Ride did anything to it beyond some power, and that's about it, but it does feel a lot more stable than you would expect. 29.889. Straight into the under 30 club. I think this is the first rear-wheel drive Skyline to get into the under 30s. In fact, it would be the only one as well, because this is the final two-wheel drive Skyline on our list now. After today, that is it. But no, this does drive surprisingly well. I think the only thing that's really off about it, to be honest with you, it's probably more of a blessing that occurs. The gear ratios are a little bit on the long side on this, as they are in most R33s, to be honest. But yeah, I am definitely noticing it here. What are we on? We're on a 5-speed. Are these 5-speed manuals? I guess, maybe? Or is it an auto? I doubt it's an auto. Surely it's not an auto. It could be, though. But yeah, the gear ratios are a little bit on the long side. As I said, that is a sort of Skyline issue in general. We find it mostly on the GTRs. I don't actually remember... Ow. I don't actually remember if it was on the GTS cars or not, the longer ratios, but I'd imagine so. Yeah, it feels pretty nippy. Maybe not quite as quick in a straight line as one would expect. I mean, in theory, what is it doing? 136 kilometers on the straight. It should be a little bit quicker than that, you'd imagine, but maybe not. As we sort of poke in and out of the tyre barriers. Not as clean a first sector, sort of get the launch out of there. Nope, lost the rear end there. It's a bit of a shame because that sort of flying lap, I got a bit of rear end instability sort of kicked in there. So that's probably cost it getting into a 29.7. But 29.832, that certainly isn't a bad time on the leaderboard. That actually puts it pretty far up for a rear-wheel drive vehicle. So, yeah, a pretty solid choice, it does have to be said, as far as the rear-wheel drive skylines go. And it is quicker than the GTS 25T as well. So, I do think this is a car definitely worth picking up if you see it in the used dealer, just for its rarity and the fact that it has quite a cool logo as well. But yeah, also it seems like it has the performance chops as well. Yeah, 0.542 on that lap. So it could have got 29.7. I think it would have been a very late 29.7, but it could have done it. But no, overall that's a pretty good time. I think personally, anyway. For a pretty good car, it does have to be said. A 29.832 will place this into 179th place, goes in between the Mazda Affinity RX-7 Type RZ and the Roof RCT. It sort of goes into RX-7 land there. There's a couple of RX-7s on top of it, a couple of RX-7s below it. It's quicker than the C43 AMG, the Turismo BP Apex. It is quicker than the Nissan Skyline GTS 4. That is interesting. It's quicker than the four-wheel drive GTS. Yeah, that really is actually quite shocking. Quicker than Tommy Kyra R, Venturi Atlantic 300 by Turbo. Quicker than a Tommy Kyra ZZ2, but that car's terrible. Yeah, that's a pretty respectable lap time, and again, you know, could have maybe got into that 29.7. It wouldn't have been too much like its kind up there. Sort of rear-wheel drive cars, the only one I can really see is the Cerbera Speed 6, and I don't think it's Cerbera Speed 6 quick, but no, a solid choice, one I'd recommend. I think these are pretty cheap as well in the USD as well, but obviously it's a case of getting to it before it disappears, because it is quite a rare car. The 1991 Nissan Silvia K's at 2000cc. This is our final S13 to take on the course, and the S13s have done pretty well around this course, it does have to be said, all in all, especially more recently. In fact, the quickest Silvia that we've had round was actually the Silvia Qs of this era, 1991 2000cc. So yeah, this should be doing pretty well. I mean, there's also the 180SX, which was 1,000th quicker than that. Again, sort of S13 chassis, so pretty decent sort of track record for these. So this should be interesting. It is worth mentioning the difference from the Qs and the Ks. This has 76 more horsepower and weighs about 53 kilos extra. So on a normal racetrack, this would be a shoo-in to be quicker than the Qs. However, around our track, I'm not so confident, I've got to be honest. Silvias do have a tendency to be a bit sort of slidey and slightly unable to control the power. So adding more power to a Silvia, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a great idea, but we'll see. Same race mod that you see on the other 91 spec Silvia as well. Obviously different colour schemes for the Ks. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 386 horsepower, 1,043 kilograms. Again, not sort of mad power figures, but in a Silvia chassis concerns me a little bit. To find out how quick the Nissan Silvia K's 2000cc is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and it'll set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Silvia S13 is unlikely to beat that. Any of them, to be fair. Even if you used to put 1,000 horsepower into one of these and make it weigh absolutely nothing, it still wouldn't compete with the Pikes Peak Scudo. In terms of where this is going to go, as I mentioned, quickest Silvia is the Qs. That set a time of a 30.424. So that's the sort of time we're looking at in terms of beating this. It wouldn't surprise me if this car is very slightly slower, but the split times sort of point to it being a bit quicker. So far though, this doesn't feel too bad. Sort of long ratioed. which is interesting. Second gear seems to spool up for a very long time. 30.467 on its first flyer. Okay. That is an interesting one. I'm going to check when we stop doing this. That second gear is really long. I'm so curious what gearbox is in this, to be honest. Or if I like really cock a lap up, I'll quickly check it. But no, it's okay, interesting. I wasn't expecting the gears to be as long as this. I don't remember if they were this long in the queues. In case you're wondering, the other Ks, I think that set a time of 30.9. I don't necessarily think there's like half a second's difference between, you know, one model year of an S13 to another. I think it's just sort of, as we've got more used to driving around this track and where we can make up time and where we can't, that's sort of where the discrepancy there's come from. So yeah, I don't think there is like a ridiculous amount of time gained from using the 91s over the 88s. I mean, I could be wrong there. I'm sure there's some Gran Turismo 2 expert with a spreadsheet that will tell you whether a 91 or an 88 is quicker. I think these are both available as first cars. 88 is obviously very slightly cheaper, so maybe they do have a sort of small baked-in disadvantage compared to these ones. I doubt it though, because this is Gran Turismo, and Gran Turismo isn't really built on much logic, it does have to be said. Come on, there's definitely a little bit of time in this car. Just gotta not push it wide into... I had a really good sector there when I was going around with this before, so... To the line, 30.388. It's a 5-speed, okay. I thought it was going to be more than that. I mean, it is the quickest Sylvia we've ever had, so we'll definitely take that one. Bit touch and go there. I think that could go a little bit quicker. I think it could set a more convincing 30.3. I mean, 30.3 is a very congested part of the leaderboard, it does have to be said. So there's a lot of cars sort of hanging around in that void there, so... But no, good driving car, surprisingly well behaved. I think the Q's was a little bit nicer to drive, to be honest, just because it has got that less power. Wow, okay, that is really interesting. So, the final lap didn't have any of the quickest sector. We said the quickest first sector twice. I mean, yeah, judging from sort of that, it'll tell you there's a 30.334 in there. That sort of falls in line with what I would think this car would get, so yeah, I'll take not being that far off in terms of that one. Yeah, it's good. I think the Q's is better, to be honest. Just sort of spitballing, because that car got a fairly decent time. I mean, I could be completely wrong because I drove it ages ago, but I think the Q's is slightly nicer to drive, but K's, in the majority of situations, the K's is going to be quicker. A 30.388 will place this into 259th place. Goes in between the Lotus Esprit Sport 350 and the Vauxhall Tigra. That is a weird place for this car to show up. It is quicker than the Toyota Supra RZ, the Mustang SVT Cobra, Tommy Kaira M30 GTS, Toyota Aristo, the 180SX, and the Silvia Q's 2000cc, which we discussed, TRD 2000 GT. There's a lot of stuff. This is sort of slower. I mean, cars sort of comparable to this. Slower than the Savannah RX-7 GT Turbo, which makes sense to me. Fairlady Z version R, although admittedly that's the new car version of that. Just trying to look. Tommy Kaira M30 GTSR 30.3. Yeah, I mean, as far as like our sort of ranking on how good your first car can be, this one's done pretty well, it does have to be said. So, and it is the quickest Silvia. The 1998 Nissan Silvia K's Aero SE Sports package. This is the final S14 to go around our course, and it's the best S14 because it's got the longest name, and that's how that works. In terms of S14s and this track, they haven't got around particularly well. The quickest of which was the 1998 Nissan 200 SX, which set a time of a 30.7. Then there was the Nismo 270R that set a time of a 30.7. Then there was the Nissan Silvia Q0, which set a 30.7. So in short, as long as this doesn't set a 30.7, it will be the quickest S14, as long as you ignore the LM edition. This one, being a post-facelift, does get access to this racing mod, which, to be honest with you, out of all of the Silvias in the game, I think the post-facelift S14s probably have the best race mod. It's a very cool sort of affair, this one. I don't know what it's based off, but it looks quite cool. You can get this, and also one that comes in sort of a range of sunset colours, which we saw on the Q's Aero. Statistically, this worries me a little bit, because again, these aren't particularly nice cars to drive, and this does not have an unsubstantial amount of power. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 446 horsepower, 1067 kilos. That is 80 more than that S13 from last time. And I think this, what did I say this weighs? I think this might even be slightly lighter. Anyways, to find out how the Nissan Silvia K's SE Aero Sports package gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696, and everybody say it with me now, this won't be beating that. Again, 30.7 is the goal to get this out of S14 Purgatory, and then beyond that, I don't really know, to be honest. The quickest Silvia we've had as of yesterday is the Silvia K's 2000cc. That's at a 30.388, so that's, I guess, where this could go. So far, this definitely is shorter ratioed than that S13 from yesterday. I actually thought that was an automatic when I was driving it around. 30.534, so we've broken out of the S14 Purgatory, which is good. Fully, this is easily the quickest S14, and as a result, it instantly goes to the top of the one you should buy. Because unlike some cars, there's no caveat on this one. This one would be the quickest Silvia no matter what you do, because it's the most powerful. It's the most powerful, which means it's the best. And don't even bother, well, yeah, I wouldn't even bother with the pre-facelift cars, because, well, they kind of suck. And they don't look very good, hence why this one exists. Which also doesn't look very good, but, you know, it's better. This has a very strange engine note to it. I don't know if anyone else has picked up on that. It sounds a little bit sort of gravelly, almost, which is interesting for an S14. Usually I associate Silvias with sort of big, loud engine noise and turbo and sliding everywhere. This doesn't seem to have that. It actually is going around the track without too much drama. Of course, the slight caveat to that is it isn't all that fast. Like, again, this is 80 horsepower up on that S13 from yesterday, and in theory this should be demolishing that car, and it just isn't really. 30.394, I mean, it gets close, but not quite cigar there. Admittedly, I could have shifted up on that final bit, but yeah, it isn't super quick, this. It does have to be said. I'm not overly impressed with it. It's alright, it drives fine. It just drives like it really should be quicker, and it really isn't. Like, realistically, this should be a 30.2 car. And it just set the famous 30.706 there. Which, in case you don't know, is the time that a lot of cars have set over this series. So, there you go. S14s are officially slower than S13s, and I'm not really sure why. Yeah, there was nothing, like, that didn't stand out as a particularly bad performance from me. Didn't stand out as a particularly bad performance from the car. There is a little bit of time in it, but then again, there was a little bit of time in the S13 yesterday, so yeah, I don't really know on that one. It's a little bit bizarre. Yeah, not great is my synopsis on that one, but yeah, I mean it definitely is quicker than the other S14s we've had go around the course, which is something, but still not fantastic. 30.394 will place this into 261st place, goes in between the Vauxhall Tigra and the Supra RZ. As mentioned, it is slightly slower than the Silvia K's 2000cc, and as a result, it's also slower than the Savannah RX-7 GT Turbo, which is sort of a comparable car to this. FTO GPX as well, if you want a good first car there. It is quicker than all of the other Silvias we've had around, including the S15s, but yeah, it's not great. A little bit weird. So, the 1999 Nissan Silvia Spec R Aero. This is the final S15 to take on our course, and is the final Nissan Silvia to take on our course in general. And I'm certainly not sad about that, because these cars haven't been particularly nice to drive. I'm hoping, though, the S15 can finish the Silvias off on a high. The S15 is my favourite of the Silvias, and while the Varietta is my favourite version of it, the Spec Aero is pretty cool as well. I would have liked to have ran the Aero without the race mod and ran the Spec R with race mod, but as we saw with the sleek and mechanical sports version not long ago, this car, despite only being the Aero package and starting out on the same power as the standard Spec R, when fully upgraded, this car does make slightly more power, hence why this one is being used with the race mod. And what a race mod it isn't. The Silvia S15 race mod is terrible. They just clearly got bored when they did this one, and they was like, yeah, just paint the trim blue and put Silvia down the side. It's not particularly good looking, but again, maybe because it's not all that fancy looking, it will actually be quick and nice to drive, unlike most Silvias. Front engine rear drive, 474 horsepower, 1,058 kilos. The one thing you have to give S chassis is the weight stayed fairly consistent between 3 generations, it does have to be said. Anyways, to find out how the Nissan Silvia Spec R Aero gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Silvia Spec R Aero is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, well, I suppose, because it is the final Silvia, this should be aiming to be the quickest of all of them. A 30.388 definitely could be possible, judging by its current speed and actual surprising amount of handling. Considering this is only 30 horsepower more up on the S14, it does have to be said, this car feels far more rapid than that one did. 30.066. Well, there you go. Quickest Silvia. Done. Cool. Glad we've sorted that one out, lads. I could stop driving now. Yeah, wow. That is monstrously quick. It does feel quick. It feels very planted as well, again. Silvias, especially through this section, can sort of spin tyres and cause themselves problems. This doesn't seem to be doing that. It can a little bit, like there. You can push it a little bit over its what it's comfortable with, and it will sort of bite you a little bit. But it actually ain't half bad. It does have to be said. I can't get over sort of how nice it is to drive. Actually, again, it's just the traction coming off of these bends. It feels pretty well sorted. Which is not something you can say for most S chassis cars. Again, usually you get all these issues with them breaking traction and going sideways and all the rest of it. This doesn't seem to want to do that very often. Maybe the aero in the case of this car actually means it has proper downforce, who knows. Or maybe Nissan just saved the best till last, which it seems to be what we've done with Silvias. That being said, I am trying to push this now. And I think, to be honest with you, it's more me than the car. I'm trying to push this to see if I can scrape a under 30 out of it, and it doesn't seem to want to comply all that well. Or, again, that was entirely my fault there. I just gave up driving. But it has set sort of 4 lap times in a row, quickest Sylvia we've ever had, so yeah, we'll take that. I definitely think this is an under 30 challenger, no doubt about it. Would have been cool to get it into there, but yeah, it wouldn't be a Sylvia if everything went swinging according to plan, so I guess we'll take a hit on that one. But overall, yeah, really nice driving car. Again, just a shame when you push it, it just doesn't quite comply all that well. Although, again, I'm sort of trying to blame the car for me not really driving it all that well. It does have to be said. Yeah, Sector 2, a little bit quicker on that lap. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an under 30 in it. There's no question about that. Sector 1, I think Sector 1 trips it up a little bit. Just that sort of left-right complex, you can feel it sort of letting go a little bit on the grass on that middle sector. Which is a shame, because again, all the other Sylvias seem to have an issue with that 180 degree. Well, as in this, it's more in that that sort of first sector seems to trip it up a little bit. But no, good time. We'll take that, and solid way to end off the Sylvia lineage. A 30.066 will place this into 210th place, goes in between the Nissan Skyline GCS 25T Type M and the TVR Chimera. It is quicker than a GCS-T Type M R32, quicker than a Celica GT4 RC, quicker than a Spoon Integra, 406 Coupe, Shelby GT350, another car that really should have got under 30 as well. Yeah, I mean, it's the quickest Sylvia by miles, that much is for certain, and this is the one you should buy, and that's the conclusion, and there's not really much more to say than that. Would have been cool, again, under 30, even, you know, maybe a little bit further up, 30.02 maybe, but you can't have it all, and I'll take that, and it's a good way to end out the Sylvias, I think. The 1998 Honda Civic Ferio SI. This is the final Civic Ferio for us to look at. There's been 3. There is, of course, the EG version and then 2 EKs. The 96 Ferio SI2 ran the race mod. The race mod on this car is not very interesting whatsoever, and the reason that ran the race mod is because I could pick what colour I wanted this one in, so I went with this rather nice blue. Not quite as vibrant as I'd usually go for or would like, but it suits the car quite well. You don't need me to wax lyrical about how much I love Civics, and I think the EK is one of the greatest cars ever, and yada yada yada. The saloon version I also like quite a lot, so yeah, there's not really a lot to discuss in terms of that you haven't already heard before. Much like the 98 SIR, this one does have the very cool side graphics as well, with the dual overhead cam VTEC writing on it, which I do think is very cool. What else I think is cool is that GT2 Plus fixes an issue with the Civic Ferios, where they had missing turbo kits for whatever reason. With GT2 Plus, they now have the turbo kits they should have done, which is why this one is turbocharged. Front engine, front wheel drive, 331 horsepower, 1,039 kilograms. You wouldn't expect Civic Ferios to be quick, but as it turns out around this track, they have done pretty well. The Civic Ferio SI is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. We have a 5-speed, okay, good. To set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Civic Ferio SI is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, out of the 2 previous Civic Ferios, the EG set a time of 30.496. The SI2, which is this car but 1996 version, set a time of a 30.375. Now, both of those had race mod. In theory, I would think those would be quicker because the whole race mod thing. So I'm not quite expecting a 30.3 out of this. I think 30.5 would be very acceptable for this, but it's, you know, Civics are pretty surprising. We saw the SIR, the 98 SIR come round, and that's at like a 30.2, I think it was, which was monstrously fast. So yeah, there is opportunities here. Straight away, first lap, 30.591. Good driving car, very consistent, as all these usually are. There's not really too much drama, much like in real life, I guess. There's not really much drama that comes from driving a Civic Saloon. They aren't quite as flamboyant as the hatchbacks, they also aren't quite as light. The actual performance ceiling on these cars, even with the sort of turbo kits that GT2 Plus adds back, they aren't as strong as the hatchbacks for obvious reasons, but yeah, they're still pretty good driving cars, it does have to be said. No, again, there's just no real drama to a Civic Ferio, you know what you're going to get. I should also actually mention very quickly the Mugen Civic Ferio, which ran, I think that had the NA engine, which this should in theory have. We've spoken before, tuned cars aren't as quick as cars you can buy from the factory when fully upgraded, and the Mugen Civic Ferio was no exception. That's at a 31.6, I think. I want to say that might have been the first Ferio to go round, but I don't think that's true. I think the EG might have gone round before that. But either way, that was not a quick car, so I'm glad this one is quicker. 30.440. One more do or die lap for the Ferio. And the take to the skies, probably not the cleanest way around. The good news with this, really, is you can just stick your foot in it and it'll still grip, which is quite good. Second gear is a little bit boggy, that's why I was checking the gearbox, the ratios, on that first lap, because it did feel a little bit boggy, but 30.440, I will definitely take that one. Quite a good time from the Ferio. As I mentioned, I don't expect this to be as quick as the race modded version. Race mod adding 0.1 makes rough sense to me. I think I could have been a little bit quicker in this, to be honest, and maybe match that time. But I guess we'll see when we look at the splits. Yeah, a little bit all over the place. Wow, Sector 1 on that lap was apparently a lot quicker, but Sector 2, not so much. Again, it's that sort of bogged down in second gear isn't quite... it can happen, which isn't good. But we sort of said as well before, Sector 1, I went really wide into that corner, and obviously the more speed you carry into Sector 1 because of the way that... I've spoke about this before, with the way the checkpoint is, if you go full speed into there and miss your sort of braking for the corner, you're going to be quicker through that sector. That's sort of how that works. But yeah, 30.440, I will definitely take that to the bank. A 30.440 will place this into 271st place. Interestingly enough, it goes very slightly quicker than the Honda Accord SIR and the Honda Prelude SIR, so it's in a sort of a triple stack with the Hondas there. It is quicker than Audi A4 Avant, GTO SR97, FTO GPX, that's an interesting one. Quicker than the Mugen Integra Type R, quicker than the Vectra, again quicker than that EG Civic as well. Again, it's not quite as quick as the EK Sans race, well, with the race mod, which is sort of what you would expect. Not quite as quick as a Ford Puma, Vauxhall Tigra, but as far as front wheel drive cars go, yeah, good time, good car, can't complain. The 1998 Mazda Roadster 1.8 RS. Of course, if you live anywhere else in the world other than Japan, you will know this as the NBMX5. And it's the final MB we have to look at. Not the final MX5 though, there is one more of those to go. This one is a full-fat 1.8. We've had the 1.8 VS, which is the quickest MBMX5, that's the luxury trim. And we've also had the S package, which is a 1.6. A tenacious little thing, but not quite as quick. So, full fat 1.8, how will this do? I'm not expecting this to be as quick as the NAs. The NAs have a little bit more power, a little bit less weight, which is unfortunate because I'm much more of an MB guy than I am an NA guy, but that's the way it goes. The race mod on this, unfortunately, much like that Silvia we had a couple of days ago is of the paint the trim blue and call it a day variety. So not quite as cool of a race mod on this. It does look a little bit weird as well at the front with the no badge, but yeah, I suppose it's distinctive, I guess. I don't know. Now, one thing I will say is this kind of, for some reason, reminds me of the Mazda MX-5 Coupe, if you've never seen that one before. I think they made that in about 2003, so no GT2 mod is really going to include it. But it's essentially like a top-spec MX-5, but with a coupe body shell, which sort of stretches down towards the end of the vehicle. It's a little bizarre-looking thing, but I actually quite like it. Oh, the wheels on this as well also look a little bit strange. The sort of four-spoke design. I don't like it. Anyways, front engine, rear wheel drive, 274 horsepower, 918 kilograms. Pretty decent stats for a small roadster. Again, maybe we'll have some issues with traction, but we will see. Oh, the wheels are going to clip through the rear end as well. That's a good one. This model is appalling, actually. I've just noticed the fact the rear sort of plate housing also stretches down like it's a decal. That is bizarre. Anyways, to find out how the Mazda Roadster 1.8 RS gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracking odds to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that cast at a time of 25.696. In terms of where this is going to go, I mentioned the NBVS, that's at a time of a 31.1. That's sort of our reference point with this. This should, in theory, be a lot quicker because the RS is lighter. This has racing mod. The quickest MX-5 we've ever had is actually the Mazda Speed Roadster C-Spec. That's at a time of a 30.375. So, yeah, interesting one. The C-Spec, for those of you who don't know, is a very bizarre contraption that looks like a Porsche Boxster, basically. Very bizarre thing. It's like a Mazda Speed one-off. That was an NA as well. I thought it was an MB when we first went round with it, but I think that's just because it had the sort of more modern styling. But that is an NA MX-5 underneath. So far, this drives okay. A little bit understeer. It kind of reminds me almost, and this is going to sound weird, kind of reminds me a little bit of like a Lotus Elise with the way this drives, where it's sort of a bit understeer, a bit all over the place in terms of the handling. The one disadvantage of the Mazda Roadsters compared to the earlier Unuses is it's not turbo tuned, it's NA tuned, which does affect it a little bit, it does have to be said. I did compare this to an Elise. It's not as bad to drive as an Elise, obviously, hence why it's actually setting okay-ish lap times. But, yeah, it definitely sort of has that slight, not quite great handling feel to it. Which is weird, because you'd expect this car to be able to, you know, terminal on a dime and do all the rest of it. Deals with the power quite well for 274 horsepower. I know that's not a lot, but it is a tiny car for that much power to go into. 30.583. Wow. Okay, that's a deep uptake in time. I'm not really sure where that came from, but fair enough. I won't complain about it. I'm just a bit confused as to where it all came from, apparently. Brakes are really good, as you'd expect from a car this small. Yeah, I don't know where that final sort of lap time push came from. I mean, I'll take it. I'll cash it in. But, yeah, bit of a bizarre one, that, towards the end. It just all of a sudden got a lot faster. I think that might actually be the quickest non-Mazda Speed one to go around. Just trying to look. Trying to look for the word MX-5 normal, because I think the MX-5 normal, yeah, it is the quickest. Wow. I don't know how that happened. I can't explain that at all. Yeah. So the MX-5 that I said wouldn't be the quickest has just become the quickest one we've ever had. Apart from the Master Speed ones, obviously. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. A 30.583 will place this into 294th place. Goes in between the Lotus Europa and the Alfa Romeo Spider, which is quite an interesting place for this to end up, actually. Quite on brand. It is quicker than a Silvia Spec S Master Speed Roadster B Spec. That's the NA, the red one. As mentioned, it is about 0.1 and a bit up on the previous quickest Unos Roadster MX-5 thing. That's at a 30.7. Quicker than a Toyota MRS as well. Quicker than a Mugen S2000. I mean, in terms of sort of convertible sports cars, the only things that I can really think are quicker than this is the likes of the Honda S2000. I know is definitely up here somewhere. Yep, there it is, 30.2. Convertible cars. I can't really think of much that is quicker than this. TVRs, like the Chimera and stuff, obviously, but yeah, that's quite shocking. I wasn't expecting this to be that quick, but okay. I'll take it. Again, I'm a big fan of this car, so I'll take it. The 1998 Mitsubishi Mirage Asti RXR. This is the final Mitsubishi Mirage to take on the course, the final Asti, and these cars have not been quick. I don't know what it is about Mirages, but they're pretty awful. There's quite a few cars that can sort of fall into this. The likes of Toyota Starlets coming to mind, although admittedly, at least one of the Starlets was quick. The Mirages have barely been able to escape the 32-second zone. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one does. Admittedly, it does look the business, you do have to say. This race mod, the Evo-style wing on it, it does look very cool. I will give it that. I quite like the way a Mirage Asti looks. But, yeah, in terms of actual overall performance, I'm not expecting a lot. In fact, the quickest Asti is at a time of a 32.7. Which puts it 556th on our leaderboard, just to give you an idea. So, yeah, I'm not expecting a lot, but we'll see. Front engine, front wheel drive, 243 horsepower, 954 kilos. Again, that's not bad statistically, but yeah, well, we'll see when we get it onto the course. The Mirage Asti RXR is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version that costs at the time of 25.696. The Mirage Asti is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Mirage Asti is going to go, well, I mentioned that 32.7. The quickest Mirages have been the Cyborgs, which are the hatchbacks, the quickest of which set a 31.968. So, again, okay, never mind. Mitsubishi invested everything into the RXR. Why is this one so much quicker than the rest of them? It has not been that long since I drove one of these, I'll be honest, so yeah, I don't really know what's gone on. Okay, this one's the quick one. Okay, so what we've established today already on our first couple of laps in this. Okay, what? Was there an emulator issue with these? Like, I don't know. Why? What? Why? Okay, well, if you want a Mitsubishi Mirage, you should buy the RXR. The rest of them are terrible, but apparently the RXR... I don't know what the RXR gives it. Maybe it's ratios? Gear ratios? I mean, these cars are fully upgraded aside from the gearbox, so it must be something to do with the gearbox, surely. Right? I have no idea. But yes, no, you should go for this one. This one is the quickest of all of them, and the rest of them are irrelevant. This is sort of the times... I remember when I originally drove a Mirage Asti, I just set a 30.705. This can go quicker than that, which is really bugging me. Anyways, when I first drove a Mirage Asti, this is actually the sort of performance I was expecting from it. I remember driving this because I'd driven the FTO was a very early front-wheel drive car to go around, and that was a very, very quick car when it went round. So I sort of assumed the Mirages would also be quick, as you assume all Mitsubishis are going to be quick, given the track record they have around this track, especially with the likes of the Evos. And then they just weren't. They were a bit of a sort of, you know, they just were a bit of a trash front-wheel drive car. There was nothing inherently wrong with the way they drove. They just weren't very quick. And now apparently the final ever Mirage to take on this course, it is just going to be quick. Okay. 30.525. I can't explain that. There is no logic behind what just happened, but this is the quickest Mirage. If you want a Mitsubishi Mirage in Gran Turismo 2, you buy the RXR. I always bought the Cyborgs, because obviously I know them more as Colts, but no, apparently, if you want a Mitsubishi Mirage, buy this one. Sod the rest of them, and just buy this one. Yeah. Potentially some time in there. I don't think there's much. I don't really think you'd get a lot more out of that, but what we did get out of it was mighty impressive. And again, it's a car that set the same lap time twice, which probably tells you something as well. A 30.525, I can't believe I'm saying this, will place this into 287th place. It is almost 1.5 seconds quicker than any other Mitsubishi Mirage we've had. And I don't know why. It goes in between the Acura NSX and the Nissan Silvia Spec R. Quicker than a Fairlady Z, Lexus IS200, Lancia Stratos. The Corolla 11, which is actually a very similar sort of vehicle to this. Quicker than that Mazda MX-5 we had last time out. It's quicker than a Celica mechanical sports version, so it's quicker than the quickest Celica. Celicas have also been, or quickest front-wheel drive Celica, I should say. Celicas have also been very underwhelming around this track, so yeah, I don't know. I literally cannot explain that, but it has just happened, so there you go. Again, if you want a Mirage, you want this one, and the rest of them are completely irrelevant, but this one is good. The 1999 Lotus Motorsport Elise. This is the final Elise and the final Lotus to take on the course, and this one is a bit of a legend in later Gran Turismo games. Admittedly, in GT2 you probably forgot this car existed because it really doesn't show up much at all. It's hidden at the back of the Lotus dealer, and it's obviously overshadowed by the Elise GT1. From GT3 onwards, however, this car would gain a little bit of a reputation. If you saw this in a low horsepower event, this would easily be your toughest competition. It has very low horsepower, it has very low weight, and it also is an absolute tyre whisperer. So this car was, I remember dealing with this in the British GT races on Gran Turismo 3, and this was easily the worst car to deal with because it just wouldn't pit the entire race. So you either had to use one or lose to one. But yeah, in this game, it's a little bit forgotten about, which is a shame. I think it actually looks cooler in this game. You only get it in British Racing Green as opposed to the mad colours it came in the later games. But I think the front aero, the sort of roof scoop and stuff, I think it looks slightly less aggressive in the later games. It might just be the fact this one has covered headlights and the one in the later games does not. But yeah, I think it looks very cool. Unfortunately, it is a Lotus Elise, and Lotus Elises in this game have gone not well. The quickest one currently sits in 440th place, again not counting the Elise GT1. If I mention the quickest Elise during this video, I'm not talking about the Elise GT1, that is a completely different vehicle and it's well above the rest of them. The Motorsport Elise does have an advantage over the previous Elises, and that's that it has 333 horsepower, which is about 60 horsepower over what the most powerful Elise, the Sport 190, had. Now, with that being said, power wasn't really the biggest issue with the Elise. The biggest issue with the Elise is it weighed nothing, had horrible understeer, and didn't like the grass, and I can imagine this will have all of those traits. So yeah, don't expect this to be a leaderboard killer, but we'll see. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 333 horsepower, 644 kilos. Admittedly, that power-to-weight ratio is excellent in this game. To find out how the Lotus Motorsport Elise, and yes, this car does have the name of this track in its name, which hopefully will count to something, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to see how quick it can be. The quickest car we've had is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car's at a time of 25.696. This one is unlikely to beat that. First gear seems fairly useless, to be honest, although this gearbox is very long. It's only a 5-speed. I thought this would have a little bit more. Maybe this doesn't have a racing gearbox as standard. I could sort of sworn it might have done. It does have the very cool GT car engine noise. Ooh, okay. Yep, doesn't like the grass. It does have the GT car engine noise that you see from the likes of the Toyota GT1. I think the R390 might also have this engine noise as well, but the GT1's the one I remember. XJ220 as well. Similar sort of engine note. Very cool engine note. Again, though, having a cool engine note isn't really indicative of having a quick lap time, and we'll be able to sort of assess how good or bad this is when we can put a lap together. So far, it is very Elise to drive. Doesn't like the grass. Oh god, that understeer through there. It's just an understeer machine. That's the... Oh god. It is so bad. The turning on this is dreadful. 31.761. That actually is quicker than quite a lot of the Elises, and that was not a very good lap time. You really have to adjust your driving style to a car like this, because it is just understeer city. I'm amazed I managed to grip on through there. I thought I was going to lose it. It's like this, you have to take such a wide angle into this corner just to get it turned in. 31.263. I mean, that does make it the quickest Elise, but god, it's just so tricky to drive over the dirt. And I will say, considering this is 333 horsepower, 640 odd kilos, it feels very slow. You know, it feels a lot slower than, I mean, that Mirage Asti we had last time out had 100 horsepower on this, weighed 300 kilos more. And that felt a little bit more rapid than this does. Admittedly, I don't think it was. But, yeah. It is not a very quick car, this. Which is a shame. Again, I should sort of state the obvious that over a standard sort of racetrack, it's just understeer. I mean... look at this! That's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable how badly understeer is in this. Yeah, for a normal racetrack, this is probably fine, but around here, it's rubbish. It's absolutely dog water. It really is not a pleasant car to drive. It's not a particularly quick car to drive. It is a good-looking car, and again, it is 0.2 up on the quickest Elise now, but yeah. God, looking at that as well, there's not much time to come out of that. I really don't think there is either. If you absolutely optimize your driving style for this, I don't think you can get much more out of it in terms of out-and-out speed. It's just not a very good car to drive, unfortunately, which is a shame. And again, this is easily the quickest of the Elises. I mean, the Sport 190 was almost exactly 0.2 off of this. Standard Elise 0.3 down on this, and then the other ones are sort of well down there. So yeah, just not a good car, really. It does have to be said. A 31.263 will place this into 417th place. Goes in between the Nissan Silvia Qs and a naturally aspirated Supra. It is quicker than Toyota Stora, Toyota Supra, Celica GT4 ST165, which again sounds great. I mean, it's quicker than an RX-7 Touring X, but it's slower than a Mercedes A-Class, which puts it more into perspective of how bad this is. It's slower than a Dodge Stratus Vauxhall Vectra. It actually isn't that much slower than DB7 Volante, but shut up. It's just not a good car to drive, really. If I'm being honest, it's not that great, as most Elises are, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it works. At least the Esprits were pretty good, and the Europa was good, and the Elise GT1 was good as well. So basically, as long as you don't buy an Elise, you'll have a good Lotus time in this game. The 1998 Nissan R390 GT1 LM Edition. This is one of two R390 GT1 LM editions in the game. There is the 98 and of course the 97, which is the short tail. One of these cars would go on to Gran Turismo infamy and would go on into the next few games, and the other one would only be in GT2 and nowhere else. And unfortunately, that car was the short tail. Which I prefer the short tail. I think it looks a little bit weirder, which in my mind means better, and I think the livery is better than this sort of weird blue, purple, lots of stuff going on, but nothing's really cohesive livery. That being said, this livery did look better in GT3 onwards, and this car would become an icon from GT3 onwards. I think it's not in GT7, I could be wrong, but in all the other mainline Gran Turismo games. This is the car that would have finished third at Le Mans in 1998. An absolutely chaotic race that was eventually won by the Porsche 911 GT1, which was a car that absolutely had no business winning on that day, but it did. And that's how the history books will remember it, and that's why that car's iconic, and that's why this car is also iconic. This would also be replaced by the R391 in 1999, which actually wasn't that bad of a vehicle either, although it's one that you don't really hear a lot about. In terms of R-Track, the R390s have been monstrously quick. The GT LM Edition 97 is actually the quickest, or the third quickest two-wheel drive car we've ever had go around the track. It sits in 16th place. So this one's got big boots to fill. It should be able to do it. Let's go ahead and get it on the track. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 673 horsepower, 1,180 kilograms of weight. The good thing with R390s is they drive absolutely beautifully, as you're going to see in a second. Anyways, to find out how the R390 GT1 LM Edition gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track and runs at the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. However, in terms of where this is going to go, as mentioned, 16th is the R390 GT1 LM Edition 97. It's also worth mentioning the quickest two-wheel drive car we've ever had is, unbelievably, the Jaguar XJ220. That car set a time of a 27.690. So there is a possibility this could go quicker than that, but we will see. The beauty of the R390 is in the way these things drive. They drive absolutely perfectly. The rear tyres are monstrously big. Okay. That's, wow. Okay. Well, it's quicker than the XJ220. I mean, Jesus. That's a very, very quick car, as it turns out. Yeah, okay. There is a way to sort of throw this off, and I feel like that sort of might be what we see in the next few... Ooh, okay, right, we're gonna go for a little bit of a restart on that lap, because otherwise we're just gonna knacker that up. Very quick in reverse. Nice to drive in reverse as well. So the R390s really benefit from big rear tyres, lots of grip. The mechanical grip in these is really good, but the absolute sort of coup de grace with these cars is just how nice they are on the grass. That's where you really make up the time in this. In a lot of race cars, they can get bounced around furiously. Well, as this one, to be honest with you, driving on the grass, as long as you don't sort of make any sudden turns, it really doesn't seem to bother it that much. Like the actual platform of the car, you can see it when we do it. Like, it doesn't really shake or rattle around a lot. It just sort of gets on with it, does it, and shrugs it off, which is what a lot of the great cars around this track can do. You know, some of the sort of cars that you wouldn't expect to be quick do have that. The likes of the Camaros, for example, are very good at being able to just sort of deal with being on the grass and not caring whatsoever. So yeah, it is just trying to get that I got that sector 1 absolutely nailed on that first lap. That's the problem. So you've just seen a bunch of laps where I do worse than my first lap, which can happen sometimes, but yeah, honestly, it's just when you try and push this is when it gets angry, which we see again from a lot of the great quick cars around this track. You don't want to rush sometimes, you know, the cars just do their own thing and drive well, and that's what this has done. Just come here, do one lap, absolutely decimate, and clock off for dinner. And that's what this did. Could have gone a little bit quicker, apparently. I don't know how much quicker. To be honest with you, it sort of ended up in a bit of a no man's land, so I don't think there would have been much benefit from this going all that much quicker, but yeah, fantastic car, fantastic time. A 27.432, and we'll place this into 7th. Goes in between the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 97 and the Toyota Celica Rally car. That Celica Rally car, at one point, was the quickest car we ever had. It comfortably beats the XJ220 to become the quickest two-wheel drive car we've ever had. And yeah, ultimately I don't think it's 0.4 second quicker than the 97 LM Edition. I think if I really got locked in on a lap time with that car, I could probably do a 27.6, but I do think this is quicker than that because it's the long tail, which means more downforce. So there you go. I would imagine that will be the quickest two-wheel drive car we ever have, the 1999 Toyota GT1. An iconic car, this, for all the wrong reasons, really. The GT1 was a hugely quick car, a car that absolutely should have won Le Mans, and didn't because it got very unlucky. I think in 1999, I want to say it was 2 tyre blowouts and a gearbox failure that sort of resigned this car to not doing particularly well, but I could be wrong there. I could be mixing up the 98 and the 99s. Either way, this car did have the speed to win, but never did. That being said, though, this car is an absolute icon to Gran Turismo, especially, I think, to GT2. When I think Gran Turismo 2, this would be one of the very first cars I think about. And also, just in terms of, you know, Gran Turismo history, this car is obviously iconic. To me, when you say Le Mans racer, I think Toyota GT1. This is a car that you could just tell is built to just do 300 kilometers an hour everywhere, all the time, and that's all it's built to do. It is an incredible looking thing, and obviously they even made the road car, which is even more mental. An interesting 99 Toyota GT1 fact, obviously the 98, which we've already ran years and years ago at this point, that had this sort of splodgy livery on it, whereas this one has the sort of more traditional red and white. Interestingly enough, though, SO wasn't the title sponsor of this car. They were the fuel supply, they were a major sponsor, but they weren't the title. The title sponsor of this car was actually Marlboro cigarettes. However, because of advertising laws in France, they couldn't run the Marlboro logos on it, and this was the only time the GT1 was sponsored by Marlboro. In fact, I think the GT1 only ever made outings at Le Mans, but I could be wrong there. So, yeah, there you go. An interesting fact. That's why it's got the chevrons on it, in case you've ever wondered. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 682 horsepower, 900 kilos. It is statistically superior to the R390 we drove last time out. However, if the road car was anything to go by, and what I remember of the race car was anything to go by, this doesn't handle quite as well as the R390, so it is going to struggle a little bit more. To find out how the Toyota GT1 gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Toyota GT1 is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the Toyota GT1 road car, which is the more recent one to go around, set a time of a 28.0. I've not mentioned the 98 race car because the 98 race car ran, again, I think it was about episode 25, and this is episode 591. So that set a time of 28.8, and it's obviously very not representative of what this car will run today. So that's why I'm not really bringing that car up. Now, I should also mention the R390 we had last time set a time of a 27.4. Judging by the way this drives, it is not going to be beating that because it isn't as good for this track. Now, on a normal racetrack, I think the GT1 probably would be quicker than the R390. It is more powerful, it is lighter, it would be my preference, but yeah, around here, the R390 has more mechanical grip, which this car does not have. And also, again, it sort of gets bounced around a lot more over the bumps. Ow. This is a car that is designed to do 300 kilometers an hour around every corner, not like 70 kilometers an hour, which is what it's having to do around most of these corners. So, yeah, ultimately, I don't foresee this going quicker, and sort of judging by performance now, might not even be as quick as the road car. That being said, I'm almost certain the road car and this are one and the same, pretty much. The road car just has turbo upgrades, which means it's even more powerful, which I guess at this point would be a benefit. I think in terms of like overall straight line speed, that car was one of the quickest we've ever had. So yeah, there is a reason why your faith might go more towards that car. Oop. A little bit on the grass there, but it's fine. It's just trying to figure out when you can straight line it and when you can't. When it's going to give you trouble and when it isn't. .995. We just about got the 27 out of it. I'm happy with that. Wow. It's a really difficult car to drive, this one. It's a pleasure, it's an honour. I love driving, you know, icons like this, but my god, that was a scary, scary lap time. There is probably more time to bring out of this. There is probably a 0.2 in there, but yeah, it obviously wasn't going to happen. Yeah, the quickest lap has none of the quickest sectors in it. I can't say I'm even that shocked, to be perfectly honest. I think that, you know, that sort of suggests as 0.1. I think there might even be 0.2 if you really got this, like, absolutely pixel perfect. But, yeah, that it would be a challenge to get this pixel perfect, I'll tell you that right now. That is not fun. Exciting, exhilarating, but very stressful. A 27.995 will place this into 23rd place. Goes in between an Evo 6 GSR and a Dodge Viper. Now, admittedly, that doesn't sound all that good, but the Evo 6 is a stupidly quick car, and the STP Titan Viper is the best race car I've ever driven in this game. It is very marginally quicker than the GT1 road car. It is quicker than the LM Edition M12, the Ford GT40 race car as well. Quicker than the Castrol Mugen NSX GT500 car as well. So it's actually a quick car. I mean, it's quicker than the Team Reka. The only race car it's really slower than is, well, the R390 GT1 and then the rally cars, and also the FTO GT300 car, but let's not talk about that. It is still, despite saying that time, it is still the, just trying to work this out, 1, 2, 3, 5th, 6th quickest two-wheel drive car we've ever had. So it's a very quick car, don't get me wrong. But it's not quite a R390. But still, legendary car. A lot of fun to drive. I'm happy I don't have to drive it again. The 1991 Lancia Delta HF Integrale race car. This is one of the arcade mode rally cars that have been added to the main game with GT2+. And for those of you who don't know how these cars work, they are identical to their standard road car equivalents, in this case the Delta HF Integrale Evoluzione. So this is identical to that car, but it already has the race mod and a couple of upgrades pre-installed, and when you fully max it out, it is equivalent to the race car, or equivalent to the road car, apart from this can't have stage 3 rate reduction. So this is essentially a Delta HF Integrale Evo with the racing modification. The Lancia Delta, of course, was, at one point, the most successful rally car of all time. I don't think it is anymore. I think it's the Citroen C4 and maybe even one of the more modern cars have eclipsed it since then. But this is, of course, an icon of rallying, and there's even a special model version of this in the game, or a special model Lancia Delta rally car, the S4 rally car, which is the Group B one, and that car was absolute dog water. It was terrible. So I'm hoping this arcade mode one will put it to shame. Judging by how quick the Evo was, and also the more recent Collezione, this should be in with a pretty good chance of being quite quick. Four-wheel drive, 407 horsepower, 1,148 kilos. Of course, we've got that massive Lancia wing as well, which does look very cool. The Lancia Delta HF Integrale rally car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Lancia Delta HF rally car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, to beat the horrible Delta S4 rally car, it needs to set a 29.6. The Evo set a time of a 29.5, obviously that didn't run race mode when it came round. And the Collezione set like a 28.995. Admittedly, I think that one had way more power than this one does, and that car was a bit of a freak of nature, so I don't suspect this is going to get that quick. I suspect this is probably going to be like a 29.4, 29.3 car, but I guess we'll see. First impressions are pretty good. It is quite understeery. It is also very small, 29.364. Well, that's pretty much where I said it was going to go, so I'll take that. Yeah, it is quite small. That's the one thing I'm sort of getting used to after driving those big R390s and the GT1. This feels like a very compact car, which is quite nice to come back to. It does have to be said. 29.364. That puts it within touching distance of the Evo 3 rally car, so could do with beating the Evo 3, but we'll see. It is, yeah, a little bit on the understeery side. I remember this with the Delta Evo as well. It just unfortunately doesn't quite have the snappier handling that the Evos have, and even the Pretzers, to be honest with you, are a little bit nicer handling than this, but it's still good. I mean, it's still a four-wheel drive hot hatchback, which means automatically it is quite a quick car around this track. 29.134. Yeah. It's just about driving it right. I mean, the good advantage with a car like this is there's actually pushing it doesn't really hurt it all that much, because the only thing you're really going to stumble into is understeer. For the most part, this car drives very well, so... And also, that's before I even mentioned the party piece of the Delta, which is, of course, the fact that it looks absolutely exquisite, one of the best-looking hatchbacks of all time, let's be honest. Yes, I know it's just a square, but my god, what a square it is. And besides, that's what the original Golf was, and I think this looks way better than an original Golf. Went a little bit too wide into there. I think this sort of last sector, to be honest with you, there's a little bit of time to catch up on in there. I was just sort of trying to get it over the line. But I mean, all those laps are pretty consistent. It's a good driving car. There's not really much more to say about it. It drives nice, it looks good, and it's an easy car to pilot as well, which you can't say about a lot of cars, but about this one, you definitely can. So, also, this is our last Lancia, so I'm pleased we've sent out the Lancias with a pretty good time. That is... wow, okay. Sector 3, I don't know what happened on that 5th lap, but that was monstrously quick, apparently. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of time in this. I don't know if you'd be beating the Collezione. I think there's 0.1 in there, maybe. But I wouldn't go as far as to say it's like monster, like there's loads of time to unlock out this and I'm just can't drive. Judging by that Sector 3 as well, that was a bit of a freak of nature, because that is easily the quickest Sector 3 we did. So I don't know what I did differently on that lap. But apparently it was monstrously quick. Either way, I'll take my 29.134. A 29.134 will place this into 113th, goes in between the Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec R33 and the Roof BR2. It is quicker than a WRX sedan, which is interesting to note. It's also quicker than Toyota Celica GT4 and the WRX STI sedan version 4, quicker than WRX Wagon, quicker than a Roof BTR2, quicker than a Mitsubishi Galant VR4. Obviously about 0.4 up the road from the Evo. The race mod probably helps it out quite a bit with the understeer. It still feels like a very understeered car, but the Evo did as well. I mean, stuff's slower. It's slower than a bunch of like STIs and Legacies and stuff like that. But again, this is a 1991 car, so I wouldn't really expect it to be quicker than those. It is quicker than the Evo 3 rally car, and about 0.3 down on the Evo 4 rally car, which, yeah, makes sense to me. The 1998 Citroen Xantia 3-litre V6 exclusive. This is our final Citroen to take a look at, and I've left the most Citroen to last because this is a weird Citroen. This is the one with the hydro pneumatic suspension. I love a Xantia. To be honest with you, if I was going to own a classic Citroen and a proper Citroen, I would want a Xantia. The XM's a little bit too complicated. A DS is nice, but they're far too old. I think this is the one that I would go with because it was still sort of like like you can still drive these as a normal car, unlike something like a CX, which was pretty underpowered in its earlier years. This has, you know, the V6, and I think even the 4 cylinders in this weren't too bad, but it has the weird suspension. It has the sort of weird Citroen Bertone styling to it, which I really like. It's very squared off and wedgy, which is really cool to see on a 90s saloon. It is an awesome vehicle, this. I am a little bit confused as to how this is going to perform, because your other Retmobiles, your Lagunas, your 406s, your Mondeos, they aren't really like the Xantia. The Xantia has its weird suspension and it's very heavy, and it's also quite powerful, so I genuinely have no idea where this is going to go or how it's going to drive. I imagine not very well. I'm hoping it does well, because again, big fan, but I'm not too sure. I guess we will find out. Front-engined, front-wheel drive, 361 horsepower, 1,331 kilos. I do wonder how much of that is directly over the front wheels. Big V6 engine, big suspension. So, yeah, this could be interesting. Anyways, to find out how the Citroen Xantia gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Xantia is unlikely to be that. Again, I'm not really sure on this. Does this more compare to American saloons, like the Ford Taurus 31.9, Dodge Stratus? I suppose they were sort of big, powerful front-wheel drive. Okay. It's not like those because it's already gone 1.2 seconds quicker than a Taurus. That being said, it is a bit American to drive. This does have fully upgraded suspension, so obviously it's not sort of rolling around as it would probably normally. I don't think I've ever driven a fully upgraded Xantia in this game, to be honest. I must have driven the road car at some point because I'm a big fan of it, but I can't quite recall, to be honest, how this A handles stock and B handles around a normal track. But it's definitely American feeling. It's very bargy on the front end, is the way I would describe it. It's one of those cars where it doesn't actually handle all that well, but because it just makes immense amount of power. And this is quite surprising as well. From a car with NA tuning, this is pretty darn fast. Usually with NA tuning, there's a lot of issues in terms of getting the power down and actually extracting it from the car. In this though, it's almost like a turbo engine where it's constantly sort of ready to go. You know, there's no dead zone in the powertrain, which is quite remarkable, really. It is a pretty decent car, this. I was going to mention like the 406 and the Laguna. It's quicker than the 406 and the Laguna, which again is quite shocking. I can't imagine that would be true around most racetracks, to be honest. I would probably rather have a 406 or a Laguna in terms of how they drive, but this is pretty remarkable. That being said, that first lap was easily my best lap, so I'm hoping I can get a good final lap in with this, because this could definitely go a lot quicker than it has been going. It's just trying to tame the beast on this one, tame the handling, which is a bit of a problem, but we managed to get through there pretty well. For a brick, it flies pretty good, which is good. There we go, a little bit on the grass, but it wasn't too bad. Final sector, fire it into there. Wow. Wow. An almost under 30 time from the Xantia. And it could have done it, because that final sector I was a little bit conservative on it. My god, that is a quick car. Why is the best Retmobile in GT2 is the Citroen Xantia, and I don't know why. Why? What? Why? Maybe it was. Okay, I thought that was a really slow final sector. Couldn't say it was quick. I don't know. I don't know. I legitimately cannot explain that at all. I'm not upset because, again, big Xantia fan. I wouldn't put the Xantia as being the quickest front-wheel drive Retmobile saloon. I mean, the only saloon cars that are quicker than this is, I think it's the Alpha 156 V6. Other than that, I mean, obviously you've got four-wheel drives, your Imprezas, Evos, Legacies, all that sort of nonsense, but in terms of two-wheel drive stuff, there really isn't much at all that competes with this. That's shocking. Wow. A 30.010 will place this into an unbelievable 207th place. It goes in between the Toyota Sleeker GT4 and the TVR Chimera. It is quicker than a Golf GTI 1.8 Turbo. It's actually not that far off the Golf Rally car, which is the race-modded version of that. Quicker than the Subaru Legacy Touring Sport, Griffith Blackpool. In terms of cars like this, I mean, it's a second quicker than the Peugeot... Oh, second quicker. 0.1 quicker than the 406 V6 Coupe. About that to the Vauxhall Astra, which was an insanely quick front-wheel drive car as well. Ford Cougar, it's quicker than the Civic EK. That's unbelievable. I can't believe that was as quick as it was. This track, for some reason, as of late, has been really good to the land barges. You know, the AMG Mercedes, the Lexus that we saw go around, or the Aristo even. They've all been really quick. And I suppose it just goes to show you, it doesn't matter how bad a car actually handles and drives. If you can extract the lap time out of it, then you've won. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely fantastic. The 1998 Mitsubishi Legnum Super VR4. Super VR4, what a name for a vehicle. What does this get you over the standard VR4? I'm not actually too sure. I don't think it's extra power. It's more you get this sort of mad body kit, which you can sort of see with the race mod. The bits coloured red are sort of the additions over the standard VR4. I'd imagine you get different sort of suspension setups and all the rest of it as well. But I'm not too sure what else you get over the standard VR4. The actual statistics of this are relatively similar to the standard car. This one does make more power for inexplicable reasons, but that's the way it often goes with the best version of the car from the used dealer. Even if it doesn't have any mechanical upgrades on the surface, will make that a little bit extra power. In terms of race mod, this is the same that you find on all Legnums. I believe even the 97s have this race mod as well, which I'm not a huge fan of. I'll be honest, mainly the wheels. The wheels are terrible. But I would have liked to see a bit more variety. The Gallants are a little bit different. They sort of have different race mods, but this one doesn't really. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 441 horsepower, 1,341 kilos. You might expect this to be a very quick car, but the truth of the matter is, Legnums aren't all that impressive because... 5-speed, okay, so 5-speed auto, I think, in this. Anyways, to find out how quick the Legnum Super VR4 actually is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version that cast at the time of the 25.696, and this one is unlikely to beat that. Now, quickest Legnum was the VR4 Type S. Again, don't ask me what a Type S gets you over a standard Legnum. That's at a time of a 30.212. Legnums are not all that fast. They are, to be honest with you, better than Stages, because Stages are very not nice to drive. They handle better than Stages. In terms of Stages versus this, I think that some of the Stages might be quicker just because they can get sort of over 600 horsepower. If you are going to go for a sort of land barge Japanese state car, you are better off going towards the Subaru Legacies, which are that little bit nicer to drive than this is. That being said, 30.119 certainly isn't a bad lap time, and judging by how much I've managed to make up despite completely bollocksing up that lap, yeah, this could go a bit quicker, which would be nice. Galants are also much quicker than their Legnum counterparts. I want to say the Galants are usually, well, they're more powerful often. They weigh less for obvious reasons. I want to say the gearboxes in them, I don't think they're lumbered with automatics. I could be wrong. Again, this being a 5-speed auto is a little bit better. I assume it's a 5-speed auto. Did they do manual Legnums? I don't even think we got them export market as Legnums. I want to say it was just the Galant, because the Galant didn't sell well enough as it was. So I never thought we got the Legnum station wagons. This definitely could go a little bit quicker. It hasn't had a perfect lap time, it does have to be said. This entire way around. It is going to be an under 30 club though, which is good to see from a Legnum. I'm actually quite happy. For all I'm saying about how sort of not great the Legnums are to drive, I hope these do well. I actually quite like the Legnum as a vehicle. I like the Galant as well. The Galants were quite good looking. Obviously in later years Galants got very ugly, but in the 90s they were cool looking, wedgy. And 29.526. Yeah, good. To be honest with you, I think there might even be a very slight amount of time in there because we sort of brushed against the tyre barrier on that final lap. But then again, I mean, would it be worth the sort? The only way you would have avoided the tyre barrier is to scrub a little bit more speed off through the corner cut, and I think you would have scrubbed a bit too much speed off doing that. So, yeah. Yeah, Sector 3, very slightly worse on that lap, but we got the most out of it, which I'm happy. I don't think there's much more that can be gained out of that, but it is a nice driving car. Easily the best driving Legnum of all of them. I'll have to look up sort of what the Super VR4 gives you, because I'd imagine, judging by that, it's sort of handling tweaks. Yeah, good car though, good car. 29.526 will place this into 148th place. It is, interestingly enough, fractionally slower than the Nissan Stagia 260 RS, and that has 150 more horsepower on this, which is the only reason it's quicker, because that was a dreadful car to drive. This is quicker than Subaru Impreza WRX Sedan 97, Alista Storm, Nissan Pulsar GTI-R. It's quicker than the fastest Galant we've had, so the Galant Super VR4 is definitely going to have something to answer for. We haven't had that go around the track yet. Yeah, to be honest with you, that was a really nice driving car. It is worth pointing out, even the 96, 97 Legacies are about 0.2 up the road from this. So I do stand by what I say. You do want a legacy, ideally, if you are looking for a Japanese wagon. But then again, I mean, this is miles clear of the likes of the Accords and the Primeras and stuff like that. So, yeah, good time, good car, can't complain. The 1998 Mitsubishi Galant Super VR4. So yesterday, we had the Legnum Super VR4, and I figured for old time's sakes, we will combine the two for the final time ever. Now, yesterday I was asking what the Super VR4 actually added to the Legnum, and I wasn't really sure. I have done a quick Wikipedia search on this, and as it turns out, the Super VR4 is literally nothing more than a trim package for the standard Galant and the Legnum. It's based off the Type S. You get the body kit and some trinkets inside, and that's what Super VR4 is. However, in typical Gran Turismo 2 logic, just because the VR4 and the Super VR4 are virtually identical, when fully upgraded, the Super VR4 has the edge. Compared to the 99 Galant VR4, this has an extra 30 horsepower and weighs about an extra 50 kilos, so it should be pretty close between the two. As you can see, the Super VR4, obviously, I couldn't run it without race mode because technically it's the quickest Galant. However, or the most powerful even. However, you can see where the body kit would go because it's painted yellow, because the Galants have ridiculous racing mods. All of them do. Super VR4, the 96 Galants as well have some truly baffling colour schemes. The 99s are okay, but these cars have very ugly race mods, which I do find quite endearing. I really like the way the Galant looks, so to see it in ridiculous colour schemes is a little bit weird, but that's what they went with, so there you go. I suppose there isn't, from this generation at least, there's not much you can do with racing Galants, because they didn't really race them by this point. Obviously, the earlier VR4 Galants were used for WRC, but these ones were not. Four-wheel drive, 476 horsepower, 1,297 kilos. It is also worth mentioning that that does mean that the Legnum from yesterday is actually down 30 horsepower on the Galant, which is weird, because in the case of the Legacies at least, the Legacy B4 RSX Saloon is actually down on power compared to the wagon, and that's how they balanced it out. But in this case, nope, you absolutely want the Galant over the Legacy. Anyways, to find out how quick the Galant Super VR4 is, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version, that car set a time of a 25.696. The Galant Super VR4 is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the quickest Galant we had set a 29.3, exactly 29.300, so that is the ballpark of what we're aiming at with the Super VR4 Galant. Again, should be close between the two. I can't say more power is really something the Galant needed. 29.358 on its first flyer, so it is definitely going to be close, unless there is a lot of lap times to be pulled out of this, which I guess we'll find out as we go around in our slightly Ronald McDonald looking Galant. Yeah, the Super VR4, I quite like it. I think it looks absolutely ridiculous with the whole sort of aero trim package on it. I don't know, it's one of those weird things where I love it in current day. If I was, you know, a respectable Japanese family man in the 90s, I don't know if I would have personally optioned it on my Galant or Legnum, but, you know, praise be to the people who were mad enough to do such a thing. Mind you, I suppose that sort of body kit was all the rage in Japan in the 90s. I can't believe we got away with that. But we did, so we'll take it. It is a very consistent vehicle, if nothing else. It's actually making this a little bit difficult to trim lap time out of it because it is so metronomic. .285, so very slightly quicker. Hit the tyre wall there, which is to be fair, not much of a time issue. Yeah, you're definitely quicker to take all of that out of that final bit. I think the splits on this are going to be interesting to read, but it is just about quicker than the standard VR4. Again, I can't say I'm that surprised. Power wasn't really what the Galant needed. It being lighter probably would have helped this a bit more. One thing I forgot to mention as well yesterday. This car was available with a 5-speed manual or a 5-speed automatic that was, I guess, developed or inspired by Porsche. So, yeah, okay, looking at that. 7. So, I mean, we definitely did make up the most time on that other lap with that insane corner cut. If we had pulled that lap together, would have been very slightly quicker, but Sector 2 on that lap was a lot quicker. I think if you went round and round and round and round and round, you could probably get a lower 29.2 out of it, but I really don't think there is that much time in it, to be perfectly honest. Between this and the standard VR4, I don't know. I don't know if this is really worth the extra... Around most racetracks, you will probably feel an extra 30 horsepower over an additional 50 kilos, but... I mean, judging by this, you know, there really isn't that much more incentive to pay the little bit extra to get into the Super VR4. Anyways, a 29.285 will place this into 125th place, goes in between the Roof BTR2 and the Toyota MR2 Momo Course Apex. It is, again, fractionally quicker than the Galant VR4, but not by much. Quicker than TVR Tuscan, quicker than an Audi S3, so sort of comparable. It is quicker than the Legacy Touring Wagon and the Evo 4 GSR, but that's the base Evo 4 GSR. The rally car's about 0.5 up on that. So, yeah, quicker than the Legacy Touring Sedan RS. Obviously, we haven't had the Legacy B4 Saloon take on the course, but the 97 Legacy Wagon and the 98 Legacy Wagon are about 0.2, 0.3 up on this. So, realistically, you should go with the Legacies over the Galants, but they are still quite cool, and again, it's not really that much difference, to be perfectly honest. The 1999 Subaru Impreza Coupe WRX-R STI version 6. This is the final Impreza Coupe to run, and the second to the last Impreza. In case you're wondering why this isn't the last Impreza, it's because the Type RA sedan is actually 25 kilos lighter than this one, for some reason. So in terms of power to weight ratio, this one has pulled the short straw. This one is using the racing modification. Of course, as I've discussed before, 97 to 99 Imprezas all have the same race mod. It's the choice between this one or the Falcon livery. The version 5 ran the Falcon livery, so this one runs this race mod. 22B has its own unique race mod as well. It is worth mentioning. The most interesting thing to note about this car on the surface is Subaru shortened the name. Apparently they decided Type R STI version was too long, so this one just got truncated down to WRX-R. There you go. There's not a lot to discuss. We've had 26 Imprezas. If you want to find my thoughts on Imprezas, and I like them very much, you can go look at those videos. 4-wheel drive, 497 horsepower, 1,076 kilos. That means this is very slightly better than all the other Imprezas we've had. All 26 of the other ones, apart from the 22B. And the race cars, because that's included in that number as well. To find out how quick the Impreza Coupe WRX-R STI version 6 is, it is going to get 6 laps off the Motorsports Land tracking on the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. This car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of what this is targeting, the Impreza Coupe Type R STI version 5 set a time of a 28.293. So exactly a second quicker than that was. So yeah, that's the target time for this one. The 22B set a time of 27.8. I don't think any Imprezas are going to come close to that, because that is the only Impreza that can eclipse 500 horsepower, and obviously it has other such 22B related improvements that the other cars will not have. So that is that. 28.323 on its first run, which isn't bad. There's definitely a little bit more that can come out of this, and hopefully will come out of this. I've driven enough of these, so hopefully this shouldn't be too difficult. It shouldn't be a 22B moment, if anyone remembers that far back. If you're ever going to make a compilation of best Hot Lap Classic laps, that one, okay! 27.984, the first Impreza since the 22B to stumble into the under 30 club. That is quite shocking, actually. I was not expecting that. That lap was pretty bob on, to be fair. I think I could be a little bit quicker through this final sector. If I could get one of those lucky slides that sometimes happens. In case you're curious on those when they do happen, it is pure chance. It's not anything I'm doing personally, other than maybe going onto the grass. If you ever see those slides, which are really cool, I can't replicate that. It's not me like pulling a handbrake or anything like that, because I don't think I've ever pulled the handbrake around this course ever, other than like when we've crossed the line in a front wheel drive car, because I think it's funny to drive it around like it's on McDonald's trays. Could have been down a gear actually through that sector there, but what are you going to do? Yeah, I am thoroughly impressed that we've actually got an Impreza under 28 seconds. That isn't the 22B. Yeah, good job. I was expecting like 28.1. I wasn't quite expecting to go that far into it, but we will take it. That means the Type RA has quite a lot to live up to in order to prove why it was the last Impreza, I guess, when that comes around. Which, judging, wow. wow, I was really on it that lap. Jesus. Yeah, obviously that won't be long to wait, because we are very much dwindling down the list of cars. I think we're just over 40 left, actually. A 27.984 will place this into 23rd. Goes in between the Evo 6 GSR, which does fail to beat, but it did get very close, and the Toyota GT1 race car. It is interesting to mention, it beats the Evo 5 rally car. Obviously beats like GT40, RS200, stuff like that. It is only the second Impreza to beat the Mainz Lancer Evo 5, other than the 22B. Beats the Cusco Impreza, so it is legitimately the second quickest Impreza we've had. 22B being about 0.2 away from it, still makes sense to me. Still not as quick as like the Evo 5 RS, because obviously the 22B couldn't beat that, so this one can't either. But yeah, a phenomenal effort from this car. I mean, in terms of sort of normal road cars that are quicker than this, it's literally the Evos and some of the Roofs and the XJ220, and that's it. And even then, the XJ220 is sort of more sort of race car in this game than anything else, and the R390s don't count because, again, they're basically race cars. Yeah, top job from the Impreza, the 1998 Jaguar XJR. This is also known as the XJR vehicle in the base game for some reason. This should be a fun one. Big saloons have done quite well around here recently. The C55 AMG, E55 AMG, the Lexus GS400, the Toyota Risto V300. So I'm hoping this one can sneak its way into the camp, because I'd really like this to do well because it's a Jag. This is a car that's so British, it quotes that one German Faulty Towers joke every single place it goes, and when it goes for its annual holiday in Marbella, it eats at nothing but British pubs. That is how British the XJR is. It's so British, it was built by Ford at this point, I believe. Anyways, ignoring all of that, the XJR does have a few caveats that do need mentioning. For one, the base car of this, the XJ Sport, wasn't very quick. Now, that being said, neither was the base model of the Aristo, and that turned out alright, so who knows. Admittedly, though, the XJ Sport 3.2 isn't actually as bad a car as that base Aristo. If anything, the Sport might even be worth buying over the XJR in some cases, so maybe that's not the shining star this car needs, but This does have a great big V8 in it, a 4-litre supercharged V8 I think was used in these XJRs. Admittedly, it doesn't have the supercharger anymore. Weirdly, this is turbocharged, which is a bit strange, but that's the route they went with it. But it should still be alright, you know, lots of weight, heavy, lazy gearbox, which will let the engine spin up without spinning the tyres. It should be, in theory, again, it's very similar to the likes of the C55 and the Aristo V300. So, maybe? The XKR did quite well around here as well. This is our final Jaguar to run around the course, so that is something worth mentioning. And of course, it is the most Jaguar of all of them, because it had to be. Front engine rear wheel drive, 559 horsepower, 1,579 kilos. If you think that sounds heavy, it is actually... I've selected the wrong track. As I was saying, if you think that's heavy, this car is actually 300 kilos lighter than the BMW 740i, which was also a very bad vehicle, actually, come to think of it. Anyways, to find out how the XJR gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsport Land at track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The XJR is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, the only thing I've really got to go off is the base XJ Sport, which set a 32.0, which this car has already achieved, so it is technically performing above expectations, although, again, that depends on where you set those expectations. If those expectations were set on the base XJ, then you've come quids in. If they were set on, again, some of the other V8 saloons and big powerful turbo saloons we've had recently, maybe not so much. Straight away, this has, well, it's heavy. That is the one big thing that is being noticed at the moment. It doesn't help if I drive into a wall, obviously, in which case the mass is even larger. But no, it does drive heavy. It also isn't quite the supreme handling machine that the likes of the C55, that was weird, C55 and the Aristo were. It does keep its power in check somewhat, but it's very British, if I say so, where it's sort of, it doesn't really like the grass, and you're never quite sure when it's going to just pull out a dagger and stab you, because it's British. Much like the reliability. I really wanted an XJ at one point. I actually very nearly bought one. I didn't go to see it in the end. Probably good thing I didn't. Definitely doesn't like cutting the grass. We'll bear that in mind. Yeah, there was not this XJ, a later XJ, a 3-litre Sport for sale. And I was particularly attracted to it because, for some reason, these were ridiculously cheap to insure. This was years ago, so obviously prices may vary now, but when I was like 20, I think, it was 40 quid a month cheaper to insure a 3-litre V6 XJ than my 2.4 litre Accord was. So 40 quid a month cheaper. So that sort of made me think, maybe I should become a Jag man. And it didn't happen, namely because I found out that that generation of XJ, they decided it'd be a really good idea to put steel bolts in an aluminium frame. Which, if you don't know what that does, aluminium doesn't rust. Or it isn't supposed to, anyway. And so that kind of killed the XJ dream before it happened. But some days, I do think about it. Probably would have been bankrupt by now, but I think about it. To be fair, actually, that's supposed to be a relatively reliable powertrain. It also turns out the car was 5 meters long, which didn't help. Although, I suppose I could have bought an S-Type, but who bought an S-Type, really? Let's be honest. Anyways, that actually wasn't that bad. I don't think in terms of pace there's much more in that. It isn't obviously anywhere near the likes of the C55 and the Aristo. It actually isn't that far off of the E55 AMG, though. That was a 30.499. So it's not too far from that. It's only about 0.2, which, considering it's this, I'm going to take that as a win. A 30.637 will place this into 312th, goes in between the Spoon Civic Type R and the Ford Mustang GT. How ironic. It is quicker than a TVR Griffith 500, a Renault Laguna, a V5 Golf, Dodge Intrepid. We all have to start somewhere, I guess. It is quicker than a Peugeot 406, Mercedes-Benz CLK 320 Sport. Sort of similar, quicker than a Corvette Gran Sport, Primera, Mondeo. Again, get your jokes out of the way now. It's only fractionally slower than an E36 Coupe, which actually isn't half bad as far as I'm concerned. I would say that was a tally good time for the XJR and a decent way to send out Jaguar. That kind of has two meanings at the moment, doesn't it? Ah, well, the 1998 TRD Chaser Sports X30. This is a surprisingly long-serving car in Gran Turismo. I think this served all the way from GT2 up to GT6. I even think it was in GT3, the only Chaser to actually continue on from this game onwards into 3, 4, 5 and 6. I have to assume the reason it did is because someone from Polyphony must have owned one, so they were easy to scan it, I guess. It seems like a weird decision. I know the Chaser is relatively well known in Japan, but for not the Toyota version of it, but a TRD version of it to be the poster child's a little bit strange. I'm sure some Japanese nut is going to explain to me why the TRD Chaser Sports X30 is actually the most legendary pre-tuned car in all of Japan. But yeah, I'm not really sure on the surface. I've got to admit, I'm not a big Chaser person. It sort of falls into the category of me of 90s dull-looking Japanese car that was famous because engine and drifting, and now it's sort of become well-known. It's a okay-looking car, it's just a little bit boring. I would rather have a Lexus LS or any of the other sorts, really, Lexus GS over this, but I mean, if you like it, you like it, I guess. Admittedly, this version with this race mod is very cool. This race mod is based on a Super Silhouette concept car that Toyota presented around 1999. Essentially, they were going to kickstart Silhouette racing again. It never took off, and I think this is the only concept car that came of it. But it is a wild-looking thing with this huge body kit, big wing. If anything, I think it looks far cooler than the Chaser LM Edition. Now, speaking of Chasers, they haven't done particularly well around here. The quickest non-LM edition Chaser currently sits in 452nd place. So, yeah, we'll see how this does. Admittedly, this is sort of taking big power saloon car, does quite well to its absolute pinnacle, because this makes an awful lot of power. It doesn't really weigh that much. I'm a little bit terrified of how this is going to drive, given Supras and stuff do not drive well. Nor did the original Chasers, to be perfectly honest, but we'll see how this does. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 687 horsepower, 1,255 kilos. One of the very few cars in this game that even gets close to 700 horsepower. So, yeah, this might be dangerous. I guess we'll find out. Hopefully the big body kit will have given it massive tyres, but it won't have. Anyways, to find out how the TRD Chaser Sports X30 gets along, it is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car's at a time of a 25.696, and this car unlikely to beat that. I did speak about the Chaser Tourer V. That's at a time of a 31.469, which this has already beaten, and actually quite convincingly, because this isn't the worst driving thing ever, as it turns out. Okay, I may have misjudged this vehicle. It does have quite short gearing, which, to be honest with you, I'd rather have longer gearing with a big turbo engine like this. But it actually seems to control the power reasonably well. I tell you what, actually, this is alright so far. 30.307. It is 0.1 quicker than a Supra, as in the quickest Supra we've had. So I guess Supra versus Chaser, Chaser wins. There you go. I did not think I was going to be saying that today. Wow, that was quite convincing. My concern with this vehicle is it's very nice when I'm sort of getting a feel for it. I'm going to try stepping on it a little bit now and sort of seeing if we can pull any more lap time out of it. I feel like this is when this car is going to get a little bit more aggressive, but we will find out. Tell you what though, so far it actually is doing alright. It feels, I suppose because it's 300 kilos lighter than that Jag we had last time out, it actually feels alright, this. Which is quite shocking. I was expecting this to be... Oh my god! It is an under 30 club for the TRD Chaser X... Why? What? Huh? I mean, like, alright. Jesus. I knew it was quick. I didn't think it was that quick. Wow. This is... Don't get me wrong, you have to pay it a little bit of respect because it is still a 700 horsepower rear-wheel drive monster. But I am seriously impressed with the way that drives. I'm saying with the way that drives because I don't think I can quite match its lap on this one. But I tell you, that is very, very good. I'm going to say, it will snap on you. Not in third gear, obviously, but like here, if you're a complete muppet, yeah, it will go round. It will absolutely go round if you're a complete muppet, but yeah. I am very shocked at how quick that was, given, again, the standard chasers aren't really much to write home about, and to be honest with you, I thought this was just a sort of more powerful version of that, but no, that is legitimately very impressive. That is rather excellent, actually, to be honest. I really don't know what to say. I'm a bit... I really don't know. I literally couldn't tell you why that's as good as it is. That lap as well. Jeez. Yeah, it was 0.2 quicker through... I mean, yeah. I suppose, you know, sometimes you should get into one with the car, and this really is one of those where I am at one with it. Not massively consistent. Again, it is one of those where if you do try and push it a little bit, admittedly, I was not driving at my best there, apart from for that one lap, but it is one of those where you have to pay it respect, otherwise it will bite you, but if you can get it hooked up, I am astonished. A 29.689 will place this into 169th. It goes in between the Calsonic GT500, which is an old time, so don't worry about it too much, and the R32 Skyline. It is quicker than the Viper GTSR, RX-7 Type R, Pulsar GTI-R, 323 GTR, CVR Cerberus Speed 6. I mean, it is legitimately quick. In terms of sort of mad rear-wheel drive things quicker than it, the Roof BTR2. In this vicinity, there really isn't much. RX-7 GTC, that got very lucky. Mazda RX-7 A-Spec. I mean, it's the RX-7s which we sort of know are like, I hold up as some of the best rear-wheel drive cars in the game. And I guess this has to go right up there because, yeah, it's properly on it. It is worth mentioning, it is still 0.3 slower than the Aristo V300, so if you are going to buy a Toyota saloon car, you are better off going with that one. And it is also slower than the Mercedes-Benz C55 AMG, but no, that's madly impressive from this car. I am very shocked. Huh. It's actually, to be honest with you, if I had to choose between this and the Chaser LM Edition, given how sort of weird the Chaser LM Edition is, I think it's the slowest LM Edition we've had. I would be tempted to go with this over that, to be perfectly honest. So, there you go. The 1995 Venturi Atlantique 600 LM Edition. This is the car based on the 1995 Le Mans Entrant. That would fail to finish in the 1995 Le Mans 24 Hours. Although I say that, It did actually cross the line in one piece, which is more than usually can be said for the French. However, it did finish 21st and wasn't classified because it didn't complete 70% of the race distance. Tough luck, Venturi. Of course, Venturi would now go on to basically build electric Citroen Berlingo vans, so yeah, maybe that wasn't the only L they ever took. In terms of this game, this car, I think I've driven it before in an endurance race, and I remember it being quite good. And it does have to be said, failed or not, the LM edition seemed to do very, very well. The one I'm going to sort of signal out for this car, not just because they're right next to each other in terms of the naming list, the Vector M12 LM edition was a very quick car. And they sort of go back and forth a little bit, this and Vector. I think the Vector M12 road car was very slightly quicker than the Atlantique 400 GT, which had the worst brakes I've ever driven around here, so I'm hoping this has better brakes than that car did. But yeah, I sort of think that might be sort of comparable. Admittedly, that was very, very fast. I'm not sure if this is going to be quite that fast or if we're going to look a little bit lower. I guess we will find out. In terms of power, though, it certainly got more than enough. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 715 horsepower, 960 kilos. In terms of a power-to-weight ratio, that is a very phenomenal, and in fact, I think it's actually more than the M12 LM edition by quite a significant amount. Will it be as controllable as that car, though? That's the question. Anyways, to find out how the Venturi Atlantique 600 LM edition gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Scudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of a 25.696. The Venturi Atlantique 600 LM edition is unlikely to beat that. Again, I sort of mentioned the Vector, 28.111 is the time for the Vector. Straight away on its first lap, it set a pretty stonking lap time, it does have to be said. 29.087 is far faster than a lot of cars get, I'll tell you that. It does feel quite nice to drive, it does have to be said, for something that has 715 horsepower and 960 kilos of weight. Usually, that is a pure recipe for disaster. 28.485, again, not quite Vector pace, but then again, we haven't quite had an ultimate lap out of this yet. A little bit sideways, that was a bit terrifying. Usually in a mid-engine car, if you start going sideways, that is a death sentence. Fortunately in this, we just about managed to get it to play ball again. Oh my god. Okay. It is quicker than the Vector M12 LM edition. That is actually almost as quick as the R390 LM edition. That isn't supposed to happen, I don't think. In terms of the script, I mean, sure, I'll take it. That also means it is quicker than the Toyota GT1. Granted, that is another failed Le Mans car. Technically. I did find out, actually, the 99 finished second, so it wasn't all bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't all bad. A trip across the grass there really hurt this, but then again, a trip across the grass always hurts a car. Well, not always, but not there. Tried to focus, and focusing commentary is never the best, it does have to be said. It's just about finding out when you can put the power down and when it's too early, and that was too early. Could have gone quicker. Could have gone quicker. I'm not sure by how much, admittedly. I don't know. I mean, the R390 is only like 200th ahead of it, so it should be, 200th, even 20th. What am I talking about? It's 200th of a second quicker. There you go, that's what I was trying to say. God, that boggled my mind a little bit driving that. Very quick car, very nice car to drive, to be fair. A little bit scary in points. I would probably choose the Vector if you want a slightly nicer driving experience. But in terms of sort of out-and-out speed, that is up there. I say I could have gone quicker. I don't... sectors... I think there might be, if you really kept pushing it, you could probably get it into a higher 27.8. And admittedly, 27.8 is quite a crowded section of the leaderboard, to be honest. But I'm happy with that. That was a really good performance from a really good car. Stonking lap time, stonking pace. Like, the pace in that is just unreal. There's not many cars that are as quick as that, I'll tell you that for certain. It is interesting though, despite that, it is still 0.2 down on the XJ220, and I don't think this would get anywhere near that XJ220. So that is an interesting caveat. A 27.859 will place this into 18th place. Goes in between the Nissan R390 GT1 Element Edition 97 and the Nissan R390 GT1 Road Car. So that's interesting. It's quicker than the Roof CTR2 Sport, Nissan R390 GT1 Road Car 98, Roof BTR 3.8. I don't think you'll be able to see it from where you are in the leaderboard, but it is quicker than Toyota GT1 Race Car, Dodge Viper STP Taizan, Vector LM Edition, and the Ford GT40 race car. And those really are like the top tier of race cars in this game. So that is a madly impressive time from the Venturi. In fact, if you don't count... No, I'm going to try and make a weird analogy there, but it's not going to work. It is the 5th quickest LM edition. Yeah, that hasn't really worked either. It was a good car. That's all you really need to know. The 1998 Fiat Seicento Sporting. This is our 600th car to take on the course, believe it or not. And of course it's the 600th car because it's the Fiat Seicento. And Seicento means 600 in Italian. Or it would, if I could speak a little bit of Italian. Which I can't. So I apologise in advance for all native Italian speakers and all those people in the comments who claim that they do know Italian. I'm saying it right, in my mind. Seicento, the Fiat Seicento Sporting, one of my favourite little city cars because it is the epitome of the Italian city car. It's quite cute, it's a little bit ridiculous, and it's a lot of fun. That is everything you want in an Italian city car. Of course, the Sporting was not actually the quote-unquote highest peak in which the Seicento would reach, and that would be in the Michael Schumacher edition, which was exactly the same as the Sporting, but it had Michael Schumacher's signature on it, which I bet means to most 17-year-olds that drive these, that makes them Michael Schumacher. It doesn't. I really wanted one as a first car, and then I found out this engine, this 1.1 litre that was in the Sporting and the Michael Schumacher edition, was the same engine that was in the Bogo Spec Panda. And unlike the Panda, this got a 1-star Euro NCAP rating. And it's not like the Euro NCAP 0 stars these days because the car doesn't have auto emergency braking for when a cyclist cuts you up. The A-pillar comes into contact with the dummy. I think that's a fair 1-star Euro NCAP in my mind. But no, that's everything you want. It's obnoxious, it's fun, and it's deadly. The epitome of the Italian car, except of course, it's Polish. Front engine, front wheel drive, 190 horsepower, 676 kilos. I would describe those statistics as plucky, rather than actually fast. In terms of the Seicento, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak version. That car set a time of 25.696. The Seicento Sporting is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Seicento Sporting is going to go, I suppose the most sort of accurate comparison to this would be the Cinquecento. That set a time of a 32.360 when it came around, so yeah. Admittedly, that did have racing mod, although I suppose you can argue how much sort of extra a racing mod on a Fiat Cinquecento really gets you. My answer to that would probably be not a lot. It actually feels relatively lively. I'm actually quite shocked. There's a little bit of oversteer to deal with in a Fiat Seicento, which sounds, oh my god, 31.489. I was about to start saying about sort of comparable European super minis, the likes of the Ford Ka and the Volkswagen Lupo and the Mini Cooper. And this has just blitzed them all because it's the mighty Fiat 600. Excellent. Now, in the North American version of the game, this is actually known as the 600, which technically is a misnomer because maybe it was sold in Japan as the 600. I don't know if that carries over to the Japanese version of the game, in fairness. What I do know is once this car was taken off the market in sort of the UK and a bunch of other countries and replaced with the Nuovo Panda, the Italians kept selling it as the 600 into 2011, actually, when it was finally replaced, ironically enough, again with the Nuovo Panda, because Fiat had, well, they launched the second generation Panda, and so the first generation Panda then became the replacement for the cheap 600, and that became the cheap Panda Classic. So Fiat, basically, Fiat logic. In fact, if you want even more logic, the 600 was sold as a van. You could get the 600 van, and I actually saw one of them when I went to Hungary a couple of years ago, and I completely freaked out because it was a 600 van. It was the sort of 600 van that I'd want, i.e. it was a late model, so it was a 2007 onwards because it had the red Fiat badges, and let's be honest, no one is sad enough to rebadge the Fiat 600 as the newer version. And it was fantastic, and I wanted it. I don't know what you put in the back of a 600 van. I'm sure the Hungarian handyman absolutely could fit quite a lot in the back of it, but yeah, I really wanted it. If the owner was around, I probably would have bought it. Fortunately, I didn't. 31.445. What a car. What a machine. Yeah, that is the Polski power right there. Again, technically it's Polish, but there you go. Could have gone a little bit quicker, actually, which sounds weird to say. It's actually nipping at the heels of the Opel Corsa, which is a full class ahead of this, and realistically should be quicker than the mighty 600. But, yeah, phenomenal stuff. Yeah, could have been quicker. It really could have been quicker, my god. Yeah, that's quite something. It does have to be said. Yeah, I mean, that would require you stringing everything together to get into the 31.3s, but according to that, it's definitely possible. It is a little bit dodgy to drive, I will be honest. The lift-off oversteer in this, little bit weird. I can't say I'm a big fan of it, to be honest. And it's a very hard car to sort of maximise. You sort of... It's one of those cars where second gear and third gear... Second gear is a little bit too short, and third gear is a little bit too long, so it's difficult to choose what sort of... Ideally, you just sort of, from the 180 degree into the middle section of the track to the other 180 corner, you sort of want to straight line it using one gear, and in these little cars they don't really have enough puff to do that, so yeah, it can fall short, but either way, I mean, I'll take that. That is fantastic. A 31.445 will place this into 450th place, which actually means it is exactly 75% all the way down the leaderboard now. It goes in between the Toyota Corolla 11 GT Apex and the Nissan Sunny VZR. That might not sound all that impressive, but it is quicker than a Lotus Esprit Sport 190, which is the second quickest Esprit. It's quicker than the Mini Cooper 1275S Mark 1, that's the Mini Cooper rally car. Quicker than a Toyota Chaser Tourer V, FTO GR, the Vitz. It's quicker than the Vitz, quicker than the Daihatsu Storia 4-wheel drive. In terms of cars sort of comparable to this, it's quicker than the Volkswagen Lupo by about 0.2, quicker than the Ford Ka by about 0.3, and quicker by the Mini by half a second. It's also apparently almost a second quicker than the Cinquecento. I'm sure if we ran the Cinquecento again, that might move a bit closer to it, but that car was like car 200 and something, and I'm not redoing that many cars. Or at all. I don't want to think about it. I just want to finish now. 600, home stretch. There is currently, by my calculations, just over 40 cars to go now. So we're very much in the home stretch of this. So exciting times. Anyways, that's it for this episode. Thank you all very much for watching. Join me next time when I'll be driving something completely different. Until then, farewell.